The scene opens on a nighttime cityscape, showing a tranquil park alongside a quiet stream. As a young couple approaches, the woman questioning their location. "Babe, is this the right place?" she asks. A woman questioned a man, "Did you really drop it here?" He responded, "Well, I can't see anything." The woman added, "How did you even drop your phone here?" Suddenly, the woman's dog, Puku, ran out. The woman exclaimed, "Bad Puku," and called out, "Can't you find it, Appa?" The man, while making a phone call, spotted his phone. "Ah, there it is." He retrieved his phone from a grimy grate, muttering, "F***ck, it's so nasty, do I have to do this?" "Ah, come on. Take it out." The woman exclaimed, "What? Wait a minute, babe. What's that?" A man, crouching beside a grate, recoiled in disgust. "Yuck, shit," he muttered, his face a mask of revulsion as he stared at the contents of the grate. His phone lay submerged in a mass of frog eggs, the sight causing him to question, "Why is this?" The woman, approaching with her small dog, observed the scene with a mixture of curiosity and disgust. She casually remarked, "You've to clean this yourself." The man, speechless, could only stare in shock as his sister's words registered. Meanwhile, the woman, seemingly unfazed by the grotesque discovery, continued her conversation, asking, "What should we eat when we get home?" The woman approached her brother, concern etched on her face. "Come on, Appa, you are scaring me." He looked distressed, muttering, "What is happening to me?" The man's hand was submerged in a grate filled with frog eggs, which appeared to be clinging to his skin. "These eggs, like things, are eating my hand, ah." The eggs pulsed with a faint light, growing rapidly. He exclaimed, "These are growing. Look. What the heck, these are so sticky." Panicked, he cried out to his sister, "Babe. What are these?" The woman, horrified, screamed, "Help me, babe. Go away." The woman, clutching a small dog, screamed in terror as she fled, yelling for help and urging her brother to leave her alone. Her frantic escape was punctuated by desperate cries as she stumbled and fell, landing hard on the ground, the impact momentarily silencing her. Meanwhile, the dog, perched on a nearby wall, barked anxiously, its worried woofs echoing in the night. The woman, catching her breath, coughed weakly, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at her hands. A growing sense of dread washed over her as she noticed something disturbing. A mass of pulsating, eye-like orbs filled the frame, their unsettling glow illuminating the dark, damp ground. A terrified woman, her face obscured by shadow, crouched by a murky stream on the outskirts of the city. Frothy bubbles rose to the surface of the water, hinting at a disturbing origin for the unsettling sight. The interior of a long-distance bus is shown, passengers seated in rows, sunlight streaming through the windows. A young man checks the time on his phone, the screen displays 8:25 a.m. and a blogspot address. He thinks to himself that they will arrive in Seoul in about 30 minutes. The young man, wearing a baseball cap, leans back, a thoughtful expression on his face. It's the first day of their school trip, and his first time going to Seoul, but he doesn't feel so bad about it. Because Soyeon sat pensively on the bus, lost in thought. Yang-woo, aboard the same bus, sat thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. He was anticipating his upcoming trip to Seoul. Yang-woo strategically positioned himself on the bus to have a clear view of Soyeon. He then asked Soyeon if she wanted to go shopping with him once the bus arrived. Soyeon agreed, mentioning her plans to eat churros. Yang-woo, internally pleased, reflected on his inability to properly talk to Soyeon at school and mused about the opportunity this school trip presented. Aboard a school bus, a young man, Kim Joo-byung, blushed deeply while looking at his phone. A classmate noticed his flushed face and asked him if he was alright, suggesting he might need a michi, a type of medicine or remedy. Joo-byung denied any issues, explaining that he was simply excited about the new Oki release, and that a school trip on such an important day was slightly inconvenient. Suddenly, Soyeon, a classmate with reddish-brown hair, enthusiastically called out to her classmates, drawing their attention. Joo-byung, still slightly flustered, internally mused about the absurdity of thinking about vlogging during such a moment. The class, including Jubyung, then introduced themselves as Class 3 of Chungnam High School. A school trip to Seoul was underway, as evidenced by a selfie video taken on a bus. The young woman excitedly announced their location, her cheerful demeanor infectious amongst her classmates. And she then directed everyone's attention to the camera for a group shot. Meanwhile, the young man, seated separately, harbored a quiet thought. He wished to sit closer to So-yeon. Lost in thought, he gazed out the bus window as the scenery blurred past, the bright sunlight momentarily blinding him. The bus arrived in Seoul, the cityscape visible as they disembarked, a large statue prominent in the foreground. The Class 3 students of Chungnam High School announced their arrival in Gwanghwamun, Seoul, filming themselves for a YouTube video. As they entered Gyeongbokgung Palace, one student, Hong Mi, cautioned about the dangers of filming in the street, while another excitedly confirmed that the video was live and would be uploaded to YouTube. They filmed their homeroom teacher, who, upon being asked for a one-word comment, obliged with a cheerful response. The young man quietly observed the scene, his gaze lingering on So-yeon. He reflected on his feelings and silently acknowledged to himself, "So this is Seoul." Upon arriving in Seoul, the young man reflected on the city's complexity. As his class took a break near Gwanghwamun, the young woman, Jae-nung, enthusiastically announced the break to her classmates and began filming a vlog, capturing their excitement. Jae-nung continued vlogging, informing her viewers that they would next be witnessing the changing of the guard ceremony at Gyeongbokgung Palace. While the young man, quietly observing So-yeon, considered starting his own vlog, wondering if it would lead to a conversation with her. His daydream was interrupted by a classmate's question about his pensive expression. A young man, lost in thought, was suddenly interrupted. His friend leaned in, a mischievous glint in his eye, asking him, "Don't you want to do a vlog too?" The young man, clearly an introvert, retorted that introverts like them would simply be killed in such an extroverted environment. His friend then mentioned Yuki's recent live performance, suggesting it was a tempting example, and pointed out So-yeon, who was enthusiastically filming a vlog of her class trip, prompting the young man to nervously observe her. So-yeon, completely unaware of his observation, cheerfully introduced herself to her viewers. So-yeon asked the young man if this was his first time in Seoul. He replied that it was, adding that he had been eager to visit since he was young. The young man continued, explaining his excitement about the trip. He then excitedly announced that he would introduce someone. So-yeon and her friends posed for a selfie, with Minju Kim introducing herself as So-yeon's friend. The young man observed them, wondering if So-yeon had looked at him too. Meanwhile, the young man's friends discussed visiting Cheonggi Stream and Myeongdong. The young man pondered whether So-yeon had made eye contact with him. So-yeon, beaming, announced to her friends, "There is something that I really wanted to buy." Observing from a distance, the young man chuckled to himself, muttering, "It was too obvious, wasn't it?" The young man watched as Kang Ji-hoon, the class captain, enthusiastically addressed his classmates, asking, "Are you guys really excited?" Kang Ji-hoon continued his introduction, boasting, "Hello everyone. I'm Kang Ji-hoon, the class captain and the handsome man in Class 3. His friends laughed and playfully teased him as he recorded a video. He offered some playful advice, "This is Seoul, keep that in mind. When you go to a cafe, make sure to take off your shoes." So-yeon playfully retorted, "Are you teasing me?" He. The young man, still watching from afar, smiled wistfully as he observed the group, commenting softly, "They are wonderful." So-yeon and her friends enjoyed their class trip, relaxing and chatting amongst themselves. Meanwhile, a young man observed them from a distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. Kang Ji-hoon and his friend, Kim Ju-byung, noticed the young man's attention and reacted with surprise. Ji-hoon, holding his selfie stick with a recording device, decided to introduce himself and his friend to the camera. He playfully urged Lee Yeon-woo, one of So-yeon's friends, to introduce herself on camera, causing a moment of playful tension. Ji-hoon continued filming, prompting Yeon-woo to say something for the video. Kang Ji-hoon and Kim Joo-byung, playfully filming a video, greeted viewers. Ji-hoon introduced himself and Lee Yun-woo, a classmate, mentioning their school and grade. Yun-woo appeared slightly embarrassed but otherwise cooperative. Joo-byung commented on Yun-woo's kind nature. Elsewhere, two girls from Soyeon's group sat under a tree, one suggesting they take a picture. The scene shifted to show Soyeon's friends taking a selfie with a selfie stick. A young man, observing from a distance, watched them, his gaze lingering on the two girls as they walked away. He silently reflected on his desire to get closer to one of them. The young man's internal monologue revealed his longing, "I want to be close with her." Soyeon's class trip began at Gyeongbokgung Palace. Excited chatter filled the air as the students, energized and playful, prepared to document their day. Posing for photos near the ancient palace walls. One group of girls struck a series of playful poses, their laughter echoing through the historical setting, while another group gathered for a larger class photo. A classmate called for everyone to gather, counting down before snapping the picture, taking multiple shots to ensure everyone looked their best. The students were clearly enjoying themselves, capturing the memories of their class trip. But a sudden flock of pigeons startled one of the girls, causing a chaotic moment of surprise and startled exclamations, leaving the girl slightly flustered and annoyed by the unexpected interruption. The pigeons scattered, leaving the group to recover from the sudden disruption. A class photo was being taken outdoors, and as Soyeon posed with her friends, a large flock of pigeons suddenly descended upon them, causing a commotion. One of Soyeon's friends exclaimed in alarm, pointing out the pigeons' droppings. Another friend commented that Jae-num also disliked the pigeons. The scene shifted to a grate on the ground, where several pigeon feathers and a small amount of blood were visible. The blood was clearly visible, along with more feathers and what appeared to be small, white, possibly pearl-like objects. A close-up of a pigeon showed it looking intently at the viewer. A young man, wearing a white cap, walked by, the sound of flapping wings catching his attention. A flurry of pigeons erupted from a grate in the ground, feathers flying as they struggled. The young man, slightly startled, watched from a distance as the birds dispersed. He then turned to see another young man approaching, a grin spreading across his face. The second young man, clearly amused, asked, "Why are you alone here, Yun-woo?" The two young men then engaged in a conversation, the first young man asking a favor of the other. Yun-woo walked with a friend, the friend asking for a favor. He vaguely dismissed the request, promising to explain later. As they passed a city street scene, the friend paused, noticing something amiss. A disturbing sight caught his eye, a storm drain, stained with blood and littered with feathers. Peering into the darkness, he saw a horrifying nest of eyeballs and feathers, with a single, grotesque bird at its center. A young man, his face etched with horror, sat on a bus, recounting a disturbing event to a friend. He explained how he and Yun-woo had witnessed a horrifying scene involving a bird and a large number of eyeballs. A panoramic view of Seoul's cityscape is shown, showcasing a blend of modern skyscrapers and traditional architecture nestled against a backdrop of rolling hills. The scene shifts to a bustling street outside a modern hotel. People are seen going about their daily lives, oblivious to any impending events. Inside the hotel, a group of young people, filled with excitement, express their delight at having arrived. One exclaims, "Wow, awesome." Another asks, "Q?" A teacher addressed her class, instructing them to wait in the lobby for a moment while she retrieved the room keys. The class representative confirmed the instruction, and a student volunteered to keep an eye on the group, while the teachers went to collect the room keys. The students, now left to their own devices in the lobby, excitedly chatted amongst themselves. One girl, enthusiastically, urged her friends to take a photo together, and excitedly showed off a picture of herself to her friends, commenting on a girl who reads books on school trips. The scene opens with a caption stating that a particular young woman is the top student in both her class and the entire school. Meanwhile, three students, Baekmin, Kangmin, and a young woman, are playfully interacting. Baekmin and Kangmin introduce themselves, with Kangmin boasting about being the brain of their class. They are taking a video of the young woman. The young woman, initially amused, becomes annoyed as they continue filming her and making jokes about her raising a pig. She questions their actions, expressing her displeasure. The young woman's friends continue to tease her, and she reacts with surprise and confusion. Later, a group chat shows the video they took of the young woman, with various comments expressing amusement. One person even plans to use the photo as their profile picture. Lee So-yeon, another student, reacts with unrestrained joy to the video, highlighting the widespread amusement caused by the incident. The young man, a mischievous glint in his eyes, subtly concealed his smile behind his cap. He checked his phone, a smirk playing on his lips as he saw So-yeon's updated profile picture. Recognizing the familiar faces, he whispered So-yeon's name, noting her new profile picture. Lee Yeon-woo, noticing the phone, asked what he was looking at, prompting a flustered response and a hasty attempt to hide the phone. Yeon-woo pressed further, demanding to know whose profile picture it was. The young man, caught off guard, nervously dismissed it as nothing, but Yeon-woo's persistence forced him to admit he had seen So-yeon's new profile picture. The young man nervously explained to Yeon-woo that he was merely looking at pictures of classmates in a group chat. However, his increasingly frantic demeanor and repeated whys betrayed his true intentions. As he desperately tried to hide his phone from Yeon-woo's increasingly suspicious gaze. Meanwhile, two girls, Hong-mi and another classmate, were seen practicing a dance routine for an upcoming talent show. Unaware that the young man, urged on by Hong-mi, was secretly filming them. And after a brief exchange, he rushed off to share the video, leaving Yeon-woo behind. The young man, consumed by guilt and fear, worried aloud, "What if I got caught? Why would it have to be Hong-mi?" He continued his internal monologue, reasoning that Hong-mi is like the ultimate insider. It will be all over the place. Yeon-woo, suspicious of the young man's actions, called out to him, "Hey, Yeon-woo." Startled, Yeon-woo reacted with surprise. The young man, seemingly relieved to see Yeon-woo, approached him with a smile, saying, "What are you doing here? I've been looking for you for a long time." Yeon-woo, however, was not easily fooled. He reminded the young man of his earlier words and questioned him, "Don't you remember what I said earlier?" "Wait a minute. What's the occasion?" A young man, seemingly anxious, approached Yeon-woo, holding a backpack. He asked Yeon-woo to take a look inside, revealing 3 small bottles of soju hidden within. The young man, whispering urgently, explained that it was soju and that they were bringing drinks for a party that night, adding that they needed someone to carry the bag to avoid detection. He suggested Yeon-woo could be their carrier for the school trip, implying that getting caught would make him a hero. He then asked Yeon-woo if he wanted to join their party. As Yeon-woo seemed hesitant, the young man, growing more insistent, tried to push him into accepting, but Yeon-woo ultimately refused and left. A young man, seemingly nervous, approached another, asking if there was any special girl he'd like to get to know. He then added that everyone in their class would be joining a party that night, and that he had even called all the girls, pointedly mentioning Yeon-woo's name. He pressed Yeon-woo to attend, suggesting that she would regret missing this opportunity. Yeon-woo, however, firmly rejected the invitation, stating that she wouldn't be involved, no matter how hard he tried. She internally reaffirmed her resolve, concluding that she shouldn't participate. A young boy with a backpack sat patiently in a waiting area, surrounded by other students. He appeared calm and collected. A close-up shows his relaxed expression, a slight smile playing on his lips. He seemed unconcerned. A teacher addressed the assembled students, assuring them that nothing bad would happen. She then instructed them to collect their room numbers and keys. The teacher continued to welcome the students, specifically Class 3 of Chung'an High School, and asked them to gather around. The boy giggled to himself, seemingly amused by something he observed. A girl with brown hair and a surprised expression is seen in the background. The boy's amused expression turned to one of mild alarm as someone asked him, "Dude, what are you doing?" A boy in a cap showed a playing card to his slightly older friend, who was wearing glasses and headphones. He asked, "Hey, are you seeing this?" The boy grinned, saying, "Didn't I tell you that I was bringing this?" He. Trump card. His friend replied, "Bro. You're the best. I know, you punk. The boy with glasses then commented, I look like a student who deviated from the school trip. Me too, you punk. Do you want me to show it to you? He suggested, take a look at my bag. What I brought with me. Ha! The contents of the bag were revealed, several bottles of soju. Both boys reacted with wide eyes and expressions of alarm. A teacher, noticing a commotion, demanded, What's the fuss? Let me see the bag for a moment. The boy with the backpack, his eyes wide with terror, could only stare in speechless alarm. As the teacher's gaze fell upon several bottles of soju inside the backpack, the teacher sighed, clearly exasperated. Are you out of your mind? I'm not even sure if you're drunk or not. Is that all you brought? Be honest with me. The boy, defeated, admitted, all I've got. The teacher instructed him, I'll see you when we get back to school and get ready to bring your parents. Now go. Lee Yun-woo, apprehensive, peeked from behind a door. He wondered about the consequences of his actions. His friends, oblivious to his anxiety, excitedly discussed their plans. One of them chuckled, anticipating the reaction of someone they knew. Relieved, Yun-woo was embraced by his friends, who expressed their worry and relief at his well-being. Thank God, I was so worried, one exclaimed. Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, Yun-woo was praised as a hero and a loyal friend. He humbly responded, well, it's okay. The scene shifted to reveal the contents of Yun-woo's backpack. Several bottles of soju were visible. His friends noticed the soju and questioned his intentions, wondering if they were heading to a drinking party. Yun-woo, uncertain, asked, Where are we going? A boy with a backpack grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ah! His friends, however, were more concerned with their immediate plans. They discussed where to go, noting the inconvenient presence of their homeroom teacher on patrol. One friend suggested waiting, while the boy with the backpack promised to contact them when he found a suitable location. They urged him to rest, understanding his fatigue. Later, the friends, now alone, laughed and texted each other. One friend, however, sat alone, seemingly lost in thought, his phone in his hand. Alone in his room, the boy with the backpack cursed under his breath, ****. There was no call from Kong Ji-hoon. The realization settled heavily. Worse than being fooled was the possibility that So-yeon might be at the gathering place with his friends. His anger intensified. Kong Ji-hoon, ****, son of a B****tch. Meanwhile, the friends arrived at Namsan Tower in Seoul. We've just arrived at Namsan Tower in Seoul. Two friends excitedly made plans to ride the cable car, their cheerful chatter filling the air, pointing out that the cable car station was only 3 minutes away. More details about the cable car route were then shared, specifying a distance of 600 meters and an average inclination of 77 degrees. As the friends continued their journey towards the cable car, one friend teasing the other about their nervousness regarding their first cable car ride. The friend, slightly embarrassed, admitted that it was indeed their first time. Meanwhile, the boy with the backpack remained silent, his mind preoccupied with his worries. A question hung in the air: did So-yeon spend time with them yesterday? The boy with backpack felt a growing distance from So-yeon, a feeling he couldn't explain. He had waited for Kong Ji-hoon, but he made an excuse and had been ignoring him since yesterday. The boy with backpack called Kong Ji-hoon a shameless bastard, feeling betrayed and used. He wondered if Kong Ji-hoon's avoidance was due to him being an outsider or if others had told Ji-hoon not to include him. Yun-woo asked the boy with backpack if it was his first time riding a cable car. The boy with backpack replied that it was, adding that he found it exciting. The boy with backpack looked up, a mixture of apprehension and curiosity on his face. Meanwhile, Yun-woo's friends teased him about getting caught for bringing alcohol the previous day. They asked about the details, curious about what happened and what kind of alcohol it was. Yun-woo's friends continued to playfully tease him, expressing surprise and amusement at his experience. They complimented his bravery on the cable car ride. The boy with backpack reflected on the experience, internally noting that it was the first time Yunwoo had shown interest in him. The boy with backpack and Yunwoo boarded the cable car, along with other passengers. So-yeon and her friends prepared for their outing. One friend urged, "Let's go, So-yeon." So-yeon replied, "Okay." They arrived at the cable car station, the towering Seoul Tower visible in the distance, and boarded the cable car. The boy with the backpack exclaimed, "Wow! I can see everything." Inside the cable car, the boy reflected, "I don't know why I take the cable car, but..." He continued his internal monologue, "I think I can keep talking to So-yeon." The cable car ride continued, with other passengers also enjoying the view. A sudden beep startled So-yeon, prompting her to ask, "What?" So-yeon, riding the cable car with her friends, checked her phone and saw an emergency alert about an unidentified virus spreading through Gwangwon. She expressed concern, stating that it was scaring her. Suddenly, a large bird crashed into the cable car window, startling the passengers. The impact shattered the glass, revealing a gruesome sight. The bird was dead, its body grotesquely contorted. One of the girls exclaimed, "WTF? What is that?" as they stared in disbelief at the mangled creature. Another passenger, equally shocked, questioned, "A pigeon," as another bird flew away from the broken window. The remaining bird flew away, leaving the dead pigeon hanging from the broken window frame. A bird collided with the cable car window, leaving a trail of blood and feathers on the glass. The group of friends inside stared in shock and fear. Meanwhile, another cable car, filled with a large flock of birds, was visible in the distance. A bird suddenly crashed against the cable car window with a loud caw, startling the passengers. One exclaimed, "Where did it come from, all of a sudden?" As they looked up, they saw another cable car, completely filled with birds. A cable car ascended, traversing a verdant landscape. A bird suddenly smashed against the cable car window, shattering the glass. The impact sent a spray of glass and blood across the interior. The passengers recoiled in horror, their eyes widening in terror as they witnessed another cable car, completely filled with birds, passing by. Amidst the chaos and fear, exclamations of shock and disgust filled the air. "Oh shit, and fuck. It's so disgusting," were heard, reflecting the passengers' overwhelming revulsion and confusion. A cable car full of passengers is shown. One passenger exclaims, "Whoa! Let me film it." Another passenger comments, "OMG, awesome. Look, the Seoul pigeons terrorized us. Hee hee." Another passenger remarks, "It's so creepy." Suddenly, a bird crashes through the cable car window. A passenger exclaims, "Hey, aren't those frog eggs?" The impact shatters the window, revealing a chaotic scene outside. Another passenger observes, "It's crazy. LOL. The boy with the backpack is shocked, muttering, "Huh. Through that glass gap." A single, translucent, egg-like object falls to the floor of the cable car. A commotion erupted within the crowded cable car. Someone shouted, "WTF. Something fell over there." Passengers reacted with a mix of alarm and disgust, exclaiming "EWWW" as they jostled and pushed against each other. Amidst the chaos, So-yeon and the boy with the backpack found themselves caught in the crush of bodies. The boy accidentally stepped on So-yeon's foot, apologizing profusely, "Hawk, So-yeon. I'm sorry. Did I step on your foot?" So-yeon, unfazed, replied, "I'm fine, it happens." Meanwhile, the boy, despite his apology, felt a surge of nervous excitement as he found himself unexpectedly close to So-yeon. He thought, "Oh, my god. I'm so close to So-yeon." A cable car filled with passengers jolted to a sudden stop. A woman cried out, "I'm going to be crushed to death." Another passenger shouted, "Everyone, stop." The boy with the backpack, caught in the surge of panicked movement, exclaimed, "Push as much as possible." He accidentally stepped on So-yeon's foot in the chaos. He looked down, surprised, muttering, "Huh? Meanwhile, Kongmin, noticing something unusual, pointed it out to his friend. Hey Kongmin, what are you doing? Dude, look at this, these frog eggs. If you look closely, you will notice that they are moving. His friend, equally astonished, responded, Whoa, what is that really? Don't know, dude. Oh. I guess we're here. A large object impacted the cable car floor beneath the radio. Another passenger observed, What is that? Whoa. I don't know. It hit underneath the radio. Doesn't it appear to be very disgusting? A cable car employee apologized, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Please exit with caution. A wave of something resembling a mass of ice cascaded down the escalator, causing a commotion among the passengers. One young woman exclaimed in disgust, You! Two young women, visibly disturbed, tried to escape the unsettling sight. Commenting on how disgusting and unsettling the moving mass of ice was, while other passengers expressed similar feelings of revulsion and unease as they tried to navigate the crowded space. The group reached the top of Namsam Tower, still shaken by their experience. One of the girls noted that something strange had happened to them. Meanwhile, the boy with the backpack reflected on the situation, feeling foolish for his earlier actions and seeing this as an opportunity to talk to Soyun. The boy with the backpack, still shaken from their encounter atop Namsam Tower, found himself thinking, Soyun is standing beside me. He internally resolved, if I get off here, I don't know when I'll get another chance like this. He mustered his courage and addressed her, Soyun. Soyun, slightly startled, responded, It's okay. You apologized earlier. The boy, attempting to start a conversation, commented on their surroundings, by the way, how is this possible, pigeons bumping the cable car, right? He continued, seemingly more comfortable now, is this what cable cars are like? Ha ha. A boy with a backpack nervously asked Soyun to go to the observatory with him. But Soyun reacted with shock and exclaimed, What the F***ck? Soyun's friends rushed to her side, concerned, asking what happened. As Soyun recoiled in disgust, noticing a strange, viscous substance on her legs. The substance appeared to have suddenly erupted, splattering everywhere. Soyun explained that it just popped and splattered all over her. Her friends expressed concern and speculated about the cause, with one suggesting she might have fallen again, while Soyun insisted it wasn't the case and expressed her irritation. Mingul's friends noticed something was wrong. They asked her what was on her leg. A look of disgust and terror spread across her face as she screamed in horror. Mingul exclaimed in shock and fear at the sight of the strange creatures clinging to her leg. Something strange was clinging to Mingul's leg. She tried to brush it off. But the creatures clung on tighter, causing her to fall to the ground in disgust and pain, as her friends looked on in horror and confusion. Soyun's friends, noticing her distress, rushed to her side, their faces etched with worry. Are you okay, Minji? Are you all right? They exclaimed, their voices filled with concern. Meanwhile, other onlookers watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. What happened up there? One of them questioned, their gaze fixed on the scene unfolding before them. As Soyun was helped to her feet, her friends noticed something disturbing on her face. What's on your face? One of them asked, their voice laced with a growing sense of unease. A nearby man, witnessing the unfolding events, rushed over to assist. Kid, what's going on? Are you okay? He inquired, his concern evident in his tone. Soyun, overcome with terror, cried out for help. Mister! Please help me, she screamed, her voice filled with desperation and fear. She frantically pointed to her leg, her body trembling violently. Staff here, right, mister? Something is wrong with me. It's clinging with me. Kaya, she shrieked, her words revealing the horrifying truth of her plight. Soyun screamed in terror as several creatures latched onto her leg, causing her intense pain. Nearby, a man in a green shirt reacted with alarm, shouting in disbelief at the horrifying sight. The man's shock quickly turned to concern as he tried to help Soyun, but the creatures clung to her with surprising tenacity. Meanwhile, a group of friends on a nearby train platform witnessed the scene unfolding. Beckman, one of the friends, reacted with a mix of shock and disgust, urging his companions to get out of the way. The friends, increasingly alarmed, tried to close the train doors to prevent the creatures from entering the train. Beckman, recognizing So-yeon's voice, became frantic, urging them to hurry and close the doors as the creatures continued to writhe around So-yeon's leg. Beckman, exasperated, shouted at So-yeon, "You idiot! Don't you see those are growing up?" From Min-gul. He continued, urging her to acknowledge the creature's presence. "Come on. It's like a monster. Seriously." So-yeon, however, remained unconvinced, arguing back, "No, idiot. It's not that." Beckman's eyes widened in alarm as he registered the true horror of the situation. The scene shifted to reveal So-yeon's friends, their faces etched with fear and concern as they watched the unfolding events. So-yeon, trapped and desperate, cried out from behind the closing train doors, "Help me! Please, open the door!" So-yeon, trapped and in excruciating pain, cried out, "Please, it's so painful." Her pleas for help echoed through the train car as she cried out, "Help me, please, anyone!" Her friends, witnessing her suffering, reacted with horror and desperation, attempting to shut the train doors to protect her. Beckman, his eyes wide with terror, watched the unfolding scene with mounting horror. The train doors, usually a symbol of safe passage, now stood as a desperate barrier between So-yeon's friends and the horrifying creatures that had attacked her. The glass panel showing a gruesome scene of So-yeon entangled within a mass of pulsating, organic tendrils. Her screams were muffled, but the sheer terror in her eyes was unmistakable. A wide shot depicted Seoul's cityscape, showcasing Seoul Tower prominently in the background. In the foreground, a bustling street scene unfolded, with people going about their daily routines. A woman, presumably a teacher, inquired about the observatory's entrance with a man, possibly a staff member. She mentioned bringing approximately 25 students. The man confirmed its proximity, indicating it was just outside, accessible via nearby stairs. The conversation then shifted to reservations, with the man appearing slightly uncertain. The conversation continued, focusing on the reservation process, with the man seeming unsure about the details. A high-pitched shriek, kayak, echoed through the hallway, causing a woman wearing glasses to exclaim, "Huh," in surprise. A wave of panic swept through a group of students as they yelled, "Ka! What the heck is that?" A woman, seemingly a teacher, tried to regain control, shouting, "Students! Class 3! Where are you going?" The teacher's face registered confusion as she witnessed the chaotic scene. A student collapsed on the floor, seemingly overcome by whatever caused the commotion. A woman in glasses frantically searched the hallway, calling out, "Ming-ji!" She found Ming-ji on the ground and cried out, "Ming-ji! What happened to you? Hey, wake up! Can you hear me?" Ming-ji weakly uttered, "Share." The woman gasped as she saw the extent of Ming-ji's injuries. Ming-ji pleaded, "Save me, please. Cuck." His body was contorted and covered in strange, pulsating growths, as he cried out in pain, hurting. "Help me." The woman's eyes widened in horror as she stared at Ming-ji's injured form. A cry escaping her lips as she desperately called out his name, "Ming-ji." A glimpse through the shattered glass revealed a monstrous figure lurking beyond. A wave of coughs and gasps rippled through the crowded train car. As passengers huddled together, their anxiety palpable. One young man, his face etched with worry, urgently asked his companions, "Did you see Min-ji Ayul?" Another passenger, equally distressed, urged his friend, "Dude, come on. Take a look, and tell me what's happening." A third passenger, peering into the commotion, let out a horrified exclamation, "Fuck, what the?" His eyes widened in terror as he witnessed a horrifying sight, a figure contorted in agony, its body undergoing a grotesque transformation. A scream pierced the air, "Kayak!" Panic erupted. Passengers cried out in fear, "What the heck, and fuck? What is that?" Ming-ji doubled over, clutching his stomach, as a wave of nausea washed over him. A look of confusion and dawning horror spreading across his face as he gasped, "Why? His transformation continued, his features contorting into something grotesque as he cried out, "Help me!" The horrifying process seemed to accelerate, his body breaking down and reforming into something inhuman. Surrounding onlookers recoiled in fear and disgust as Mingji's affliction became fully apparent. One young woman, visibly shaken, could only whimper and clutch her head as the full extent of the situation sank in. The woman's eyes widened in horror as she stared at Mingji, her face reflecting a growing terror as she witnessed the grotesque transformation unfolding before her. Mingji's features contorted in agony, sweat beading on his brow. Soyun, noticing Mingji's distress, leaned closer, concern etched on her face. "Soyun, are you all right?" A loud, insistent beeping filled the air as Mingji's transformation continued, a group of students nearby reacting with alarm. A young man, seemingly unconcerned, checked his phone. He scrolled through a news report detailing an emergency alert: a mysterious virus had been discovered in various parts of Seoul and Gwangwon. Citizens were urged to exercise caution. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of a bustling city, the N Seoul Tower visible in the distance. A sense of unease permeated the air, as people began to panic and flee, their screams echoing through the streets. Chaos erupted. The camera focused on the tower, now shrouded in a hazy, ominous atmosphere, as the screams intensified. The panic escalated as people desperately scrambled down a flight of stairs, their fear palpable. A man, his face contorted in agony, clutched at his eyes, his body convulsing. While on a public bus, several passengers scrolled through their phones, their expressions shifting from casual to alarmed as they received alarming news. One passenger exclaimed in disbelief about receiving disaster messages, while another realized it was a virus alert. Panic spread rapidly among the passengers as they grappled with the implications of the virus alert, with one passenger expressing concern for their mother and another blaming the situation on mysterious frog eggs. The passengers' fear intensified as they witnessed more unsettling events unfold around them. One passenger noticed a fellow passenger exhibiting strange movements, adding to the growing sense of dread and chaos. Two young men, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and dawning horror, huddled together. As they stared, wide-eyed, at the blurry scene unfolding beyond the bus's window. A woman, her body contorted and marred by grotesque lesions, stumbled towards the entrance, causing a wave of panic to ripple through the passengers. "It's driving me crazy. Look at her," one exclaimed. Another passenger, his voice laced with disbelief, whispered, "Mingul, wasn't she dead?" The first young man, his face pale, turned to his companion, his voice barely a breath. What is happening? Are you okay?" A young woman, Gul, stood motionless, causing concern among those around her. "Ah, Gul, why are you standing there like that? Please say something to me," someone exclaimed, their voice laced with worry. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers as they witnessed Gul's condition. Her appearance was alarming, causing a wave of fear and confusion. Yun Woo, another young man, was urged to approach Gul. "Ask her if she is all right." "Go, Yun Woo." Me? You are the closest one," his friends insisted, leaving him no choice. Reluctantly, Yun Woo approached Gul, questioning why he had to be the one to help. "Why me? Not someone else," he muttered, his apprehension evident. Gul's distressed expression intensified as she seemed to be experiencing a physical reaction, her fingers nervously touching her nose. Yun Woo, despite his reservations, steeled his resolve. "All right, I got it. I'll ask her," he decided, preparing to approach her again. Yun Woo, his expression one of dawning alarm, peered into the public transport vehicle, his eyes widening as he registered the sight before him. He visibly gulped. A glimpse of Gul, her form partially obscured, revealed a disturbing sight. Dark, spreading lesions marred her skin. Yun Woo, his voice laced with concern, called out to her, "Gul." He approached her cautiously, his worry palpable as he asked, "Are you okay?" his voice barely a whisper above the murmurs of the increasingly anxious passengers. Other passengers, noticing Gul's condition and Yun Woo's distress, began to comment, urging him to speak louder, their own unease growing with each passing moment. A young man, Yun-woo, gasped as he witnessed Gul's sudden and alarming deterioration. Other passengers on the bus noticed her condition, whispering amongst themselves about how frightening she looked. Gul's skin appeared to be covered in dark, spreading blotches, a visible symptom of the virus. Yun-woo, visibly shaken, expressed his concern to the other passengers, acknowledging the severity of Gul's condition. Yun-woo anxiously approached Gul, asking if she was all right. As alarming beeping sounds from a nearby phone indicated a further escalation of the viral outbreak, causing panic among the bystanders. A phone blared an alarm, its shrill beeping cutting through the tense atmosphere. Yun-woo, his face etched with worry, checked his phone. Another disaster alert flashed across the screen. His eyes widened in alarm as he read the grim details. He looked up, his gaze falling upon Gul, whose condition had visibly worsened. A look of fear crossed his face as he saw her. A silent scream escaped his lips as he rushed towards her, his expression filled with a desperate urgency. The word "run" echoed in his mind, a desperate plea against the encroaching horror. Gul's face, contorted in silent agony, was a horrifying mask of the virus's rapid progression. Yun-woo, witnessing the deterioration, felt a surge of fear and helplessness. A guttural scream ripped through the air, echoing the growing panic among the onlookers. The horrifying transformation of Gul was undeniable, onlookers recoiled in disgust and terror. Amidst the chaos, a desperate plea for escape was uttered, the urgency of the situation palpable. As citizens, overwhelmed by fear, scrambled for safety, their movements reflecting the escalating crisis. Gul's condition deteriorated sharply, grotesque, bubble-like growths erupted across her skin as she let out a guttural, pained cook, her eyes wide with terror. A man, witnessing the scene, muttered in alarm, "Something happened here," his face etched with fear as he looked upon Gul's horrifying transformation. Another victim of the virus, his body contorted and monstrous, lunged at a bystander, his limbs extending unnaturally as he let out a blood-curdling shriek. Nearby, a group of onlookers watched in horrified silence, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they witnessed the escalating chaos. Another infected individual, their body contorted and thrashing violently, screamed in agony, "Grr! Grr!" their form becoming increasingly grotesque. A man, caught in the fray, cried out in terror, "Arg! What the hell? What is this?" as his body began to exhibit the same horrifying symptoms as the others. A young man, his face etched with worry, urgently asked another, "Hey bro! Are you okay?" The second young man, already exhibiting disturbing physical changes, retched violently, "Hyuk!" The first young man, despite his fear, urged, "Hey, hurry up and go." As the second young man's transformation continued, his body contorting grotesquely. He groaned, "I'm gonna hold this shit up." A high-pitched scream pierced the air, "Kayak!" The infected individual's body contorted further, limbs twisting unnaturally as the virus rapidly consumed him. A guttural sound escaped his lips, "Cook!" Gul's horrifying transformation continued, eliciting gasps of terror from the onlookers. One bystander exclaimed, "Damn it! He's," expressing their shock and fear. Another suggested helping Gul, questioning, "Should we help him out?" but this was quickly dismissed by others. The onlookers debated the risks, with one person warning, "No way! Are you crazy? What if we all get in danger?" highlighting their fear of the unknown. A more decisive voice cut through the uncertainty, stating, "If you want to help him, then go by yourself." The scene underscored the growing panic and self-preservation among the citizens. Meanwhile, another citizen, witnessing Gul's plight, expressed his own moral conflict, shouting, "Are you crazy? Are we just gonna watch and do nothing?" revealing a struggle between fear and empathy. Gul's condition worsened dramatically as he continued to transform, groaning in pain, VH. A group of young people reacted with shock and terror. Their faces etched with disbelief as they witnessed something horrifying. One of them suggested locking the door, fearing the implications of what they had just seen. Panic escalated as one of the group frantically tried to escape. Desperately pushing against the door, his fear palpable. Another pleaded from the other side, urging them to open the door quickly. The scene was one of pure chaos and escalating fear, as the group struggled to comprehend the unfolding horror. Gul's transformation continued its horrifying progression, his body contorting in ways that defied natural anatomy. A guttural cry escaping his lips as the virus ravaged his form. "It's coming! It's coming!" he screamed, his voice a raw, desperate plea. The onlookers recoiled in terror, their faces a mixture of fear and revulsion. "I beg you, open the door," he pleaded, his words lost in the rising tide of panic. A group of terrified students crammed together on a bus, their eyes wide with fear as they witnessed the unfolding horror. "Open the door," one of them shouted, their voice barely audible above the rising cacophony. Gul's struggle intensified, his body convulsing violently as the virus tightened its grip. "No! Ugh," he groaned, his strength failing him. The students on the bus reacted with a mixture of fear and revulsion, their faces reflecting the sheer terror of the situation. A horrifying sound, "Caw," echoed through the air as the virus's power continued its relentless assault. A horrifying transformation continued to overtake Gul, his desperate cries of "Chwak" echoed as his body contorted violently, blood splattering across the scene. The onlookers reacted with sheer terror, their faces contorted in expressions of fear and disbelief as they witnessed the gruesome spectacle. Gul's pleas for help became increasingly desperate, his cries of "Please, and help me!" barely audible above the rising panic. Surrounded by terrified onlookers, Gul's transformation reached a horrifying climax, his features becoming grotesquely distorted as the virus consumed him. Gul's transformation was complete. His body, contorted and grotesque, was now a horrifying vessel of the virus. The once human form now a mass of pulsating, bulbous growths. His desperate, barely audible plea, "Help me," was lost in the rising tide of panic. Nearby, a young man's eyes widened in stark terror as he witnessed the gruesome spectacle. Gul, trapped within his monstrous form, was left behind as the terrified citizens fled, their screams echoing through the deserted hallway. A stark warning appeared on the screen: this work contains some provocation scenes. Pregnant women, the elderly, the weak, and those who have experienced panic, please be careful when reading. Gul's transformation continued relentlessly, his body contorted into an unnatural, grotesque form. The virus completely consuming him. His desperate pleas for help were lost in the rising tide of his horrifying metamorphosis. Nearby citizens, witnessing the gruesome spectacle, reacted with terror, their faces etched with fear as they fled the scene in a desperate attempt to escape. The final stage of Gul's horrifying transformation was complete. His body, now a grotesque parody of its former self, writhed within a confined space, a fleshy mass of pulsating growths and distended orifices. A guttural scream, "Kya," ripped through the air, a testament to the unimaginable agony he endured. His face, once familiar, was now a landscape of fleshy protrusions and a single, malevolent eye, staring blankly ahead. A strangled cry, "Hic," escaped his ravaged throat. On the other side of a glass door, a man and a group of onlookers witnessed the gruesome spectacle. "What is this? What the?" one of them exclaimed, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. As monstrous form lunged, its grotesque appendages reaching out, shattering the glass and sending the terrified onlookers scattering in panic. "Oh, shit," one of them screamed, the raw terror etched on their faces. A cacophony of screams, "Kayak," filled the air as the horrifying creature continued its relentless advance. A young man, eyes wide with terror, was pressed against the other passengers on a crowded bus. The bus, now mostly empty, shuddered to a halt. A sense of unease hung heavy in the air as the remaining passengers exchanged fearful glances. A monstrous, mutated bird, its form grotesquely altered by the virus, was visible through the bus window, its presence a chilling harbinger of the chaos engulfing the city. A bus hurtled through the city, its passengers oblivious to the growing unease outside. Until a monstrous, mutated bird appeared, its unnatural form visible through the bus window. A collective gasp filled the vehicle, its grotesque features causing immediate terror among the passengers. Fear spread rapidly. As the bird's presence intensified the growing sense of dread. One passenger, eyes wide with horror, uttered a cry of pure terror. "Why, damn it!" Panic seized the bus. As passengers screamed and struggled, their fear palpable. The bus descended into chaos. A group of young people rode a bus, their conversation light and casual. One called out, "Hey, dude." The bus doors opened, revealing a glimpse of the outside world. And inside the bus, a sudden tension gripped the passengers. One whispered, "What are we going to do if she comes back, huh?" A moment of stunned silence followed, broken only by gasps and nervous breaths. One passenger breathed, "Ha! Hawk! What? What the hell was that?" The bus doors swung shut, leaving the passengers in a state of bewildered fear. One muttered, "Gone." The passengers huddled together, their fear palpable. Two girls clung to each other, whispering, "Hyuk! Fluke!" One of the girls on the bus, her face etched with grief and guilt, whispered, "He just. It's all our fault. We could have saved him." A young man, wearing a cap, sat silently, his profile showing a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination. Another passenger, visibly agitated, shouted, "Fuck! What are you talking about? Do you want me to open the door? Didn't you see that? If Yunwoo hadn't locked the door, everyone would have died." The young man in the cap, his face etched with exhaustion and grim determination, let out a strained sigh. He began to unscrew a panel on the ceiling of the bus. With a determined heave, he pulled the panel loose, revealing a gap above. Alarm shouts erupted from the other passengers as he began to climb out. "Dude, stop," one yelled, "but why? What are you doing?" He ignored them, his resolve hardening. "I'm going to leave this place," he declared, though a worried thought crossed his mind. What if Gul comes back? He disappeared into the night, leaving the other passengers behind. Now she's not here, he thought, so let's get out of here, everyone. On a crowded bus, a young man, his face partially obscured by a cap, slumped in his seat, listening to his companion's anxious words. "We can't run away from her, you idiot." The young man's companion, a girl with dark hair, clutched her injured knee, a small ice pack pressed against it, and let out a pained "ha." The young man, his eyes darting around nervously, seemed to be contemplating his next move. He appeared startled, his mouth slightly agape, as if caught off guard by something. The young man nervously addressed the girl, "Huh? No, I'm just. So-Yan, I was just wondering if." So-Yan stared at him, her eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and something akin to suspicion. So-Yan, still injured and apprehensive, looked at the young man. He nervously attempted to initiate a conversation, asking, "I'm fine, now can you stop staring at me?" The young man, his own anxiety evident, stammered a quick apology. Alright. I'm sorry." So-Yan, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions, buried her face in her arms, silently weeping. Later, on a crowded bus, the young man sat among other passengers, his face etched with worry and exhaustion. A fellow passenger, noticing his distress, tried to get his attention, saying, "Hey, listen to me." The passenger warned him urgently, "You shouldn't go out, it's very dangerous. Don't you understand how dangerous the outside is? For all of us to get out of here." So-Yan, still injured and apprehensive, instructed the young man to wait where he was for rescue. Emphasizing the importance of her command with a pointed, "Do you get it?" The young man, visibly anxious, fidgeted nervously. So-Yan's suspicion grew as she observed his actions, leading her to sharply rebuke him, silencing his attempts at further conversation. She accused him of abandoning Gul and running away, placing the blame squarely on his shoulders. On a crowded bus, the young man, still wearing his cap, was confronted by Hannah and other passengers. Hannah angrily accused him, "Hannah, what the hell is wrong with you?" while another passenger shouted, "Why the fuck are you blaming me?" Hannah continued her accusations, stating, "You also stopped us from helping Gul." She further criticized his actions, saying, "You shut the door when you find it on your favor." The young man, clearly distressed, responded weakly, We didn't ask you to do that." Hannah, however, remained unconvinced, insisting, It's all because of you." The young man, overwhelmed by the accusations, defended himself, shouting, "What are you talking about? What I did was the best for everyone. Another passenger intervened, yelling, "Dude, stop." On a crowded bus, a heated argument erupted. A young woman demanded that the young man in the cap leave, exclaiming, "Ah, let go of me. If you are that good, you should go out now." Other passengers joined in, criticizing the young man's actions and adding, "Listen, Hannah, you're all talk and no action." The young man, visibly anxious, tried to defend himself, but the accusations continued, escalating the tension on the bus. A young woman, Hannah, sobbed, her mother rushing to comfort her and asking, "Are you okay, Hannah?" Hannah, still distressed, could only manage a weak, "Hyuk. Mom." Another passenger expressed their disbelief at the situation, muttering, "Sheesh. I can't believe it." On a crowded bus, the young man in the cap nervously scanned his surroundings, muttering, "Anyone there? Just now, cable, car." The passengers, a mix of fear and anger, turned to him, their expressions ranging from outrage to disbelief. Their shouts and accusations filled the air. The young man, increasingly defensive, tried to explain himself, but his words were lost in the cacophony of angry voices. The scene was chaotic and tense. Later, a cable car ascended, carrying a group of passengers, including the young man, away from the scene. They sat in silence, the weight of the recent events heavy upon them. The young man in the cap, bruised and shaken, collapsed onto the bus floor, gasping, Thank God. I'm alive." Meanwhile, Soyeon frantically checked her phone, sending messages to her friends, "Guys. Anyone please answer me, everyone you okay? Are you all okay?" Soyeon's face fell as she saw the lack of replies. She muttered to herself, "No one is replying. What should I do?" Another passenger approached the young man, asking, "Can't you contact anyone else?" The young man, still catching his breath, weakly replied, I tried but can't." The young man let out a pained groan, "Hyuk. Fluke." Soyeon, overcome with emotion, wept silently, whispering, "I'm sorry. Ghoul." Soyeon, distressed and injured, clutched at a friend's arm, her face etched with worry. She whispered a question, her voice barely audible, "Will the others be okay?" The young man in the cap, sweat beading on his brow, looked down, his expression one of profound sadness and guilt. A panoramic view of the city unfolded, a stark contrast to the emotional turmoil on the bus. On the bus, another passenger voiced their apprehension, stating, "We don't even know what is going on down there. We should be careful when we reach there." A third passenger, his face contorted in anger and frustration, declared, "I'm going straight home." A sudden, jarring squeak echoed through the bus, causing Soyeon and her friends to visibly startle and react with fear. A cable car ascended, carrying several passengers towards a towering structure in the distance. The passengers, a mix of young adults, appeared relaxed, unaware of the impending halt. Until the cable car suddenly stopped midway, the city sprawling below. Panic ensued as one passenger frantically tried to contact someone using a walkie-talkie, exclaiming that the cable car had stopped. The cable car's mechanism was shown to be malfunctioning. A grinding sound echoed as the cable car remained immobile. Inside the cable car, the citizens anxiously awaited its restart. One passenger voiced their hope, "Isn't it starting to move again?" From a distance, the young man in cap observed the cable car's progress, noting, "I can see the building, we're almost there." Suddenly, the cable car jerked to a halt, causing alarm among the passengers. Their expressions shifted to shock and confusion as they realized something was wrong. A loud metallic clang echoed as the cable car violently swayed. The passengers braced themselves for impact as the cable car lurched violently. The cable car came to a sudden stop, causing Soyeon to gasp in fear. The jarring halt left her shaken and disoriented. Soyeon and the others looked out the window, noticing something amiss. "Ha! Over there," Soyeon whispered, her voice filled with apprehension. The cable car station entrance was a scene of chaos. A viscous, bubbling substance oozed from the building, engulfing several people who lay still amongst the strange, organic growths. The scene was disturbingly still, save for the slow, unsettling rise and fall of the bubbles within the strange mass. Further aside, the same substance filled the station, obscuring the interior and leaving a trail of victims in its wake. From a distance, a cable car hung suspended in the air, seemingly unaffected by the strange events unfolding below. Inside, several passengers sat in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion. So-yun, among them, noticed the strange, bubbling substance outside, a chilling sight that mirrored the unsettling stillness within the car. So-yun and the other citizens, trapped inside the malfunctioning cable car, watched in horror as a strange, fleshy substance oozed across the floor. The substance, pulsating with grotesque, bulbous growths, spread rapidly, engulfing everything in its path. A figure, seemingly consumed by the same substance, writhed on the ground, its form barely recognizable. The horrifying scene left So-yun speechless, her fear palpable. The young man in the cap's eyes widened in terror, his pupils dilated as he stared at something unseen. The word kill appeared before him, scrawled in dark, jagged letters, as if written in blood. A stark exclamation point punctuated the horrifying message, amplifying his fear. The cable car lurched violently, the blurry motion suggesting a sudden, uncontrolled acceleration. A dark, ominous substance spread rapidly across the cable car's exterior, engulfing the structure in a horrifying display. A final, unintelligible Korean exclamation underscored the chaos and impending doom. Panic erupted within the cable car as the strange substance continued its horrifying advance. A wave of screams filling the confined space as the citizens grappled with terror and the encroaching threat. The cable car lurched violently, the malfunction adding to the escalating chaos. A cable car station stood silent, its entrance partially obscured by a strange, dark substance that spilled onto the ground. The substance continued to spread, coating the steps leading up to a cable car. Inside the cable car, a window was shattered, revealing a scene of chaos and panic. Several citizens lay huddled together inside the damaged cable car, their faces etched with fear. The young man in the cap was among them, his eyes wide with terror. The young man in the cap groaned in pain, clutching his chest. Another passenger cried out in distress, "Ah, shit," as the strange substance continued to spread. Amidst the chaos, someone asked, "Is everyone okay?" But the cable car lurched violently, causing several passengers to fall. One passenger groaned, "Ah, I feel like hell." Panic erupted within the malfunctioning cable car. One passenger cried out, "What the hell just happened?" Another, equally distressed, exclaimed, "Are we stuck in this cable car right now?" A young woman, her face etched with terror, gasped, "Ha!" The cable car lurched violently. A collective groan of fear rose from the passengers as they braced themselves. Through a shattered window, a horrifying sight became visible, a grotesque, amorphous mass of flesh and tentacles, oozing and pulsating with unnatural energy. The creature writhed, its movements disturbingly fluid and unsettling. Its form shifted and changed, revealing more of its grotesque features. Another passenger, noticing the creature, shouted, "Hey, guys! Over there!" A monstrous hand, glistening with a viscous, spreading substance, reached through the cable car window, causing the passengers to react with terror and disbelief. The young man in the cap cried out in alarm. The creature outside, a grotesque being covered in bulbous growths, was fully revealed, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. The substance continued to spread, oozing and dripping from the creature's body, shattering the cable car's window. More of the substance burst through the broken window, spraying across the interior of the cable car. The young man in the cap and another passenger stared in horror as the creature's grotesque form became fully visible, the young man exclaiming, "Ah, shit." A monstrous, fleshy appendage burst through the cable car's window, its grotesque form oozing and dripping. The passengers screamed in terror as the creature's presence filled the confined space. It's coming in," someone shouted. The creature's full form emerged, a horrifying spectacle of bone and flesh, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. A wave of panic swept through the cable car as the passengers scrambled to escape. The young man in the cap, eyes wide with fear, stumbled backward, his face a mask of pure terror. "Kayak," he cried out. The creature's advance caused a chaotic scene within the cable car, as passengers desperately tried to flee the encroaching horror. The young man in the cap, eyes wide with terror, gasped, "Hook!" A creature, its body a grotesque parody of human form, lay sprawled on the floor, emitting a low, guttural sound, "Qo-eu." Panic erupted within the cable car as citizens screamed, "Q-wake!" Kaya, scrambling to escape the shattering windows. Another figure, seemingly unaffected by the chaos, emerged from the wreckage, snarling, "Don't get in my way and just break." A group of young people, fueled by adrenaline, burst through a door, desperate to escape the creature's wrath, shouting, "Kaya!" They tumbled down the stairs, their escape hampered by the debris and the sheer terror of the situation, crying out, "Yuta!" A woman stumbled, falling onto a pile of others in the cable car's cramped interior. The young man in the cap, eyes wide with terror, looked on in horror as the creature's presence loomed closer. The creature's shadowy form breached the cable car's ceiling, its presence filling the confined space with dread. Panic erupted as the citizens desperately scrambled to escape the creature's grasp, their screams echoing through the car. The young man in the cap, caught in the chaos, was swept away by the fleeing crowd. The creature's destructive force continued its relentless assault, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The citizens, panicked, scrambled to escape the creature's attack within the cable car. A young man in a cap was swept away by the fleeing crowd. A woman stumbled, falling down the stairs as the chaos intensified. The young man in the cap, terrified, continued his desperate flight. The Scanlator's logo appeared briefly on the panel. The woman, still on the ground, looked up in fear. A shadowy hand reached out towards her, causing her to cry out in terror. Soyeon tripped, falling to the ground as the young man in the cap urged her to hurry, his voice filled with terror. His desperate plea echoing in the confined space as unseen chaos erupted around them. The creature's presence was felt through the violent shaking of the cable car and the panicked screams of the fleeing citizens. More citizens scrambled to escape, their faces contorted in fear as they desperately tried to outrun the unseen threat. The young man in the cap continued his frantic escape, his breath ragged, his eyes wide with terror as he navigated the obstacles in his path. He leaped over a railing, his movements clumsy but driven by adrenaline, still desperately trying to put distance between himself and the unseen danger. The young man in the cap, his face etched with terror, scrambled up a flight of stairs. Rushing towards an exit, the sound of panicked shouts echoing behind him. He burst through a doorway, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with fear. His expression shifted from sheer terror to one of horrified disbelief as he took in his surroundings. A horrifying scene unfolded before him. A viscous, flesh-like substance had engulfed the boarding area, trapping and consuming several victims. Two young men, one wearing a cap, stood in a hallway, their conversation interrupted by a sudden, horrifying sight. A gruesome scene of carnage. One of the men, eyes wide with terror, gasped at the sight of a victim, seemingly consumed by the creature. His horror was palpable, his face contorted in a mask of fear and revulsion. The young man in the cap, along with a young woman, fled down a staircase, their escape frantic and desperate. Their breaths ragged, their fear evident in every strained movement. They were desperately trying to put distance between themselves and the unseen horror. The young man in the cap looked back, his face a mixture of fear and disbelief as he continued his escape. The young man in the cap, eyes wide with terror, gasped, a silent scream escaping his lips. He and the woman were ascending a staircase, she clutched her leg, blood staining her skin. The young man looked on, his face a mask of guilt as the woman winced in pain. I'm sorry. It's all because of me, she said, her voice laced with distress. The woman explained, I think it happened when we were escaping from the cable car. You don't have to worry about it. She expressed her gratitude, thank you for helping me. The young man, still visibly shaken, could only manage a confused, A young woman stumbled down a flight of stairs, crying out in pain as she fell. A young man in a cap rushed to her aid, quickly helping her to a sitting position. She clutched her injured leg. Suddenly, another young man appeared, shouting angrily at the injured woman. He threatened to kill her. The young man in the cap looked on, confused. The other young man explained that they had encountered monsters on the first floor and couldn't return. He frantically warned that many monsters were still present. The young woman, startled by the news, quickly fled up the stairs. A young woman, coughing violently, stumbled through an airport terminal. Her labored breathing punctuated by the sounds of hawk and chalk. A young man in a cap rushed to her aid, supporting her as she gasped, It looks safe here, right? They sought refuge inside a building, ascending a staircase, only to discover a disturbing sight on the floor below, several spots of blood. The young man's face registered alarm as he took in the scene. A trail of viscous, dark fluid marked the floor. The substance oozed and pulsed faintly, leaving glistening droplets in its wake. Further up the stairs, more of the same dark fluid was splattered. The crimson stains of blood mixed with the dark substance, creating a disturbing pattern. The young man in the cap and two other girls sat on a bench, their faces etched with worry and distress. Overcome with distress, the young man in a cap sobbed, "What do I do, Mom?" He continued to cry, his voice choked with fear, "When will they come back?" His trembling hands clutched his phone, a message about monsters on the internet flashed across the screen. He whispered, "I'm so scared." Meanwhile, another young man, his face etched with worry, exclaimed, "Fuck, it's all about those monsters on the internet." He urged his companion, "Dude, call 119. The first young man, still distraught, rushed out, ignoring his friend's questions. "Shut up. Damn, everything." Yunwo, a young man in a cap, peered anxiously from inside a building, his expression a mixture of distress and panic. Observing a chaotic scene unfolding in the parking lot outside. Several people were injured and appeared to be in distress. Inside, Yunwo urgently called his mother, informing her that he was trapped on the second floor of the cable car building and unable to leave. His mother, concerned, instructed him to stay put while she and his father left. Yunwo winced in pain, clutching his injured arm. While nearby, other people tended to their own wounds. He muttered to himself, determined to clean his injury properly. Jubyung, startled, exclaimed, "Huh, what?" as he and another young man, seemingly his friend, walked down a hallway. The friend looked equally surprised. Jubyung, his back to the viewer, stood before a vending machine, seemingly lost in thought. His friend approached, asking, "Do you want something?" Jubyung responded, "No, I'm fine." The friend, concerned, asked, "Hey, by the way, are you okay, Jubyung?" Jubyung, his face etched with worry, responded internally, "Am I okay? How can I be okay?" He let out a pained sigh, "Hyuk, hyuk. I shouldn't have come to the school trip. Now I regret coming here. Now, I was supposed to watch Oki's live broadcast at home." Jubyung, his head bowed, muttered to himself, "I shouldn't have come here." The young man in the cap reflected on the events of the school trip, his inner monologue revealing his intense fear, "Crazy. I actually thought I was going to die." But even in the face of death, a sense of accomplishment emerged as he continued, "But, still, I was able to help So-yeon." The young man's relief was palpable, his body visibly shaken as he wiped sweat from his brow. His feelings intensified as he recalled So-yeon's words of gratitude. So-yeon even said thank you. The young man, still visibly shaken, walked away from the scene, his gaze lingering on the bloodstains on the floor. The lingering image of the bloodstains served as a stark reminder of the danger he had faced. The young man in the cap stared at a security monitor displaying So-yeon's image, a grim thought crossing his mind, So-yeon's blood. He followed the trail of bloodstains leading away from the screen, a grim realization dawning on him as he noticed the extent of her injuries. She bled all the way here. The blood continued down the hallway, forming a disturbingly large pool near the end of the corridor, the Korean characters for So-yeon scrawled in the blood itself. His eyes widened in shock and fear as he took in the scene, his face reflecting his distress. The young man in the cap, following a trail of blood, arrived at the boarding area on the third floor. He found a horrifying sight. A grotesque, amorphous creature, pulsating and dripping with what appeared to be So-yeon's blood. The young man's eyes widened in horror, his face reflecting sheer terror. More of the viscous, dark substance dripped from the creature's form, confirming his worst fears. His eyes darted around wildly, his breath hitching in his throat as he took in the full extent of the gruesome scene. The creature, seemingly having finished its gruesome act, moved with unsettling speed, its form a blur as it disappeared down the corridor. This work contains some provocation scenes. So pregnant woman, elderly and those who have panic problem, please be careful when reading. A guttural sound escaped Soyeon's attacker. A low, guttural keening that hinted at immense pain and suffering. The young man in the cap stared, overwhelmed by the horrific sight before him. Soyeon's attacker was a grotesque, fleshy monstrosity. The young man in the cap stared, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning horror. As he processed the gruesome scene before him, a grotesque, dark mass, dripping with an unknown substance, lay where Soyeon had been moments before. The sheer brutality of the attack was evident in the blurred, motion-streaked image of the creature's retreating form. His breath hitched in his throat. The young man in the cap stared, his eyes wide with shock and terror, as the horrifying reality of the scene unfolded before him. Soyeon lay injured on the floor, a grotesque, pulsating creature sprawled beside her. He gasped, a choked sound escaping his lips. Utterly overwhelmed by the violence he had just witnessed, his friends screamed and fled in panic. The creature, seemingly the source of Soyeon's injuries, remained motionless, its grotesque form a testament to the brutal attack. Fear consumed him as he watched the creature, its presence a chilling reminder of the danger that lurked unseen. Screams and shouts echoed through the school hallway as students scattered in terror. A monstrous figure emerged from the chaos, its grotesque features contorted in a silent roar of rage. The creature lunged forward, its movements a blur of violence as it continued its attack. More students fled in panic, their faces etched with horror as they witnessed the brutal scene. The young man in the cap, eyes wide with shock and fear, stumbled backward, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of what he had just seen. Two young women ran past him, their own terror evident in their frantic escape. The young man in the cap stared in disbelief, his mouth agape as he witnessed a horrifying scene unfold before him. A monstrous creature, seemingly born from Soyeon's attacker, violently convulsed. Its grotesque form a testament to the brutal attack he had just witnessed. The sounds of choking and struggling filled the air. The young man, overwhelmed by horror, stumbled backward in terror, urging his companion to flee the scene. "Don't close the door," he screamed, his voice filled with panic. The two young men fled, their faces etched with terror, leaving the horrific scene behind. "Ah, fuck," one of them cried out in sheer terror. Two young men, one in a cap, the other with a backpack, fled down a staircase, their terror palpable. The young man in the cap stumbled, his frantic retreat punctuated by gasps of "hic" and "hyak," while his companion, the young man with the backpack, continued his descent, his breathing ragged, muttering "hawk" and "hook." The young man with the backpack turned, shouting, "You piece of shit," at someone unseen, then, "You," as he lunged forward. The young man in glasses, his face contorted in fear, cried out, "Stop, hear me out," as he struggled against his attacker. The young man with the backpack, his face a mask of fury, snarled, "Do you really want to die, motherfucker?" The young man with the backpack, enraged, grabbed the young man in the cap, shouting, "Crazy moron, why the hell did you do that?" He continued to yell, "When we were coming, the motherfucker tried to close the door. Let go of me." Another young man, also in a cap, called out, "Hey, guys." The young men in caps, terrified, fled down the hallway as the door closed behind them. One of them gasped, realizing, each floor is connected to the entrance and the exit. "So we just walked a lap." The young man with the backpack pursued them, hooking a foot out to trip the fleeing young man in the pink shirt, sending him tumbling down the stairs with a cry of "kayak." Hannah cried out in terror, "Hannah!" Gasping for air, her face contorted in fear. She stumbled backward, her glasses askew, as two young men looked on, one clearly distressed. The group fled together up a staircase, Hannah leading the way. Hannah continued to gasp for breath, her face pale with exertion. As she rounded a corner, she saw something horrifying, causing her to gasp in shock. A grotesque, monstrous figure sat near a doorway. Hana and two young men fled from a horrifying creature, its grotesque form partially visible in the background. Hana, terrified, looked back, her eyes wide with fear as she uttered a barely audible sound. She spotted another young woman, Soyeon, and called out to her, her voice laced with panic. Soyeon, equally shaken, responded, her concern evident as she asked if Hana was all right. The two young women huddled together, discussing their next course of action. They were only a few steps from the door. Soyeon suggested they hide until the creature left, a plan Hana reluctantly agreed to. Hana's legs, visible from the knees down, showed a fresh, bleeding wound. She leaned against a wall, her breathing ragged. The injury was deep, a gash across her abdomen, suggesting a brutal attack. A guttural sound, ku, uk, echoed in the silence, hinting at the creature's proximity and the severity of the situation. Two young men, one with a backpack, the other in a cap, burst through a doorway, their panicked expressions evident. They scrambled down the stairs, their escape fueled by terror. One of them shouted, "Fuck those guys. Where are they?" The young man in the cap, glancing back, uttered a terrified, there." Hana, injured and frightened, sought refuge inside a building, peering cautiously through the glass doors. Her eyes wide with terror as she witnessed something horrifying. A glimpse of a monstrous creature, its presence marked by a trail of destruction, revealed a fresh wound on Hana's leg. Overcome with fear, Hana covered her mouth, her eyes reflecting sheer panic. The monstrous creature was visible through the glass, its grotesque form a stark contrast to the mundane setting of the building's interior. Her terror intensified as she realized the creature's proximity. Hana, already injured and terrified, found a momentary refuge behind a stone statue. But the creature's monstrous form loomed over her, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. She gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Her eyes widened in stark terror as she witnessed the creature's approach. A guttural sound escaping her lips as the creature's grotesque hand reached for her. Its multiple eyes fixated on her as it prepared to strike. Elsewhere, another person fled in terror, shouting stop, as the creature's shadow fell upon them. The creature's massive, grotesque back was visible, its form vaguely humanoid yet utterly alien. Its skin was a mottled brown, and strange, bulbous protrusions dotted its surface. A young man in a cap screamed, "Kayak," as he was thrown violently across the floor by an unseen force. The impact sending him sprawling. Another scream, "Kayawak," echoed as the creature's attack continued. A blurry glimpse of the creature's monstrous face, filled with unseen details, flashed before Hana's eyes. A young man with a backpack scrambled away, narrowly escaping the creature's reach, his face a mask of terror. The Korean onomatopoeia and indicated the sounds of impact and a sharp cry as the creature moved with terrifying speed. The young man in the cap cried out in pain as he was violently thrown to the ground. His eyes wide with terror as he registered the creature's attack. Hana, witnessing the brutal scene, let out a scream of terror as she fled. Soyeon, hidden from view, watched with growing fear. Meanwhile, the young man with the backpack continued his desperate escape. A young man, his face etched with horror, stared at a large container of what appeared to be some kind of pulsating, fleshy substance. He recoiled in disgust, uttering a sound of revulsion as he witnessed the grotesque sight before him. The fleshy mass began to move, and several figures, seemingly formed from the same substance, emerged from the container. They moved with surprising speed and agility, their movements jerky and unnatural. Hana, witnessing the horrifying scene, let out a scream and fled. The creatures pursued her relentlessly, their movements a blur of flesh and sinew. The young man in the cap, caught off guard, was quickly overwhelmed and attacked by the creatures. Another young man, seeing the chaos, managed to escape. The young man in the cap, pursued by unseen creatures, burst through a door, shouting "Hawk!" He scrambled up a set of stairs, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind him. He could hear the creatures approach, their movements heavy and menacing. Desperate, he tried another door, yelling "Kayak," as he forced it open. But the creatures were gaining on him. Terror etched itself onto his face as he realized he was trapped. His breathing ragged, his eyes wide with fear, he braced himself for the inevitable. The sounds of the creatures grew louder, closer, as the panel showed a broken cable car, suggesting the creature's path of destruction. Cornered and terrified, the young man in cap had fled into a stairwell, his breath catching in his throat as he peered down the dimly lit corridor. He cautiously descended the stairs, his heart pounding in his chest, each step echoing ominously in the silence. Hoping against hope that he had finally escaped his pursuers. His face was etched with fear, sweat beading on his forehead as he strained to listen for any sign of pursuit. The young man in the cap muttered to himself, "Crazy. What kind of crazy thing did you do, Yunwoo?" He bolted through a door, shouting, "Guys!" His eyes widened in shock and fear. As he looked around the hallway, his breath catching in his throat, he gasped, "Ah!" From a safe distance, the young man in the cap observed a chaotic scene unfolding in the parking lot. A group of people scrambled to escape, desperately seeking refuge. His wide eyes reflecting the terror of the situation. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he watched. Others desperately climbing atop a bus shelter, their movements frantic and filled with fear. The young man remained hidden, paralyzed by the unfolding events. A young woman with brown hair, witnessing the chaos from a nearby vantage point, turned her head, her expression unreadable. Her eyes darting around, assessing the situation with a mixture of apprehension and determination. The young man in the cap, still hidden, watched as the scene continued to unfold, his fear palpable. The young woman with brown hair watched, apprehensive, as a chaotic scene unfolded before her. A group of people scrambled atop a wooden structure, their faces etched with fear. A young man with a yellow backpack helped her escape the monstrous creatures that emerged from a nearby vehicle. They leaped over a barrier, narrowly avoiding the grotesque mass of flesh and tentacles. From a safe distance, the young man in the cap watched, his eyes wide with terror. The young man in the cap peered through the window, his eyes wide with terror, witnessing a chaotic scene unfold below. Students scrambled across the rooftops, fleeing from monstrous, shambling figures that pursued them relentlessly. His face was a mask of fear, sweat beading on his forehead as he watched the horrifying chase. From a high vantage point, a young woman witnessed a chaotic scene unfolding below. Monstrous creatures wreaked havoc in a parking lot, overturning cars and causing widespread panic as people desperately scattered. Inside a building, a young woman gasped, her eyes wide with fear as she watched the terrifying display from a window. She whispered, "Guys," her voice barely audible above the sounds of the chaos. Meanwhile, a young man in a cap observed the scene from another window, his face a mask of terror. He remained hidden, watching the unfolding catastrophe from a safe distance. The young man in the cap, already terrified from witnessing the monstrous creature's rampage, found himself gasping for breath inside a building. He stumbled backward, his breath hitching in his throat as he desperately tried to escape. His eyes wide with fear, he continued his frantic retreat. The young man's desperate flight continued, his body propelled by sheer terror. He reached a window, peering outside with a mixture of hope and dread. The sight that greeted him only intensified his fear. The monstrous creatures were still wreaking havoc outside, their presence a chilling reminder of the danger he had barely escaped. A chilling sight that left him breathless and speechless. His eyes widened, reflecting the sheer terror he felt. The young man in cap's mind raced. "What do I do now?" he wondered, his thoughts a chaotic jumble of fear and uncertainty. He was alone, abandoned. A bitter question formed in his mind: why did they leave me behind? The young man in cap, still hidden from the monstrous entity, observed the scene from a nearby building. The organic mass continued its relentless advance, consuming everything in its path. Driven by desperation, the young man in cap smashed a window, creating a makeshift escape route. A monstrous, organic mass engulfed the cars in a parking lot, its tendrils snaking between vehicles. The young man in cap, eyes wide with terror, scrambled away from the encroaching horror. He frantically checked his phone, a Discord message visible. "Did you guys see my server?" followed by a timestamp. The Manhwa panel shows a series of urgent messages on his phone. "Guys, anyone, I'm here, in the building," punctuated by the timestamp 5:24 p.m. He desperately tried to contact someone, muttering "Hook." as he scrolled through his contacts. His contact list displayed names including Kongmin and Ant. The young man in the cap, his face etched with terror, frantically tried to make a call, muttering hello into his phone. But the connection was poor, the only response a series of garbled sounds and static. He coughed, a strangled whack, escaping his lips. His desperate plea, shit, reflected his growing panic as the call failed. The phone emitted a series of beeps, signaling a dropped connection. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over him as he heard a noise, a startled sh, escaping his lips. He turned, his eyes wide with fright. His phone buzzed, displaying an emergency alert, emergency message. Seoul Station, Cheonggyecheon Plaza, Gwanghwamun and Gwanghwamun Square has been declared as a special disaster zone by CDCSCH. The young man, his face a mask of terror, let out a choked hook, as the full weight of the emergency message sunk in. A high-pitched electronic beep echoed in the otherwise silent restroom, followed by a muffled, incomplete sound. The young man in the cap, his face etched with terror, stared wide-eyed at the source of the sound. His body tensed as he peered into the dimly lit restroom stalls. A barely audible gasp escaped his lips as he pressed himself against the door, his eyes darting nervously. The young man in the cap muttered to himself, "Fucking hell, am I, really?" Ju Byung, eyes wide with terror, peeked from behind a restroom stall door. His mind racing as he recalled the chaotic scene outside. They jumped like it was nothing, he thought, a shiver running down his spine. Was it easy? Am I going to die? Fuck, why? Despair threatened to overwhelm him. Suddenly, a frantic voice cut through his fear. Ju Byung? The young man in cap, desperate and panicked, burst into the restroom, searching frantically, calling out for his friend. Ju Byung, are you there? The young man in the cap, Yeonwoo, called out a name, his voice laced with worry. Yeonwoo. He peered down a hallway, his eyes searching. A moment of stunned silence followed. Then, a look of shock and distress washed over his face as he saw his friend, Ju Byung, seemingly in tears. Yeonwoo rushed towards Ju Byung, concern etched on his features. He asked, "Are you crying?" Ju Byung denied it, stammering, "No. I'm not." Yeonwoo, still worried, questioned if Ju Byung had also been abandoned. Ju Byung retorted angrily, "Hell. Who is abandoned?" Relieved to find his friend, the young man in a cap exclaimed, "Anyway, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're here." Ju Byung, however, remained agitated, responding with a confused, "WH. What's wrong with you?" The young man, his face etched with worry, peered around a corner, his breath catching in his throat. Searching frantically. He concluded, "I think it's not here." Ju Byung, still visibly upset, urged his friend, Hey. Wouldn't it be okay if we just shut the door? What about the exit?" He continued, increasingly distressed, "I don't know. You should go and lock it." Ju Byung, eyes wide with anxiety, exclaimed that he thought something was going to happen again. Meanwhile, the young man in cap walked away, seemingly unconcerned. The next panel showed a shattered window and a broken flower pot on the floor, suggesting a recent disturbance. The young man in cap, noticing the damage, questioned what happened to the window. Ju Byung explained that someone had smashed it to escape, and asked if the young man in cap knew how they escaped. The young man in cap simply replied that he knew, and that he had seen them running away. The young man in the cap stared wide-eyed, his expression a mixture of shock and apprehension, his gaze reflecting the gravity of the situation. Ju Byung, his voice laced with disbelief, commented on the escape, "Crazy guys, how they jumped down from here." He continued, voicing his concern, "They abandoned us as if we were nothing. Can we even call them friends? We can't even go out because of them. Look at those monsters gathering." The young man in the cap looked away, lost in thought. Ju Byung pressed him, "But why didn't you go with them? You couldn't jump because you were scared, right?" The young man, flustered, denied it. What? No, really. It's not. Ju Byung, unconvinced by the young man's earlier denial, retorted, "It's not, you punk. His words were sharp, reflecting his growing frustration with the situation. The young man in the cap ran a hand through his hair, a sigh escaping his lips. His shoulders slumped as he muttered to himself, "How much longer do we have to stay here like this?" Ju Byung, noticing his companion's distress, asked, "Hey, aren't you hungry?" The young man admitted, "A little." He continued, despondently, "How long have we been waiting here like this?" The young man pulled out his phone and attempted to make a call, only to find that he was unable to connect to voicemail. The screen displayed, "It's not connecting to the voicemail." Ju Byung, concerned, asked the young man in a cap if he was still trying to reach emergency services. The young man, frustrated and anxious, mumbled a response, adding that his parents were on their way. The young man despaired, questioning whether his parents' arrival would even resolve the dire situation he found himself in. He muttered to himself that there had to be another way, as Ju Byung looked on with a mixture of empathy and growing impatience. A text message arrived on the young man's phone. It was from his mother, who urged him to stop calling emergency services and stay indoors due to a serious unfolding situation. The message repeated the warning to stay inside due to the severity of the situation. The young man's face reflected his growing despair and helplessness as he processed his mother's warning. A news report flashed across the screen, showing President Park solemnly declaring Seoul a special disaster zone due to an unknown virus outbreak. The report detailed the government's response, designating areas in Seoul and Gyeonggi-do, where the virus cells appeared, as emergency disaster zones. Meanwhile, health authorities were quickly deploying military forces to highways and facilities near the affected areas to contain the spread. Political groups predicted that martial law would be declared for the first time since 1980, given the unprecedented nature of the crisis. Inside, the young man in the cap, already distressed by his mother's warning text, slumped further, his shoulders shaking slightly. His companion, Ju Byung, watched him with growing concern, his own worry deepening with each passing moment. The young man muttered, shit." The young man in the cap, his face etched with a mixture of fear and despair, stared wide-eyed ahead. The distant city skyline visible through a window, a hazy orange glow painting the scene. A stark contrast to the sirens wailing in the distance, growing louder with each passing moment. Ju Byung, noticing the young man's distress, asked if he heard the sound of a fire truck, concerned about the unfolding crisis. The young man, his eyes darting around, responded that there was a fire, but that it was clear no one was coming to save them. Overwhelmed by despair, he muttered a curse, wishing he could burn the entire place down. The scene opens with a blurry, out-of-focus view of a city at sunset. The Korean word for fire is visible. A young man in a cap, his face etched with despair, is shown in close-up. He appears overwhelmed. Ju Byung approaches the young man in the cap, who is crouched down. Ju Byung asks, "Hey, where are you going?" The young man responds that he was looking for a trash can. Ju Byung expresses confusion, questioning the young man's intentions with the trash can. The young man, seemingly resolute, suggests they try something together, mentioning the fire. Ju Byung's expression shifts to one of alarm and disbelief as he questions the young man's cryptic suggestion. The young man, still looking distressed, states that he thinks the trash can was somewhere else. He seems confused and lost. A young man in a cap, seemingly distressed, spoke to his companion, Ju Byung. "Are you really going to do it?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. Ju Byung, equally worried, responded, "Are you out of your mind?" The young man's actions suggested a desperate plan. He rummaged through a trash can, muttering to himself, "Wouldn't there be something like a lighter?" He continued searching, his hope dwindling as he whispered, "I hope there's a lighter." Ju Byung watched from a distance, his expression a mixture of apprehension and disbelief as he observed the young man's actions. Ju Byung's concern escalated. "Hey! Are you out of your mind? Are you really going to set this place on fire?" he exclaimed, rushing towards the young man. The young man, seemingly oblivious to the danger, argued back, "If there's a fire they'll definitely come to put it off." Ju Byung's face was etched with worry, his eyes darted nervously as he watched the young man in the cap. His expression shifted to one of intense frustration as the young man's actions became clearer. The young man in the cap rummaged through a trash can, muttering to himself. He pulled out a lighter, a flicker of determination in his eyes. But his face fell as he realized it was empty. He couldn't light it. Ju Byung, his face etched with worry, urged the young man in a cap, "What are you doing here? Hurry up and let's go." The camera pans to reveal a monstrous, fleshy creature partially visible through a glass door, its form vaguely humanoid but disturbingly distorted. The young man's eyes widen in fear, his gaze fixed on the creature. Ju Byung, sensing the young man's terror, moves to restrain him. Another view of the creature, now fully revealed, shows its grotesque, fleshy form oozing from a doorway. It is clearly a threat. In certain areas of Seoul and Gyeonggi-do, an unknown virus has begun to spread. The government and health authorities are working to understand the situation, closing roads and facilities near the affected areas with the help of military forces, while simultaneously attempting to prevent the virus from spreading further. President Park declared Seoul a special disaster area. News reports show footage from isolated citizens, revealing a horrifying, monstrous creature emerging from the ground, causing widespread panic and fear. A horrifying scene unfolds across Seoul. A monstrous, organic entity, resembling a grotesque tree with bulbous growths, sprawls across the landscape. A woman stares in shock at her phone, her eyes wide with disbelief. She exclaims to her companion, "Oh my gosh. Honey, I think this situation is worse than we thought." Her companion, driving, responds with a worried, "Ha? Really?" They arrive at a checkpoint, noticing the unusual stillness and lack of activity. The woman asks, "Why isn't he picking up?" Her companion replies, "What?" The woman continues to try contacting someone, worriedly asking if it's a network problem. Her companion states, "No, he definitely picked it up before." A man's hand reaches into his pocket, revealing a small, glowing device. The woman, her face etched with worry, frantically tried to make a call, her thumb hovering over the phone screen. Meanwhile, the man observed the eerily quiet checkpoint, his gaze lingering on the deserted area. A stark contrast to the usual bustling activity. A sense of unease settled upon him. The man gasped, his eyes widening in shock as he witnessed something horrifying. A grotesque, pulsating mass oozing from a doorway nearby. He stumbled back, fear gripping him. One man expressed doubt, stating, "I don't think it's going to come in." His companion, however, was about to be proven wrong, as a grotesque, pulsating mass suddenly appeared before them. The man exclaimed in terror, "Fuck. It suddenly appeared. It scared the shit out of me." The second man, equally horrified, gasped, "Really?" But he trailed off, noticing something disturbing. The pulsating mass seemed to be growing larger. "Doesn't it seem to be getting bigger?" "Fucking monster," he exclaimed, noticing the disturbing resemblance to frog eggs. The first man, eyes wide with terror, recoiled in disgust as the mass seemed to reach out towards him. He could only utter a single word, "Hook." His companion, equally repulsed, could only manage a guttural yuck, as the horrifying sight overwhelmed him. A young man, clutching his stomach, doubled over in pain. Another young man, wearing a baseball cap, rushed to his side, asking, "Hey, you okay?" The pained young man groaned, "Hawk." He then asked, "Are you okay?" as he tried to help his friend up. The cap-wearing young man reassured him, "Don't worry. You are going to do it right." The pained young man, however, was clearly distressed, saying, "You said you were going to call a fire truck." He urged his friend, "Hurry up and do something." The scene opens with a wrecked cable car, its remains scattered across a platform. The air is thick with the smell of destruction. Two young men, young man 1 and young man 2, scramble through the debris, their movements frantic and desperate. Young man 1 gasps, his face etched with pain and fear, as he catches sight of something horrifying. A wide shot reveals the extent of the devastation, with a large, monstrous figure visible in the distance, causing young man 1 to gasp again. Young man 2, his face pale, looks on in horror. He holds a lighter in his trembling hand. Young man 1, despite his pain, urges his friend to act. "I don't think we can do it in here." Young Man 2 asks, why? Young Man 1 warned his friend about the lethal dangers of smoke inhalation in a fire, noting the presence of fire sprinklers. He then asked, so, what now? Young Man 2, after a moment of contemplation, suggested going to the third floor. Explaining his reasoning, the building had separate entrances and exits on each floor. Their plan involved one distracting the monster at the entrance while the other escaped via the exit, setting fire to the third floor to drive the monster away. Young Man 1 pointed out that the cable car was outside, meaning no sprinklers would be present on the cable car, allowing the fire and smoke to spread easily. He then asked, then who's going up? A tense silence hung in the air as both young men contemplated the dangerous choice before them. Young Man 1, overcome with fear and anxiety, gasped and called out his friend's name, Yunwoo. Young Man 1, terrified and desperate, voiced his concerns to Young Man 2. What if he brags about it later, he worried, highlighting the risk of Young Man 2's proposed escape plan. Young Man 2, anxious but resolute, countered that he's the one who went up. If it's his idea, he must go up and do it. Young Man 2 continued, emphasizing his own precarious situation. I'm in a dangerous situation, too. Because I'm the one who's with the monster right now. Meanwhile, Young Man 1, alone and visibly anxious, nervously lit a lighter. His hands trembling slightly as he struggled to ignite the flame. He gasped, then coughed, his face showing a mixture of fear and determination. He looked towards the building, a silent prayer on his lips. Ju Byung. I hope he's taking care of it. I have to trust him. With renewed resolve, Young Man 1 successfully lit a piece of paper. Young Man 1, his face etched with determination and anxiety, struggled to light a fire, his breath misting in the cold air. A small flame finally flickered to life, offering a fragile beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. But his relief was short-lived. A grotesque creature emerged from the shadows, its appearance causing him to gasp in horror. Panic seized Young Man 1 as the creature lunged, its screech echoing through the desolate space. He reacted instinctively, fleeing the immediate threat. Young Man 1, startled by a sudden attack, cried out in terror, "Kayak!" He reacted instinctively, shouting "fuck," as he attempted to defend himself. A burst of flame erupting near him as he was thrown back. And he fled the scene, his body ablaze. Gasping for air, Young Man 1 continued his desperate escape. A monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, letting out a guttural cook, its form partially obscured by fire and debris. Young Man 1, terrified, screamed "Keek," as he scrambled away, narrowly avoiding capture. Young Man 1, gasping for breath, stumbled through a doorway, his eyes wide with terror. A scene of fiery destruction unfolding before him. A monstrous creature, seemingly engulfed in flames, had wrecked the room. Its form partially obscured by the inferno. A ringing sound echoed, likely from Young Man 1's phone. Young Man 2's voice, urgent and relieved, cut through the chaos. "Hey, bro. The monster is burning to death." Young Man 1, still shaken, responded to Young Man 2 on the phone, his voice trembling. "It's gone." He pointed upwards, his voice filled with a mix of relief and lingering fear. "I think it went up there." Young Man 1, eyes wide with shock and distress, frantically spoke into his phone. "Why?" He continued, his voice strained. "When I was lighting the fire." Gasping for breath, he explained, "A monster tried to attack me and I got caught in the fire." He added urgently, "Now there's a fire at the exit." Young Man 2, running through the burning building, shouted into his phone, "So, I can't come back?" He frantically asked, "Now? What should I do?" Young Man 1, distressed and urgently calling someone, his face etched with worry, stares at his phone in disbelief as he witnesses a horrifying sight. A grotesque, monstrous creature emerges from a doorway, its many eyes gleaming menacingly. The scene shifts to a raging inferno. A room is engulfed in flames, the fire spreading rapidly. Young Man 2 coughs violently, struggling to breathe amidst the smoke and flames, desperately trying to escape the burning building. The fire continues to rage, consuming everything in its path. The scene is one of utter chaos and destruction. Young man 2, his face contorted in pain and fear, stumbles through the burning building, desperately seeking an exit. Young man 1 watched in horror as a wave of fire engulfed young man 2, who was desperately trying to escape the burning building. Young man 2 gasped for air, his body battered and bruised. A monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its grotesque form silhouetted against the flames. Young man 2, weakened and injured, could only utter a choked "okay" as the monster approached. He stumbled through the inferno, desperately trying to escape the monster's grasp. A monster lunged, its claws extended, and young man 2 screamed in terror. Young man 2, already injured, was thrown back by a powerful force. He gasped in pain as he scrambled away from the creature and the spreading flames. Young man 1 watched, horrified, as the monster advanced, its movements slow but menacing. Young man 2 continued his desperate escape, coughing and struggling to breathe amidst the smoke and fire. His face contorted in terror as he realized the extent of his predicament. He was trapped between a monstrous creature and a raging inferno. He collapsed, his body weakened by injury and exhaustion, as young man 1 could only watch in helpless horror. A monstrous creature, its flesh glistening with a sickly sheen, lunged forward. Its many eyes bulged, and its gaping maw threatened to consume everything in its path. A young man, his face etched with grim determination, declared, "I have no choice but to burn it to death." He hurled a burning object, a makeshift torch, towards the creature with a desperate cry of "Kaya!" The flames licked at the monster's grotesque form, causing it to recoil with a guttural "kyuk." But the fire's reach was short, leaving the creature still menacingly alive. The young man, his eyes wide with a mixture of relief and disbelief, whispered, "It didn't reach. Because of the wind." A monstrous creature, its flesh mottled and scarred, emerged from the shadows, roaring. Its gaping maw filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth. Young man 2, startled, could only utter a choked exclamation. He reacted instinctively, scrambling away from the creature's terrifying advance. Young man 2, desperate, attempted to fight back. He threw a burning object, the flames briefly engulfing the monster's grotesque form. The creature shrieked in pain, but quickly recovered, its burning flesh regenerating. Young man 2, horrified, cursed as he narrowly avoided being crushed. A monstrous creature emerged, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably grotesque, and attacked Yunwoo. Yunwoo, in a desperate attempt to fight back, set the creature ablaze. But the flames seemed to have little effect. The creature roared, "Keek," its voice echoing with rage and power. Young man 2, witnessing the scene, yelled, "Run!" Young man 2, terrified, narrowly escaped the creature's grasp, his face contorted in a mask of sheer terror. He gasped for air, his escape a testament to his desperate flight. The creature's attack continued, forcing young man 2 to flee down the stairs. His escape a blur of motion as he scrambled down the steps, desperately trying to put distance between himself and the horrifying creature. Both young men, now safely away, were left breathless and terrified, the horrifying encounter leaving an indelible mark on their minds. Yunwoo was urged to flee, a frantic voice shouting, "Run!" Another voice, filled with concern, questioned, "Yunwoo, what are you doing?" Yunwoo's eyes widened in terror. He began to run, his legs pumping as he ascended a staircase. Yunwoo, eyes wide with terror, scrambled down a staircase, his friend close behind him. Both boys screaming incoherently as they fled an unseen threat. In the distance, smoke billowed from a building, a dark cloud against the orange sky. Yunwoo stumbled, his glasses askew, gasping for breath. His friend continued to run, shouting incoherently as he disappeared around a corner. A trail of viscous, pulsating, flesh-like substance coated the floor. Yunwoo, his face etched with terror, scrambled away from the grotesque mass, uttering a sharp cry of MCH. He stumbled down the stairs, his movements frantic and desperate. He collapsed, gasping for breath, the substance clinging to his clothes. Uttering a string of curses, fuck. Yunwoo, his face contorted in terror, stumbled backward, eyes wide with fear as he recoiled from an unseen threat. A companion, his voice laced with exasperation and concern, shouted at him, "Sai, you punk, you didn't listen to me." You get cocky and went alone and continued his tirade. You failed to set fire properly and ruined everything. What are we going to do now? The companion's face was etched with worry and frustration as he stared at Yunwoo, his own fear barely concealed. The companion's words hung heavy in the air as Yunwoo, his body trembling, collapsed to the ground, muttering, "Ah, shit. Really?" His companion's voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the silence. "Do you really want to die?" An unidentified individual confronts Yunwoo, accusing him of being a scaredy cat who couldn't act during their mission. Yunwoo, visibly shaken, questions the validity of the accusations. The unidentified individual presses further, highlighting Yunwoo's failure to assist his teammates during their retreat. A heated argument ensues, with Yunwoo vehemently denying the accusations, only to be met with further condemnation. The unidentified individual's words hit home, leaving Yunwoo speechless and visibly distraught. Suddenly, the unidentified individual stops, noticing something alarming in the background. Yunwoo, still reeling from the accusations of cowardice, found himself being pulled down into a dark, subterranean space. The ground around him shifting and groaning under an unseen pressure. Revealing a horrifying sight, a mass of pulsating, fleshy growths, teeming with grotesque, writhing forms. Two individuals nearby reacted with terror, their screams echoing in the confined space. As creatures continued their relentless advance, forcing a desperate escape. Yunwoo and another individual, both visibly terrified, reacted with gasps and expletives as they witnessed a monstrous, amorphous creature through a partially transparent door. The creature, partially visible, was struggling against the closed door, its grotesque form contorted in frustrated rage. The second individual stated that because the door was closed, the creature couldn't get in. However, their brief moment of relief was shattered as both individuals stared in renewed horror. A portion of the creature's body, impossibly thin and elongated, slipped through a crack in the doorframe. Yunwoo and his companion reacted with renewed panic, shouting in fear and beginning to flee. Yunwoo, in a moment of frustrated disbelief, questioned how he was supposed to know that such a creature could slip through such a small gap. Panic erupted as Yunwoo and a group of unidentified individuals fled from an unseen threat, the sounds of their desperate escape echoing through the hallway. One of the fleeing individuals urged the others to silence and speed, shouting, "Shut up and run. Let's go to the other side." They continued their frantic dash, their fear palpable as they desperately sought refuge. But the horrifying reality of the situation crashed down upon them as they witnessed the destructive power of the creature that had pursued them. One of them exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth?" The scene before them revealed the extent of the creature's destructive capabilities. The once familiar building was now a ravaged ruin, twisted and contorted by an unseen force. A monstrous, organic growth had overtaken the structure, its tendrils snaking through the building's remains. Two young men hurried down a hallway, their faces etched with terror. They exchanged panicked glances, their fear escalating as they rounded a corner and saw something horrifying. A fire alarm blared, adding to the growing sense of dread. They gasped, their eyes wide with shock. The scene before them was catastrophic. A dark, ominous smoke billowed from a distance, a clear sign of something terrible. One of the young men let out a silent scream, his mouth agape in horror as the full extent of the destruction became clear. A wide shot reveals a scene of chaos and destruction. Cars are abandoned in a parking lot, smoke billows in the distance, and emergency vehicles are visible amidst the pandemonium. Meanwhile, two individuals are seen reacting to the unfolding events. One is attempting to light a lighter, while the other looks on in disbelief, gasping in shock. One of them urges the other to hurry and find something to light up, as a fire alarm blares in the background, indicating a fire on the third floor. Suddenly, a horrifying creature bursts into view, its grotesque form causing both individuals to gasp in terror. The creature's appearance is disturbing and unexpected. One of the individuals continues to struggle with the lighter, desperately pleading for it to light up, their fear palpable. Finally, with a flick of the wrist, the lighter ignites, offering a small beacon of hope amidst the overwhelming terror. Two young men, one wearing glasses, were engaged in an urgent conversation. "What are you doing?" Do we still have that much time? One of them asked, his voice laced with anxiety. The bespectacled young man stumbled, muttering, "Ah, sure." He looked up, eyes wide with shock, a single word escaping his lips, "Huh?" A guttural sound escaped his lips, "Fuck. Fuck." The two young men stared in disbelief as a monstrous, root-like creature emerged from a shattered window, its grotesque form slithering into the hallway. One of the young men screamed, "Ka!" A monstrous, fleshy creature, resembling a grotesque plant, breached the window of a room. It made a guttural sound, "Ku-eu-u-u." A young man, Yun-woo, witnessed the horrifying sight, his eyes wide with terror. He cried out, "It's coming through the window!" Overcome with panic, Yun-woo and another unidentified individual fled the room, their screams echoing through the air. "Kaya ah ah! Ah!" The unidentified individual stumbled, falling to the ground as Yun-woo continued his desperate escape. He muttered, "Fuck." Yun-woo, still running, narrowly avoided being crushed by a large potted plant that was thrown aside by the creature's movement. He cried out, "Hook!" Yun-woo, terrified, continued his desperate flight, his breath ragged in his chest. He glanced back, catching a glimpse of the injured individual sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. The scene was a blur of motion and fear, the monstrous creature's presence still heavy in the air. He urged his companion onward. Yun-woo, breathing heavily, clutched his backpack, his body trembling slightly. The lingering terror from his recent encounter still etched on his face. He let out a shaky breath, the sound barely audible. Another student, approaching Yun-woo, questioned him, "What did you say, Yun-woo?" "Me, scaredy cat?" The second student gasps. "Did you see that?" Yun-woo, still shaken, muttered, "Hawk. Is it time to say something like that? I'm not as clumsy as you are. Keep in mind that I saved you twice." The other student sigh. "Okay." Jubyung, a classmate, urgently shouted a warning, "Jubyung! Behind you!" Yun-woo, startled, turned to see a horrifying, decaying figure behind him, his eyes widening in terror as he registered the grotesque sight. He stumbled backward in shock, knocking into Jubyung, the impact sending both of them sprawling to the ground. Jubyung, coughing and gasping for breath, struggled to his knees, his face pale with fear and exertion. Jubyung, his face contorted in terror, cried out, "Fuck," as he frantically tried to light his lighter. A desperate plea escaping his lips, "Please." The horrifying creature lunged, its attack a blur of motion, knocking Jubyung to the ground with a sickening thud. Yun-woo watched in horror as Jubyung was violently attacked. The creature's grotesque form a nightmarish vision. Jubyung coughed up blood, his pleas for help growing weaker, his eyes wide with fear and pain. Yun-woo could only stare, paralyzed by terror. The lighter, dropped during the struggle, lay forgotten on the floor. Jubyung, severely injured and barely conscious, weakly gasped, "Help me." He strained to utter Yun-woo's name, his voice barely a whisper. As Yun-woo, paralyzed by fear, could only watch in horror as Jubyung coughed violently, his body racked with pain and his breathing ragged. A gasp escaped his lips. Another followed, each breath a struggle for survival. As he desperately tried to light his lighter, a futile attempt to defend himself against his unseen attacker. Yun-woo's eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape as he witnessed the gruesome scene unfolding before him. Jubyung, desperate, fumbled with a lighter, attempting to use it as a weapon against his attacker. But the creature, identified only as Mudok in Korean lettering on the panel, was far too powerful. It moved with unnatural speed and fluidity. The creature's attack was swift and brutal, leaving Jubyung severely injured and dying on the floor. Yun-woo, paralyzed by fear, could only watch as the creature's form shifted and flowed, its movements defying the laws of nature. The creature's viscous form enveloped Jubyung's body, leaving Yun-woo alone in the horrifying aftermath. A young man, his face contorted in a grimace, clutched his head in pain as he frantically fumbled for a lighter in his pocket. finally managing to strike a flame. A man's eye, wide with terror, is the only visible feature, peering from beneath a baseball cap. His mouth agape in a silent scream as a single tear tracks down his cheek. He sits crouched on the floor of a room, amidst scattered debris and bloodstains, as a grotesque, amorphous mass of dark tendrils engulfs the space around him. The man coughs violently, a guttural cook escaping his lips as a green, fiery substance erupts from his body. A man's body violently erupts in flames. The fiery eruption continues, consuming him. He screams in agony, kheu. A nearby man witnesses the horrifying scene, shouting "Aya" in terror. He yells, "Get lost," launching a desperate attack. The burning figure continues to writhe in pain, the man screams "Die, die, die," as he attacks again. A monstrous creature, its body a grotesque mass of pulsating flesh and gaping maws, let out a guttural coo. Its multiple eyes gleaming with malevolent intent as it opened its cavernous mouth in a silent roar, "Ka." An unnamed man, his face contorted in terror, lunged forward, his body tense with adrenaline as he desperately tried to escape the horrifying creature. He gasped, "Hawk." The man, fueled by primal fear, unleashed a desperate attack against the burning, possibly infected man before him, shouting "Aya." The creature, its form writhing and contorting, let out a final, pained groan, "Chajik. Chajik." The unnamed man observes a burning, infected figure on the ground. He notes, it's weak against fire. He gasps, witnessing the horrifying sight, and recoils in shock as the infected figure screams in agony. The man then uses fire to attack the infected figure, causing it to shriek in pain. The unnamed man, visibly shaken, flees the scene, gasping in terror. He looks back at the burning remains of the infected figure, still breathing heavily. The unnamed man, his breath hitching, let out a strained "Hawk." He witnessed a horrifying scene, a burning, infected man lay sprawled on the ground, the flames consuming his body. Terror seized the unnamed man, a gasp escaping his lips as he stared in disbelief at the gruesome sight, his mind reeling from the horror. He cried out, "Jubyung." The name a desperate plea amidst the overwhelming fear and trauma. The burning figure continued to smolder, a stark reminder of the brutal reality. A man, his face obscured, coughed violently, a guttural "Hyuk" escaping his lips. His face contorted in agony, tears streaming down his cheeks as he writhed in pain. Surrounded by flames, he cried out, "I'm really sorry." Another man, witnessing the horrific scene from a distance, watched in horror as the burning figure collapsed. His eyes wide with terror, he gasped, a silent scream escaping his lips. He stumbled backward, his gaze fixed on a grotesque, pulsating form visible through a nearby window. An unnamed man, eyes wide with terror, scrambled away from a window, his face contorted in a silent scream as grotesque, infected figures clawed at the glass. He stumbled back, gasping for breath, his heart pounding in his chest as he witnessed the horrifying scene unfolding outside. His breath hitched in his throat as he saw a burning, infected man, his body contorted in agony. The man's anguished cry was cut short by a guttural sound, a horrifying display of the infection's power. The unnamed man, paralyzed by fear, could only utter a choked sob, his mind reeling from the horrific sight. His eyes darted around wildly, searching for an escape, his body trembling uncontrollably as he whispered a name in distress. The unnamed man stumbled backward, his eyes wide with terror, his breath hitching in his throat as he took in the scene before him. A room ravaged by fire, the air thick with smoke and the stench of burning flesh. A horrifying, infected figure engulfed in flames writhed in the center of the room. Overcome with fear and desperation, the man cried out a name, his voice barely a whisper above the crackling inferno. The landscape outside the city limits was bleak, marked by the skeletal remains of trees and a general air of desolation. And Seoul Tower stood in the distance, a stark contrast to the ruined surroundings. The interior of a bus was shown, empty save for a few seats. The overall atmosphere was quiet and tense. The camera angle shifted, revealing more of the empty bus seats. The silence remained heavy. A young woman's face filled the frame, her eyes wide with terror, sweat beading on her forehead. She whispered, "Help." A terrified woman, her eyes wide with fear, broadcast a live video to her followers, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "How are you guys? Ha! On the streets, you all saw it, right?" She and a companion, having narrowly escaped a dangerous situation, found temporary refuge on a parked bus. "We just barely escaped. Now we are on a bus parked on the street. There are many buses around the cable car." The man, noticing the woman's continued livestream, reacted with alarm. "Why did you go live right now? Did you lose your mind? Hurry, turn it off." Undeterred, the woman defiantly declared, "Get lost, I'm going to do the live until the end." A live chat message from a concerned viewer, Zhang, appeared on screen. "Oh, you guys are safe. I was so worried about you guys." 7:25, the woman responded, "Hello, ID Zhang." Another message arrived, "My neighborhood is no joke right now, too." The woman replied, "Oh, really?" A young woman, Hongmi, prepared to go live on her phone, despite the worried protests of her male companion. He questioned if it was safe to broadcast right now. She insisted it was okay, believing there were no monsters nearby. He countered, "It's not okay, Hong." The scene shifted to show the interior of a school bus. It was revealed that this was a school trip. Originally, the entire class was on board, but now only a handful of students remained. The bus was mostly empty, with several students scattered throughout. The atmosphere was tense. Hongmi, visibly anxious, watched as her companion walked down the aisle. A series of text messages appeared on screen. One person expressed concern, another simply said "ah," and a final message asked, "Hongmi, do you know?" A live stream chat popped up on the screen. A viewer commented, "If you look at the cells, there's a nucleus inside of it." The woman, startled, exclaimed, "Ah, really? I didn't know that." Another viewer's comment appeared, "I watched it on YouTube 728. They told me to be more careful when it has." A viewer named Hongmi asked, "Hongmi, are you guys near Namsan cable car? Isn't it close to Seoul Station?" The woman, still live streaming, replied, "Yeah, we are, but why Seoul Station?" Another viewer responded, "I don't know because I don't live in Seoul 728. The news just told me to come to the temporary shelter near the affected area of Seoul Station." A final comment read, "Oh, that's right. Go to Seoul Station." The man beside her, increasingly anxious, questioned, "Temporary shelter? At Seoul Station?" More comments flooded the screen. "Watch the news. Seoul is blocked 729. I think you can get out of Seoul by train 729. Hurry up and go. 729". On a moving bus, a woman and a man reacted with alarm to a live stream message, "Seoul is being blocked?" The man swore, exclaiming, "What do we do now?" The woman, having received further information, suggested, "I think we need to go to Seoul Station." The man, seemingly having found a route, added, "I found a way to the Seoul Station. I don't think it's that far." Suddenly, the man's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief as he looked out the bus window, revealing a horrifying, monstrous creature lurking outside. The woman gasped, "Hey!" A monstrous creature lurked outside the bus, its grotesque form partially visible through the window. Its presence filling the passengers with a palpable sense of dread. The creature's distorted features were horrifyingly clear. Inside, several passengers huddled together, attempting to remain calm amidst the growing terror. Their faces etched with fear as they tried to ignore the monstrous figure outside. The man and woman from earlier were visibly shaken. The creature let out a guttural sound, a low, horrifying moan that echoed the growing panic within the bus. The unnamed man and woman exchanged panicked glances, their fear escalating. "Why isn't it going? Shit," the man exclaimed, his voice laced with terror. The woman, equally terrified, cried out, "Did we get caught? What should we do?" A monstrous creature, its flesh decaying and its mouth agape, let out a guttural cuck. Its grotesque form partially obscured by the back of a firetruck, a black cat watched from a distance, seemingly unfazed by the horrifying scene. The creature lurched forward, its movements slow and deliberate, yet terrifying in their monstrous nature. The black cat, its back to the viewer, continued its stroll seemingly oblivious to the danger nearby. The creature's head turned, its decaying features contorted in a silent snarl. The cat, now facing the viewer, stared with wide, unnervingly calm eyes. A black cat calmly walks past a monstrous, skeletal figure, seemingly unfazed by its presence. While inside a bus, several passengers huddle together, visibly shaken by a recent event. One passenger mutters, "Hawk." A young man, his face etched with fear, asks, Did it leave?" Another passenger informs the group, "Guys, it's a 1.4 kilometers walk to Seoul Station, about 30 minutes. The young man responds anxiously, "So what now?" He continues, expressing his concern, "It'll be dangerous outside," and Yunwoo. A young woman, her leg injured, is also worried, asking, "What about Yunwoo?" A young woman, injured and worried, spoke, "Yunwoo will be waiting for us, there." A group of teenagers recounted their escape, one stating, "When we ran away, I definitely saw him." The woman continued, her voice strained, "Yun, he was looking at us from the second floor. I'm sure he's waiting for us, even now, we can help." Another young man, hesitant and fearful, suggested, "You can try going alone." The woman's eyes widened in terror, reflecting her fear and desperation. The young man sighed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Look, the situation isn't good." The unnamed man, his face etched with worry and determination, addressed the unnamed woman and Yunwoo. He insisted that they must trust him, explaining that returning to the dangerous location would be suicidal. He stressed the urgency of the situation, emphasizing the extreme peril of going back. His conviction was unshakable, he believed that any attempt to return would be futile and deadly. The unnamed man's words hung heavy in the air. He declared that Yunwoo could not possibly still be alive, given the circumstances. Yunwoo coughed, his body collapsing onto the floor amidst the raging inferno. The room was engulfed in flames, a desperate gasp escaping his lips as he struggled to breathe amidst the smoke and heat. Suddenly, the room's sprinkler system activated, a torrent of water cascading down from the ceiling, momentarily subduing the flames and offering Yunwoo a brief respite. He coughed again, the sound ragged and weak, as the water continued to extinguish the fire around him. The intense heat slowly receding, leaving behind a scene of devastation and smoke. Yunwoo, severely injured and weakened, gasped for air amidst the lingering smoke and debris of the fire. His body was scorched, his clothes torn. He lay on the ground, his limbs splayed out, struggling to catch his breath. The heat from the fire had left him drenched in sweat. His vision blurred, and he could barely make out the shapes around him. He coughed, a rattling sound escaping his lips. His hands trembled as he tried to touch his face, feeling the raw burns across his skin. The pain was intense, but he pushed through it. He noticed droplets of blood welling up on his palm, a stark reminder of his injuries. His body ached, his lungs burned. With a final, desperate effort, he used his trembling fingers to wipe away the blood and clear his vision. He was alive, but barely. Water droplets, likely from a sprinkler system, landed on a scorched surface. Yunwoo gasped, lying on the floor of a burning building, severely injured but alive. The fire raged around him, consuming the room. His body was drenched in both water and sweat, a testament to the intense heat and the sudden, life-saving deluge. He cursed, a single word escaping his lips, "Fuck." A hand, glistening with rain, reached out, fingers splayed, gasping, it collapsed onto the wet ground. The body slumped, revealing a young man in disarray, his other hand, similarly marred, lay limp beside him. More droplets, viscous and dark, welled up on his skin. The unnamed young man clutched at his head, sweat beading on his brow. A viscous, bubbling substance oozing from a wound on his palm. As images of a building engulfed in flames flashed before his eyes. "Fuck!" he muttered. He lay collapsed on the ground, his body drenched in sweat, near a burning building. His vision blurred, the world around him fading into a hazy red. A single word escaped his lips, "Ugh." The scene opens on a panoramic view of Seoul, the iconic Seoul Tower visible in the distance. The overall atmosphere is one of quiet unease, the landscape subtly hinting at recent upheaval. As several empty tour buses sit parked in a lot, their red paint stark against the muted colors of the surrounding environment. The stillness is palpable, broken only by the distant sounds of the city. The unnamed young man, still recovering from his mysterious injury, found himself near a bustling bus stop. His vision blurry, he peered from behind a pillar, his expression one of intense concentration. Observing the street scene, a sense of unease washing over him as he noticed something amiss. His eyes widened, a look of dawning horror replacing his previous unease as he witnessed a building engulfed in flames. The young man's face contorted in a grimace of pain and fear, his earlier injury clearly worsening. An unnamed young man, already injured, stumbled towards a bus, his movements hampered by his worsening condition. Desperately trying to pull open the doors as he gasped for breath. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion. He was clearly in distress. Another passenger, seeing the young man's plight, urged him on, shouting, "It's open! Hurry up!" The young man, along with two other passengers, scrambled aboard the bus. But even as they boarded, the young man's thoughts turned to another person, as he muttered, "Seriously, can't she run faster? Didn't we run past her?" A young woman frantically searched, asking a young man, "Where's the key?" He replied weakly, "I'm not sure. I'm searching." The woman, unconvinced, questioned his ability to drive, "But are you really sure that you can drive?" He insisted, "My Eurobus playing time is 120 hours. Trust me." The young man groaned in pain as he was helped onto a bus. Another young woman, Hongmi, noticed his distress and helped him. The unnamed young man urged Hannah to reconsider her decision, his words sharp with concern. "Hannah, think about it again. Are you really going to give up?" Hongmi, her face etched with distress, voiced her own weariness and frustration. "I'm sick of hanging out with you now." The young man, his expression grim, countered, "We can't stay here. Just by whining we can't do anything." On a bus, the unnamed young man and Hannah sat together, while Hongmi stood nearby, observing them. She asked the young man, "What do you want me to say?" Hongmi, her voice tight with emotion, instructed him, "Don't be a jerk to Hannah." He retorted, "That's how I am, now go." As the bus lurched, Hannah cried out in pain, "Ouch." Hannah, her leg injured, winced in pain. As the unnamed young man, concerned, asked if her leg was okay. He urged her to sit down, noting her sickly appearance. While Hannah, visibly distressed, looked around the bus. The young man, noticing her confusion, questioned what was happening. And then, with a smirk, asked Soyeon if she knew what was going on. The young man, having earlier questioned Hannah and Soyeon, revealed a discovery. "I found this earlier, every bus seat has one of these." He presented a small, red emergency hammer, causing Soyeon to react with a look of startled recognition. The young man clarified, "It's an emergency hammer?" He explained his actions, stating, "I was collecting items." He offered Hannah an emergency hammer, expressing concern, "We don't know if we got caught up in another situation, do we? Like in the cable car. I'll give you this one. If you think you're going to be caught by a monster, use it." Hannah accepted the hammer, quietly saying, "Okay." The unnamed young man, having just distributed emergency hammers, urged Hannah and Soyeon to follow him, stating, "Now stop wasting time and follow me." He then broke into a run, sprinting away from the bus stop. His sudden burst of speed leaving Hannah and Soyeon slightly breathless, a gasp escaping Hannah's lips as she watched him go. The perspective shifted, showing a street scene with a small restaurant visible in the distance, suggesting the young man's destination. From inside a building, a shadowy figure observed the young man and a group of others running towards the same location. Soyeon's face, contorted in a grimace of intense anger and determination, filled the panel. Her eyes burned with a fierce light. The scene shifted to a bus stop, where several buses were parked. The atmosphere was tense and expectant. Hannah and the unnamed young man stood near a bus, their conversation hinting at a critical search. That bus is the last one, the young man stated, his voice laced with urgency. Hannah voiced her concern. What if we don't find any key on that bus too? The young man's face was etched with grim determination. His internal monologue revealed his resolve. We have to walk to Seoul Station. He announced his decision to his companions. Let's go for now. The unnamed young man, his resolve hardened, took off running, leading Hannah and Soyeon in pursuit. The unnamed young man, Hannah, and Soyeon approached a bus. The young man reached for the door, pulling it open despite a warning from within. He gasped as he saw something inside. A horrifying sight that caused him to recoil in shock. You shouldn't open that, kid, someone inside yelled. The young man's eyes widened in terror as he stared at the creature within the bus. He choked back a sound. As creature lunged, its form obscured by darkness. A violent struggle ensued, the sounds of a desperate fight echoing from within the bus. A young man, pursued by an unseen force, stumbled through the city streets, his desperate cries of "Arg! Fuck!" echoing in his wake. He frantically urged his companions, Hannah and Soyeon, to flee, shouting, "Fast run," as they scrambled for safety. They found momentary refuge inside a bus, but their relief was short-lived as they saw something terrifying. A woman, her face contorted in terror, burst from a nearby establishment, her screams swallowed by the escalating chaos. Her wide eyes and gaping mouth spoke of a horror too terrible to describe. The unnamed young man, Hannah, and Soyeon stared in horror, their eyes wide with terror. As a woman's voice cut through the air, sharp with panic, "That bus is full of monsters. Run!" The three young people, along with several others, immediately fled into the street, their faces etched with fear. Their desperate escape a chaotic scramble for safety as they ran from the monstrous threat. A guttural scream escaping the young man's lips as the reality of the situation crashed down upon him. Hannah and Soyeon, caught in the panicked rush, were swept along with the crowd, their fear palpable as they struggled to escape the unseen horror. A young man gasped, his heart pounding in his chest as he stumbled into a crowded bus stop, his backpack askew. Hannah and Soyeon, nearby, watched in shock. The other passengers reacting with a mixture of fear and confusion as the young man's frantic breaths filled the air. Soyeon's eyes widened, a look of dawning horror on her face as she realized the source of his terror. Relief washed over her as she heard the young man exclaim, "Soyeon, you're safe." Soyeon, visibly shaken but safe, was surrounded by concerned onlookers. The young man's relief was palpable. The unnamed young man gasped, his breath hitching in his throat. His eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief as he stared into the darkness. His body tensed, ready for whatever might emerge from the shadows. A guttural sound echoed from the depths, a low hawk that sent shivers down his spine. The young man's heart pounded in his chest as he braced himself for the unknown. A monstrous figure slowly materialized before him, its grotesque form a horrifying sight that stole his breath. The unnamed young man, swinging a makeshift weapon, yelled, "Get lost," at an unseen assailant. But his attack was met with a swift counter. A monstrous hand reached out, grabbing him. The creature's touch causing him immediate pain and terror. His eyes wide with fear, the young man whimpered, "Why did you do that?" He explained, weakly, I asked for help." The unnamed young man, his face contorted in terror, begged for his life. "I begged you to save me," he cried, his voice filled with desperation. He then called out a name, a desperate plea for help, Jubyung. Overcome with remorse, the young man confessed, I'm sorry. I wanted to help, too." But his efforts were futile, he was powerless against the monstrous creature. "But I couldn't help it either." His eyes wide with fear, the young man's terror was palpable. A calming voice cut through the chaos. "It's okay." A shadowy figure, its form barely visible, spoke, its voice a low, chilling whisper, "It just needs to be the same." The words hanging heavy in the air as it continued, "You and me." A sinister promise echoing in the darkness. "If you become the same, it'll be okay, right?" The unnamed young man watched in horror as grotesque, bubbling growths erupted across his hands. a horrifying transformation taking place before his very eyes. A scream tore from his throat. A raw, desperate sound of pure terror. The young man awoke with a gasp, his body racked with pain. He cried out. A wave of nausea washing over him as he struggled to sit up. His vision blurring as he coughed, a low hawk escaping his lips. He looked around the unfamiliar room, confusion clouding his mind. A sudden jolt of pain shot through his hand, causing him to cry out in surprise. Up! He looked down at his bandaged hand, noticing something was terribly wrong. An unnamed young man, confused and in pain, sat slumped in a chair. Two officers, one in a yellow uniform and the other in a dark uniform, stood nearby, observing him. One of the officers addressed his superior, quietly excusing himself, while the other officer approached the young man, noting that he had woken up and asking if his hand was all right. The young man winced, clearly in discomfort. The officer in the yellow uniform reassured him, telling him to stay comfortable, and instructed him to fill out a form, explaining that another officer would guide him to a facility. The young man, still clearly disoriented, looked at the form and asked if he needed to write his address. The officer clarified that only contact information was required. An unnamed young man, disoriented and in pain, sat slumped over a desk, while uniformed personnel busied themselves with paperwork nearby. He looked up, his expression one of confusion, a single ellipsis escaping his lips. A uniformed officer explained, "There's a fire department in Namsan. A friend of mine is working there. Found you." The young man remained confused, his head bowed low. Then, he looked up again, asking, "What is this place for?" The scene opens with a high-angle view of a large, empty gymnasium. Rows of bleachers are visible, along with a basketball court. A walkway overlooks the main floor. Two men stand on the walkway, observing the scene below. One explains that the building was previously a local sports facility. He continues, explaining that following an official letter from Disaster Management Headquarters, the building is now being used as a temporary shelter for those rescued from the affected neighborhood. On the main floor, numerous people are gathered, sitting and resting. A man in a yellow jacket shakes hands with another man, seemingly coordinating relief efforts. A conversation ensues among the people in the shelter, expressing concern and confusion about the situation. One man questions the logic of the current arrangement. Meanwhile, a young man approaches two uniformed personnel, pleading to be allowed to go to Bundangu. His request is denied. An unnamed young man, his face etched with desperation, asked a guard, "Can't I go out to Seoul right now?" The guard, his face partially obscured by a mask, responded that Seoul was completely blocked off to prevent the virus from spreading to other regions. The young man's eyes widened in alarm. "OMG, already? That's not good." He then urgently requested to contact his parents, asking the guard, "Excuse me, I have to call my parents." The guard, showing a flicker of empathy, offered to help, saying, "Wait a minute. Let me search your belongings right away." The unnamed young man stood in a large, empty room, his expression one of profound despair. His hands, wrapped in bandages, clenched into fists. A stark reminder of his recent ordeal. He flexed his injured hand, a grimace twisting his features. A wave of pain washing over him. His anxiety intensified, fueled by a growing sense of isolation and the urgent need to contact his parents. His eyes darted around the room, his mind racing. He was trapped, alone, and his fear was palpable. A sudden, jarring image flashed before his eyes, a fiery inferno, two fire trucks racing towards a scene of devastation. The Korean words "urgent emergency" screamed from the panel. The vision intensified, the sound of sirens echoing in his mind. His breath hitched in his throat, a fresh wave of terror washing over him. The unnamed young man, his face contorted in a grimace, sweat beading on his brow, heard a sound. It was faint at first. A siren's call, growing louder with each passing moment. He could hear it clearly now, a chilling sound that sent shivers down his spine. But the source remained elusive. His hands trembled, water dripping from them, as he struggled to understand the nature of this unsettling auditory experience. A vision of fire flashed before his eyes, a terrifying image of flames consuming him. He fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the intensity of the hallucination. Yet, amidst the terror, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. "I'll survive," he muttered, a desperate whisper against the overwhelming fear. The young man stood alone in a large, empty gymnasium, his hands wrapped in bandages. He appeared to be in deep thought, his head bowed. A sudden jolt of pain shot through him, causing him to recoil sharply. His eyes widened in alarm as he muttered an exclamation of surprise. His face contorted in a mask of terror as the intensity of his hallucination increased. His expression was one of pure, unadulterated fear. A close-up revealed a sinister smile on a man's face, his eyes hidden behind a dark cloth. The expression was unsettlingly cheerful. The young man stood alone in a gymnasium, his gaze fixed on his phone. He appeared lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to the other students gathered nearby. A subtle tremor ran through his body as he checked his phone again, his expression shifting from pensive to one of growing unease. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm, a sharp exclamation escaping his lips as a new wave of terror washed over him. "Crack," he muttered, his face contorted in fear. His features sharpened, his eyes darting around wildly as the young man's terror intensified, his hallucination worsening. A young man, his face etched with fear, encountered a grinning individual who declared, "Awesome." The grinning man's smile widened, his expression unsettlingly intense. Causing the young man to visibly recoil, his eyes wide with alarm, he uttered a single, strained "ah." The scene shifted, showing the young man now being held by the grinning man, who continued to smile, while another figure looked on. The young man, still visibly shaken, pointed towards a corner, stating, "Ah, guys. Look, there's Isul in the corner. You see?" The unnamed young man, his face etched with growing terror, asked, "Hey, where is everyone else?" The grinning man, seemingly amused by the young man's distress, pressed further, asking, "Was there anyone else with you? Don't you always stick with Jubyung? So where is he?" A close-up on the grinning man's unsettling smile heightened the young man's anxiety as he looked at his friend. His friend, equally disturbed, could only utter, "Those F***ers." A teacher addressed her students, announcing, "Kids, I've thought about your group project." She continued, explaining that the project would involve experiential learning, and that she would review their work after their activities. Students voiced their concerns and complaints about the assignment's workload, with one student questioning if the teacher was overdoing it. The students discussed their group project and plans to go to an internet cafe together. Yunwoo sighed, slumping over his desk. He muttered about the experiential activities their teacher had assigned, commenting that it was elementary level and that schools were really salty. His friend asked him what he wanted to do. Yunwoo stated he had no ideas, prompting his friend to declare he would be the leader if Yunwoo didn't have any suggestions. The friend then threatened to kill Yunwoo if he asked to go to another animation movie. Suddenly, Yunwoo's friend had a great idea, attending the huge cosplay event in Seoul. Yunwoo immediately rejected the idea, calling his friend a crazy bitch and refusing to participate. His friend then asked who else he planned to go with. Yunwoo reiterated that he wouldn't go with him. Yunwoo sat alone, his expression downcast. He reflected on the events that had transpired, a sense of abandonment settling over him. A question forming in his mind as he watched his friends from afar. "They just left you guys there," he thought, his voice laced with disbelief as he observed the scene before him. The scene depicted a group of his friends, their faces etched with worry and concern, huddled together in a large hall. He felt a surge of anger, muttering to himself, "Those shitheads?" Meanwhile, outside, a group of young people were seen playfully climbing onto the roof of a bus, their carefree laughter echoing in the air. The contrast between their jovial mood and Yunwoo's isolation was stark. A young woman, her face a mixture of shock and indignation, watched the scene unfold. Her expression mirrored Yunwoo's internal turmoil. Yunwoo, still brooding, simply uttered a single word, "Ah." The weight of his feelings remained unspoken, heavy in the air. Two of Yunwoo's friends, Kang Ji-hoon and Han Sung-kyu, laughed, discussing Yunwoo's predicament. They considered his situation a betrayal and referred to themselves as shitheads. Meanwhile, Yun-woo, alone and brooding, reflected on the situation, identifying Kang Ji-hoon and Han Sung-kyu as the ones who had tricked him into running errands for them. He vowed to make them pay for their deception. His friends, oblivious to his simmering anger, continued their conversation, seemingly unconcerned about the network's status. Yun-woo, having survived the ordeal, felt a sense of relief, but his friends questioned his certainty. A concerned Kangmin approached Yun-woo, her worry evident in her expression. The scene shifted to show Yun-woo's friends, who dismissed Yun-woo's claims as lies, labeling them as disgusting bookworms shielding each other. They mocked Yun-woo's studious nature, highlighting their perception of his naivete and suggesting that he only reads books during school trips. Isol, overcome with guilt, apologized to Yun-woo, stating that she didn't know he was so young. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon, noticing Yun-woo's distress, questioned Isol's earlier statement, and warned her to watch her words. Han Sung-kyu and Kang Ji-hoon looked at each other, confused. Yun-woo, his voice barely a whisper, revealed that all his friends had died within a short period. His eyes, filled with grief and unspoken pain, reflected the devastating loss he had suffered. Kang Ji-hoon, finally understanding the gravity of the situation, asked what had happened to them. Kang Ji-hoon, concerned, questioned Yun-woo, "Didn't you encounter monsters in your way? How did you survive and come all the way here?" Yun-woo, still visibly shaken, simply replied, I was just lucky." Kang Ji-hoon, along with Han Sung-kyu and Isol, observed Yun-woo. Kang Ji-hoon added, "It's not the first time I've been in trouble." He then tried to lighten the mood, saying, "Hey Yun-woo." Kang Ji-hoon continued, trying to steer the conversation away from Yun-woo's trauma, "So, besides those MFs, where?" Yun-woo's expression darkened, and Kang Ji-hoon, noticing his friend's discomfort, quickly changed the subject, saying, never mind." Yun-woo questioned, "Why, what is it?" but Kang Ji-hoon dismissed his concern, replying, "No, it's nothing. He. Anyway, it was really hard for me, too." Yun-woo sat alone, his bandaged hand hidden, a picture of quiet misery. Kang Ji-hoon noticed Yun-woo's injury, expressing concern. Yun-woo downplayed the injury, claiming it was a minor burn and urging Ji-hoon not to worry. He subtly avoided discussing the true extent of his injuries. Ji-hoon, sensing Yun-woo's reluctance to discuss the matter, changed the subject, asking to borrow his phone. Yun-woo, accepting Ji-hoon's offer, used the phone to call his mother. His mother's shocked and frantic reaction was evident as she received the news. The scene shifted to show Yun-woo's mother rushing to the scene, where police officers were present, and a man exclaimed Yun-woo's name in alarm. Yun-woo, deeply distressed, used Kang Ji-hoon's phone to call his mother, explaining that it was his friend's phone. His voice trembling as he revealed his predicament. His mother, hearing his voice, immediately broke down in tears, unable to speak for a moment. Earlier, Yun-woo and his companions had been forced to abandon their car on a highway near Seoul due to its closure, continuing their journey on foot to Yanggidong. However, the rapid spread of the cellular infection blocked many parts of Seoul, preventing them from entering the city. Communication was further hampered by a server failure, leaving Yun-woo's mother sleepless with worry. Upon hearing her son's voice, Yun-woo's mother's initial panic gave way to relief. Yun-woo, speaking to his mother on the phone, reported that he was safe in a shelter. His mother sounded relieved at the news and expressed concern for his well-being, asking if he was hurt. Yun-woo's voice conveyed his distress, even as he reassured her. Later, at a medical facility, doctors examined Yun-woo's injuries. They noted a third-degree burn on his arm and observed that the surrounding tissue was beginning to die due to necrosis. The doctors questioned how the fire started in the cable car. Yun-woo, still shaken, could only offer a troubled response, leaving the cause of the fire a mystery. Yun-woo, his face pale and drawn, looked up at the doctor, his voice barely a whisper, "Is it okay?" The doctor reassured him, "Hey, once or twice in a work. We did the burn treatments, too. It'll get better after some time, so don't worry. Trust me." The doctor continued, observing Yunwoo's anxious gaze. You must had a hard time outside, so you should relax now. From the hospital window, Yunwoo saw a chaotic scene outside. A large-scale quarantine zone had been established, complete with military personnel and medical tents. A sign read, "With the military dispatched, everyone is safe." However, a doctor's hushed words revealed a darker truth. "Fuck, they're telling the public officials to die. The excess allowance is like a rat's tail, huh?" A doctor finished treating Yunwoo's burns, jokingly remarking that he couldn't complain in front of a patient, before reassuring him that the treatment was complete. The doctor then offered a word of encouragement, advising Yunwoo to hang in there. He further emphasized that the hospital was a safe place where Yunwoo could relax. Yunwoo, however, remained pensive, his gaze betraying a lingering unease. Leaving the examination room, Yunwoo walked through a hospital corridor, his bandaged hands visible, passing by masked medical personnel. Yunwoo, his body still wrapped in bandages, walked down a hallway, his steps slow and deliberate. A quiet determination etched on his face. He muttered to himself, the words barely audible, step by step. The thought echoed in his mind, "I survived." He looked down at his bandaged hand, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A stark reminder of the ordeal he had endured. The words, "I risked my life so that you could survive," appeared on the page, a silent testament to the sacrifice made for him. His gaze hardened, a surge of anger and frustration rising within him. He muttered, "Biku," the name a low growl. "But why did you do that to me?" Yunwoo's silent question hung heavy in the air. His gaze, filled with unspoken accusations, fell upon the figure before him. "But you," he thought, the unspoken words a dam about to break. "You saw me, right? But you didn't help me." The memory of his ordeal flashed before his eyes as he recalled the bystanders' indifference. He then uttered a name, sharp and accusatory, Park Soyun. The image of Park Soyun, seemingly unconcerned, contrasted sharply with Yunwoo's emotional turmoil. She sat beside another girl, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Park Soyun, seemingly oblivious to Yunwoo's distress, checked her phone, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. Park Soyun, seemingly unfazed by Yunwoo's earlier accusations, reviewed a picture of him on her phone. A faint smirk playing on her lips as she studied his distressed expression. A monstrous, inky black hand burst through a window, its tendrils reaching into the apartment, leaving behind only a shattered pane and a lingering sense of dread. The apartment was largely empty, save for a few scattered items on a coffee table and plants near the balcony. Yunwoo, visibly shaken, was cradled in Park Soyun's arms. He whimpered softly, "Hugh." "Fluke." Yunwoo, shaken and sobbing, clung to Park Soyun for comfort, while Soyun, her own expression unreadable, offered a silent embrace. Yunwoo's wide, terrified eyes reflected the trauma she had just experienced. A live emergency press conference was underway. The South Korean president addressed the nation, revealing the outbreak of a new, unidentified mutant virus and the significant damage it had caused across the country. The government, he announced, had mobilized all resources for a citywide quarantine. A sweeping view of Seoul showed the extent of the devastation: damaged buildings, wrecked vehicles, and a city in chaos. The president continued, assuring the public that a 3-week lockdown would be sufficient to purify Seoul. Military personnel, clad in hazmat suits, were already in the streets, carrying out the quarantine. Park Soyun, witnessing the unfolding events on television, displayed a look of grim determination. A news report announced a new classification system for areas affected by the virus, categorizing them by levels 1 to 4, with level 4 indicating the most severe viral proliferation. Park Soyun anxiously typed on her tablet, following the unfolding crisis. As the news urged citizens in dangerous areas to cooperate and seek shelter. In a cafe, several patrons reacted with varying degrees of concern to the news. Some appearing distressed, others seemingly resigned. One woman, overwhelmed, slumped over her table, while another person nearby seemed to offer assistance. An elderly woman, irritated, questioned a young man behind a counter, "How long are you going to act like this?" The young man, seemingly unfazed, responded with a chuckle, Thank you, ma'am." Later, a group of school children were offered drinks by a woman. One girl accepted, saying, "Thank you." Others joined in, exclaiming, "What? Me too," as they eagerly took the offered drinks. The woman, observing them, remarked, "Oh my, hey kid, are you kids on a school trip?" A young man, wearing glasses and a cap, approached Park Soyeon and her friend. He asked if they had seen the news, referencing the escalating virus crisis. Soyeon's friend expressed surprise. The panel shows an interior scene, focusing on an air conditioner unit. This provides a visual break in the conversation. Soyeon's friend continued to question the severity of the situation, specifically mentioning the third and fourth levels of infection, prompting Soyeon to react with a look of concern. Another friend called out to Soyeon. The young man with glasses suggested that they should move, given the worsening situation. The young man with glasses anxiously questioned whether they needed to wait for rescue, as the news had suggested. Soyeon's friend, somewhat dismissive, countered that it was merely a suggestion, and inquired about the expected rescue timeline. Meanwhile, Soyeon, overcome with worry, confessed her inability to contact her parents and explained the difficulties she was facing in reaching them. Her friend attempted to reassure her, suggesting that everything would be all right, attributing the communication issues to poor network connectivity. Park Soyeon, overwhelmed with worry, decided to call Yeonwoo. She anxiously wondered if he would answer her call, the uncertainty weighing heavily on her. Soyeon, despite her gratitude for Yeonwoo's help, found herself struggling with intense self-loathing. She expressed her feelings, wishing him safety, even though she was struggling with her own internal conflict. A stark title card appeared, declaring in bold letters, "I'm the one who left you there." Hongmi, the vlogger, cheerfully greeted her viewers, asking them to guess her location. Her friends watched, commenting on her actions, while others discussed her recent survival vlog and its increased viewership. Hongmi continued her playful guessing game with her audience, revealing her location to be a pork cutlet restaurant, and excitedly explaining that the restaurant owner had saved them. Hongmi, cheerful and animated, live-streamed from a pork cutlet restaurant, excitedly exclaiming, "She helped everyone. There are other survivors in the back." Meanwhile, a man watched her stream, commenting, "I can't. The atmosphere over here is weird. Can I even say hello?" The man, clearly stressed, muttered to himself, "You'll give me 10k1, well." Hongmi, still live streaming, spotted Choi Hyundai and called out to him, "Hey, Choi Hyundai. Look here. Hyundai." As she continued her broadcast, two comments popped up on screen, "He and ha 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 ha." Hongmi, seemingly unfazed, simply stated, "I am doing my best, okay." Hongmi, cheerful and engrossed in her live stream, called out to her grandmother, who was busy in the kitchen. Then, she excitedly proposed an interview with her grandmother, the owner of the pork cutlet restaurant. But her grandmother, startled, seemed unable to respond immediately. Meanwhile, Choi Hyundai, sitting at a nearby table, grew increasingly annoyed by the commotion and asked Hongmi to turn off her live stream, expressing his frustration at the inappropriate atmosphere. Hongmi, slightly annoyed by Choi Hyundai's interruption, wondered why he was telling her what to do. Choi Hyundai's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening into a mask of barely suppressed frustration. He watched as his niece, Hongmi, continued her live stream, seemingly oblivious to his mounting irritation. Hongmi's grandmother, startled by the sudden intrusion, looked on with wide, confused eyes. Choi Hyundai's voice, though low, carried a sharp edge as he addressed Hongmi, "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" His words were a clear instruction, "When I said nicely to turn it off, then turn it off." Hyundai's gaze intensified, his frustration palpable as he waited for his niece's response. Hongmi, mid-live stream, stared wide-eyed at her grandmother, speechless. As Choi Hyundai approached, his annoyance evident in his posture, his frustration growing with each passing moment. And finally, he stood before Hongmi, his expression grim. Choi Hande's irritation was palpable, he clearly wanted the live stream to end. He explained to Hongmi, I just asked her to turn off the live stream. Choi Hande, his face etched with clear annoyance, silently glared at Hongmi, his unspoken frustration palpable. The tension in the room thickening as he finally spoke, his words sharp and low, turn it off. His sigh a testament to his mounting exasperation, sigh, *TTY rude kids. Hongmi, her face flushed, retorted, what's wrong with you? Why are you getting angry at kids? Her voice rising in indignation as she defended herself against his outburst. Choi Hande, his expression hardening, muttered under his breath, why should I be nice to those rude kids? Hongmi, observing her uncle's anger, wondered aloud, why is that uncle so angry? Choi Hande, exasperated, demanded that she turn off her live stream, exclaiming, turn it off. Why are you doing a live stream when people are sensitive? Hongmi, feeling the weight of his frustration, began to cry, sniffling softly. She explained, tears welling up, it's just, everyone looked so down, so I was just trying to bring up the mood. Choi Hande, still upset, shouted, Hongmi, what are you crying about? Another girl comforted Hongmi, saying, don't cry, Hongmi. Are you okay, Hongmi? Hongmi's friend offered comfort, stating, if you cry, I'll cry too. Hongmi's friend's words hung in the air as Hongmi's friend looked on with concern. Meanwhile, outside the cafe, Choi Hande anxiously peered through the window. His expression shifting from concern to a sudden look of alarm. He reacted with a frustrated outburst, shouting, Ach! Fuck! Inside a bustling cafe, a group of friends reacted with shock and alarm, their faces contorted in expressions of surprise. What? One exclaimed. As a ginger cat peeked from behind a nearby wall, its yellow eyes gleaming. Its paw extending cautiously from the top of a window, causing further commotion among the friends as they noticed the feline intruder. The cat, seemingly unfazed by the attention, sat calmly outside a bus stop, letting out a loud meow. The friends, still slightly startled, whispered amongst themselves, a cat. Hongmi and her friends were in a cafe when they noticed someone running past. A cat was eating from a plate on the floor. The cafe owner, upon seeing the cat, exclaimed, oh my baby, you're eating a lot. She then warned Choi Hande, you shouldn't let wild animals enter here now, it'll be a big trouble. The owner defended her actions, stating, what? Silence. I, owner of this place, allowed it in. The cat hissed, seemingly annoyed by the attention. A group of young people cooed over a cat in a cafe, commenting on its friendly nature. One girl exclaimed, he really loves people. Meanwhile, the cafe owner, her back to the customers, appeared lost in thought. She turned, a look of concern on her face, and asked a young girl, what is it? The owner sighed, stating, I can't see Jiam-sun. The two of you always stick together. Later, the cat, Jiam-sun, was seen grooming itself in a back alley. Jiam-sun, the missing cat, was seen alone in a back alley, its wide eyes reflecting the dim light. A nearby pigeon lay dead on the ground, its body broken and lifeless. The cat, seemingly unfazed, continued its journey down the alley, its nonchalant gait suggesting a recent meal. Jiam-sun's gaze was intense as it approached something unseen. A woman's face, etched with worry, registered shock as she exclaimed, Seoul. A young man, checking his phone, responded urgently, yes. We must go to the shelter near Seoul Station. This topic has been all over the news recently. He continued, explaining, it's not safe for us to stay here any longer, according to the map, it only takes 20 minutes to get there. An older woman warned the young man and woman about the dangers of traveling to Seoul Station, noting the distance and the monsters that infested the roads. The young man acknowledged the risks, stating that the main problem was figuring out how to get there safely, as walking was too dangerous. The woman sighed, exasperated by their indecisiveness, calling them stupid kids. The young man, however, remained calm and collected, observing the situation. His gaze fell upon a bus driver sitting nearby, a potential solution to their transportation problem. He pointed out the bus driver to the young woman, suggesting a possible way to reach their destination. Peering from a doorway, a group of people observed the street scene. One of them, a young man, pointed out the route they had taken, estimating it to be about 50 meters away. Another man, noticing a bus in the distance, suggested it might still be safe inside. But he acknowledged the challenges, noting that Mount Namsan was the last stop and no passengers had returned, implying a significant threat of viruses and monsters in the area, leaving them contemplating the difficulty of reaching the bus. A young man addressed an older woman in a crowded eatery. "Ma'am, do you also sell alcohol?" The woman, startled, looked down at a bottle she was holding. As the young man continued, "My goodness! What are you making?" The young man calmly explained, "It's a Molotov. I was a military vanguard, that's why I have this kind of knowledge." He then reasoned, "The news said their weakness is fire, right? So, don't we at least try to use it to our advantage?" Another young man chimed in, "Right. Molotov bombs can be thrown safely from afar. This is a great idea, sir." A young woman, her eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and determination, approached the young man. Sir. Is it hard to make? May I help?" She offered to assist him with his task, her presence a silent testament to her growing understanding and support. The young man, however, initially dismissed her offer, stating, "No need. Kids shouldn't mess with these things." Undeterred, she insisted, "I'm very good at making those things. I can really help you, sir." He. The young man, taken aback by her persistence and skill, reconsidered his initial refusal. He paused, then admitted, "What are you actually trying to say?" Realizing the gravity of her actions and the potential danger, the young woman apologized profusely. I was wrong, sorry." The unnamed woman, her face a mixture of relief and apology, looked up at the unnamed young man. She offered to help him, stating, "So, you forgive me? Then let me help you then." The conversation continued, with the woman asking how he made the dish and casually mentioning that they might have met before, prompting a moment of reflection from the young man. The woman revealed she had been live streaming their tour, adding another layer to their unexpected encounter, leading to a discussion about the locked door and their shared experience on the tour. The young man, though initially harsh, ultimately accepted her apology and admitted his own shortcoming in the situation. The unnamed woman's eyes widened in distress as she blurted out, "Not my girlfriend." The unnamed young man's face was grim, his expression hardening as he thought, "She's my." He listened intently as the woman explained their situation, her voice laced with anxiety. She revealed that she and her fiancé had become separated during their trip. The woman's worry deepened, her eyes welling up with tears. Overcome with emotion, she confessed, sob. "I didn't expect something like this to happen while we were on tour." A distressed young woman sobbed, sob. "Ghoul." As a young man, Hongmi, and a stern-looking older man looked on. Hongmi questioned, "What are you doing here?" Hongmi continued, his expression hardening, "And why the hell are you crying again, huh?" The woman, seemingly exasperated, retorted, "TCH, don't mind me, Hyundai. I've made peace with this uncle. You should apologize, too." The older man, Hyundai, remained silent, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Hongmi turned and left the scene. The woman, still seated, muttered to herself, "The hell? Arrogant guy. Hyundai is actually a good guy, but a bit arrogant." An unnamed woman was questioned about her closeness to Hyundai. She responded that their closeness ended in middle school. Hyundai, on a phone call, excitedly informed someone that his father was going to see his daughter, Jinhai, and that he couldn't wait to play with her. The unnamed woman observed Hyundai's happy expression, commenting on how amused he looked and how obvious his happiness was. Hyundai smiled, looking forward to seeing Jinhai again. Hyundai, still buzzing from his phone call, announced, "Come on, let's gather for a moment." A young woman, carrying cleaning supplies, skipped in, cheerfully exclaiming, "Tada!" Hyundai's expression turned serious. He stated, "We have to stay together until we get to the shelter." He presented a bottle, explaining, "This is a Molotov cocktail. It is illegal, but everyone will need it in this situation, okay?" Everyone must have already known that this must be burned, then thrown. Another man, observing the bottle, grimly declared, "I'll throw it too." A young man, holding a similar bottle, asked, "I just need to throw this at the monsters, right?" Hyundai, his face strained with grim determination, confirmed, "It'll burn those monsters to death." Hyundai, his expression grim, voiced a concern about the Molotov cocktails. The fire might stop, or the fuel might spill. The unnamed young man dismissed the concern, stating, "Hell. The main problem now isn't that. There are a lot of annoying monsters out there." He continued, explaining his reasoning, "Anyway, we all aren't little kids. Everyone will throw. If not, then it'll only apply to me." Hyundai, irritated by the young man's attitude, retorted, "You brat." Hyundai proposed a solution, "All right. Then we divide it amongst ourselves. But for you, ma'am, it's dangerous, so I can't give you any." An elderly woman, her face etched with worry, instructed the group, "You guys should go ahead without me." A young man protested, Granny? Let's go together." The elderly woman insisted, "Old lady will only be a burden." Another young woman, however, argued, "Why not go together, Granny? Seriously, you will not be a burden to us." The elderly woman relented, "It's all right. You should all get there quickly. Anyhow, this is my house for 30 years. The young people reassured her, promising to send a rescue team, and departed, leaving the elderly woman alone. One young man paused, however, stating, "Wait." Hyundai hurled Molotov cocktails, the fiery projectiles arcing through the air, engulfing a monstrous creature in flames. The creature shrieked in agony as it burned. A group of people watched in horror, their faces etched with fear as the flames consumed the beast. A young man, his expression grim, declared, "It's clear now. Let's go." He instructed the others to prepare their belongings before leaving. The group discussed their escape plan. The young man emphasized the need to sprint towards the bus. Hyundai volunteered to carry the Molotov cocktails. Before departing, the young man addressed the group, stating, "I don't want to hear anyone nagging, okay? Don't be a nuisance," and I didn't point to a specific person. Kim Minju angrily confronted Choi Hyundai, accusing him of interfering in matters that did not concern him. He retorted that she shouldn't overstep boundaries, and further explained his actions were justified because Minju hadn't witnessed the events firsthand. Hyundai, observing the group's behavior, muttered to herself that they were foolish. Later, alone, the unnamed woman reflected on Hyundai's words, wondering if his actions were directed at her because of her injured leg, or for another reason entirely. The unnamed woman, still apprehensive, walked away with Hyundai watching her. An unnamed woman, her leg bearing a fresh wound, looked up at Choi Hyundai. "What, did you fall a while ago?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. Hyundai, a smirk playing on his lips, replied, "Even though your leg is okay now, you should be more careful, alright?" The woman's expression shifted to one of suspicion and unease as she eyed Hyundai's seemingly unconcerned demeanor. Suddenly, a shout cut through the air, "Quick!" Hyundai, along with several others, reacted instantly, grabbing bottles from a nearby crate. Choi Hyundai urgently directed a group of civilians, shouting, "Ma'am, go inside," while others yelled, "Follow me," and "Run faster." The group, including an unnamed woman, fled down the street. Hyundai instructed the group to run in the center of the road, shouting, "Run in the center of the road." He provided tactical instructions, explaining, Molotovs must be thrown to the ground in order for the bottle to be broken. Watch out for pigeons. He continued to organize the escape, adding, "Person on the back will watch our back. Each of us will keep an eye on our four sides as well." Despite the urgency, a moment of panic arose as someone shouted, "Wait, mister. Wait." A monstrous figure, groaning growling, lurked nearby. A monstrous creature, its body contorted and decaying, let out a guttural cry of kayak. its movements erratic and violent as it lunged forward. Another creature, engulfed in flames, roared Kiak as it charged. Choi Hande, observing the scene, scoffed, "Ha!" His expression shifting to one of disdain as he muttered, "Shit, turns out they're nothing." He then yelled "Hey," as he watched a young man with a yellow duck backpack sprint away from the approaching creatures. An unnamed woman, peering from a shop window, watched in stunned silence, her eyes wide with fear. Her initial shock gave way to a confused "Huh?" A tabby cat ambled down the street, its tail twitching. When a woman suddenly appeared, her face etched with worry. "Ah, you! Where have you been?" she exclaimed. The cat tilted its head, a look of confusion washing over its features. "Ah?" The cat's gaze sharpened, its eyes fixated on something unseen. The woman's eyes widened in terror as she seemed to sense something approaching. The cat's mouth opened in a silent snarl, revealing sharp teeth. An elderly woman crouched on the sidewalk, beckoning a tabby cat. "Come here, Jumso, eat with Granny," she offered, her voice raspy. The woman's eyes widened in alarm, her expression shifting from concern to sheer terror as she witnessed something unexpected. The cat, Jumso, revealed a horrifying transformation, its mouth opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, and a guttural growl escaped its throat. Kaya! Jumson, the cat's true form, was revealed, leaving the woman paralyzed with fear. Two cats fought, their growls and hisses echoing through the room. A woman watched in horror as one cat lunged, its teeth bared. The other cat yelped in pain, its eyes wide with fear as Jumson appeared, a look of disgust on his face. A group of people, fleeing from something unseen, ran down a city street. "We're almost there," one of them shouted, pointing ahead. One of the fleeing individuals, a young man, stumbled, letting out a cry of alarm as a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, attacking him. The creature's attack was swift and brutal, its fiery claws striking the young man. The impact echoed with a loud crang, as the young man was thrown back. Another member of the group yelled, "Hey, give me another Molotov." They seemed to be fighting back, but one of them commented, "It seems that these monsters aren't all that strong, since this is our fourth kill." Another countered, "Lunatic. You think we're playing a video game? Get it together." The first person simply replied, "Whatever." The situation was chaotic and dangerous. The group continued their desperate flight, throwing Molotov cocktails indiscriminately. One of them worried, "Might as well just burn everything." A man, his face contorted in terror, spotted something in the distance. "It's there. You see that blue bus? Daddy's coming. Dad. My Jinhai," he cried out, his voice filled with a mixture of fear and hope. Jumson, initially startled by a guttural sound, questioned what it was. As a violent struggle erupted nearby, a chaotic scene unfolded before him, with panicked shouts and cries of pain filling the air. A young man was thrown violently to the ground. As the fight intensified, marked by fierce blows and desperate struggles, one individual was sent flying backward, crashing into a nearby object with a loud thud. The scene was one of utter chaos and violence, leaving Jumson visibly shaken and disturbed by the brutal display. He watched, horrified, as the fight continued. A young man, exasperated, yelled at a group of people, "You idiots. Is it that fucking hard to carry those bottles, huh?" He continued, "They're all broken, dumbass." Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Someone shouted, "Wham," as a physical altercation broke out. Another person asked anxiously, "What are we going to do now?" Amidst the chaos, a man tried to intervene, shouting, "Hey, stop it, kid." Another person chimed in, "We've burnt all the monsters." A young woman with short, dark hair approached two men, suggesting they walk to a shelter. But one of the men, visibly agitated, retorted angrily, "The hell, you punk." He questioned her intentions, challenging her to a fight. The woman, clearly distressed, apologized profusely, repeatedly stating that it was all her fault and begging for forgiveness. The other man, observing the scene, uttered a dismissive tisk as the situation escalated further. Meanwhile, Hyundai, the young man involved in the earlier brawl, watched from a distance, a warning shouted towards him by one of the onlookers. A young woman, seemingly distressed, was approached by a group of people. One of them asked, "Are you all right?" The woman responded sharply, "Go away, don't bother me." Another person from the group, showing concern, inquired, "Are you hurt?" The young woman, though clearly shaken, replied, "No. I'm fine." A man in the group added reassuringly, "Molotov can be made again. Don't worry." She offered a quiet, "Yeah, thank you." Suddenly, a woman in the distance cried out, Help me." The scene shifted to a street where a bus passed by, and a figure could be seen running. A gasp was heard as the group noticed something alarming. Another woman appeared, seemingly panicked and distressed, stumbling towards them. A distressed elderly woman, her face contorted in terror, urged children to flee, shouting, "Hurry! Hurry up and run! Kids!" Nearby, Hyundai and others witnessed the scene, their expressions reflecting shock and confusion. Hyundai muttered, "Oh God?" The woman continued her desperate pleas, yelling, "Run away! Hurry!" She ran, pursued by something unseen, her desperate cries echoing through the street. A gasp escaped her lips as she stumbled. Suddenly, a dark, viscous substance engulfed her, splattering across the ground as she fell. The sound of a heavy impact echoed through the street. More people screamed, "Run away," as the horrifying scene unfolded before them. Amidst the chaos, Junson gasped, recognizing the victim. "It's me, Granny." Junson watched in horror as a grotesque, cat-like creature attacked his granny, its body a mass of writhing, parasitic growths. The creature's guttural growls echoing the granny's pained coughs. Hyundai, witnessing the scene, urged Junson to flee, shouting for them to reach the bus. As people scrambled aboard, fear etched on their faces. Junson, gasping for breath, found himself on the bus, his mind racing. While Hyundai, still shaken, watched from the street as others desperately searched for supplies, ignoring his pleas to prioritize escape. Hyundai, amidst the chaos, urged others to flee, shouting, "Are you going to throw a Molotov at the shelter?" He then helped them board a bus, yelling, "Hop on, quick!" Several people scrambled aboard the bus as it began to pull away. Junson, still terrified from witnessing his grandmother's attack, was among them. The bus driver, impatient and stressed, slammed the doors shut, ignoring the pleas of those left behind. He muttered to himself, "I can't take any more risks. Just for those kinds of brats." Hyundai, seeing his friends still outside, reacted angrily, shouting, "What are you doing?" The bus lurched forward, leaving the stranded individuals behind. A woman on the bus cried out, "What are you doing, sir? You can't just leave. My friends haven't got in." Despite the woman's pleas and another passenger's desperate shout of "Mister, please stop the bus," the driver remained unmoved, yelling, "Go away, bitch." Amidst the chaos, Hyundai desperately tried to help others escape, but his efforts proved futile. As Junson, terrified, managed to board a bus, his daughter, Hongmi, clinging to him. Only to witness the bus driver's callous disregard as he sped away, leaving others stranded. Junson's fear morphed into rage as he watched the bus disappear, leaving his friends behind. He screamed, "You motherfucker! I'll fucking kill you!" Consumed by fury, Junson leaped from the bus, his mind consumed by thoughts of revenge. He watched in horror as the bus sped away, leaving behind those he had tried to save. His breath hitched in his throat as he gasped, "What?" A group of people stood together, their faces etched with confusion and fear. "The hell? Why did they leave us? What are we gonna do now?" one of them exclaimed. Another individual, his head bowed low, gasped for breath, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. His anger finally boiling over, he let out a furious roar, "You son of a bitch!" A group of people walked down a street, their expressions grim. A cat appeared in the distance. The cat approached, its eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. Meow. A twitching, sickly cat let out a weak meow. its body convulsing slightly as it struggled. The others watched in stunned silence, their anger momentarily forgotten. A low growl echoed through the street. As a group of people approached, their attention drawn to the sound, only to find several cats crossing the road, their growls intensifying. One orange cat in particular, hissing and baring its teeth, stood out among the others. Hyundai, Jumsun, and a group of others stared in shock as a cat cried out in pain. The sound echoing through the desolate street as several cats approached menacingly. The group recoiled in fear as the cats advanced. One of the men yelled, "Move! I got a Molotov," as he prepared to throw an incendiary device. Another man shouted, "Hey! Give me that!" As the situation escalated, the man with the Molotov threw it, narrowly missing the cats but causing a panicked reaction from the group. Surrounded by aggressive cats, a man assesses the situation, noting that they only have one Molotov cocktail. He informs his companions that he will break the Molotov and use it as a signal for them to run. The cats continue their advance, their menacing hisses filling the air. The man prepares to throw the Molotov, his expression grim. With a shout of "now," he throws the Molotov cocktail, creating a fiery explosion that momentarily staggers the cats. He yells for everyone to run, as the scene is engulfed in flames and chaos. A large, open space filled with people, some sitting, others milling about. Supplies are being distributed. The scene is one of quiet desperation. People gather supplies, their faces etched with worry. A voice calls out, "These are the supplies for everyone. Take what you need, okay?" A young man, exhausted, dozes off amidst the chaos. Another person approaches him, offering supplies. He wakes with a start, startled by a sudden, sharp sound. A guttural noise, kayak, fills the air. The young man's eyes widen in terror as he experiences a sudden, intense pain. He cries out, "Ah!" Hyundai clutched his injured hand, a sharp pain shooting through him. A throbbing agony that made him cry out in pain. "Ugh!" He groaned, his face contorted in discomfort. Why is it hurting again? He wondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Suddenly, a sharp, unexpected pain jolted through his shoulder, causing him to cry out in surprise. "Ag!" he yelped, his body reacting instinctively to the sudden assault. Two young men nearby reacted with shock to Hyundai's outburst, their eyes wide with alarm as they witnessed his sudden pain. One of them stammered, sorry." Hyundai, overwhelmed by pain, received unexpected aid. Someone offered him food supplies. He expressed his gratitude with a simple thanks. He couldn't bear the pain any longer, voicing his distress. Another individual responded, "I've heard enough, okay?" Amidst the chaos, someone urged others to call the manager. Another person responded hesitantly, "Sir." A man observed the scene, noting the presence of women and children, and questioned the lack of calm. Another tried to de-escalate the situation, pleading, "Sir, please calm down." The man, agitated, retorted, "You think I can be calm?" One person pointed out a man in the crowd, prompting another to ask, "Hey, you see that man over there?" And a third responded with a dismissive laugh, "Haha, why? What's wrong?" One man explained that the virus they were dealing with had no cells and could completely fuse with its host. Another man reacted with disbelief, questioning this unusual characteristic. The first man continued, revealing that people call those without cells monsters, and that the term fusion is used to describe this phenomenon. A second man, upon hearing this, expressed confusion and a lack of understanding. Later, a third man found the second man and expressed relief at having found him. He then received aid and supplies. Hyundai, still recovering from his injuries, checked his phone, only to find it dead. He looked around, his expression a mixture of worry and exhaustion. And then he explained his situation to a nearby individual. The other person offered to help him find a charger. Suddenly, Hyundai doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach. He vomited violently, a wave of nausea washing over him. Concerned onlookers rushed to his side, asking if he was all right. Hyundai, barely able to speak, groaned in pain, his body racked with discomfort. He felt a sharp pain in his injured arm. As the virus's effects returned with renewed intensity, the onlookers looked on, clearly worried about his condition. Yunwoo, preoccupied and seemingly lost in thought, was suddenly addressed by an unseen person. Yunwoo. Did you know? The unseen speaker continued, their voice laced with a hint of urgency, about the virus that doesn't have cells? A single drop of a viscous, translucent substance is shown, resting on a surface. The caption below reads, "The virus that fell on the cable car had cells." However, a stark contrast is presented. A monstrous creature, seemingly devoid of cellular structure, is shown, its presence filling the panel. The caption reads, "But, those monsters." The monstrous creature's gaping maw is highlighted, emphasizing its lack of discernible cellular components. The caption reads, "Didn't seem to have any cells?" Yunwoo's face is shown, his expression one of dawning realization and alarm. He thinks to himself, most importantly, that virus on my hand didn't have cells. A young woman, her expression strained, watched Yunwoo from a distance. Then approached him, her voice laced with concern as she questioned his presence there. Yunwoo, startled by her sudden appearance, responded with a non-committal nothing. But the woman persisted, noting his frequent visits and connecting them to the burn on his hand. She pressed him further, questioning whether his visits were related to the fire on the cable car. And when he seemed hesitant to answer, she directly asked who started the fire. The young woman voiced her suspicions about the cable car fire, suggesting it could have been a short circuit or even arson. Yunwoo, evasive and uncomfortable under her scrutiny, retorted that she should mind her own business. The young woman pressed him, wanting to know if she could trust him or not. Yunwoo, seemingly agitated, insisted he had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, Yunwoo clutched his side, groaning in pain. The young woman, alarmed, asked if he was all right. He cried out in pain, stating that this pain was different from his burn injuries, adding to the growing mystery. Yunwoo cried out in pain, his body racked with sudden, intense discomfort. "It feels like getting stabbed by needles," he exclaimed, his face contorted in agony. His eyes widened in terror as the pain intensified. A wave of agony washing over him, causing him to collapse. The young woman watched in alarm as Yunwoo's condition worsened, his cries echoing through the hallway. She looked around, noticing several figures in medical scrubs running down the hallway, their movements frantic and panicked. They seemed to be fleeing something. A news report flashes across the screen, warning viewers about a citywide crisis. The report claims that Seoul's water supply is contaminated, urging citizens to turn off their taps immediately. A young man, seemingly a live streamer, scoffs at the report, dismissing it as sensationalist. He continues his broadcast, unconcerned. However, his nonchalance is shattered as he suddenly clutches his head in agony, letting out a pained cry of ag. Another man, watching nearby, also experiences the same sudden, intense pain, mirroring the streamer's distress. Two onlookers watched from a distance as a figure fell from an upper level of a building, their expressions shifting to shock and disbelief as they witnessed the fall. A young boy suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his leg. His eyes wide with terror as he experienced a sudden, intense pain. Elsewhere, a chaotic scene unfolded as several individuals writhed on the ground, groaning in agony. The live streamer, experiencing a throbbing pain in his hand, voiced a suspicion, "I have a gut feeling that this pain has something to do with that person." He looked on in shock as another individual nearby suddenly collapsed. Then another, and another, each succumbing to the same agonizing pain. A nearby soldier, witnessing the scene, trembled in fear. Another victim writhed on the floor, their body contorting in pain, their eyes bulging as their body convulsed violently. The live streamer, catching a glimpse of the horrifying scene, whispered, "You're there, right?" A young man, his face partially obscured by a mask, clutched his stomach, groaning in pain. "U-G-H-H-E-L-P. He gasped, his muffled cries barely audible above the rising tide of his agony. His stomach felt as if it were burning from the inside out. He choked out. Another victim of the mysterious affliction writhed in pain, his face contorted in a mask of agony. Fuck! Don't you hear me? Just help me, he screamed. A desperate plea for aid echoing in the desolate hallway. A young woman, witnessing the scene, reacted with a cry of terror, Kaya. A young man, seemingly uninfected, urged his companion to flee. Hyung! Wait, he shouted. But she hesitated, her concern for the suffering man outweighing her fear. Hyung, I'm coming, she declared, running back towards the afflicted individual. A young woman, horrified, watched as a man convulsed violently, his body racked with pain. She cried out, "Lunatic! Are you insane?" her voice laced with fear and disbelief. Spotting an emergency evacuation plan, she quickly scanned it, her eyes darting across the map. A gasp escaped her lips as she noticed a fire extinguisher nearby. She dashed down the hallway, her mind racing. A victim of the spreading affliction cried out in pain, "Ugh, it's hurting again." His eyes bulged, his body contorted by the agonizing transformation. As the affliction continued its relentless advance, the live streamer, witnessing the horrifying scene, offered a desperate attempt at comfort. "I'll bring a medical team that could help you. So please calm down." The afflicted man, overwhelmed by pain and fear, retorted, "What? CALM. Little shit, you don't know how it feels like." The live streamer, witnessing the victim's suffering, urged him, "Try it." As the victim, overwhelmed by pain, cried out in agony. A nearby student, hearing the commotion, grabbed a fire extinguisher and rushed towards the scene, only to witness the victim's attacker unleash a brutal blow, sending the victim sprawling to the ground. The attacker, fueled by rage, screamed, "Just die," as he prepared another attack. The student, paralyzed by fear, could only watch. A chaotic scene unfolded, a violent struggle filled with shouts and the sounds of impact. Livestreamer, witnessing the brutal attack on the victim, reacted instantly. Using a fire extinguisher as an improvised weapon, he intervened, striking the attacker with surprising force. The attacker, momentarily stunned, stumbled back, groaning in pain. While the bystander, still frozen in terror, watched the unfolding events with wide, fearful eyes. The attacker, clutching his injured arm, recoiled in shock, muttering incoherently. Livestreamer, despite his bravery, was clearly shaken by the violence he had just witnessed. He approached the injured victim, his face etched with concern. A squad of soldiers in hazmat suits stormed a school hallway, shouting, "Hands up!" Two students, a girl and a boy, were confronted. The girl looked defiant, while the boy, visibly frightened, protested, "We're not infected." The soldiers advanced, their expressions grim. One soldier spotted a severely infected individual, muttering, "GRRR. We have found an infected. He might be AH level C." Another infected person was discovered, prompting a soldier to announce, "We also found one more." A terrified young man, partially infected, pleaded desperately, "Excuse me. So sorry, please save me. Please save me. Help me. Please." A soldier's voice boomed, "Eliminate." The scene shifted to a violent confrontation, with soldiers firing weapons at the infected. Two individuals, a young man and a young woman, were suddenly confronted by soldiers. The young man exclaimed, "Hey? What are you doing?" his voice laced with alarm. As a soldier swiftly moved to restrain them, the young woman cried out in terror, "Oh God, why?" Another soldier aimed his weapon at the pair, ordering, "You two come with us." The scene shifted to a military checkpoint, the third checkpoint, marked by a sign. Soldiers stood guard, maintaining order. Inside a nearby tent, the young man and woman sat, visibly shaken. The young woman whispered, "Hook." Her voice barely audible. The young man, his face buried in his hands, muttered, "There's no way, it's real." The young woman, her face etched with worry, blamed herself for the young man's predicament, stating, "Because of me. She continued, expressing her frustration that he had also become involved. She questioned his actions, asking, "You also got involved in this, so you do realize that this is your fault?" The young man, clearly distressed, retorted, "Seriously, I don't get you. What's wrong with you by going there? Did you lose your mind?" The young woman explained her fear that he would become like others because of her actions, revealing that he had gone to lend her a charging cable. She expressed gratitude for his unexpected return and concern, saying that Hyung was going to lend me a charging cable. "He went there because of me. But, thanks. Honestly, I didn't expect you'd come and help me, but you came back for me and didn't leave me. Thanks." Suddenly, the young woman noticed the soldiers approaching, commenting on their presence. "Hey, you're giving me goosebumps. Sol Isol and Lee Yun-woo." The young woman, still apprehensive despite her earlier relief, asked, "Can we go now?" A soldier in a hazmat suit responded curtly, "No, you two will be quarantined first." "Is that all right?" the young woman asked, to which the soldier replied, "Yeah." The young woman, seemingly accepting her fate, stated, "Well, then. Seem like there's no problem." The soldier then instructed them, "You can go with your stuff." However, the young man was told to stay away from the young woman. He was clearly distressed by this. A hand, heavily bandaged, was carefully examined, as a pair of scissors snipped through the bandages, revealing a burn wound. While a young man, his face etched with worry, watched the medical personnel tend to his injury. "Is your burn being treated now?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Medical personnel in hazmat suits treated the young man's burn wound, apologizing for the inconvenience. They explained it was a health protocol. The young man, though relieved, remained anxious. He mumbled that it was okay, but his inner turmoil was evident. He questioned if he was truly all right, remembering the virus on his hand. Despite the doctor's reassurance, his worry persisted. He wondered why he felt so apprehensive. His anxiety intensified, leaving him visibly shaken. A medical worker, still in protective gear, looked at the young man with concern. A close-up on a hazmat suit, the visor reflecting a blurry light. Lee Yun-woo, his face etched with worry and sweat, is asked a question. The hazmat-suited figure asks to examine Yun-woo's bandaged hand. Amidst a chaotic scene of panicked people running and shouting, a man in a yellow shirt tries to maintain order. A masked man in a yellow shirt addressed the increasingly agitated crowd, pleading for calm. "Everyone, please listen to me," he urged, his voice strained. But his words were lost in the rising tide of panic. As shouts and cries of fear escalated, a wave of people surged forward, their faces contorted with terror. "Calm down. Please wait," the man shouted, but his pleas were ineffective. The sheer force of the panic pushing them onward. A desperate cry, "Ag," pierced the air as the crowd pressed against a closed door, their escape blocked. Further down the street, the chaos continued. A man yelled, "Asshole," as he was swept along in the panicked rush, his frustration and fear palpable. The scene shifted to a group of people desperately trying to escape, their faces etched with terror. A soldier, his rifle visible, stood guard, maintaining order amidst the pandemonium. "Come on, hurry," someone urged, their voice barely audible above the din. A hazmat-suited figure struggled to maintain control, pushing back against the surging crowd. "Fuck! Get out of my way," a man shouted, his desperation clear as he tried to force his way through the throng. Amidst the chaos of a public panic, soldiers in camouflage uniforms urged the crowd for cooperation. "We beg for your cooperation," they pleaded, their words barely audible above the rising din. As fear spread through the crowd, a young man, caught in the throng, cried out in terror, "Ag." His face contorted with panic. He was overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the situation. The young man, along with his friends, attempted to flee the scene. "Hey, wait! You punk," one of them shouted, struggling against the press of the crowd. But their escape was hampered by the sheer volume of people. One friend urged caution, pointing to the chaos around them. "Take a look." Amidst the chaos of a panicked crowd, a young man desperately tried to escape, shouting, "Let me go!" He was being held back by another man, who yelled, "Would you let go of me? Asshole!" A line of hazmat-suited soldiers advanced, their weapons raised, announcing, "We will be closing the door." The soldiers instructed the remaining civilians, "If you wish to get out, please get through the screening station and follow the health protocol." Ignoring the soldiers' instructions, a man in the crowd scoffed, "Health protocol my ass. Isn't there an infected here?" Others around him laughed nervously. A soldier warned the crowd, "If you get out now, you'll all die." Another soldier, his face obscured by his mask, delivered a grim update. "The danger level of Namchang and around this area of Seoul Station has currently increased to level 3. A hazmat-suited soldier addressed the terrified crowd, explaining that the danger level in the area was comparable to that of the Han River, the most dangerous zone in the city, and that the infected present posed a significant threat. The soldiers announced that they were beginning the sterilization process and urged the civilians to cooperate to minimize risks. They pleaded with the crowd to step back and cooperate with the sterilization efforts. A woman in the crowd, visibly shaken, mumbled an apology. A woman, her face contorted in a mixture of anger and fear, shrieked at a group of people, her voice sharp and accusatory. One of the men, appearing weary and unassuming, responded calmly, "Yeah. No problem. Be careful." The woman's shriek escalated into a high-pitched cry of alarm as she recoiled, "Kaya." Her eyes widened in horror as she stared at something unseen, her voice laced with disgust and disbelief. Why is a homeless here?" Another man, seemingly unfazed, looked on with a stoic expression. "Ha! Anyone do something!" Soldiers in hazmat suits rushed towards the scene, shouting orders to maintain order and distance. "Hey, don't come near me! Oi, oi! Ma'am, don't come here! You touched them." "Touched? Who touched what?" "Ma'am, you should just stay there." A man, his face contorted in fear and anger, shouted, "Don't come here! Hey!" He violently swung a bag, seemingly attempting to ward off unseen threats, while others looked on in a mixture of fear and confusion. He screamed obscenities, "Fuck you mother asterisk curs! You bit asterisk keys!" The man ripped off his shirt, shouting, "Look here! Do I look like someone who's infected?" A woman nearby reacted with horror, screaming, "Kaya! Take them off!" The woman's fear escalated as the man continued his erratic behavior, prompting her to exclaim, "Are you insane? What, should I take off my underwear as well?" A hazmat-suited figure restrained a struggling man, his shouts of "Let me go, bastard," echoing through the room. Two onlookers recoiled, one muttering, "Damn, he stinks." The man, his face contorted in anger, glared at his captors, demanding, "Are you looking down on me? Ha!" He continued his tirade, "You must be looking down on me, right?" as a woman and other individuals, including a young man in a white cap, watched from a distance. The young man in the cap was addressed by someone off-panel, "Hey, Yunwoo." Yunwoo was questioned, "Where were you?" as the man from earlier was visible in the background, still being restrained. Yunwoo responded nervously, Amidst the controlled chaos, Yunwoo, appearing nervous and evasive, announced his intention to use the restroom, stating, "I'm going to the toilet for a sec." His departure prompted immediate questioning glances from two nearby men, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Yunwoo, alone in the hallway, examined his hand, a look of concern washing over his features as he noticed something amiss. A sudden exclamation escaping his lips, "Fuck!" He muttered to himself, "Burn," as he stared at his hand, his confusion evident. Yunwoo, having returned from his encounter with the hazmat-suited figures, examined his hand, a look of confusion etched on his face. A strange burning sensation still lingering. He muttered to himself, "How the hell?" The intensity of the burning sensation prompted him to further inspect the affected area. He thought, "My hand was burned, for sure." A sudden wave of panic washed over him as a horrifying thought struck him, "The virus is still in my hand?" He stumbled backward, a pained groan escaping his lips as he retreated, "Blue uff." Yunwoo doubled over, clutching his hand in pain. A sharp, involuntary utterance escaped his lips. His face contorted in disbelief as he muttered, "No way." The realization hit him with full force. All the virus remained on his hand, despite his earlier attempt to burn it away. He gasped, "All the virus on my hand. Didn't I burn them?" He gripped his burning hand tighter, his breathing ragged. A barely audible sound escaped him. Slowly, painfully, Yunwoo began to ascend the stairs, his body betraying the agony he was enduring. His jaw clenched, a silent scream trapped within. Yunwoo, still in considerable pain, reflected on the strange fact that those who had touched him showed no symptoms of the virus. He resolved to prioritize determining his condition and avoiding further physical contact to manage his discomfort. And to re-examine his hand one last time. Yunwoo, while walking down a hallway, encountered a classmate. The classmate, noticing Yunwoo's discomfort, inquired if he needed to use the restroom. Yunwoo's classmate confronted him, accusingly questioning, "Why did you lie?" Confused, Yunwoo simply responded, "What?" His classmate pressed further, exasperated, "Quit the dumb act. You said your hand got burned." Yunwoo, showing his healed hand, retorted, "Didn't you see it? It's all healed now." Despite the healed burn, Yunwoo felt a persistent, throbbing pain. He internally mused, that throbbing pain isn't from the burn, it feels like a nerve pain. His classmate, unconvinced, challenged him, "Do you think I'm dumb? You used a bandage that thick, at least there should be a blister." Yunwoo's classmate pressed him, "Why did you lie about something like that?" To which Yunwoo retorted, "I don't have a reason to lie to you." Yunwoo, turning his back, questioned, "So there's no infected here?" The scene shifted to reveal a group of infected individuals, surrounded by hazmat-suited figures. A man, visibly distressed, cried out, "What did I do wrong?" A classmate approached Yunwoo, placing a hand on his shoulder. Yunwoo reacted defensively, shouting, "Hey!" He pushed the classmate away, yelling, "Ah, sure. Don't touch me." Yunwoo's face hardened with anger and suspicion. Yunwoo's classmate, driven by curiosity, pressed him for the truth. "Do you know, I can't stay still if I'm curious?" She demanded honesty, issuing a stark warning, "Be honest. If you're bullshitting, I'll kill you. Why did you lie about your hand?" Yunwoo, his face hardening with anger and suspicion, glared back. As the urgency of the situation became horrifyingly clear, a shout rang out, "Everyone this way! Please step back a bit." The scene shifted, revealing a group of people moving through a hallway, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion. The classmate's accusation hung in the air, the infection was from someone in the group that had just arrived. Yunwoo, his face partially obscured by a cap, looked pained and apprehensive. Even though the infection was mild, it was still causing him discomfort. In the background, other students milled about, seemingly unaware of the infected individuals among them. A man, his face contorted in pain and distress, stood out among the crowd, a clear sign of the spreading infection. A new announcement was made to the people gathered in the shelter, outlining new quarantine protocols and emphasizing the importance of social distancing and avoiding physical contact. The details of the new protocols were explained, prompting concern among those present about the practicality of maintaining distance in such a crowded space. Amidst the growing unease, one individual questioned the feasibility of the new rules given the shelter's current occupancy. Suddenly, a series of notifications flooded the group chat, revealing that several friends had sent messages. Yunwoo's phone buzzed with frantic messages from his friends. "I'm scared. I can't contact anyone. I can't contact the teacher," one message read, followed by another, "Shit, we're gonna die." A video message played, showing a timestamp of 0:45, and a voice pleaded, "Are you guys okay? Where are you? Come here, hurry." More messages flooded in. Oh Seon-young reported, "I'm on top of Mount Namsan with Haju." Cha Haju added, "We are here with foreign tourists." Another message from Oh Seon-young confirmed, Oh Seon-young and Cha Haju are safe. Yunwoo, reading these updates, muttered to himself, "They're on top of Mount Namsan? They went up, not down, huh? How smart. His gaze swept across the shelter. He noticed a classmate, his face etched with worry. Shit. Looks like Taein has been infected, he observed grimly, adding with a sigh, what a shame. He's a good guy, despite his hair got dandruff. A wave of unease washed over Yunwoo as he realized something else. Among them, someone is triggering my pain, he thought, his apprehension growing. He decided to take action, texting his classmates, let's try counting our classmates first. I told them to send their locations. A new message appeared on his screen, if you are safe please tell us. Tell us your location too. The quarantine measures were clearly failing. A man in the shelter shouted, the quarantine is useless. Someone's infected. How can we stay calm, huh? Right, there are also children here. A group of people angrily confronted the shelter staff, demanding to be moved to a different location. If you don't take us to some other shelter, we'll sue you, they shouted. The staff, appearing apologetic, responded that experts were investigating the situation. We're sorry for the inconvenience. The experts in the quarantine area are starting to investigate this case. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, a rumor spread like wildfire. Seems like an infected rat got into this place, someone muttered. The news caused a stir among the residents. Rat? The fuck, one exclaimed, while another questioned the possibility. Rat? Two classmates discussed the situation, with one expressing disbelief. Hey! Did you hear that? Rat? Was there even a rat in the hallway? No, right? There's no way they'd say they allowed an infected person in, right? The other classmate countered, insisting on a different explanation. Of course they mention other cause. That's not what I meant. You saw it too, right? People who didn't have any contact with the virus suddenly turned into monster. I think some people don't turn immediately. There's like an incubation period. The classmate, regretting their earlier outburst, muttered that anyone who voiced concerns would be dismissed as foolish. They lamented having spoken up at all. The classmate, still anxious, was approached by another student who offered them a phone charger. The classmate, surprised by the unexpected kindness, accepted the charger. Overhearing the exchange, another student asked to borrow the charger as well, highlighting the growing need for communication and assistance in the shelter. A classmate's phone battery was low, and he anxiously checked the remaining power. Another student, noticing his distress, quickly detached their phone charger and offered it to him. The classmate gratefully accepted, plugging in his phone with a relieved sigh. He muttered to himself, nice, reflecting on the unexpected kindness. Later, in class, two classmates excitedly approached a girl, saying, hey, have you seen this? Yunwoo overheard a conversation. All he knew was that his classmates were speaking badly about someone. He reflected on this information, starting to question whether his initial judgment of this person was accurate, and shared his doubts with a classmate, who reacted with surprise and skepticism. The classmate pressed for clarification, prompting Yunwoo to explain that he had merely heard the rumors from an unspecified source. In a nearby area, a group of women gossiped, dismissing the rumors as nonsense and calling the person who spread them naive. However, another woman interjected, revealing that she and others had actually witnessed the person in question, changing the tone of the conversation. Yunwoo recounted his encounter with the rumored virus carrier, explaining that despite touching the individual, he remained unaffected. He detailed how he'd questioned the man. And the man's calm response, if I'm in danger, God will tell me. The women, initially dismissive, discussed the man's frequent church attendance and his current volunteer work in the health provider division, noting the apparent contradiction. Yunwoo, observing the man from a distance, pondered the situation, his initial assumptions wavering. He wondered about the man's immunity, and then, hesitantly, approached him to ask for help. A young man, seemingly stranded, asked Yunwoo if he could borrow his phone charger, while Yunwoo, observing him closely, wondered if he was all right. The young man then made a phone call, explaining to his parents that he was still at the shelter, and that it would take a while before he could return home to Seoul. Overhearing the conversation, Yeonwoo learned that the young man's parents were worried sick about him being stuck so far from home, and expressed his sympathy, noting the difficulty of the situation. The older man, sitting on a bench, spoke to the young man, "That's for you. I also have a daughter." He continued, explaining his situation, "If I'm in that situation, I'd also go to Seoul immediately." The young man listened intently as the older man shared more about his daughter's illness. "My kid, since she was little, has a heart disease. She's hospitalized, even though she's just 9. The older man sighed, "So sad, isn't it?" He apologized for getting carried away. "I'm sorry, got too carried away. I also had a disease when I was little. Every day I wait for my mom to come from work in a hospital room." The young man offered words of encouragement, "Your daughter will definitely get better too." Two classmates conversed, one mentioning a field trip and the other recalling kids escaping from Namsan. A man frantically searched his phone, exclaiming about his daughter. He thanked someone, promising to return a favor someday. Later, walking away, he apologized for his dead phone. The scene shifted to a large gymnasium filled with people. He walked through the crowd. He pondered the meaning of immunity. A young woman approached a classmate, anxiously asking if he had seen her charger. She then revealed that someone had sent her a concerning message. The message detailed a dire situation. Choi Hande, Kangmin, Park Soyeon, and an uncle were hiding from a monster near Namsan, pleading for help. The classmate, upon reading the message, reacted with shock and disbelief. He gasped, the gravity of the situation dawning on him, his expression shifting from surprise to urgent concern. Yeonwoo's friends, Choi Hande, Kangmin, Park Soyeon, and his uncle, found themselves facing a terrifying creature in the city streets, a grotesque, monstrous entity unlike anything they'd ever seen before. Its form a disturbing blend of flesh and decaying matter, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Fear gripped them as they realized the full horror of their situation. Yeonwoo, breathless, arrived at a nearly deserted gas station, his eyes scanning the surroundings anxiously as he entered the building. Two figures, one with a backpack, hurried past him, their faces etched with fear. A grotesque, multi-limbed creature, resembling a twisted amalgamation of organic matter, lurked near a gas station in the city. Its form was unsettling, a disturbing perversion of natural anatomy. Its features vaguely feline, yet utterly alien. The creature's presence exuded a palpable sense of menace. Inside the gas station, three classmates huddled together, fear etched on their faces. "What are we supposed to do?" one of them whispered, their voice trembling with anxiety. A monstrous growl echoed from outside, confirming their worst fears. The creature was closing in. A man, his back to the viewer, hurled a Molotov cocktail, the fiery projectile arcing through the air. As several monstrous feline creatures emerged from the shadows, their guttural growls echoing through the night. One of the beasts lunged forward, its massive jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. The man, seemingly caught off guard, was thrown violently to the ground by the impact, his body engulfed in flames as he screamed now. The ground beneath him shattered, the force of the impact sending tremors through the earth. The man with the Molotov cocktail screamed, "Run," as he hurled the incendiary device into the horde of monstrous creatures, the flames engulfing several of them. The resulting explosion sending a shockwave that knocked Yeonwoo and his terrified classmates to the ground. They scrambled to their feet amidst the chaos, the air thick with smoke and the stench of burning flesh. The man, however, was not so lucky. He let out a pained cry as he was swarmed and dragged under by the creatures. A final, desperate scream echoing through the ravaged gas station. More creatures emerged from the shadows, their roars shaking the very ground as they pursued Yeonwoo and his classmates. The students ran, their fear palpable. Yeonwoo, classmate 1, and classmate 2 continued their desperate flight, their breaths ragged and their hearts pounding in their chests. Classmate 1, gasping for air, pointed towards a nearby mini-market, shouting, "Hey, over there!" The three terrified students reached the mini-market, their hopes rising at the prospect of shelter. But found the door locked. they're pounding on the glass, eliciting only silence from within. Classmate 2 suggested breaking the door down, but Classmate 1 countered, worried about alerting the monsters to their presence. Spotting a nearby gas station, Classmate 1 proposed an alternative, grabbing supplies quickly and moving on. Yunwoo and his classmates, still terrified from their recent ordeal, sought refuge in a nearby convenience store. A sudden sound, a pluck, echoed from outside, causing Classmate 1 to pause, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked around, muttering, "Huh?" The source of the sound was quickly identified. Several boxes of cookies lay scattered on the floor of the convenience store, seemingly dropped or knocked over. The group continued their hurried retreat, the sound of their running feet a drap against the pavement as they moved towards a nearby building. Classmate 1 urged his companions to hurry, shouting, "We need to hurry inside the building. Quick, run!" They ran, their breaths ragged, the sound of their panting filling the air as they finally reached safety inside. Yunwoo, Classmate 1, and Classmate 2 huddled together inside a convenience store, shaken but safe. They watched from behind the glass as a monstrous, mutated creature, resembling a cat, stumbled into the gas station across the street. Its grotesque form confirming their worst fears. "It's the cat, earlier, huh?" Classmate 1 muttered, recognizing the creature from a previous encounter. The creature's appearance sparked renewed fear in the group. Yunwoo's eyes widened in terror as she registered the horrifying sight. Yunwoo and several classmates ran, their faces etched with terror. Their frantic escape fueled by a horrifying sight. One of the students, breathless, declared, "I saw it clearly." The scene before them was a trail of destruction, a street ravaged by fire, the remnants of what appeared to be several mutated cats scattered across the asphalt. Amidst the carnage, one creature stirred. One of them was still alive, a voice whispered, filled with dread. The surviving cat, grotesquely mutated and scarred, rose slowly, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. The students watched in horrified silence as the monstrous feline revealed its full, terrifying form. A gasp escaped one of them, a sound of pure, unadulterated fear. A grotesque, mutated cat was shown, its form a horrifying amalgamation of flesh and bone. The creature was massive, its body a twisted mass of feline features fused with something unnatural. It had started merging with other cats. The mutated cat let out a guttural growl, its eyes burning with an unnatural light. Yunwoo, Classmate 1, and Classmate 2 watched in horror. A man, seemingly a bystander, stared at the creature, his face a mask of disbelief and fear. He could only utter, "There." The mutated cat moved with unnatural speed and agility, disappearing from sight. A close-up reveals a horrifyingly mutated cat, its fur matted and scarred, its eyes vacant and unsettling. Its mouth is agape, revealing decaying flesh. It lets out a guttural, unsettling gark-gark sound, the noise adding to the overall sense of dread. The mutated cat is seen through a window, its head cocked as if it is searching for something. A bystander whispers, "Is it looking around?" The bystander's face is etched with fear and uncertainty as he observes the creature's movements. His expression reflects the growing tension. Two people watch from inside a gas station as the mutated cat, now revealed to be one of two, moves slowly across the parking lot. The creature's gait is unnatural and unsettling. One of the observers nervously asks, "Is it looking for us?" The question hangs heavy in the air, reflecting their growing fear. A man, his face etched with worry, spoke, "It must have a sensitive nose. Luckily, this place is full of gasoline smell. We'll hide here for a bit." Three young men huddled together inside a small, dimly lit room, their expressions reflecting fear and uncertainty. One of them, wearing glasses, peered anxiously out the window. Another young man sat on the floor, hunched over his phone, seemingly attempting to make a call. The screen displayed a message, "The number you're calling is not available." His face fell in despair as he looked up. Unable to contact the girls, a young man frantically sent a group text message. His face etched with worry and frustration as he contemplated the situation. The message pleaded for someone to contact Lee Honmi, Kang Hana, or Kim Minju. One of the young men, overcome with anger and helplessness, cried out in frustration. vowing revenge on whoever was responsible for their predicament. Another young man, equally enraged, expressed his intense anger and frustration. One young man, sporting glasses and a cap, taunted his companion, "You said even though the bus left us, it'll be fine." He continued, "But you're actually pissed, right? Ha ha." The other young man retorted, "Oi. I'm not mad because of that." His anger flared, and he shouted, "Asshole. Fuck off." The first young man chuckled, "Ha, I was right on the money, huh?" The second young man, still fuming, declared, "I'mma look for some food. I'm hungry." The scene opens on a messy office, sunlight streaming through a window. Several chairs are overturned near a desk cluttered with papers and small plants. Young man 2, carrying a yellow backpack, stealthily opens a cupboard. A creaking sound echoing as he searches inside. He mutters, "Shit. Also no food." His shoulders slump in defeat as he closes the cupboard door, clearly disappointed. His face is a mask of frustration and hunger. A blurry image depicts a sudden, violent altercation. The details are too indistinct to describe. Young man 2's eyes flickered open, his expression one of intense frustration and hunger. A young woman's face, contorted in a grimace of pain and fear, filled the panel. Her mouth slightly open, revealing a bloody lip. Young man 1 slammed a cabinet door shut in frustration. His internal monologue revealed a plan to simply destroy everything in sight. His friend, still visibly angry, received a dismissive comment from young man 1, "If you are pissed, go to the corner." A man's voice cuts through the air, a stark reminder of the danger lurking outside. "Did you forget there are monsters outside?" Young man 2, his face etched with worry, remains silent. The weight of the question hanging heavy in the air. The man continues, "It's because of that girl, right?" Young man 2's shoulders slump slightly as he admits, "You two were close, right?" He answers quietly, "Up till junior high." The man's expression hardens as he presses further, "She said that?" Young man 1, curious and slightly concerned, questioned his friend, stating that everyone seemed close to a particular young woman. Prompting young man 2 to reveal a past relationship, admitting that he and the young woman had dated before. Young man 2 appeared pensive as he recalled a past interaction with the young woman. He remembered her words from a time when they were making Molotov cocktails together. Young man 1, observing his friend's pensive state from behind, noted their closeness. Young man 2, still lost in thought, responded vaguely to his friend's observation. Young man 2 revealed a piece of his past to his friend, young man 1, stating, "I was close with him, up till junior high." He continued, adding a surprising detail, "I've even dated him before." Young man 1 reacted with a look of stunned surprise. Young man 2, seemingly uncomfortable with the revelation, deflected young man 1's unspoken questions, stating, "It's none of your business." Despite his initial reluctance, young man 1 expressed his concern and desire to help, stating, "I want to help you." A statement that seemed to soften young man 2's resolve, who finally conceded, "I'll help you." A young woman with short brown hair stood before a window, her back to the viewer, appearing lost in thought. The scene shifted to an exterior view of a gas station, suggesting her location. A man offered her a cup of coffee, asking, "Want some?" She accepted the coffee, a slight smile playing on her lips as she sat with the man, who explained that it was only instant coffee. She expressed her gratitude, a look of relief washing over her features as she took a sip. A young woman, her expression unreadable, is questioned by a young man. "What have you been looking at?" he asks, his tone curious. The young woman remains silent. The young man continues, "You're scared of cats, aren't you?" His words seem to pierce through her silence. The young woman's eyes well up slightly as she quietly admits, "I." A change of scene. The young woman and the young man are now at a gas station. She confesses, "I want to do something." She continues, her voice laced with self-doubt, "I'm not being useful for my friends." The young man, concerned, asks, "Hey, what are you saying?" Another person intervenes, stating, "Us being together is already enough. Don't listen to what he says." The young woman's internal struggle is palpable. She is conflicted between her feelings of inadequacy and the reassurance of her friends. Young man 1, wearing glasses, looked concerned as he glanced at the young woman, whose back was turned to him. She was walking away, seemingly lost in thought. Young man 2 followed behind them both. Young man 1 called out to her, asking if she still had the tiny hammer he had given her. She responded with a surprised "What?" The young woman's expression shifted from surprise to a dawning realization and a small smile. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out the tiny hammer, confirming that she still had it. The young woman, slightly more cheerful after finding the tiny hammer, held it up, stating that fighting with it would be suicide. Young man 1, also relieved, chuckled, pointing out that she was holding it incorrectly. Young man 2, observant as always, reminded the young woman to not listen to young man 1, lest she become as foolish as him. Young man 1 retorted with annoyance, "What the hell?" Meanwhile, young man 2 checked his phone, a worried expression crossing his face as he wondered if anyone could be contacted. His concern deepened, his expression turning to one of disbelief. A text message from Kang Jae-han appeared on his screen, revealing a shocking message. Choi Han-dae and others had left Lee Yeon-woo on the cable car, and Kim Joo-byeon had been sacrificed while trying to help Lee Yeon-woo. Kang Jae-han expressed his outrage in a series of angry texts. Young man 2, visibly shaken by the message, asked his companion if he had seen the message from Kang Jae-han. The young woman, slightly more cheerful but still concerned, sat beside young man 1, carefully holding a tiny hammer. Her eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and surprise as she checked her phone. A text message appeared on her screen. Han Seong-gyu sacrificed by helping Lee Yeon-woo. Young man 1, annoyed and slightly concerned, glanced at the message over her shoulder. He then read the subsequent messages, wherein Namsan, and us and Lee Yeon-woo are all at the shelter. Is this revenge? Lol lol. Young man 2's face contorted in shock and worry as he exclaimed, "What the F*** are they talking about?" The three young people reacted with alarm to the news. Young man 2, now panicked, pointed towards a nearby mini-market and shouted, "There are people in that mini-market? Damn it!" The young woman's eyes widened in alarm, a silent gasp escaping her lips as she reacted to the disturbing message. Simultaneously, the young man beside her reacted with a mix of annoyance and worry, muttering "help" and "shit" as a monstrous figure burst through the window of a nearby mini-market. Panic ensued as people fled the mini-market, their terror palpable. The young woman and young man watched, their initial shock giving way to confusion as they noticed the fleeing crowd's direction. A scream ripped through the air as the fleeing people were pursued by something unseen, their desperate flight only adding to the growing sense of dread. More people ran, their panicked breaths audible as they desperately sought refuge. The young man, noticing the chaos, tried to get the attention of those nearby, shouting, "Excuse me." He pleaded with someone to open a door, his desperation evident in his wide eyes and frantic pleas. The urgency of the situation was clear. A young woman and two young men huddled together, terrified. "Let us in," one of the young men shouted, his voice laced with panic. The young woman, equally distressed, questioned, "What do we do?" The other young man, vehemently disagreeing, warned, "Don't, you crazy. Didn't you see, the monsters came out from there." Meanwhile, outside the building, another group desperately tried to force their way inside. "Move out," Hyung Won urged, as they shoved a chair against the door. Frustration mounted as they realized their efforts were futile. "Damn it! Do they think they own this shop?" one of them exclaimed. One of the men, enraged, swung the chair with all his might against the door. "You won't open it?" he roared, his face contorted in fury. The impact echoed with a loud blam, as the men continued their desperate attempts to break in. "Open," they yelled, their voices filled with a mixture of fear and desperation. Despite their efforts, the door remained stubbornly shut. A monstrous, snarling creature appeared behind them, adding to their growing terror. "Still wouldn't open," one of the men cried out in despair. A man's eye, wide with terror, filled the frame. As a monstrous creature lunged, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. A guttural scream, "Aagh," ripped through the air as the creature attacked, The creature's impact sent a shockwave through the scene, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Young Man 1, still shaken from the recent attack, expressed his desire to help, stating, "I want to help you." He was referring to the search for his missing friend. An older man, seemingly more experienced and composed, offered his assistance, promising, "I'll help you." However, he also cautioned the younger man, adding, "But you need to promise me though, kid. From now on, don't lose your temper easily." He emphasized the importance of careful consideration, warning, "And you need to think who can be a threat to your friends' lives." The older man left, leaving young man 1 to contemplate his words. A moment of quiet reflection passed before the scene shifted. The older man stood by the window, his back to the room, lost in thought. He seemed troubled. A ring on his clenched fist catching the light. He muttered to himself, "How unusual." His thoughts drifted to someone else, a woman perhaps, as he reflected, "You never cared about anyone. If you're here now, you'll probably make fun of me like that." Suddenly, a loud banging echoed from the door. "You won't open the door," a voice shouted. The older man turned, startled. Bam! The door was kicked open, and a surprised "ah" escaped the older man's lips. A monstrous creature, vaguely feline in form but undeniably grotesque, lunged at the older man. Its gaping maw filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth, ready to inflict unimaginable damage. The older man cried out in terror as the creature's claws tore through the air. Meanwhile, a young woman screamed in fear as the creature's attack sent tremors through the building. Young Man 1, his face contorted in a mixture of urgency and alarm, shouted for help, directing others to safety. The chaos continued as the creature's attack spread panic and destruction. Another young woman cried out, clearly distressed and unsure of what to do. Young Man 1, still trying to help, warned others of the danger, urging them to flee the immediate area. The older man's face was contorted in terror, his mouth wide open in a silent scream. As he watched in horror as a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its grotesque form causing panic among the people nearby. Young Man 1, seeing the danger, urgently shouted, "Quick! Hurry up!" Young Man 1 pleaded with the older man, "Wait. Mister! Are you going to let them in? We'll also be in danger. We'd also be dead if it wasn't for that ma'am from the restaurant." The older man, his fear momentarily overshadowed by a surge of guilt, questioned, "Then shouldn't we gotta help them, huh?" Young Man 1, however, hesitated, his eyes wide with fear. The creature lunged, its claws outstretched, causing the older man and young woman 1 to cry out in terror as they fled. Young Man 1, despite his fear, urged young woman 2, "Let's go, Miju." The creature's attack continued, its victims screaming in agony as they were dragged away. The scene ended with a terrifying close-up of the creature's maw, its sharp teeth bared in a predatory grin. A ceiling fan, dislodged from its fixture, crashed down into the room below, its blades spinning wildly, sending the occupants scattering in a panic. A young man and an older man, caught in the chaos, cried out in fear. The young man, breathless and distressed, looked back at the scene, his eyes wide with fear. He had urged the others to escape, but now he was trapped. He remembered his earlier words, a promise to help, now a heavy weight on his conscience. As a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its guttural growl echoing through the room. The young man and the older man were caught in its grasp. The older man, eyes wide with terror, pulled the young man along, their hands clasped tightly. With a loud blam, they slammed the door shut. The metallic click of the lock echoing in the sudden silence. A brief moment of respite. The group huddled together, relief washing over their faces. Gasps of exhaustion and whispered words of gratitude filled the air. "Ha! Ha!" the older man breathed, his body shaking with the aftereffects of their escape. Then, a sudden, sharp "thank you" erupted from the young man, his voice filled with genuine relief. "We're saved thanks to you." But their joy was short-lived. The older man's eyes widened again, his mouth agape in a silent scream as a monstrous THOM shook the very foundations of the room, leaving them all frozen in stunned silence. A question mark hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. What was that? The young man, his voice tight with urgency, declared, "I'll use them to block the door." He and the young woman scrambled to barricade the door with heavy office equipment, while the older man, groaning in pain, urged them on with a desperate, "Hurry." Amidst the chaos, the older man cried out in pain as he was injured again. The young man, despite his own fear, helped the older man, asking, "Hey, help me carry this?" The other young man responded, "My hands are already full, man." Once the barricade was complete, a nervous silence fell over the group. The young woman nervously asked, "Is it safe now?" Two men, one carrying a child, exchanged words near a barricade. One man commented on the unfortunate situation, while the other confirmed he was heading to the shelter, and noted that the people nearby had already moved to the shelter, as it was less than a kilometer from Seoul Station. Elsewhere, a young man searched through office drawers, explaining to a colleague that he was looking for useful supplies. His colleague questioned the necessity of this in their current situation. The young man found a box of AA batteries, exclaiming his excitement. Then, triumphantly, he produced a set of car keys. Young man 1, brimming with excitement, held up a set of car keys. "We can get to the shelter now. Isn't this great?" he exclaimed. His initial elation quickly turned to surprise as he noticed something amiss. A swarm of insects suddenly appeared, causing him to recoil in disgust. Meanwhile, the older man, along with young woman 1, found themselves in a desperate struggle for survival. They were forced to flee from a horde of aggressive creatures, smashing through obstacles in their path. The older man shouting, "Move out! Quick, kids," as chaos reigned around them. Observing the parking lot, young man 1 noted that every car was of the same brand. He explained to the older man that if they used that method to find a car, they would be unsuccessful. However, spotting a car key, he exclaimed, "The key!" The older man and young woman 1 rushed towards the vehicle. Young man 1 quickly inserted the key into the ignition, turning it. The engine sputtered to life with a clack and a cluck. The older man urged young woman 1 and young man 1 to hurry and get in the car. They scrambled inside. As the vehicle sped away, the older man warned them of danger approaching from behind. A horrifying creature emerged from the shadows, causing the older man to shout in terror. A monstrous creature bursts from a nearby alleyway, surprising a group of pedestrians. Panic erupts. As the creature attacks, its movements swift and brutal. Screams fill the air as people scatter. One young woman, desperately calling for help, is caught in the creature's grasp. Her brother, Hyunsu, is nearby, but unable to reach her in time. The chaos intensifies as more people flee the scene. The older man, witnessing the horror, is filled with terror. A young man manages to locate car keys, and the group frantically piles into a vehicle, escaping the immediate threat. The older man drives them away, his face etched with fear. The young man, still shaken, stares out the window, his expression a mixture of relief and lingering fear. The older man's face contorted in a silent scream of terror, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperate hope as the young man frantically searched for the car keys, finally locating them and fumbling to start the vehicle. The engine roared to life with a powerful broom, the car speeding away from the immediate danger zone, leaving behind the chaos. The group, huddled together, looked out the window as they sped down Hangangdero, towards Seoul Station. The older man shouting, "Seoul Station! It's Seoul Station," in relief. They had escaped, at least for now. But as they reached safety, a new emergency disaster notification blared on a passenger's phone, announcing that Bangri-dong Station Road had become a Level 3 danger zone. A car's dashboard beeped repeatedly as young man 1 and young woman 1 sat in the back seat, their expressions a mixture of relief and apprehension. The vehicle sped through a ravaged cityscape, the ghostly image of a monstrous figure superimposed over the view from the windshield. The speedometer needle hovered near the maximum speed. A road sign indicated their location, Seoul Station, 2 kilometers away. The words danger were prominently displayed on a nearby vehicle, and young man 1 muttered in disbelief, "Level 3? Young woman 2's face was etched with terror as she stared out the window, whispering, "Is this place, really, the Seoul Station?" The young man 1, navigated the bustling Seoul station, the cacophony of sounds and the press of bodies a stark contrast to the quiet fear in his heart. His eyes scanning the crowd, searching for a specific face. Young woman 1 and young woman 2 clung to him, their fear palpable. A nearby passenger whispered, "That's the guy?" The young man's gaze fell upon a man with reddish-brown hair, his expression unreadable. Doubt clouded his features. "Really? No way." The man with reddish-brown hair chuckled, a sound that sent a shiver down the young man's spine. "Haha, why me?" Young man 1 felt a sharp pain in his hand. A throbbing ache that drew his attention. His expression was one of concern. Meanwhile, at Seoul Station, a monstrous creature emerged from the ground. Its massive form causing widespread destruction as it moved with surprising speed, smashing through vehicles and buildings alike. The creature's movements were powerful and destructive. Panic erupted inside the van as the passengers screamed, "Kaya," and the driver urged them to hold on tight. A monstrous creature slammed into the vehicle, causing a deafening awe and creak as the van lurched violently. The driver, peering into his rearview mirror, saw the creature's grotesque form, a thump echoing the impact as it clung to the van. Another passenger cried out, "Ah! Mister!" in front of us, as they realized the horrifying truth of their situation. Surrounded by the creatures, the van was trapped in a nightmarish traffic jam. "We're trapped." The driver desperately tried to escape, flooring the gas pedal with a tuck and a creak as the van lurched forward. Trapped inside a van, young man 1, young woman 1, and young woman 2 huddled together, their faces etched with terror as monstrous figures surrounded the vehicle. The van, driven recklessly, sped down the road, its tires thumping against the asphalt as it swerved around other vehicles. A blur of motion as it weaved through the city traffic. Inside, young woman 1 anxiously questioned the driver, "Mister, why are you driving on the wrong way?" The driver, seemingly unfazed, responded curtly, "There's no other way." The van carrying young man 1, young woman 2, and the older man screeched to a halt, the sound echoing ominously. Young woman 1, peering through the window, spotted a bus, its passengers visible, trapped and surrounded by monsters. Her fear intensified as she realized the people on the bus were still alive, a wave of guilt washing over her as she considered ignoring their plight. The older man, however, urged the driver to continue, his voice laced with panic as he demanded to know why they had stopped. He pleaded with the driver, emphasizing the need to reach safety, his desperation palpable. Meanwhile, a close-up revealed the older man's trembling hand clutching a phone, a silent plea for help hanging in the air. The young woman urged the driver, her voice laced with desperation, "Honey, hurry." The van lurched forward, its door slamming shut with a loud clack, as another young man shouted, "Hey, mister." A concerned voice from inside the van questioned, "Where are you going?" as the driver gasped, his face etched with fear. Another young man, seemingly agitated, confronted the driver, shouting, "Ah, what the hell are you doing?" He confessed, "I didn't really want to go save them." The bus driver, attempting to escape the chaos, yelled at the anxious passengers, "Get away, kids. I'll just drive instead." Amidst the panic, young man 1 urgently asked the driver, "Hey, do you have anything to light fire?" prompting the driver to frantically ask for a lighter. Young man 1, possessing a lighter, hesitantly offered it to the driver, who received it with a desperate plea. Young man 1 then firmly told the driver, "Don't you ever dare to drive." Outside the bus, young man 1 approached a man, tapping him on the shoulder and asking, "What are you up to, mister?" The man, revealing his involvement in the search for Lee Hong-mi, explained his predicament. "You said you wanted to help me find Lee Hong-mi? How are we going to find her if we stay here? You think we're some sort of hero? But we're not. Okay?" A man, his face etched with weariness, declared, "I don't expect you guys to understand me." Meanwhile, another man, seemingly determined, offered help to those on a bus, shouting, "I'll help you all get out from the bus." A third man, his face contorted in anger, threatened, "I'll make away with fire, wait up." A woman on the bus, noticing something behind the man, cried out in alarm, "Mister? Behind you!" The man turned swiftly, narrowly avoiding a swooping, monstrous creature. The creature's grotesque form filled the panel, its guttural roar echoing, "Graph." A young man struggled against the older man, shouting, "You can't." Meanwhile, another young man tried to escape, yelling, "Hey! Let me go!" The older man, exasperated, muttered, "Geez, these kids," as he was pulled down by the young man's struggle. A young woman watched in alarm, her eyes widening as she saw a monstrous creature approaching. She urgently warned the others, "Hey, mister! Oh God! Do we need to save him?" The young man, still fighting, was suddenly thrown back by a powerful force, groaning, "Ag! Get away!" The creature swept through the bus, its grotesque form filling the frame. A grotesque creature, its body a glistening, dark bronze with pulsating golden orbs embedded within, emerged from the shadows. It landed atop a car with a whoop sound, its presence immediately causing alarm. The older man, eyes wide with terror, registered the creature's horrifying appearance. His internal monologue revealed a desperate thought: "Didn't I bring a lighter with me?" The creature lunged, its attack a blur of motion. With a caw, the older man was thrown back violently, the impact echoing with a whoop as he hit the ground. The creature's appendage slammed down, a blam, punctuating the force of the blow, followed by a softer tap as it made contact with the older man's body. Another caw escaped the older man's lips as he was further injured. Young man 1, having witnessed the creature's attack, attempted a desperate escape, running from the scene. Young woman 1's urgent calls of "Mr. Mr." echoed behind him, but he continued to flee. Young man 1's frantic escape continued, the creature's presence a terrifying shadow looming over him. The sounds of tap indicated the creature's pursuit, and young woman 1's desperate cries of "Here" guided him. Young man 1, pursued by the creature, frantically fumbles with a lighter, igniting it with a flick of his wrist as he runs. Meanwhile, young man 2, determined to confront the creature, sprints towards the scene. His approach punctuated by the sound of his footsteps. He shouts to young man 1, reminding him of how to throw a Molotov cocktail. Young man 1, despite his fear, recalls the instructions and continues to flee. Young man 2, amidst the chaos, cries out in desperation, "For fuck's sake!" The scene shows a fiery explosion engulfing a section of the street. As he desperately calls out to Choi Hyundai, another young man caught in the mayhem. The other young people react with gasps of fear. Meanwhile, an older man, gripped by terror, desperately tries to escape the danger, muttering, "I don't want to die." His fear is palpable. As a tanker truck speeds towards them, adding to the escalating sense of dread. The sound of the truck's engine is deafening. Young man 1, momentarily stunned, reacts with a simple, "Eh," as the situation continues to unfold around him. The chaos is overwhelming. Young man 2, desperate and seeing no other option, ignited the fuel, muttering, "The fuel is burning," resulting in a massive explosion that rocked the area. The force of the blast sent debris flying and engulfed nearby objects in flames. The shockwave impacted the fleeing civilians, throwing them to the ground. The fire spread rapidly, consuming everything in its path. A large plume of smoke billowed into the sky. Amidst the chaos, the older man, coughing, weakly asked young man 2 and young woman 1, "Are you guys okay?" An older man, injured but alive, contacted headquarters, reporting that survivors had been found in the operation area. Meanwhile, a young man sat slumped, exhausted, and clearly suffering from injuries. Soldiers in hazmat suits arrived, ready to escort the survivors to safety. One soldier asked the older man if he was all right. The older man, the weary, nodded. A welding torch sputtered and malfunctioned, emitting sparks and a small burst of flame. The older man cried out in alarm as the fuel ignited. A young woman looked on in horror as the flames spread rapidly, engulfing the fuel tanker. The older man warned that the fuel was burning. A massive explosion rocked the area, sending a shockwave through the city. The young man 1 was caught in the blast. The aftermath of the explosion was a scene of chaos and destruction, with smoke and debris filling the air. A large group of people sat in a dimly lit building, waiting. Many appeared tired and anxious. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the building. The impact sent shockwaves through the room, throwing people off balance, causing widespread panic and confusion. People screamed and scrambled for cover as the lights went out. One young man, peering through a window, reacted with disbelief and alarm. What was that? He wondered aloud. Another individual, observing the aftermath from a distance, concluded, some kind of explosion. The scene outside showed a raging inferno consuming nearby buildings. In the aftermath of the explosion, a group huddled together in the darkness. Two individuals in yellow jackets apologized for the inconvenience, explaining that the emergency generator would soon be turned on. Meanwhile, others impatiently waited, checking their phones and wondering when the power would return. A young man with a cap, using his phone's flashlight, attempted to enter a restricted area, but was stopped by security personnel. He persisted, tapping on a door, seemingly searching for someone, and was suddenly confronted by the older man, who asked, "Are you looking for me?" A faint tapping sound echoed in the darkness. The young man, seemingly oblivious, chuckled softly to himself. He muttered, "I already felt it since." He shone his phone's light down a dimly lit corridor, searching. The older man, observing from the shadows, thought, "You were looking everywhere." He approached the young man, a smirk playing on his lips. "Are you less sensitive than me, huh?" The young man, startled by the sudden appearance, shone his light back down the corridor. He whispered, Is it true?" The older man leaned closer, his voice low and menacing. "People said you are immune." The young man, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation, burst into laughter. His laughter abruptly ceased as the older man's sharp words cut through the air. "Shit, why are you so funny, kid?" The young man, taken aback, stammered, "I didn't know that kind of question exists." The older man continued, explaining, "There's no virus without a cell. They all have it, however, some are so small that they can't be seen. In other words, if people said the virus without a cell is safe, that is bullshit." He elaborated further, "Even if it cannot be seen, it will continue to grow in our bodies. Which is why there's an incubation period. It hasn't been announced yet, though. The government must have also known about the incubation period. If not, there wouldn't have been a quarantine place like this." The older man's revelation hit the young man hard. "You and I are already immune." The older man, confident in his explanation, stated that the virus, even while inside their bodies, could not transform them. He elaborated that although they felt the pain associated with the virus's presence, their cells remained unaffected after incubation. The young man, still processing this revelation, remained silent, clearly in need of further explanation. The older man, with a playful grin, playfully tapped the young man's shoulder. Startled, the young man exclaimed, "Hyung, what the hell?" The older man chuckled, reassuring him, No need to be scared, boy. I'm just kidding, ha." The young man, slightly apprehensive, replied, Yes, sorry. I'm coming." He followed the older man, a playful glint in the older man's eyes. The older man, seemingly unhurried, continued his cryptic advice, "Hey, wanna know something? If you meet a monster, don't just run away. You will learn a lot of things." He chuckled softly, hee hee. The young man, still slightly confused, followed the older man down a dimly lit staircase. The older man apologized for the wait. He gestured towards a door, "It's all right. This way, please." As the door opened, the young man gasped, "Whoa, insane." A young man casually recorded a burning building on his phone, the video capturing the sounds of monstrous cries. He chuckled, stating that he wanted to burn them. Another young man pondered whether he should have burned the building when he first arrived, calling them dumbass. He observed that everyone is afraid of death. A conversation unfolds in a group chat, with Jihoon asking why someone is looking for Hongmi, and another person questioning if Hongmi was left behind. Young Man 1 and Young Man 2 watched from a distance, observing a crowd of people exiting a building. Young Man 1 questioned if they were coming from the burning building, commenting on how lucky they were to escape. Suddenly, young Manhwa's expression changed to one of surprise, as he noticed a young woman among the crowd, seemingly injured. The emergency hammer wasn't used, he noted. Young Man too also registered the woman's presence, his expression one of concern. They watched as the injured woman and the crowd moved away. Amidst the chaos of fleeing figures, Young Man 1 and Young Man 2 noticed an injured woman struggling amidst the crowd. Her face etched with a mixture of pain and shock, a single, small bandage barely concealing a wound on her forehead. Her eyes reflected a deep, unspoken trauma. The injured woman, overcome with grief and rage, cried out, "Because of them, Jubyong died." The injured woman, her face etched with grief and rage, leaned heavily against a young man's shoulder. Her breaths ragged as she recounted the tragic news of Jubyong's death. The young man, along with another, watched her with a mixture of shock and concern, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation. The injured woman's anger flared, and she directed a venomous accusation towards Kong Ji-hun. The scene shifted to show another young man, Songjul, confronting Kong Ji-hun, who appeared unfazed by the accusations. Songjul's frustration mounting as he pressed Kong Ji-hun for an explanation. The tension between them thickened, with Songjul's anger escalating into a heated verbal exchange. He accused Kong Ji-hun of being insensitive and dismissive of the situation, calling him an ass-kisser. Songjul, his face contorted in anger, confronted Lee Yunwoo. "Huh, what's with the face? Wanna punch me?" He continued, taunting Yunwoo, "If it were the old me, I would have beaten the hell out of you." Yunwoo smirked, "Huh? Is that so?" Songjul, enraged, grabbed Yunwoo's shirt. "You got called to the teacher's room 'cause you beat up the kids in junior high. You wanna show that off? You piece of shit." Yunwoo struggled, shouting, "Fuck! Let go of me. My shirt is gonna get torn, bitch." Songjul, ignoring Yunwoo's pleas, continued his accusation, "You're Choi Hande, right?" Songjul, his breath ragged, cursed under his breath, "Fucker." He ascended a dimly lit staircase, his frustration mounting as he muttered, "How are they so lucky?" He continued his relentless pursuit, pausing only to curse again, "Shit," as he searched, his anger growing with each passing moment. "How could they be here?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. He furiously tried to open a door, shouting, "Open!" A sinister grin spreading across his face as he declared, "You think I can't find you?" Songjul, his face partially obscured by shadows, confronted a man, his voice tight with barely suppressed rage. He demanded, "Are the girls that were with you?" The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken accusations. Songjul, his face bruised and bloodied, grabbed a man by the collar, demanding, wait up, man. Where are the girls that went with you?" He pressed his question further, "Where are they?" The man, clearly distressed, cried out in pain, "Agh. Why are you asking me?" Songjul struck the man, shouting, "You're the one who should have brought them along. They all ran away. All of them." Songjul, his face etched with worry and determination, confronted a man, demanding, "Just tell me the truth. Are you the one who left us?" He spat out a single word, F***ker. Songjul and his friends spotted Lee Yunwoo in the crowd. "Hey," one of them shouted, as they rushed towards him. The others exclaimed, "Whoa! Amazing!" Songjul called out Yunwoo's name, Yunwoo. His friends reacted with shock and relief, "Yunwoo, you're alive?" Lee Yunwoo, trembling, confessed, "I was also really scared." Songjul, however, interrupted him, harshly stating, "Don't say sorry." His voice laced with anger, he added, "It's disgusting." Songjul's friend, his face etched with fury, confronted Lee Yunwoo, accusingly questioning, if you didn't leave Jubyong behind." He continued his intense interrogation, "If you didn't dump him at that place. Jubyong, he could have been alive too. Why?" Songjul and his friends confronted Lee Yunwoo, their accusations hanging heavy in the air, questioning his actions and demanding an explanation for their past decision. The weight of their words pressed down on Yunwoo. Songjul's anger intensified as he reminded Yunwoo of the consequences of his choices. The unspoken accusation of betrayal hung between them. Songjul's friend, visibly distressed, gasped as the full weight of the situation crashed down. The scene shifted to reveal the injured woman, her grief palpable. The injured woman's words cut through the tension, revealing that Ju Byeon, the one left behind, had been the one to order them to abandon Lee Yunwoo. Songjul's friend, overwhelmed by this revelation, reacted with a mixture of shock and anger, shouting his frustration and the desperate need to escape. Young Man One's eyes widened in shock, his face etched with disbelief, as he witnessed the unfolding scene. The injured woman's accusation hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the stunned silence of the onlookers. "Bullshit," one of them shouted, their voice laced with anger. The raw emotion of the moment was palpable. Songjul, his face contorted in fury, let out a guttural scream, "You fucker." The scene shifted to a registration point, where people were diligently recording their information. One young man asked, "Do I need to write my phone number too?" Another official responded curtly, "Put your phone number, sir." The injured woman sat silently, her head bowed low, a profound sadness etched onto her features. A sigh escaped her lips, a testament to her exhaustion and despair. A large section of a building's exterior wall was violently shattered, the debris raining down onto the street below. Songjul, reacting swiftly, leaped from a nearby structure, landing with a thud near a damaged building entrance. Inside, a young man frantically searched for something, muttering incoherently. He cried out, "Ju Byeon, hurry up," as a monstrous figure loomed in the background. Young Man One cried out in pain as Ju Byeon roughly shoved him aside, shouting, "Step aside." Ju Byeon stumbled, his escape thwarted by his friend's desperate plea. "You said you wanted to escape from here," Young Man One exclaimed, his voice laced with fear. Ignoring his friend's pleas, Ju Byeon muttered to himself, "How someone as lame as you still has friends, how crazy." His gaze hardened, Ju Byeon declared, "Poor Lee Yunwoo. Whether you want to follow me or not, it's up to you." The injured woman, seemingly resigned, responded with a single, dismissive word, "Whatever." It was all in the past. A figure in a hazmat suit approached cautiously, asking, "Excuse me. May I look for my friend's name?" A hazmat figure, searching for friends named Lee Hongmi, questioned a man about their whereabouts. But the man seemed unsure, muttering the name repeatedly before concluding they weren't there. He then mentioned other names, Kong Hana and Kim Minju. The scene shifted to a group of people confronting a man, their anger evident in their expressions and words. They accused him of abandoning their friends, and even leaving them behind. The man, clearly distressed, defended himself, explaining that he had tried to stop them but failed. Ju Byeon recounted the events of that night, explaining that he had been threatened with hammers and was unable to intervene. The young man, however, remained unconvinced, questioning how Ju Byeon could not have known about the hammers. Ju Byeon, distressed, insisted it wasn't his fault. One of the young men scoffed, highlighting Ju Byeon's distress. Ju Byeon, attempting to justify his actions, revealed that he had already contacted the army for assistance, expecting their arrival in the morning. Another young man, impatient and desperate, demanded to know where the others had gone. Ju Byeon observed his sleeping companions, surprised by their ability to rest despite the circumstances, wondering how they could sleep while he remained awake. Meanwhile, Young Man One and Young Man Two discussed Yunwoo's actions, with Young Man One expressing his amusement and Young Man Two questioning Ju Byeon's trustworthiness. Later, Young Man Two approached a sleeping figure and asked if he could sit there, only to be told there was no more space. Ju Byeon, observing his sleeping friends, muttered to himself, "To be honest, I don't need to ask you." He then brusquely dismissed the injured woman with a curt, "Shoo." The injured woman, her expression grim, checked her phone, seemingly unmoved by Ju Byeon's words. Young Man One, concerned, asked the injured woman, "Are you all right?" She responded with a weary sigh, "That's why you shouldn't expect much from a friend or anybody." Continuing her explanation, she stated, "People can change based on the situations. Even you." Therefore, I don't trust people. Lost in thought, the injured woman recalled a traumatic event from the cable car incident. She remembered those who had begged her to open the door, but she had locked it instead. The injured woman, still visibly shaken, recounted a traumatic experience, explaining her deep-seated distrust of others. Young man 1 listened intently, his expression one of concern and empathy. He questioned her about the incident, wanting to understand her fear and offer support. Meanwhile, Ju Byong remained dismissive, interrupting with a dismissive "so what?" His lack of sympathy was evident. The injured woman, her voice laced with vulnerability, asked what she should do if the situation were to repeat itself. Young man 1, sensing her desperation, tried to reassure her, asking if she trusted him. The injured woman's response was hesitant, revealing her deep-seated loneliness and lack of trust. She confessed to having no friends she could rely on during her travels. A young man urgently tells the injured woman, "Don't go." She questions him, "What?" He explains, "I'm saying this for your own safety. This place is no longer safe." He continues, emphasizing the danger, "the people who just came here." The young man looks concerned as he sees the injured woman's condition, while another man approaches, asking, "Honey, are you okay?" A man, his face etched with worry, rested his head against a cool surface. He was clearly unwell. His thoughts drifted to the recent arrivals, a large group of people, many of whom appeared to be infected with something. A woman nearby gasped, "Blue," expressing her disgust and concern. The man, hearing this, asked his companion, "Honey, are you all right?" His eyes widened in horror as he realized the grim truth: more than half of them are infected. The scene opens in a dimly lit laboratory kitchen. The counters and sinks are visible but mostly empty. Inside a dark room, a young man in a cap lies on the floor, groaning. An older man and a young woman look down at him with concern. The young man coughs, a sound accompanied by the onomatopoeia FWOOP. The young man cries out in pain, "AAAH." He struggles, his body convulsing slightly as he exclaims, "Bump. AH. Shit. I feel like I'm dying." The young woman looks on, her face etched with worry. She whispers, "Fuck, we're supposed to be having fun right now, right? On our trip. Why did it turn out this way?" The older man observes the young man, his expression grim. He mutters, "He's stubborn as ever, huh?" The young woman responds, "Who? Choi Hyundai?" The older man shakes his head, saying, "Don't talk about it anymore. He's as stubborn as he is stupid. By the way, why does he want to go out this late?" The unnamed woman questioned the unnamed man, "Oh, right. You said you've met your classmates?" He responded simply, "Ah. Don't mind it. We fought with them. It seems like we wouldn't want to see each other anymore." The woman exclaimed, "Geez, you should be helping each other out at times like these. What if you guys reunite again?" The woman stood alone, looking out over the city at night. She thought, "Don't say sorry. It's disgusting." The unnamed woman sat alone, a bandage on her face, her expression one of profound sadness. She thought, and then her mind replaying a painful memory. She recounted the events to her friends, her voice laced with bitterness. "He ran away," she exclaimed, the betrayal still raw. "I was screaming my lungs out, begging him to open the door. What a shitty fucker," she spat, her anger momentarily eclipsing her grief. One friend offered a cynical observation, "Well, just take it as a life lesson." Another friend added, "Well, the true nature of humans always gets revealed in life and death situations, right?" The woman stared out the window, lost in thought. A young woman, her face etched with a mix of fear and exhaustion, sat alone, the events of her recent trauma still fresh in her mind. The image shifts to a close-up of her face, highlighting a small bandage on her cheek, a silent testament to the violence she endured. Elsewhere, a young man, his features obscured by shadow, muttered the name Hyundai. A desperate plea seemingly lost in the darkness. A young man, sniffing the air, wondered aloud where a strange smell was coming from. When he was suddenly interrupted by another man's question, what are you watching? Is there anything good? The first man, startled, let out a cry of alarm as he looked at his phone, causing a nearby man to shout, "Shit! Hey, turn off the light." Another man asked, "What is the matter, sir?" A third man, observing the commotion, stated, "What's the matter? I should be the one who asks that. This second floor is our territory." The young man from the first panel, noticing a young woman nearby, addressed her, saying, "Soyun, what about you? What are you doing here?" The unnamed man urged the unnamed woman, "You should go back." He then asked her, with concern, "Are you okay?" The unnamed woman, however, was more concerned for him, asking, "What about you?" She continued, expressing her exhaustion with the situation, "I mean, are you not tired with this situation? Now we're marked as." The unnamed man, still visibly shaken, questioned, "How did all this happen, huh?" The unnamed woman responded, taking full responsibility, "It's my fault." The unnamed woman anxiously questioned whether Lee Yun-woo had asked for their help or if he had instructed them to wait for him, or if their current predicament was due to others' actions. The unnamed woman concluded that it was their fault because they had been accused. The unnamed man pondered whether anyone would wait for Lee Yun-woo given the circumstances. The unnamed woman vehemently denied that was the case. A sudden, sharp cry pierced the night. A woman, anxious and worried, whispered, "Hush." As she searched the floor, a single beam of light illuminating her. Suddenly, a man's voice cried out, "Oh honey," his tone laced with concern and surprise. The man's distress escalated as he repeated, "Honey," his voice trembling with fear. He frantically called out, "Honey," his voice filled with panic as he looked around wildly. The man's desperate cries continued, "Oh honey," as he searched for someone amidst a crowd of onlookers. His desperate pleas were met with only silence and fear from the surrounding crowd, as a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its grotesque form causing a wave of terror to wash over the onlookers. Panic erupted in the crowded space as someone shouted, "She's infected." The announcement sparked immediate chaos, with cries of, "There's an infected," echoing through the area as people reacted with fear and alarm. The scene descended into a desperate scramble for safety, with individuals shouting warnings like "Shit! Run away," as they attempted to flee the immediate danger. Amidst the chaos, a man, seemingly oblivious to the pandemonium, awoke with a yawn. "Why is it so noisy?" he mumbled, coughing slightly. He reached for his glasses, muttering, "My glasses." As he adjusted them, suddenly, a scream pierced the air, "Kaya," as the man looked up, his expression shifting from confusion to alarm. A horrifying transformation was underway. The unnamed man's body contorted, his features melting into a grotesque mass of eyes and flesh, a guttural scream escaping his lips as his body writhed in agony. The unnamed man and woman fled the scene in terror, their panicked shouts echoing through the hallway as they desperately sought refuge. Other people in the building heard the commotion and began to run, their fear palpable. The situation quickly escalated into widespread panic. A group of people huddled together, fear etched on their faces. One of them called out, "Hyundai." A group of homeless people huddled together in a dimly lit alleyway. One of them muttered, "Ah, shit. There are homeless people here." Another responded, "Geez, the hell is it this time?" while a third added, "It's not even like you're better than us." Inside a building, a man barked, "Quick, close the door." The door slammed shut with a loud blam. Another man inside exclaimed, "Hey, what the F***CK? I've been holding back all this time." The sound of a door handle turning, clack. A man looked surprised, "Huh?" He then realized, there are homeless people inside. Aren't they more dangerous? Chaos erupted. F***CK, someone yelled. Two men violently clashed, BAM. Bam. Another voice shouted, "Open the door." H. A young woman, terrified, screamed, "Ah." Another person nearby said, "Seems like it's locked. Let's go to the other door there." The young woman, panting, desperately tried to open a different door, turn. Pant. A group of young people fled across a rooftop, their silhouettes stark against the night sky. The same group continued their desperate flight, their pursuer's shadow looming large in the foreground. One of the fleeing individuals, a young man, registered the intensity of the situation, muttering, "Ooh, this is spicy." A young woman, her face etched with fear and a small cut visible on her cheek, looked back at the approaching danger. A young woman with dark hair ran along a rooftop, pursued by unseen figures. Her face registered terror. As she glanced back, her eyes wide with fear. Below, a young man in a baseball cap also fled, his expression apprehensive. Observing the woman's desperate flight from a distance, he too seemed to be evading the same unseen pursuers. The young man's eyes widened, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he witnessed something unseen. A young woman, her face bruised and bloodied, stared out from the shadows, eyes wide with terror. A piercing siren wailed through the night, echoing through the deserted city streets, growing louder as it approached. The sounds were punctuated by the woman's muttered expletive, "So noisy." Inside a nearby tent, a man checked his phone, his expression a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. The siren's wail registered on his face. The siren is on, he thought. A news alert flashed on his screen. This is the second day since the closing of all the area around Seoul. Another person, partially obscured, spoke urgently, "Sir, you need to go, right?" The man remained impassive, a slight tremor in his hand betraying his inner turmoil. He simply replied, "HM?" A man in a lab coat, his face etched with concern, questioned another, "What's wrong? Why are you trembling?" The trembling man responded, Because of those guys? They're not my doings." He clutched his chest, groaning in pain, "Ugh. Geez, I might get misunderstood." The first man pressed further, "There's no way I can spread these viruses." "Are they already on the incubation period? Maybe because they worked too hard?" The trembling man added, "Anyways, I was also surprised that I have this power, the power to control the cell's latency, and then the body will react." A surge of energy pulsed through him, causing a throbbing sensation. His eyes widened in surprise as he laughed, "Ha? Ha ha." A man in a hazmat suit, his face etched with panic, cried out, "No." He trembled violently as his body convulsed. The words "tremble, tremble" appeared as onomatopoeia, emphasizing his distress. He gasped, "And no way. Ugh." Suddenly, a figure appeared, calmly stating, "Excuse me, sir. To tell you the truth, there's a drug that I'm currently looking for. Do you want to know how to be immune?" The man in the hazmat suit, his face now contorted in a manic grin, laughed. The unnamed man, his expression grim, stood silhouetted against the night sky. A dark, brooding figure observing a scene unfolding below. A young woman and two men hurried across a rooftop, pursued by several shadowy figures. The woman, startled, let out a cry of alarm, "Ah!" The pursuing figures were closing in. One of the men exclaimed, "There, you see them too, right?" Another man, his glasses askew, shouted in panic, "Damn it! It's them!" The unnamed man, witnessing the chase, called out to the pursuers, "Hey! You guys!" A group of young people stood on an overpass, their conversation interrupted by the sudden appearance of Songyu and Kang Ji-hun. One of them questioned their presence there, as a nearby figure twitched violently, transforming into a monstrous creature with a guttural cry. Panic erupted as the group realized the horrifying transformation. "Shit! They are turning into monsters," one of them shouted, urging everyone to flee. The young people scattered, desperately trying to escape the rapidly spreading threat. But even their current location proved unsafe, as one of them observed. An unnamed man, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and terror, stumbled through a darkened alleyway, uttering a pained "ugh" as he collapsed to the ground, his body racked with spasms. Nearby, an unnamed woman and a group of onlookers watched in alarm. One of them asking, "Hey, are you okay?" as the man continued to writhe in agony. The man gasped for air, his breaths coming in ragged huffs. As his transformation continued, his body contorting into a grotesque parody of its former self. An unnamed man clutched his hands, a strange, ethereal glow emanating from them. The light intensified, causing him to question what was happening. As the glow enveloped him completely, his body contorted in agony as a horrifying transformation began. His skin rippled and tore, revealing a monstrous form beneath. The creature let out a guttural roar of pain, its transformation complete. A woman whispered a question to a man, "Do you feel the pain when you're near the virus? Is it true?" The man's eyes widened in fear as he repeated, "Is it true?" A horrifying transformation began, accompanied by a scream and a loud blam, as the man violently convulsed. Panic erupted as people screamed for help, help! The scene was chaotic, filled with terror and confusion. More screams filled the air, as the monstrous transformation continued, "Hi!" The man's body contorted into a grotesque form, "Aya!" Others fled in terror, shouting "Kiwa and Fuck" as the monster's figure emerged, "Hey, hurry up and go!" Two young women hurried down a corridor, one bumping into the other. The woman in the cap exclaimed, "Hurry!" Meanwhile, a young man, seemingly alone, muttered in disbelief, "Fuck. How did the virus get here?" A group of people rushed past him, their faces etched with fear. One of them called out, "What do we do now?" The young man watched them go, breathing heavily, huff, huff. More people fled down the hallway, their movements frantic and panicked. The young man's eyes widened in alarm, recognizing some of the faces. He whispered, "Ah, shit, it's them again." A young man, his face etched with worry, stood amidst the chaos, his eyes wide with apprehension. As a wave of panicked screams and shouts erupted around him, people scrambled, desperate to escape. Tap, a sound echoed, adding to the growing terror. The crowd surged forward, pushing and shoving. "Get out of the way," someone yelled, their voice barely audible above the din. The scene was one of pure, unadulterated panic. "Move quick," another voice urged, as the mass of people continued their frantic retreat. A man pleaded, "Please calm down." But his words were lost in the cacophony. A group emerged from the chaos, explaining, "We came across from there. It isn't safe there either." An unnamed woman, peering over a railing, gasped, "My goodness." The scene below revealed a horrifying sight, a mangled, fleshy mass, twitching and pulsating. A grotesque creature of unknown origin. Above, on a balcony, a group of people reacted with horror, one man shouting, "Ah, shit." Their fear was palpable as they pointed downwards, one exclaiming, "Look down there." The creature continued its unsettling movements, its form shifting and writhing. A man on the balcony muttered, "Damn it." Below, the unnamed woman clutched her head in pain, groaning, "Ugh." Her pain intensified, a silent scream etched across her face as she whispered, "This pain is getting worse." Amidst the chaos, a lone figure's anxious thought echoed, "Can I survive here?" Suddenly, a man's exclamation broke the silence, "Ah, look at that." Their attention was drawn to a horrifying sight, a virus-infected creature at the doorway, causing a wave of panic and fear. "Oh God! There's virus at the door too," someone cried out. One man, seemingly the leader, gasped, "Moom. Fire." He struggled to breathe, huff. "We need fire." Yun Woo, injured and distressed, looked up at Isul. As Isul approached, concerned, asking if she was all right, Isul noticed Yun Woo's cold sweat and exclaimed, "You are dripping cold sweat, idiot." A sudden wave of discomfort washed over Yun Woo, as he gasped in pain and distress, uttering a confused and pained "Why? Am I feeling something weird?" Yun Woo, experiencing a sudden wave of discomfort, questioned the source of the strange sensation, "From the tip of my hand?" His internal monologue continued, filled with confusion and alarm, "Is this the feeling of the monsters around him?" The scene shifted to show a chaotic struggle, with people fleeing in terror as monstrous figures emerged from the shadows. A loud sound, "fush dash," punctuated the scene as a section of the floor collapsed. Isol, concerned, rushed to Yunwoo's side, asking, "How is your condition? You okay?" Yunwoo, though clearly distressed, responded with a strained, "Yeah. Come here, give me something." Min, observing the scene with Isol, muttered, "Ah. I'm observing." Isol, concerned, questioned, "What?" Min explained, "We have been busy running away from those creatures all this time. But if we keep running away, it won't be over. Now I need to find out what kind of creatures they are." Yunwoo, distressed, exclaimed, "Ah, fuck." Min, witnessing the chaos, questioned, "Why isn't the army coming?" A soldier, his face contorted in pain, coughs violently, a foamy substance erupting from his mouth. As the caption reads, "With swift action, we have succeeded in burning down the quarantine." The scene shifts to a nighttime street where soldiers are setting fire to a building. Another caption appears, "We're starting to burn the shelter." The image shows the soldiers continuing their destructive actions. The scene depicted a chaotic urban landscape engulfed in flames and smoke. Numerous grotesque, bioorganic creatures writhed amidst the destruction, their movements jerky and unsettling. Their bodies twitching spasmodically as they moved through the debris. The sounds of their movements were implied by the onomatopoeia twitch, repeated across the panel. One creature lunged forward, its movements quick and violent. A high-pitched zap sound effect accompanied its attack. As it struck its target, a nearby soldier shouted, "Get back to the wall," while another yelled, "Step aside." A fiery explosion rocked the building. Panic erupted among the crowd as people screamed and scrambled for safety, their faces contorted in fear. The chaos intensified as more explosions echoed through the building, adding to the growing sense of dread. A dark, viscous substance oozed across the floor. It pulsed with an eerie glow, spreading rapidly across the room. A man gasped, "Oh no, the virus is right in front of us." Amidst the chaos, Yunwoo, clinging to a sliver of hope, muttered, "The army is gonna save us soon." His hope quickly faltered as he questioned, "Why hasn't the army come anyway? Don't they obey orders 24/7? Isol, breathless and panicked, explained, "I met that immune guy earlier." Yunwoo, surprised, asked, "Immune guy?" Isol continued, "Yeah. Seems like he knows a lot about this virus. Also about the incubation period." Yunwoo, growing increasingly anxious, pressed, "What? Why are you saying this now? Where is he now?" Isol recounted a past encounter, describing a person whose body was covered in the virus, explaining that at the time, she felt no pain. But now, she revealed, the pain has returned, affecting even the inactive virus. Min observed the chaos unfolding around him, his expression reflecting his concern and confusion. He noticed something unusual, muttering to himself, "Hey, they." And then, questioning the strange situation, he added, "Isn't it weird?" Two individuals discussed a video. One stated that the people in the video had been together ever since. Min reacted with shock and concern upon seeing a video of Hongmi, exclaiming, "Damn, Hongmi," as he realized she had recorded another video. Despite the poor audio quality, they confirmed that Hongmi was still alive, prompting a decision to leave their current location. While discussing their next move, Min noticed something alarming and urged the others to look at what he had found. Min pointed out a gathering of figures in the distance, highlighting a growing threat. As figures approached a light source, Yunwoo and Isol discussed their precarious situation. "What are we going to do if we get out of here?" Isol anxiously questioned. "Isn't it dangerous to use a flashlight?" Yunwoo countered, highlighting the risks of attracting unwanted attention. Min, observing from a distance, noticed a disturbing pattern. "They're gathering," he muttered, his expression grim as he witnessed the ominous congregation of unknown entities. How shall we get advantage of this, he wondered, contemplating a strategic response to the unfolding threat. Suddenly, a cry of alarm pierced the tense silence. "Ah!" The arrival of the army brought a wave of relief. Isol exclaimed, "We are saved." Others echoed her sentiment, their faces a mixture of relief and disbelief. As figures in the windows of a nearby building called out for help, their voices filled with urgency. The soldiers responded immediately, rushing towards the building to assist. Meanwhile, Yunwoo and Min observed a group of figures in the distance. They seemed to notice the group's presence, and Min muttered, "They've seen us." The group reacted with a mix of fear and confusion. One of them questioned, "What's with you two? Stop staring." Another member of the group, seemingly annoyed, retorted, "Like I care." Amidst the chaos, a sense of urgency permeated the air. Someone urged, "Come on, hurry." The group began to move, their escape seemingly imminent. Amidst the chaos of a crowded party, a young man clutched a woman close, his face contorted in a grimace. A sudden, sharp intake of breath escaping his lips as he gasped, "Who you?" The woman, startled, asked, "What's wrong, dear?" Her concern quickly turned to horror as she witnessed the man's alarming state. Another person nearby exclaimed, "He's..." A chilling realization dawning on her face as she whispered, "Excuse me." The man's eyes widened in terror, his body convulsing violently as he let out a guttural cry, "Kaya." Panic erupted around him as onlookers reacted with fear and alarm. One person gasped, "Ha!" The unnamed woman, witnessing the chaos unfolding before her, exclaimed, "It looks exactly like what I saw on the first floor." A man, his face etched with worry and determination, shouted, "Back off everyone!" His body convulsed violently as a monstrous presence took hold. The woman watched in horror as the man's transformation continued, a monstrous form emerging from within. The monstrous form fully revealed itself, its grotesque features terrifying to behold. The woman cried out, "Don't go there." The woman, overcome with fear, screamed, "Don't touch me. Lunatic!" The woman stared, eyes wide with dawning horror. A guttural sound ripped from her throat as she witnessed the grotesque transformation before her. A scream of pure terror escaping her lips as the monstrous form fully manifested. She turned and fled, the horrifying image seared into her memory. Amidst the chaos of a city engulfed in flames, a group of terrified civilians fled the scene, their faces etched with fear and desperation. One bystander, shouting Lee Yun-woo, as he desperately tried to make his way through the crowd. Another man, observing a young man in a white cap, muttered to himself, "This kid is so suspicious since earlier." His suspicion growing as he accused the young man, You're infected?" The young man, visibly distressed, denied the accusation, "It's not like that." A woman pressed him further, "Then, how do you know when people get infected? Did that immune guy also told you?" Lee Yun-woo, exasperated, shouted at the group, "Fuck. What do y'all want me to do?" He continued, his voice laced with frustration, "I already said, it isn't what it looks like, but I still get suspected." He glared at the bystanders, his anger palpable. "Just mind your own self. Rather than suspecting me." The unnamed woman, her face etched with worry, whispered a question to herself, "Is it someone among us?" Lee Yun-woo's eyes widened in fear, his distress intensifying. The unnamed woman, observing Lee Yun-woo's reaction, noted, "From the way you talk." The unnamed woman's eyes widened in alarm, her expression reflecting a growing unease. A silent scream trapped behind her lips as a chilling realization dawned upon her, there was an infected person among them. A woman, her face etched with worry, observed a young man. From his demeanor, she suspected something was wrong. Her eyes widening in horror as a chilling realization dawned upon her, there was an infected person among them. The woman's fear was palpable, her unspoken question hanging heavy in the air, "Someone among us?" The young man, Lee Yun-woo, reacted with distress, his silence amplifying the growing tension. An unnamed man approached Lee Yun-woo, concern etched on his face. He asked, "What's wrong, Yun-woo?" Yun-woo, visibly distressed, defensively retorted, "Why are you looking at me?" The unnamed man's suspicion grew as Yun-woo's increasingly erratic behavior continued. He muttered, "F***ker. What are you staring at?" Suddenly, another man, Kang Jae-hyun, stepped forward, his voice sharp and accusatory. He declared, "You're already infected." Yun-woo, shocked and enraged, reacted violently, grabbing Kang Jae-hyun. "What did you say?" he roared. Lee Yun-woo, acutely aware of his impending infection, urgently stated the need to inform others, explaining that the incubation period of the infected cell would soon activate. Meanwhile, an unnamed man confronted Yun-woo, accusing him of being suspected and questioning his motives. The unnamed man's suspicion escalated into a heated exchange, with insults exchanged between the two. Kang Jae-hyun intervened, forcefully declaring that enough was enough and directly accusing Lee Yun-woo of being infected. The unnamed man, still suspicious, questioned Kang Jae-hyun's authority to make such an accusation. Lee Yun-woo, defiant, retorted that this was what they thought, implying that the truth would soon be revealed. A close-up on Lee Yun-woo's face, his expression one of grim defiance as he is surrounded by a fiery, chaotic energy. A heavy thump echoes as a monstrous creature bursts through a door, its arrival causing a wave of panic among onlookers. Observers on a nearby balcony watch in horror as the creature emerges, their fear palpable as they shout, "We're going to lit fire ahead there." A team of soldiers, armed and ready, charges into the fray, opening fire with a deafening flard. The soldiers' assault is met with fierce resistance, the creature roars in pain, KRUAGH. As explosions rock the scene. A chaotic scene unfolds as the creature lashes out, causing casualties among the soldiers and bystanders, cries of Kaya. Help, fill the air. The creature, its grotesque form partially obscured by a fallen soldier, let out a guttural hoo-hoo. A pained rasp that echoed the chaos of the battle. Nearby, a terrified woman cried out, Please save me." Her desperate plea was barely audible above the sounds of gunfire and the creature's struggles. Another desperate cry, Please," was cut short as the creature's tendrils tightened around her. A soldier, witnessing the scene, barked a curt order, "Burn it." With a roar, a soldier fired a flamethrower, the intense heat engulfing the creature in a fiery inferno. The creature shrieked, "Kaya!" The flames consumed the creature as civilians fled the scene, propelled by a wave of fear and the intense heat. Amidst the chaos, a man screamed "Fuck" in terror, his face contorted in fear as he and others were surrounded by flames. Soldiers in gas masks arrived, their expressions grim as they surveyed the scene. One soldier exclaimed, "Idiot! What the hell did you just do?" The soldiers reported, "We found a lot of people who are assumed to have been infected at the second-floor stairs." A soldier used a flamethrower, engulfing the area in fire. The man, eyes wide with panic, yelled, "Run away! Hurry!" The scene was consumed by a massive explosion as the soldiers unleashed a devastating flare attack. A monstrous creature emerged, engulfed in flames, its terrifying presence causing widespread panic. A man screamed in terror, his voice echoing the chaos. As terrified civilians scrambled for safety, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. A woman cried out for help, her voice lost in the pandemonium. While soldiers, seemingly oblivious to the civilians' plight, focused their attention on eliminating the creature. One soldier observed that the soldiers were killing normal citizens, seemingly assuming they were already infected. The soldiers' actions further escalating the chaos and fear. Another civilian expressed disbelief and outrage at the situation. As creature continued its rampage, causing widespread destruction and panic. A civilian questioned the soldiers' actions, expressing confusion and fear. While soldiers in hazmat suits arrived on the scene, seemingly attempting to contain the situation. A civilian pleaded for help, claiming innocence and protesting their treatment. Amidst the chaos, a man cried out, "Wrong," as he was caught in the crossfire. Nearby, another man pleaded with the soldiers, "Why are you guys being like this to us?" The soldiers, clad in military gear, moved swiftly through the smoke-filled area, their actions causing further distress among the civilians. One soldier shouted, "Get away, mister," as he pushed past terrified civilians. Another soldier, his face obscured by a gas mask, barked, "Turn that flashlight off, you punk." Above, a creature twitched, its movements causing a woman to scream, "Mr. Kim, up there." Amidst the chaos of a military operation, terrified civilians screamed as soldiers fired their weapons, the sounds of blare and echoing through the scene. A young man, seemingly unfazed, casually asked a group of people, "Y'all are good, right?" as he tapped another individual on the shoulder. The scene shifted to show a man being violently thrown to the ground with a blam, and BAM, as he groaned in pain. Two men huddled together, one urging, "We need to get out of here ASAP, while the other responded with a worried, "Isn't it obvious?" Songyu, one of the men, looked on with a grim expression, stating, "We're gonna die if we go out of the shelter. You know that, right?" Songyu, having witnessed something from a window, whispered to his companion, "Don't tell anyone. I saw it from the window. There's a place where people are gathering. Let's just leave them and go there together." Got it? A group of civilians fled down a corridor, shouting for help. As soldiers pursued them, their voices echoing with the command, "Hold on." One soldier, his face bloodied, desperately pleaded, "Seoul is our territory. We must be able to help you." Pointing towards a group of people, he announced, "We have found people who are assumed to have been infected." A terrified man screamed, "Guys! Run!" As soldiers opened fire, the civilians scattering in a desperate attempt to escape the ensuing chaos. This morning, civil organizations across the country filed a formal complaint against the government. Specifically, the Citizens Coalition of Justice Realization held a press conference, revealing that the government was aware of the mutated virus crisis in Seoul but had deliberately ignored it. According to the WKA, the Enyanki and Mapogu had already filed their first report about 2 weeks before the Seoul closing order was implemented. News reports detailed that the Enyanki and Mapogu had already filed their first report about 2 weeks before the Seoul closing order was applied. The government denied it, calling the report preposterous. The government announced that it would take legal action against hoaxes that caused confusion. Amidst the chaos, a woman sighed, lamenting the long line at the canteen. A man offered her instant ramen, urging her to eat. Concerned, he pressed her to eat, asking how long she planned to starve. A woman anxiously paced, her worry evident. She had tried repeatedly to contact someone named Yeonwoo, but to no avail. She had called him 1,000 times, she explained to a nearby man, her voice laced with desperation, and now feared she might go crazy with worry. The man, listening sympathetically, acknowledged her distress, reminding her that Yeonwoo had previously mentioned being at the Seoul Station shelter. A news report then flashed on screen, detailing a devastating fire at the shelter the previous day, resulting in significant damage and a high number of casualties. The cause, according to officials, was the negligence of refugees who ignored quarantine regulations, leaving the woman visibly shaken by the news of the extensive loss of life. The unnamed woman's face was etched with worry and fear. Her eyes, wide with terror, reflected the gravity of the situation. A long shot of Seoul Station showed a city shrouded in a hazy atmosphere, hinting at the aftermath of a disaster. The image shifted to a closer view of the Seoul Station shelter, its exterior showing signs of damage and disrepair, revealing a sign indicating its name and purpose. The scene suggested a place of refuge, now compromised. Inside the shelter, people were seen huddled together in bunk beds, their expressions reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and apprehension. Among them was a young woman with brown hair, possibly Yeonwoo. A conversation unfolded between two individuals within the shelter. One of them remarked that they would have to wait until the Seoul gate reopened. 3 soldiers, having arrived from another city, are seen walking through what appears to be a damaged urban area. They approach 2 men at a shelter, explaining that they have nowhere else to go. One of the shelter's inhabitants offers them assistance and assures them that they are welcome to stay as long as needed, stating that he is merely returning a favor. A distant view of a city shows a sign requesting cooperation. 3 soldiers in hazmat suits stood guard, their faces obscured by gas masks. They surveyed a group of civilians, inquiring if anyone was infected or had been in contact with an infected person. The civilians responded negatively, their faces etched with worry. One soldier questioned if anyone had seen someone who appeared sick or uneasy. Another soldier, observing the scene, appeared concerned. A civilian then suggested that an infected person might have already fled the area, noting that someone had exhibited symptoms earlier. A soldier, clad in protective gear, stood vigilant, his gas mask obscuring his face. A grim question hung in the air: will you finish him off? The camera angle shifted, revealing a staircase leading upwards, bathed in sunlight from a high window. And then down to a street view from a window, showing a bustling city intersection. A man stood by the window, his hands clasped together, seemingly troubled. A sudden cry escaped his lips: Kaya. An unnamed man, his face partially obscured, trailed off mid-sentence, his expression unreadable. A nearby observer, also unnamed, voiced their suspicion, stating, "This kid is so suspicious since earlier." The observer's gaze fell upon the unnamed man, their eyes widening in horror as they exclaimed, You're infected?" The unnamed man, his face now fully visible, showed clear signs of infection, his eyes filled with fear and confusion as he questioned, "And infected? How can I be sure that I'm not infected?" A masked man, his face etched with concern, recalled a troubling observation: he looked so sensitive. Sometimes, when I called him, he would be startled. A chilling account followed. At one point, a woman witnessed his condition and immediately screamed, declaring him infected. The soldier, witnessing this exchange, reacted with a grim expression: "That punk straight up approached her and transmitted the virus." Ah! Seriously? That woman? Damn it! How grave. He turned to his fellow soldier, demanding, "Have you checked what he said right now?" The soldier confirmed, "Yes, I have. I've checked his name from the name list. I want to take a look." The masked man offered a cynical suggestion: "I think, if we set up the public's opinion to super virus transmitter, we'll have less responsibility." An argument erupted between two individuals. "You dare to attack me?" one demanded. The other retorted, "You started it first, shithead." A soldier questioned Kong Ji-hun, "Kong Ji-hun, are you sure you never made direct contact with that infected kid?" Ji-hun responded curtly, "Yes, I'm sure. I distanced myself from him since the beginning because he was suspicious." Lee Yun-woo writhed in discomfort, scratching furiously at his skin. "Ah! Damn it," he cried out. His distress was evident as he continued to scratch, muttering, "Huh? It's very itchy, isn't it?" Another individual, observing Yun-woo's plight, offered a warning: "You need to be careful using the pillows here." The observer then casually mentioned, "Yeah. Lice." Yun-woo reacted with frustration, exclaiming, "God damn it." A phone displayed the time, 11:17. The electricity was down, prompting a question: "Hey, by the way, the electricity doesn't work here. What do we do?" The group huddled together, contemplating their situation. One suggested, "Running out of battery." One of the two young men looked concerned, muttering to himself, "This won't turn on too?" His companion sighed, calling them both punks. The second young man, looking annoyed, asked, "Can you guys do anything? If you guys are that stupid?" He continued, "You can forget anything else, but never ever forget to keep a power bank." A beat of silence passed before the first young man asked, "Why are you alone?" The second young man responded to the question about his friend Kong Ji-hun, stating that they had parted ways while heading to their current location and that they weren't really that close anyway. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. "Knock knock." Young man 1, his expression a mixture of curiosity and worry, questioned the whereabouts of his friend, Kong Ji-hun. Young man 2, appearing annoyed but pragmatic, described the circumstances of his separation from Kong Ji-hun, emphasizing the importance of having a fully charged power bank. He then proceeded to give a tour of the building, pointing out the relatively good condition of the facilities despite the lack of electricity. He noted the presence of a coffee machine, rendered useless due to the power outage. The group continued their exploration, discovering that the third floor was designated as a break room for the homeless, with a canteen and food supplies located downstairs. Despite the circumstances, young man 2 expressed his belief that the shelter was quite safe and suitable for their needs. A man apologized to a woman, stating that his opinion was that the situation didn't make sense. The woman questioned whether there was truly a safe place, expressing concern. And further voiced her worry that homeless people would come and go, suggesting they close all doors to prevent this. Another young man, Isol, intervened, telling the woman not to worry about the homeless. The woman then questioned whether Lee Yun-woo was the most dangerous, citing his suspicious actions from the previous day. Isol responded by asking what the issue was, and the woman hinted at something she knew about Yun-woo, questioning if he was infected. The woman, shoulders slumped, confessed her ignorance regarding Lee Yun-woo's whereabouts. I also don't have a clue. Young man 1, looking concerned, then questioned, isn't he your friends since back then? Young man 2, pragmatic, suggested, just ask him directly if you're so curious about what's been happening. Even if you ask him, the woman retorted, God damn it. That time was, don't make fun of us. We need to work together, if not, we won't be safe, young man 2 insisted. The woman, surprised, asked, huh? What did you say? Fuck others, but with you, Kong-min, she questioned, her expression a mixture of apprehension and uncertainty. An unseen individual interrupted, shouting, enough, kids. Young man 2 suggested they regroup and strategize, proposing that they head to the canteen first to look for food. Meanwhile, a conversation between 2 other young people revealed that Kong-min and the woman were close in the past. The woman sighed, seemingly burdened by memories. She washed her face in the canteen's restroom, the sound of running water a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Her expression reflecting a mix of exhaustion and distress. Suddenly, a distant explosion rocked the building, causing her to react with a mix of fear and disbelief. A fiery explosion rocked the area, sending shockwaves through the building. A figure was engulfed in flames, screaming in agony as the intense heat consumed them. The woman, witnessing the horrific scene from a distance, stumbled back, her face pale with fear. She rushed to the nearest restroom, her hands trembling as she splashed water on her face, trying to regain her composure amidst the lingering terror. She descended the stairs, her mind racing. How could they stay sane after going through those things, she wondered. Truthfully, Yeo Yun-woo thought to herself, I can't take it anymore. The weight of recent events pressed heavily on her. A bandage covered a small wound on her face, a grim reminder of the explosion she had witnessed. She stood, visibly shaken, near young man 1, her distress evident in her wide eyes. Young man 2 approached, his expression concerned as he spoke her name, Yeo Yun-woo. Yeo Yun-woo, still visibly shaken from the recent explosion, informed the young man that everyone else was in the downstairs canteen. Her gaze lingering on something unseen, a flicker of fear in her eyes. A young man, concerned for Yeo Yun-woo's well-being, quietly approached her from behind, gently tapping her shoulder. The young man followed Yeo Yun-woo as she quickly left the area. Young man 1, concerned, watched Yeo Yun-woo from behind a glass door, his gaze following her as she moved through the building. He quickly opened the door and rushed after her, his footsteps echoing in the hallway. He caught up to her, grabbing her arm, demanding to know why she was carrying a bag and leaving. Why are you carrying a bag with you? Don't tell me, you're leaving, he exclaimed, his voice laced with worry. Young man 1 grabbed Yeo Yun-woo, shouting, Don't, Yun-woo. Don't go. Yeo Yun-woo resisted, pleading, let me go. Hurry, as he struggled against young man 1's grip. Yeo Yun-woo broke free, shouting, don't get in my way, and shoving past young man 1, who stumbled back. Young man 1 fell to the ground with a cry of pain, while Yeo Yun-woo continued his escape. Young man 1, left alone and injured, muttered, I don't know either. Meanwhile, young man 2, observing from a distance, worriedly thought, I also don't know if I'm safe or not. That's why, don't come near me. Yeo Yun-woo's face is shown, eyes wide with a look of distress and fear. 2 young men are in a kitchen, one is trying to light a stove, while the other watches. The first man mutters in frustration, ugh, why is the stove not turning on? The second young man suggests, maybe it needs electricity. The first one replies, it should be on. So, what now? The second young man consults a map on his phone, his expression turning serious. Young man 1 shivered, a look of frustration and concern etched on his face. His phone buzzed, displaying an unknown South Korean number. He looked at it with a questioning expression, muttering, "Huh?" Hesitantly, he answered the call. The caller asked, "Choi Hyundai?" A woman's voice, strained and anxious, repeated the name, Choi Hyundai. Young man 1's eyes widened in shock and alarm, a single exclamation escaping his lips. He turned, his back to the camera, and said, "Hannah," as he walked away. Young man 1 crouched on the ground, his body trembling slightly. He let out a pained ah, his face etched with worry. A young woman, presumably Hannah, spoke to him, her voice laced with distress. She confessed her uncertainty, stating, "I don't know either." Young man 1 reacted with a mix of fear and disbelief, his eyes wide with terror. He questioned his own safety, muttering, "If I'm safe or not, if I'm okay or not." His eyes darted around frantically, reflecting his intense anxiety and uncertainty about the situation. Hannah, her face etched with worry, whispered, "Don't come near me." She crouched down, her shoulders slumped in defeat, as if trying to make herself smaller, less visible. A young man approached, seemingly oblivious to her distress. He offered a hand, but she remained hunched over, her face hidden. "I don't know what you're worrying about," he said, his voice laced with concern. Young man 1 expressed concern for Hannah, stating that while he understood her desire to leave, it was too dangerous for her to venture out alone. He emphasized this point, highlighting that she had never been infected and should remain where she was for her safety. Despite his pleas, young man 1 ultimately left Hannah alone, as instructed. As he departed, young man 1 muttered the word swap under his breath, suggesting a possible exchange or secret plan. He continued to walk away, his expression unreadable. Once inside, young man 1 realized he was in the homeless building, a place of relative safety, and exclaimed in relief. Young man 1, hurrying, urged his companions forward, shouting, "Quick!" Their hurried movements suggested a pressing need for escape. One of the men responded with a confused, "Huh?" Elsewhere, young man 2, worried, contacted Hannah, asking, "Kong Hannah, where are you guys?" He received a reply, "We're currently hiding in a building." Hannah, visibly distressed, explained further, mentioning Hyundai and their communication difficulties, "But we couldn't contact you. Our phones were." Young man 2's phone battery was also dying, adding to their predicament. He noted the abundance of travel agency signs around them. Young man 2 anxiously tried contacting Hannah, his phone dying mid-call. His companions, young man 1 and another, looked on with concern. The screen displaying a number unavailable message, fueling his worry. Young man 2's frustration mounting as he realized his phone had died completely. Young man 1 offered his phone, suggesting they use his contact list to find Hannah's number. Young man 2, however, recognized the number as belonging to someone else, not a friend. A sudden realization dawned on him: Hannah was with Hongmi, who had his number. Hannah reappeared suddenly, causing a commotion among her friends. Young man 1 and young man 2, initially concerned, expressed relief at seeing her safe. Young man 2 questioned Hannah's whereabouts, while young man 1 urged them to leave immediately. Young man 1 offered his phone to help locate Hannah, while young man 2, already knowing her location, looked on anxiously. Young man 1's concern intensified as he urged them to escape the immediate area. A man appeared, calling out to them, warning them not to run away. The friends looked on in apprehension as a group of men entered the room. A burly man, his face etched with anger, demanded, "Do you know what place this is?" 3 young men, visibly anxious, found themselves cornered. One of them, sporting a bandage on his face, reacted with alarm, as Hannah was roughly grabbed by 2 older men. One of the young men shouted, "Hyung! We got one more," while Hannah cried out, "Fuck! Let me go!" The young man with the bandage, his face contorted in fury, yelled, "Isul!" The scene escalated as the older men continued to restrain Hannah. One of them sneered, "Whoa, so aggressive. Seems like she's gonna beat her husband in the future." The burly man's face, a mask of seething rage, filled the panel once more. Hannah cried out in distress, "Ah, fuck," as she was roughly grabbed and held captive by two burly men. Her eyes darted around, fear and desperation evident in her expression. Meanwhile, two young men witnessed the scene unfolding. One yelled for help, while the other watched in helpless fear. One of the young men shouted, "Huang," as the older men continued to restrain Hannah. Another older man, seemingly in charge, turned to observe the commotion. He then calmly stated, "They're my guests." Two men, one noticeably larger than the other, are engaged in a tense conversation. The larger man's expression is one of annoyance and frustration, his hand covering his ear as if he is trying to block out noise, while the smaller man looks on with a mixture of concern and apprehension. The dialogue reveals that the larger man is questioning the smaller man's presence, implying a shared understanding of a dangerous situation. The scene shifts to a group of people gathered in what appears to be a shelter. The smaller man from the previous panel is among them, and the conversation turns to the allocation of resources and the difficulties they face. The smaller man explains that he and his companions had a near-death experience at the station, highlighting the precariousness of their situation and the desperation of their circumstances. His words laced with exhaustion and a sense of profound weariness. His expression reflects the weight of their recent ordeal. The final panel shows a waiting room or common area within the shelter. Several individuals, including the two young men from the previous scene, are present, waiting or resting. The atmosphere is one of quiet tension and uncertainty. Young man 1, wearing glasses and a cap, expressed his concern about a recent encounter. "Those homeless guys were so grumpy. Aren't they like thugs?" he remarked. He continued, sharing what he'd heard about the homeless population in Seoul. "They say the homeless people of Seoul are all grumpy. I've heard that they fought over usufructuary." His worry grew as he questioned the well-being of someone involved. "Will that mister be all right?" Another young man 2, reassured him. "He'll be all right. He's well-powered in this field." The scene shifted to a group of older men, one of whom addressed another, "Huang. Get out, Huang. We'll settle this in peace, all right?" One of the older men then added a concerning comment. "But, it's better to share if there are little girls. Right? He. True." Two older men watched the burly man with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Their expressions a blend of concern and skepticism as they exchanged glances. One of them recalled, "If I remember correctly, he's an ex-boxer. He even won an Asia championship or whatever." Adding with a knowing smirk, "He brags a lot." The burly man, seemingly oblivious to their assessment, stood defiantly. His glare intense as he addressed the situation, muttering, "Ugh. I can't settle this matter in peace." Young man 1 pondered a text message, questioning if it was from his friends. Young man 2, seemingly unconcerned, reassured him that their friends were safe, citing the driver's earlier communication. Yeo Woo, however, expressed apprehension, questioning the wisdom of going to meet them. She voiced her concerns about their own safety, emphasizing the danger they were putting themselves in. Young man 2, irritated by her worry, challenged her perspective. He pointed out the presence of homeless individuals nearby, prompting Yeo Yunwo to reflect on the unsettling feeling their presence evoked. Young man 1, slightly reassured but still apprehensive, voiced his concerns to his friends. He insisted they needed to devise a plan to remain in their current location. While young man 2, dismissive of Yeo Yunwoo's worries, suggested they could simply talk it out and separate. He seemed unconcerned. Yeo Yunwoo, however, remained worried, pointing out the potential spread of the virus from the shelter and the uncertainty of their current situation. She questioned the wisdom of remaining there, expressing her suspicion that everyone they'd encountered might be infected. Her concern was met with disbelief and dismissal. Young man 1, overwhelmed by the uncertainty, confessed his own uncertainty about his health status. His apprehension was palpable as he grappled with the possibility of infection. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. Yeo Yunwoo's face was etched with worry, a single, pointed question formed on her lips. Because we left him behind that time, she silently wondered, the weight of their past mistake heavy on her heart. Young man too, impatient and dismissive, urged them to simply accept their fate. Just let us get infected and die here, he exclaimed, his words reflecting a bleak acceptance of their situation. Yeo Yeon-woo, however, ignored their fatalistic attitude and made a move to leave. Her footsteps echoing softly as she ascended the stairs, leaving the two young men behind. Yeo Yeon-woo, her footsteps barely audible, ascended the staircase. Carefully making her way up the steps, her movements suggesting a desperate attempt to remain unseen. Young man 1, hidden nearby, watched her go, a look of apprehension etched on his face. Meanwhile, inside the building, a chaotic scene unfolded as several individuals fled in panic, one of them collapsing to the ground. Young man 1, witnessing the chaos from his hiding spot, clenched his jaw, his expression hardening with a mix of fear and determination. He then shouted, "Hold on," as he rushed towards the group, his intentions unclear. Young man 1, amidst a chaotic scene, muttered to himself, "Damn it. All I want is just to get out of here." His thoughts drifted back to an earlier encounter. He recalled seeing several people, seemingly infected, fleeing the building. A young woman suddenly appeared, startling him. "What are you doing here?" she asked. She noticed his hand, observing, "Your hand's throbbing again, huh?" He was confused, replying, "What are you talking about?" The young woman explained that the virus died instantly when her hand, burned during the infection process, was exposed to fire. A revelation that left the young man thoughtful. The young man, seemingly unconcerned, told her to talk freely, while subtly acknowledging the significance of her statement. The young woman, wanting to avoid further involvement, suggested they leave immediately. But the young man insisted on checking a few things before they went. The young man, determined to continue his investigation despite his apprehension, extended an invitation to the young woman, "Let's go together." He paused, a thoughtful expression clouding his features. His quiet contemplation was interrupted by a sudden question from the young woman, "What?" The young woman, apprehensive but resolute, stated, "If you want to do it, go with me, Yeon-woo." The young woman, her expression serious, leaned in close to the young man. He remained apprehensive, but her quiet determination was palpable. She issued a simple invitation, "Let's go together." The young man, still hesitant, considered her offer, his apprehension giving way to a newfound resolve. He nodded silently. A sudden question, "What?" escaped the young man's lips, a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding. The young woman, her expression serious, proposed, "If you want to leave, then bring me along." The young man considered her request before replying, "All right, we'll go together." However, the young woman's resolve faltered slightly as she thought, "Escape from here, but not now." The young man, seemingly sensing her hesitation, questioned, "What?" He then suggested, "We'll observe the situation first." Young man 1 felt a disquieting presence, sensing the proximity of the infected. He questioned whether it was safe to escape alone, voicing his concerns about the potential danger. He decided to take action, grabbing the young woman and urging her to follow him. They began to ascend a staircase, their escape underway. The young woman, startled by his sudden action, questioned his behavior. Young man 1 explained that, among everyone present, she was the only one suspected of being infected. The young woman questioned the young man's actions, pointing out that he had previously saved her at the shelter. He explained that his actions were based on his prior knowledge of the building's layout, specifically the location of the fire hydrant and emergency exits, and that he only acts when certain of his actions' success. He emphasized that he would never leave her behind if he wasn't sure of a safe escape route. The young man's serious expression conveyed his commitment to calculated decision-making. The young woman, slightly confused, responded with a simple, "Oh, is that so?" Her expression showed concern and uncertainty about his explanation. The young man, looking directly at the young woman, asked if she now understood the feeling of being left behind in danger. He reiterated his aversion to such situations, stating, "I don't want something like that to happen again." The young woman glared at the departing figure of young man one, a mixture of annoyance and apprehension in her eyes. A sound, like a soft thwop, accompanied his exit. He walked away, seemingly oblivious to her gaze. The young woman muttered to herself, her frustration evident. God damn it, so annoying, she thought. Young man one continued his descent down the stairs, the rhythmic tap-tap of his shoes echoing softly. He paused, a flicker of self-doubt crossing his mind. Did I go overboard? He wondered. A flashback briefly showed him earlier, unintentionally causing distress to a group of people. He hadn't realized the impact of his actions. Surrounded by a chaotic crowd, the young woman looked distressed, her eyes wide with fear. A young man, noticing her plight, reached out and took her hand. Together, they began to run, escaping the pressing throng. He later reflected on his actions, recounting, I just held her hand and dragged her to run. Alone, the young man pondered his actions, a hint of self-doubt clouding his thoughts. Perhaps I'm still, he mused, a lingering uncertainty in his mind. I still want to get close to her, he admitted to himself, revealing a persistent desire. A group of older men confronted a young man, accusing him of running away when he saw them. One man pointed aggressively, his words sharp and accusatory, referring to him with a derogatory term. The young man's face was etched with apprehension, his wide eyes reflecting his fear and discomfort. The weight of their accusations pressed heavily upon him. One of the older men continued the verbal assault, emphasizing their offense at his perceived flight. The young man, visibly shaken, could only ask why? The men's anger escalated, threatening further confrontation. A final man spoke, warning his companions to be careful as the tension thickened. A young man, apprehensive, stood on the stairs, confronted by a group of older men. One of the older men demanded, "Who is she?" The older men discussed the young woman, noting that she showed symptoms of infection and was being avoided by other children. One exclaimed, "What? He's infected?" Another older man angrily confronted the young man, shouting, "Shit. Don't tell me you touched him? Fuck." The young woman, seemingly unfazed, retorted, "I helped not because you're nice. Staying here isn't the worst choice, either, as long as we rule out the infected people." She continued, emphasizing, "But if we're gonna go out from here, you need to bring me along." Later, the young man and the young woman, along with two other young people, sat in a waiting room, seemingly strategizing. Two men discussed the possibility of venturing outside. One suggested going out for a bit, while the other expressed concern about the dangers outside, mentioning the sterilization army. One man mentioned that most of the virus was gone due to the fire at the Seoul station, but cautioned that encountering the sterilization army would leave them without hope. Another man observed that it seemed like they had wiped out all homeless people in this area under the guise of virus prevention. The two men continued their conversation, with one questioning the other's familiarity with the sterilization army and expressing concern about the risks involved in going outside. One man questioned why the other would risk going so far, advising him to value his own life. The other man simply replied, "That's right." A man reflected on a woman who wanted to leave, revealing a new element to the narrative. Despite never passing any tests, one man recalls a woman who never forgot her dream of teaching children, even while working at a private course. She had always wanted to teach kids. The man continues his recollection, remembering how she dearly loved children, often buying them snacks after exams, and how she genuinely enjoyed their company, as evidenced by her cheerful interactions with them. The man reflects on her kindness, thinking that he could perhaps be forgiven by her. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of young men sit in a waiting area, having already contacted a certain man. The young man, along with two older men and a woman, received information from a driver about a private bureau with many private lots. They learned the location of this place and began preparing for a mission. The young man's backpack contained several bottles, which they planned to separate to prevent simultaneous explosions, while another man prepared extra clothes for the young man, ensuring he was ready for any eventuality. One of the older men volunteered to accompany him, leaving the woman behind. One of the older men expressed concern about a girl named Lee Hongmi, deeming her a troublemaker. As the young man, now equipped and ready, reassured them that he would return quickly, within an hour at most. With a final thud of his backpack, the young man departed. Young man 1, his face partially obscured by a hooded jacket and bearing bandages, glared intensely. His expression conveyed a grim determination. He stood with another young man, both seemingly ready for a clandestine operation. A young woman watched them from a distance, her expression a mixture of worry and apprehension. The second young man, wearing a baseball cap, mirrored young man 1's seriousness, his gaze fixed ahead. The weight of their mission was palpable. Young man 1's eyes, narrowed and focused, betrayed the intensity of his resolve. He was prepared for whatever dangers lay ahead. With a silent nod of understanding, the two young men turned and walked away, leaving the young woman alone. The sound of their departing footsteps echoed the unspoken anxieties of their mission. Young man 1's back was to the viewer, his purposeful stride suggesting a sense of urgency and determination as he and his companion disappeared down a hallway. Young man 1, his back to the viewer, offered a quiet apology, "Sorry about back then." He didn't expect forgiveness, adding, "I don't expect you to forgive me." A beat of silence followed. Young man 2, his face contorted in anger, burst through a door, shouting, "Hongmi!" A woman, Hongmi, peeked out from behind a plant, startled by his sudden appearance. Young man 2, still enraged, slammed the door shut. He then quickly pulled his hood over his head, disappearing from view. Young man 1, head bowed, expressed his deep gratitude, stating, "I'm very indebted to you." Meanwhile, the woman reacted with a mixture of surprise and annoyance upon hearing that young man 1 and young man 2 were being brought to her location. She muttered, "So they're finally bringing them here? TCH. Young man 1, carrying a backpack, approached a door and entered a building. Young man 2, eager to assist, expressed his desire to join the woman, but she firmly rejected his offer, warning him that the situation was too dangerous. Young man 2, wearing a white cap, showed a determined expression. Another individual, also wanting to help, offered their assistance, but the woman questioned their ability to contribute meaningfully to the situation. A woman, her expression grim, stated a stark reality: everyone will die if they encounter the monsters. She then posed a cynical question to a companion: "What can you do about it?" The companion, a young man, responded with a pessimistic outlook: "Nah. You'll just be a nuisance." The woman, clearly frustrated, countered, "But, you just won't swallow it. Even this building is dangerous." Another young man, concerned, voiced his apprehension: "What if this place catches the virus too?" The woman, maintaining her cautious stance, replied, "It's still 10 days more until the Gate of Soul is opened. Could you survive that long?" The masked man, his face obscured, entrusted the young men with a vital task: "Please protect it safely, kids." One of the young men, showing deference, responded to the masked man's instructions: "Yes. Please take care of them, sir." Meanwhile, the masked man reassured them: "Don't worry." The young man, however, felt conflicted, his inner voice questioning his inaction: "Can't just stand still while your friends are in danger?" The young man and woman, Soyun, exchanged worried glances, their apprehension palpable. The young man's internal conflict intensified, leading to a bitter realization: "Damn you. Then, what were I and Jubayon to you?" Young man 1, initially hesitant, voiced his doubts to the woman. She, in turn, urged him to simply focus on thinking, as she emphasized the urgency of their current situation. Elsewhere, a commotion erupted as someone shouted for Huang. The masked man's presence was felt as he attempted to calm the situation. The scene escalated quickly, with shouts of "Hurry," and "What's wrong?" filling the air. One man, enraged, threatened violence. As he brandished a weapon and yelled, "Come at me. I'll fucking stab your stomach." Amidst the chaos, young man 1 and the woman observed the masked man calmly assessing the situation. He explained that their actions would only temporarily suppress the virus, not eliminate it completely. Huang Dongqiul clutched a broken bottle, blood staining his shirt, the jagged edges reflecting the dim light. as two men restrained him, preparing to administer first aid. One of the men addressed Huang, "Hey, Huang Dongqiu." The other man, observing the scene, added, "That's why you should have settled the problem with talking in peace." Suddenly, Huang lashed out, shouting, "Bastard!" He struck out wildly, disrupting the attempt at de-escalation. The final panel displayed text, "In the end, the ones who mess up the plan are humans." The woman stated that ultimately, it is humans who disrupt plans. Young man one scoffed, countering that he could also say the same thing, dismissing the need for caution around others. The woman and two young men stood in a tense silence, observing their surroundings. The woman expressed a growing unease, sensing an impending event. The woman's apprehension intensified as she revealed that more infected individuals had just arrived. The woman, apprehensive, pondered, "What?" She revealed a grim truth, stating, "Don't ask me how I knew this. Even there are infected here. Maybe we're done for." Young man one reacted with disbelief, questioning, "Huh, what do you mean?" "Don't shit." Suddenly, a gruff voice interrupted, "Hey, kids." A burly man emerged, aggressively beckoning, "Come here, you rats." A news report announced that the government was covering up a mutant virus incident in Seoul. Shim Jaeon, the vice president of CCQJR, stated that the army was training for virus prevention in response to the incident. According to a released document, the term cell referred to the mutated virus, and infected individuals were at high risk of being killed. The city was shown in ruins, with fires burning in the distance. The government had yet to comment on the situation. Two figures ran through the city streets, their hurried footsteps echoing amidst the chaos. A scene of urban devastation unfolds. Flames engulf a pile of debris in the foreground, while in the background, figures in hooded cloaks mill about amidst the ruins. A masked man in military fatigue stands guard, a weapon at his side. The text above reads, "The side roads are full of soldiers." The masked man exhales, a weary ha, escaping his lips. Two masked young men observe the scene from a shadowed alcove. One of them questions, "What are they burning anyway?" The other speculates, "Maybe infected people?" The masked man suggests, "Might as well just turn back to the alleyway." He begins to retreat. The two young men hurry down a street, glancing nervously over their shoulders. One warns, "We need to be careful. A virus might suddenly appear." The masked man continues to walk away, his back turned to the viewer. Young man one, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination, silently vowed, "I'll help you." The masked man, his face partially obscured, responded with a grim resolve, "To find that friend of yours." The masked man, now slightly more visible, glanced around cautiously, his expression wary. Young man one, noticing the masked man's formality, protested, "Hey, until when are you gonna stop calling me mister? Our age gap isn't that far." The masked man introduced himself, "My name is Ha Jimin." Young man one, surprised by the masked man's willingness to help, expressed his gratitude, "Honestly, I didn't expect you'd really help me in finding Lee Hongmi." The masked man, seemingly surprised by the young man's initiative, uttered, "Besides." He continued, "I'm the one who's surprised." "Why?" "You might be close to her, but I never expected you'd go out and save her." The masked man added, "Usually kids around your age don't do such things." The young man retorted, "What do you take her as?" The young man dismissed the question as irrelevant, shouting, "What a useless question, hold up." The scene shifts to a city street, now overrun with a strange, fleshy, organic substance that engulfs the buildings and the ground. In the aftermath of a battle, monstrous, amorphous creatures lay twitching in the street, their forms decaying and broken. A group of masked individuals huddled behind a car, assessing the situation. "Too many monsters ahead of us. We need to get out of here." One of them, the masked man, peered around the vehicle, his expression one of grim determination. He muttered something unintelligible, ending with an exclamation. Young man one, his face partially obscured by a mask, held a Molotov cocktail, his eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. With a guttural cry, he hurled the incendiary device, igniting one of the creatures. The Molotov cocktail exploded, engulfing the creature in flames. The fire spread rapidly, crackling and consuming the surrounding area. The scene opens on a small, seemingly deserted mini-market, its windows reflecting the dim light of the street. A faint orange glow emanates from within, hinting at some internal light source. The masked man, his face partially obscured, observes the store, muttering to himself, "Good thing there's a mini-market here. We'll grab some mineral waters. The kids might not have anything to drink." He reaches into the cooler, selecting 2 bottles of water. His concern for the children is evident in his actions. As he exits the store, another figure, a young man, passes by. The masked man calls out, "She should be. Didn't she call you?" The masked man's expression darkens as he reflects on the question, his internal monologue revealing his troubled thoughts. "You asked me what she meant to me." He continues walking, his back to the viewer, leaving the question unanswered and his feelings unresolved. A young man, Hyundai, reflected on his past, recalling a time when he was a cheeky delinquent. A memory surfaced of him on a motorcycle, being called down by a group of people. The scene shifted to a tense encounter, where someone asked if he had shown a photo, eliciting a shocked response. Hyundai laughed, revealing that he thought someone was quitting school. He was then taunted by his peers, who called him crazy. Hyundai's internal monologue continued, revealing that he used to hate school for no reason and felt empty every day. Hyundai, walking home, was surprised to encounter Hongmi's mother and Hongmi, who expressed surprise at seeing him in the neighborhood. Hongmi's mother remarked on Hyundai's athletic performance at the recent sports festival and encouraged him to be friends with her daughter. Hongmi, initially hesitant, eventually agreed. Though Hyundai reflected on the fact that before this encounter, he had never had a conversation with Hongmi. Later, Hyundai recalled how, since then, Hongmi would always be the first to talk to him at school, leaving him feeling genuinely happy. A celebratory banner reading "Congrats" hung above a bustling graduation ceremony. The air buzzed with excited chatter as graduates and their families mingled, exchanging congratulations and well wishes. A mother beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Congrats, my daughter. You studied well." Hyundai, alone amidst the crowd, checked his phone. A message suggesting his parents couldn't attend the ceremony. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Lee Hongmi approached Hyundai, noticing his dejection. She expressed sympathy, saying, "Ah, you must be sad. I heard your parents couldn't come?" Hongmi, showing unexpected kindness, offered a gift and words of encouragement. "I'm sure they would actually love to come. Here's a gift from me. Congrats on your graduation, Hyundai." Hyundai, observing Hongmi with her parents, reflects on their kindness. He notes that even her parents are exceptionally nice to him, and wonders if such happiness could ever be threatened. Hyundai admits to himself that he doesn't fully understand the importance of such things, but acknowledges that it's important nonetheless. A man assures Hyundai that Hongmi will be alright, dismissing his concerns. The man and Hyundai hurry away, pursued by an unknown assailant. A group of people, including a burly man who appears to be their leader, discuss the arrival of 2 individuals who are expected to bring supplies from a shelter. However, some within the group express their desire to simply eliminate the newcomers instead. But the leader counters that if they don't bother the newcomers, they will receive half of the supplies they bring. As the newcomers enter the room, a chaotic scene unfolds as the group attempts to ambush them. But the ambush is unsuccessful, and the leader is left fuming, threatening dire consequences if there is no food on his table that evening. He vows to make them pay for their failure. Hyundai collapsed to the floor, his body trembling. A nearby student cried out, "Sir." Meanwhile, 2 men watched from a distance. One instructed the other, "You watch them closely. Don't worry." Back with Hyundai, concern etched on the faces of those around him, one asked anxiously, "Sir, are you all right?" The scene shifted to show Hyundai surrounded by onlookers, their expressions ranging from shock to disbelief. One exclaimed, "He's still alive." Another student, observing Hyundai's injuries, muttered, "Boxer." Oh come on, you believe it? The scene concluded with two students discussing the situation, one panicking, shit, what do we do now? Lee Hongmi questioned the decision to withhold information about the supplies, expressing concern about the potential consequences. Another individual suggested alternative strategies, prompting a discussion about the best course of action. The conversation revealed that those secretly infected would soon exhibit symptoms before Hyundai and the mysterious man's return. An older man, seemingly relieved, exclaimed that it was finally over. However, his sudden illness and distress revealed a hidden truth. The man's deteriorating condition, marked by violent coughing and discomfort, became evident. An older man, lying in a bunk bed, coughed violently, a pained hake escaping his lips. His eyes wide with a look of stark terror as he gasped for air. Elsewhere in the building, a group of young people discussed the potential dangers of a mutated virus. If the mutated virus gets activated, everything will go bad. They'll even flee from this building, one of them warned. Lee Hongmi, showing a calm demeanor, countered, "We've faced the cell virus before. Then, that means we can also get through this if we plan it out well. Y'all are very lucky. Since I've never done wrong answers on tests or exams." Hongmi's expression shifted subtly as she observed her surroundings. A brief escaped her lips, her gaze lingering on a particular individual. She then addressed another person, asking, "Do you want to say something?" Lee Hongmi, feeling uneasy, questioned the unknown man's intense stare, expressing her discomfort with the words, "Why staring at me like that? I don't like it." The unknown man, startled by her directness, quickly apologized, stammering, sorry. Meanwhile, observing the interaction from a distance, Kang Jihan felt a surge of regret, muttering to himself, "Damn it. I shouldn't have come here with them. What a curse." A notification pinged on his phone, displaying a message from someone named Gagatalk, reading, "Kang Jihan, hey." Kang Jihan's phone buzzed, a message notification appearing on the screen. He glanced at it, a look of confusion crossing his face. The message read, "Hey, from an unknown sender." Jihan's eyes widened slightly as he recognized the sender's name, Gagatalk. He appeared anxious. A wave of unease washed over him as he read the message again, his brow furrowing in thought. He muttered to himself, "Damn it," as he rummaged through his belongings, clearly agitated. Kang Jihan, anxious and agitated, collapsed to the floor. A message he had just received had shaken him deeply. The message spoke of a new, rapidly spreading virus with an unusual incubation period. His friends, equally concerned, discussed the implications, noting their location in the basement canteen and the potential difficulty of escape. They considered their options, realizing that while escape might be difficult, they could still use fire as a last resort. There was a gas stove at the back of the room. And luckily, Songyu had a lighter. A plan to start a fire began to form in their minds. Songyu approached the gas stove, his resolve hardening. Songyu, determined to use fire as a last resort against the virus, explained his plan to a friend. "It's fine to start a fire," he stated. But cautioned, "But you ought to be careful. Those viruses are easy to get burned." He continued, emphasizing the urgency of the situation, "So a sea of fire in a basement." His friend, Lee Isul, responded skeptically, "What are you even doing, anyway?" Songyu explained the dire circumstances. "There's not only those homeless, but we've got an infected here too." "Songyu, don't be ridiculous. We shouldn't suspect each other." Isul retorted, "Why? I'm just spitting my thoughts out. Unlike you, I'm not indebted to him in any way." Lee Isul reflected on her past actions, regretting not leaving the basement sooner. While Songyu, irritated by her self-reproach, curtly told her to be quiet. Their argument escalated, with Songyu using harsh language. Until Yunwoo intervened, urging them to stop fighting as it was not the time for conflict. Yunwoo then addressed Songyu, expressing understanding for his previous mockery but emphasizing the need for cooperation to overcome their current predicament. Songyu, after a moment of contemplation, agreed that they needed to trust and help each other. Songyu and Isul argued, their frustration evident. Are we just going to bitch each other out? We need to prepare for. Yunwoo interrupted, his voice calm but firm. Hold on. Hold on a sec. Please listen to me. Yunwoo explained his findings. About what that virus is and why it appeared. A virus that grows continuously until the host dies, and cell division that keeps on happening. I thought to myself, what is all this? And I came up with a conclusion. The three stood together, a sense of shared purpose forming. Yunwoo continued his explanation, his words gaining traction. He detailed his research, comparing the virus to cancer cells. I tried to thought out the characteristics of cancer cells that we commonly know, and they seem to be similar. Isol, considering the implications, proposed a solution. You want to burn it with radiation? Lee Isol questioned the group, have you ever heard of high-frequency heat treatment? Songyu and Yunwoo, initially uncertain, responded with a hesitant, no, I think. Isol continued her explanation, it might be new to your ears, so basically, cancer cells get heated at around 40 degrees. This is a treatment to kill cancer cells with heat. Songyu, grasping the concept, asked, so you're saying we just need to focus on the temperature? Isol, deep in thought, muttered, heat treatment. Perhaps water could be of use? She further elaborated, and it's easier to exterminate the virus that way. Alright, if the situation is managed to get controlled, how about we also try it with water, with various temperatures? At school, Isol's expression reflected her concern as she thought, Isol seems like a narration about a seemingly cold and bookish girl who unexpectedly shines in a crisis situation. Songyu and Lee Isol found themselves on the same page regarding the solution, a high five signifying their agreement. Songyu, however, felt a growing reliance on Isol. A feeling of worthlessness washed over him before he realized. A sudden scream startled him and Isol. A man collapsed, clutching his throat. Songyu rushed to his aid, concerned about what had happened. Isol, noticing the man's distress, questioned if he had been screaming before collapsing. Songyu, his face etched with worry, urged his companion to hurry, pointing towards a door. He was clearly concerned about something approaching. Lee Isol, equally anxious, responded with a determined all right as she sprinted towards the door, her movements reflecting her urgency. She declared her intention to lock the door, her focus unwavering. Lee Isol slid the door shut with a resounding drap, securing it against whatever threat loomed. With a strained expression, she secured the lock, her breath catching in her throat. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, a testament to the tension she had just endured. Lee Isol, slightly injured, urgently asked for a chair, and another girl quickly offered one, saying, "Here's a chair." She then used the chair to help Isol climb. As another girl exclaimed, what are you doing? Hurry up and climb. Allowing them to escape through a door and secure it from the inside. Isol expressed her gratitude with a thankful, yeah. Thanks. Meanwhile, outside the door, a man was seen collapsing, muttering about needing to find burnable materials. The man's face was severely injured, revealing the extent of his wounds. A group of young men gathered in what appears to be a school kitchen, their actions furtive. One of them, holding various long cooking utensils, explained to another, "We're getting all the long utensils. Cooking utensils such as these." They meticulously bundled the utensils together. One of the group confirmed, "Correct. We'll tie as much as we can." A young man, his face partially obscured by a baseball cap, looked up, seemingly concerned. Suddenly, a man nearby crumpled to the floor, clutching his stomach in pain, a wave of discomfort washed over him. He doubled over, his body racked with pain. Another young man rushed to his side, asking anxiously, "Sir, are you okay?" A young man, his face bloodied and bruised, slumped to the ground, his breathing ragged. Another man, wearing a baseball cap, approached cautiously. He asked if the injured man could stand, urging him to flee quickly. The injured man groaned in pain, unable to comply. The man in the cap winced, clearly distressed. Suddenly, two figures rushed into the room, their movements frantic and panicked. One of them muttered shit. One of the newcomers stumbled, falling to the floor. The other cried out, virus. A desperate plea for help echoed through the room as one of the figures pounded on a door, begging for entry. The man in cap looked up, his eyes wide with fear and desperation. Please, he pleaded silently, his lips barely moving. Meanwhile, the two panicked figures continued their frantic escape, their legs pumping as they fled down the street. Their hurried retreat echoing the urgency of the situation. A squad of soldiers in hazmat suits advanced cautiously down the street, their weapons at the ready. The way ahead is clear, one soldier observed, it's very quiet. Suddenly, a horrifying figure burst from a nearby building, its grotesque form a stark contrast to the quiet street. It let out a blood-curdling scream. The soldiers reacted instantly, their training kicking in as they opened fire on the creature. Soldiers engaged in combat with the creature, opening fire amidst a fiery explosion. Meanwhile, a man in a cap questioned the location's accuracy, expressing uncertainty about their surroundings. He received a call from his friends, confirming the survivors' location and their request for rescue. The call revealed that 4 high school girls were hiding in a nearby building, prompting a rescue mission. The soldiers, along with the man in the cap, planned to rescue the girls and return immediately, expressing confidence in avoiding capture. The group proceeded towards the building, their mission underway. A report came in, numerous monsters had been sighted on level A. They needed to be eliminated. The soldiers, accompanied by the man in the cap, cautiously approached the area, the man advising them to proceed with care due to the danger. The man in the cap explained that the monsters were categorized by size and density. He elaborated that on level A, most monsters were larger than a human, sometimes reaching over 3 meters in height. The man in the cap pondered aloud if the virus he'd seen at Seoul Station might have been one of these creatures. Further discussion revealed that some infected cats had merged, growing significantly larger. 2 soldiers, weapons raised, cautiously entered a building, their boots making a distinct clack sound on the floor. Checking each room methodically. The girls aren't here, one soldier reported. Nor here, added his companion, their search proving fruitless so far. One soldier paused, a slight furrow in his brow as he noticed something amiss. He pointed out a detail to his comrade, the door to this building here is opened. The soldiers, now more alert, decided to proceed with caution. We'll inspect the inside. With a clack, their weapons were readied. Inside a building, soldiers systematically searched for survivors, their expressions alert and cautious. Finding only signs of previous occupancy, scattered papers, discarded boxes, and the lingering scent of something burnt. One soldier, his face partially obscured by a mask, felt a growing unease. As he noticed subtle traces, confirming the presence of others in the building. Outside, the soldiers continued their investigation, observing signs of a hasty departure. Burned remnants on the ground suggesting a recent, destructive event. A group of soldiers investigated a narrow alleyway, their boots crunching on the snow-covered ground. The lead soldier observed the scene, muttering, someone definitely went through this alley. Meanwhile, a man in a cap and a face mask watched them from a distance, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He had noticed the subtle signs of a recent passage. Suddenly, the soldiers spotted something and shouted. The man in the cap reacted instantly, fleeing down the alley. He ran with surprising speed, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he dodged between buildings. The soldiers pursued him relentlessly, their voices echoing in the narrow streets. The man in the cap continued his desperate flight, his heart pounding in his chest. He paused, momentarily hidden from view, and whispered, "Where are you?" Hyundai collapsed, a girl's voice shouting, "You idiot." The girl, seemingly unconcerned, showed Hyundai a word on her phone, saying, "Look at this, Hyundai. I just learned a really cool English word." She explained, "Do you know destiny? It means destiny. I like something such as this. It's so romantic." Hyundai, clearly annoyed, responded, "Yeah, now go away. I'm sleepy, so don't bother me." He sat up, looking disturbed, his hand revealing a word written on his palm, Destiny. Hyundai, his face obscured by a mask, leaped nimbly across a narrow walkway. His eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and determination. He appeared to be in a hurry. A brown leather handbag lay abandoned on the ground nearby. He continued his hurried pace, approaching a large apartment building. Hyundai approached his apartment building, the electronic lock beeping as he keyed in the code. He hadn't realized how long it had been since he'd felt truly at home. But the quiet of the apartment always made him feel a deep sense of emptiness. He placed a small stack of cash on the table, a note lay beside it, reading, Mom's Most Beloved. Hyundai's team played poorly in a video game, leading to frustrated exclamations from his teammates. He reacted with a sigh and a click of his mouse, ending the game session. He felt the weight of their poor performance. Leaving the gaming cafe, Hyundai bought a small snack at a convenience store and ate it while checking his phone. His friends cancelled their plans for the day, leaving him feeling disappointed. Lost in thought, Hyundai reflected on his seemingly meaningless junior high days, which felt much longer than they actually were. Until a knock on his door interrupted his reverie. Hyundai reflected on his past, thinking about those meaningless days. A title card appeared, indicating Chapter 35 of One Day Suddenly Soul. Lee Hongmi, a girl with brown hair, greeted Hyundai, noting that they often cross paths these days. Hyundai explained that he was having dinner, and Lee Hongmi commented on a buy two get one free promotion. Lee Hongmi expressed regret at not meeting him sooner, and Hyundai reacted with surprise. They both noticed a takoyaki shop was still open, which was unexpected, given its usual closing time. Lee Hongmi, noticing Hyundai's contemplation, playfully teased him about his indecisiveness. Hyundai, slightly embarrassed, bought the takoyaki, muttering about instant noodles, and began to eat heartily, prompting further comments from Lee Hongmi about his large appetite. Lee Hongmi suggested they share a sundae, but Hyundai, mid-bite, declined, prompting a playful apology from Lee Hongmi. After finishing the takoyaki, Hyundai and Lee Hongmi continued their conversation, with Lee Hongmi pointing out the ketchup on Hyundai's cheeks. Hyundai, amused, allowed Lee Hongmi to take a picture, ending the scene on a lighthearted note. Lee Hongmi, radiating playful energy, bids farewell to Hyundai. The treat is on me tomorrow, she calls out, a bright smile on her face. Hyundai, left alone, watches her go, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. He thinks to himself, she wants to treat me tomorrow? The next day, Hyundai sits in class, his attention momentarily drifting from the quadratic equation on the board. His thoughts are elsewhere. He considers the problem presented by the teacher. What's the result of adding two roots? His mind races, calculating the solution. If a is x1, the number inside the root becomes 1/2, right? It just needs to be substituted to a. Meanwhile, Lee Hongmi sits nearby, her gaze drifting towards Hyundai. She wonders, I wonder what she's looking at. Lee Hongmi, determined to win, declared, today I won't lose. She dashed through the school hallway, dodging other students. Her competitive spirit fueled by the thought of hot chicken wings for lunch. The scene depicted a chaotic struggle for position, with Lee Hongmi pushing past others, shouting, go away, I'm first. Another student cried out, AGH, Lee Hongmi. Hyundai, observing from a distance, reflected on Lee Hongmi's competitive nature, thinking, since then, even at school, it's so chaotic. Later, Hyundai encountered a group of students mocking a deliveryman who had paid a significant sum for a waterproof case for his phone. One student scoffed, so, you paid 1.5 million for this? You're kidding, right? The deliveryman retorted, go away, idiot. This case is water and radiation proof. A group of young men walked down the street, their conversation light and casual. One of them mentioned finding a store where they could buy cigarettes. Another scoffed, unconvinced, but the first insisted, claiming his older appearance allowed him to purchase them without issue. As they continued their walk, a different young man, Hyundai, approached them, his expression unreadable. He briefly interacted with the group before turning away, leaving them to continue their discussion. Hyundai's thoughts turned to a girl, wondering if she might be nearby. He walked on, his mind preoccupied. The time was nearing 9 p.m. Suddenly, a deliveryman entered a convenience store, startling Hyundai. The deliveryman greeted the clerk with a casual welcome. Hyundai, preoccupied and slightly startled, observed a group of friends from a distance. Then witnessed a deliveryman entering a nearby convenience store. Inside the convenience store, a girl, noticing Hyundai's arrival, greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh, Choi Hyundai. Do you want to see? There's a promo." Concerned by his appearance, she asked, "Ah. What happened to you? You ran all the way here, why are you sweating?" Hyundai, attempting to downplay his state, replied, "I usually run anyway. Might as well exercise." He then admitted, "I'm hungry now." Hyundai reminisced about past meals shared with someone, a wistful expression on his face. The memory prompting him to suggest another pork toast to his current companion, Lee Hongmi. Lee Hongmi playfully teased him, calling him a pig for eating so much, but ultimately admitted to enjoying the special pork toast. The conversation shifted to Hyundai's reserved behavior at school. Lee Hongmi questioned his solitary nature and lack of interaction with classmates, revealing that rumors about him fighting for a living had spread. Hyundai's mother entered his room, asking him what time it was. He responded with a simple "Mom?" His mother's expression was serious as she questioned him about his intention to quit school, a rumor she'd heard from his teacher. Hyundai, caught off guard, stammered that it wasn't what he meant. His mother found empty alcohol cans, her concern escalating into alarm as she confronted him about his broken promise to dispose of them. Hyundai, overwhelmed, confessed his inability to stop, claiming that everyone had made him suffer. His mother looked at him with a mixture of sadness and disappointment. Hyundai's mother confronted him, her voice laced with pain and accusation. "You're the one who made me like this. Do you get it? You're the one who made me like this." The scene shifted to a stark, impersonal hospital waiting area, emphasizing Hyundai's isolation and despair. Hyundai sat alone, hunched over in anguish, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. A medical professional instructed someone off-panel, "Now put in the tube." In a hospital room, Hyundai's mother lay in a hospital bed, receiving medical attention. Her expression was one of exhaustion and suffering. A flashback occurred, revealing a conversation Hyundai had with his father. His father's words echoed in his memory. "When I was with my dad for the last time, my dad said, to protect my mom well." The flashback continued, revealing the consequences of his parents' divorce. Hyundai reflected, but since the divorce with dad, mom ended up in the emergency room countless of times. Hyundai, consumed by guilt over his actions and his parents' fractured relationship, sat alone, his thoughts echoing his father's words and the pain of his mother's current state. A dark cloud of self-reproach hanging heavy in the air. He repeated to himself, "That's why I can never forgive my dad who left us behind." Later, Hyundai walked the city streets, his mind still troubled, his expression reflecting his inner turmoil. He appeared lost in thought, his gaze distant and unfocused. A young woman, seemingly concerned, approached him from behind. She called out to him, "Where have you been, Choi Hyundai? I waited for so long." A young woman confronted Hyundai, her concern evident. She questioned his absence from school, relaying that his teacher had been unable to reach him. Hyundai, in a sullen mood, rebuffed her attempts at conversation, curtly dismissing her worries. The young woman, undeterred, tried to hold his arm, but Hyundai reacted violently, pushing her away. His anger flaring, he angrily demanded to know who she was. Hyundai, his face a mask of anger and resentment, spat out the words, "Like I care." His eyes, dark and cold, reflected his inner turmoil. Then, he added with chilling finality, "Now, fuck off." The young woman, Lee Hongmi, walked away, her shoulders slumped. A flashback revealed her own internal monologue, "I was happy when I'm with Lee Hongmi." The flashback continued, revealing her fear, "I was scared to get close to her." And finally, the root of his avoidance, "Back then I had no choice but to run away." The scene shifted to a dilapidated hallway, overrun with strange, pulsating organic matter. The ominous presence of this unknown substance filled the space. A soldier wielding a flamethrower advanced, unleashing a torrent of fire, engulfing several figures in a fiery explosion. "Back off," one of them shouted, as the flames consumed them. One soldier, caught in the blast, cried out in agony as another man watched, his face partially obscured by a mask. The soldier continued his relentless assault, the flames consuming everything in their path. More soldiers appeared, one of them noticing an exoskeleton among the chaos. "There's an exoskeleton," he exclaimed. A wounded soldier crawled away, cursing in frustration. Fuck off." "Shit," he screamed. A soldier, his face partially obscured by a mask, felt the intense heat of the flames closing in. He braced himself as the searing flames engulfed him, causing him to recoil in pain. A desperate cry escaped his lips. The soldier desperately tried to shield himself from the intense heat, his movements clumsy and panicked as the flames licked at his exposed skin. His eyes wide with terror as the flames continued their relentless assault. The heat was unbearable. A wave of intense heat washed over him as the flamethrower continued its attack, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The soldier collapsed, his body scorched and broken, a testament to the destructive power of the flamethrower. He was left a charred husk, barely alive. A warning appeared, advising readers that the content contains violence and may not be suitable for pregnant women, the elderly, or those with heart conditions or trypophobia. A masked man registered shock and alarm as a fiery explosion engulfed his arm, leaving him in a state of intense fear and pain. A fiery explosion engulfed the masked man, sending him sprawling amidst the flames. His body contorted and charred as he crashed to the ground, the intense heat causing his flesh to crack and peel away. A monstrous creature, its form vaguely humanoid yet grotesquely distorted, lay amidst the devastation. Soldiers in gas masks cautiously approached, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear and grim determination as they surveyed the scene. A monstrous creature, its form a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and shadow, loomed over the battlefield. Its gaping maw filled with rows of jagged teeth, a horrifying testament to its predatory nature. A soldier lay nearby, seemingly lifeless, his helmet discarded beside him. Another soldier, witnessing the scene, muttered "damn it," in frustration and fear, raising his rifle. He opened fire, the rapid bursts of gunfire echoing through the desolate landscape. But the creature remained largely unaffected, its massive form barely flinching under the barrage. More soldiers rushed to the scene, attempting to subdue the beast. The creature retaliated with a violent surge of energy, causing a devastating explosion that engulfed the soldiers in a fiery maelstrom. One soldier, severely injured, weakly called out, "Hey!" A gaping maw, lined with jagged teeth and pulsating with an unnatural energy, dominated the scene. It was a horrifying chasm, seemingly bottomless. Soldiers, faces grim beneath their gas masks, scrambled back, their retreat punctuated by shouts of panic. "Mr. Park! We need to go," one yelled, the urgency in his voice palpable. Two soldiers, wounded and struggling to stay upright, supported each other, their movements slow and labored. The chaos of the retreat was evident in their desperate efforts. The masked man, his face partially obscured, stumbled backward, his movements clumsy and desperate. "Shit," he cursed, his voice strained as he pushed past the soldiers, desperately seeking escape. A monstrous creature, its form partially obscured by dust and debris, lunged forward, its guttural roar echoing through the cavern. The soldiers' retreat was cut short. The creature's enraged growl filled the remaining space, a chilling testament to the danger that still lurked. Inside the building, a desperate masked man urged his companions, "We have to get out of this building ASAP." A horrifying creature emerged from the shadows, causing one soldier to cry out in terror. Another soldier, shouting "Die, you," opened fire with a flamethrower. But the creature proved resistant to the flames. The soldier's weapon sputtered and faltered. The soldiers, realizing their predicament, reported, "We ran out of fuel, sir." The masked man, now armed with a Molotov cocktail, prepared for a last-ditch effort. As the creature relentlessly pursued them down the stairs, a soldier warning, "It's following us." A soldier, his face etched with grim determination, urged his companions forward, shouting, "You guys go on ahead." Meanwhile, another soldier fell victim to a fiery explosion, his pained cry echoing through the ravaged corridor. A monstrous figure emerged from the inferno, its roar shaking the very foundations of the building. One soldier, caught in the crossfire, braced himself for the inevitable. The masked man, using himself as bait, created a diversion, allowing his comrades to escape while he engaged the pursuing soldiers. His plan was working, but the situation remained perilous. A corridor stretches before them, the air thick with dust and the scent of decay. A partially open door reveals a larger, open space beyond. 3 soldiers from the 3rd squad hurry through the doorway, their boots clacking on the floor. The masked man and another figure observe them from the shadows. One of the observers, his face partially obscured by a mask, murmurs, "It's the 3rd squad." 3rd squad. His companion seems surprised. 2 more soldiers from the 3rd squad emerge from the doorway, their faces grim. They appear to be communicating via radio. A close-up reveals a detail on one soldier's backpack, hinting at their equipment and preparedness. The masked man, his expression unreadable behind his mask, asks, "How did you guys know about that monster?" A masked soldier, whose duty is to eliminate viruses, is questioned by a man about a monster. The soldier replies that he cannot understand what the man is trying to say. The man insists he's seen many monsters, but never one like this. Another soldier, equally perplexed, pleads for information, emphasizing that as soldiers, they should know something about the creature. The masked man sighs, and the scene shifts to a group of soldiers preparing to leave, their radio chatter hinting at their confusion and lack of information about the monster's nature. One soldier radios in, identifying themselves as the 3rd squad, and reports that they, too, have no clues about the monster. The masked man, his face etched with concern, pondered the fleeing soldier's cryptic warning about a monster. A chilling report that detailed the discovery of unusual cells. Cells that spread far faster than anticipated, raising fears of biochemical weapons from another county. A terrifying revelation about the cell's behavior: upon contact, they invade the host's body, grow, and fuse through mutation. A masked man listened intently as the soldiers described a new variant. A variant that, unlike other monsters, forms exoskeletons with increased bone density instead of softening during the mutation process. A soldier explained the difficulty of dealing with the new monster variant, stating that the virus cells had already entered the pile of bones, making incineration ineffective. Another soldier added that their fuel had run out, highlighting the limited resources available to combat the threat. The masked man questioned if there were more of these mutated monsters beyond the exoskeleton variant. A soldier confirmed that there were, explaining that some were found combined on corpses, leading to the standard practice of burning all infected corpses. The soldier's revelation left the masked man apprehensive, realizing the extent of the threat and the limited options available. He expressed regret, lamenting that if he had known sooner, he wouldn't have had to go to this dangerous place. The masked man's gloved hand clenched, a fresh wound visible beneath the fabric. A single word, grip, echoed his internal struggle. A silent testament to the mounting pressure he felt. A soldier, his face etched with grim determination, stared ahead, his expression reflecting the weight of the situation. He stood amidst his fellow soldiers, their faces mirroring his own despair. One soldier spoke, his voice heavy with resignation, "We'll wait here until they arrive." The soldier's words hung in the air, a stark contrast to the growing unease in the room. Sweat beaded on his brow, a visible manifestation of his inner turmoil. Another soldier, younger and more visibly distraught, spoke, his voice barely a whisper, "Just give up. It's difficult to do it right now." The masked man, burdened by a heavy sense of foreboding, began, "And sorry I have to say something like this." But he delivered the grim news, "Honestly, your friends wouldn't survive this kind of situation." One of the soldiers, his face etched with defiance, retorted, "Don't say that. We don't know yet exactly The soldier continued, suggesting, "Can't we continue the search if we're armed again?" The masked man, however, cut him short, stating firmly, "Forget it." The two soldiers exchanged a look of resignation. One muttered, "We'll just both do it. Seems like they won't help us." A young man, his face partially obscured by a hooded jacket, glared defiantly. "Watch your mouth, you punk," he retorted. A soldier, his expression etched with grief and anger, countered, "How many members of our squad died just because of you?" The tension in the room escalated as the soldier's words hung heavy in the air. A phone on a nearby table rang sharply. Ring. Three soldiers, their faces a mixture of apprehension and anger, watched the young man intently as the ringing continued. The insistent ringing of the telephone filled the silence, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. The phone continued to ring, its insistent tone a jarring counterpoint to the unspoken accusations and simmering anger. A young man, his face partially obscured by a bandage, attempted to make a phone call. He coughed, his voice strained as he weakly uttered, "Hello?" His cough intensified, interrupting his attempt to speak clearly. He managed a strained cough. Cough. Hello. Meanwhile, an elderly woman, lying in bed, spoke to someone unseen. She stated, "You bunch are the ones who entered this room beside, right? I accidentally overheard. Cough." The young man on the phone reacted with alarm to something he heard. His eyes widened in shock as he muttered, "Some girls?" Three figures, their faces obscured by shadows, approached the young man from behind. One of them demanded, "What did you just say?" A staircase, marred by dark, viscous substance and signs of intense heat damage, dominates the scene. A grotesque, mutated figure lies defeated on the ground, its body contorted and emitting guttural sounds of grrr. A group of young people, their faces a mixture of determination and fear, work together efficiently. One shouts, "One more there." Another calls out, "Pour it, quick." A third confirms, "Oil is ready." A fourth asks, "Fire has been lit," receiving a quick flare. "Done," in response. One of the young people throws a flaming object with a swoosh sound, engulfing the creature in flames. The creature lets out a pained kaya, as the fire spreads rapidly with a whoosh. Amidst the flames and smoke, a young woman urgently shouts, "Get a fire extinguisher, fast! Before the fire spreads." Another cry of kaya is heard as the fire continues to rage, accompanied by a whoosh. The fire crackles and pops, crackle, consuming the remains of the creature. One young man hesitates, muttering, "Should I water it?" Another responds with frustration, "Fuck, how would I know?" He then uses a fire extinguisher with a FSSH sound. The young man glanced around nervously, his eyes darting about, a sense of unease etched on his face. A sudden exclamation escaping his lips as he noticed something. He grabbed a burning stick, a trail of fire trailing behind him as he dashed up the stairs, shouting, "Hey, where are you going? I think there's more." The young woman watched him go, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. The young man continued his ascent, his companions following close behind, their faces reflecting a mix of apprehension and resolve. As young woman's worried gaze following them as they disappeared from view. A young man, leading the group, felt a sudden, sharp pain in his head. His companions, a young woman and other young people, noticed his distress. "What's wrong with him?" the young woman wondered aloud, her concern evident. She suspected something was amiss. The young man, ignoring the throbbing pain, pushed past a door, his determination overriding his discomfort. He was driven by a powerful instinct. The pain intensified, a sharp, pulsing throb behind his eyes. He gripped the railing, his knuckles white with the effort. What could be inside, he wondered, his curiosity piqued by an unknown force. The mystery compelled him forward. He cautiously opened the door, peering into the darkness beyond. The young man's investigation had begun. Grimacing, the young man registered a sharp pain, different from anything he'd felt before. The source of which seemed to emanate from the strange, viscous substance oozing across the floor of the dormitory room. A young man, his brow furrowed in concern, stood before a closed door. He wondered, what's happening? He cautiously opened the door, peering inside with a look of apprehension. His eyes widening as he registered a new kind of pain, unlike anything he'd felt before. This is a different kind of pain compared to before, he thought. A dormitory room lay in disarray, a strange, organic substance, resembling a pulsating, fleshy membrane, spread across the floor, engulfing a bunk bed. Meanwhile, a young man hurried down a corridor, clutching a burning stick. He and another young man cautiously approached the affected room. A moment of stunned silence followed as they took in the scene. One of them let out a choked sob. Their eyes widened in alarm as they witnessed the horrifying transformation of their friend, now seemingly consumed by the strange substance. The young man in camouflage lay on the floor, his body contorted and partially enveloped by the pulsating mass. A guttural sound escaped his lips. A figure, contorted and clearly in distress, could only manage a pained hiccup. Then a desperate plea for help, now. Finally, a desperate cry for help, help, now. Two young men watched, horrified, as a burning object was passed between a group of people. A young man, wearing glasses, was startled by something, exclaiming, "What? Why are you blocking me?" He paused, then questioned, "Wait." Another young man observed a strange, pulsating mass, commenting, "What is that?" The mass emitted a low chuckle, "Ha! Ha! Since it doesn't have a cell, it's a fused form." The young man in glasses, along with a young woman, expressed their concern, shouting, "But it could talk? What are you doing? Why aren't you killing it already?" Another young man, Lee Yun-woo, was called out by someone, "Hey! Where are you going, Lee Yun-woo?" Lee Yun-woo, his face contorted in pain, was approached by another young man. "Sir, are you all right?" the young man asked, his voice laced with concern. Meanwhile, another young man, holding a burning stick, frantically called out to someone. "Can you hear my voice? If you can, please respond," he pleaded. His gaze fell upon Lee Yun-woo, his eyes widening in recognition. "You?" he continued, "you were the one who arrived here first, right?" Another young man, witnessing the scene, shouted angrily, Bastard. What is on your mind? Why the fuck are you holding a conversation with it, idiot?" Desperately, Lee Yun-woo pleaded for help, "Please, help me." Lee Yun-woo, ravaged by an infection, cried out, "Please kill me with that fire. Please. I beg you." A young man, witnessing his suffering, questioned, "How are you still conscious despite being infected?" The young man's eyes widened in shock as he processed the horrifying reality of the situation. Meanwhile, another young man, along with a group of his peers, reacted with a mix of fear and determination, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. One of them, armed with a makeshift flamethrower, confronted Yun-woo, demanding, "Don't mess with me, I haven't got infected. Answer my question. How can you still be conscious?" Yun-woo, despite his dire condition, managed to respond, "I have a tumor on my head." Lee Yun-woo, severely infected, his face a grotesque mask of decay, silently pleaded for death, tears streaming down his ravaged cheeks. A young man, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, questioned Yun-woo's apparent lucidity. A tumor on his head? A brain tumor, perhaps? Okay, I'll help you. Now answer this, so you're saying your brain isn't infected because a tumor is there? Yun-woo, in response to the young man's question, revealed a horrifying truth. How? I knew. Because it keeps talking with me. The young man, his initial shock giving way to a dawning horror, stared at Yun-woo. You also hear it, don't you? The young man's hand trembled, clutching a flamethrower. He seemed to understand the nature of Yun-woo's affliction, interpreting the infected man's words as a description of the throbbing pain he himself felt. What he means is, this pain? Yun-woo, a chilling smile playing on his lips, confirmed the young man's suspicion. Right, you feel it too, don't you? The young man's hand throbbed with pain. A sharp, agonizing pain that intensified with each passing moment. He wondered if the pain was a way to communicate with the growing infection within him. A young woman, her expression grim, hurried past him, adding to his growing unease. He didn't know how to stop the infection's growth. The horrifying truth dawning on him, the infection was still growing inside his body. He could feel it, a chilling, undeniable presence within him, as the infection continued its relentless spread. The young man, his face etched with horror, watched as the infection consumed his friend. He saw the horrifying transformation firsthand. The once familiar features twisting into a grotesque parody of humanity. "Just like me," the infected man rasped, his voice barely audible. A chilling premonition of his own impending fate. "Yes," he whispered, accepting the inevitable. Meanwhile, another young man, witnessing the gruesome spectacle, reacted with a mixture of fear and disbelief. "What the hell are you talking about?" he shouted, brandishing a burning stick, desperately trying to ward off the horrifying creature before him. "Go away," he screamed, his voice filled with terror. But the infected man's agony intensified, his body contorting further as he let out a guttural cry. Won't be able to avoid." He groaned, his words a testament to the unstoppable nature of the infection. The infected young man's eyes glowed ominously as he spoke, and finally, "You're gonna devour all your friends. Then everyone around you." Another young man, defiant in the face of certain death, retorted, "Don't give me that bullshit." With a swift, desperate movement, the young man lunged forward, attempting to strike the infected individual. But the infected young man's attack proved too powerful. A guttural scream escaped the young man's lips as he was thrown back, his body collapsing to the ground, defeated and wounded. The young man, his head throbbing, stumbled through a smoke-filled corridor, his eyes darting around, registering the chaos unfolding around him. He found himself surrounded by other young people, their faces etched with fear as they watched him. A sudden whooshing sound startled them all as the infected Lee Yun-woo appeared. His eyes burning with a terrifying intensity, his face contorted in a grimace. The young man in the cap, his mind racing, wondered if the infection was caused by a brain tumor. A group of young people discussed a homeless man, noting that it is common for homeless individuals to have diseases. One young woman expressing pity for his condition. The homeless man, seemingly unwell, pondered aloud about the parts of his body unaffected by the infection. He decided to leave, but not before experiencing a sudden onset of pain, and urgently requesting assistance from the young people. Leaving the group to consider their next course of action, Lee Yun-woo, severely infected and experiencing worsening symptoms, asked a group of young people for help, requesting only to be escorted to the canteen. The young people, observing his condition, exchanged concerned glances. One of them confirmed that they had also heard about Yun-woo's condition. Another young man, with glasses, stated emphatically that Yun-woo's infection was now official. He expressed his intention to punch Yun-woo in the face if anyone dared to approach him. A young woman with short hair, wearing a bandage on her forehead, looked on with a grim expression. A young man, wearing glasses and a cap, asked a young woman for her opinion. The woman, arms crossed, responded that it was unusual for him to ask. He pressed her to answer, and she reluctantly complied. The young man, after some thought, stated that, according to his hypothesis, cancer is totally curable. Lee Yun-woo and another young man rested on a table in the canteen. Later, two young men walked down a hallway, one supporting the other. A third young man observed them and commented, "You guys look happy." Two older men approached a younger man, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and apology. He eyed them skeptically, his tone sharp as he questioned their motives. "Are you assholes trying to get on my good side now?" The older men quickly explained their predicament, emphasizing their lack of choice and thanking him for his earlier assistance. The younger man, seemingly unconcerned, acknowledged their gratitude and inquired about the whereabouts of the others. One of the older men informed him that the others had gone to the shelter to share supplies, leaving the younger man with a thoughtful expression and an unspoken sense of urgency. A military vehicle arrived, its engine roaring as it pulled up to a building. Soldiers in hazmat suits disembarked. One soldier saluted and reported to a superior officer. Meanwhile, inside the building, two older men expressed their fear and confusion about their situation. One of them wondered why they had come to this place, while the other worried about the possibility of being shot. Outside, more soldiers arrived, their presence causing apprehension among the group. A young man confirmed the soldiers' report, while inside, Lee Yunwoo and other young people observed the scene from a distance. Lee Yunwoo, her brow furrowed in concern, pondered aloud, how could we just ignore this? The young man, wearing glasses, responded, Yunwoo didn't show any suspicious symptoms yet. But he's still suspicious, he insisted, his voice rising in agitation. I already said I'll kill whoever is on his side. You think I'm joking? But we've been together with him for a while, Yunwoo countered, a hint of defiance in her tone. And there hasn't been any problems until now. If he is infected, something would have happened already, right? She questioned, her voice laced with uncertainty. The young man, Park So-yeon, smirked, that's exactly it. Something is happening. Don't defend him too. Lee Yunwoo, Park So-yeon, and the young man stood together near a window. The young man looked apprehensive, muttering, huh? Wait. As a vehicle sped away, leaving them staring at the departing vehicle. The young man's suspicion deepened as he watched it disappear. Lee Yunwoo, the young man, and Park So-yeon stood near a window, their attention drawn to a sudden, loud sound. A vehicle sped away. The young man's eyes widening in surprise as he muttered, huh? Wait. Their view was partially obscured, but they could see several military vehicles departing rapidly from the street below. The young man's suspicion intensified as he stared intently at the departing vehicles. Lee Yunwoo, the young man, and Park So-yeon watched from inside a building as a military vehicle departed. The young man's suspicion grew, prompting him to suggest they escape through a nearby window. Park So-yeon and the young man moved towards the window, only to realize it was too narrow for them to fit through. Park So-yeon questioned if there was anything they could use to break the glass. And the young man remembered emergency hammers. He quickly retrieved one. The young man, resourceful in the face of danger, smashed the emergency hammer against the window. While Park So-yeon, ever observant, urged them to hurry, her concern evident in her expression. The young man and his companion paused, their escape momentarily interrupted by a critical question, the whereabouts of Lee Yunwoo. The young man confirmed the grim reality, Yunwoo was not with them. Park So-yeon's anxiety intensified, the thought of Yunwoo being discovered by the army filled her with dread. Her worry was palpable, a silent plea hanging in the air as she contemplated the perilous situation. Park So-yeon, anxious and worried, called out to the young man escaping through the broken window, questioning his hasty retreat. She noted that he seemed scared, despite his earlier claims of wanting to help Lee Yunwoo. So-yeon's observation highlighted the young man's underlying fear, suggesting his previous resolve to help might have been a way to alleviate his own guilt. The young man's motivations were further scrutinized by So-yeon, who suspected his desire to help was a coping mechanism for his own fear and guilt. The young man's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he processed So-yeon's words. He swiftly climbed out the window, escaping the scene with a whooshing sound. Park So-yeon, her expression a mixture of concern and confusion, watched from the doorway as a young man fled the scene. The young man's escape was swift, a blur of motion as he scrambled through a broken window, pursued by others. So-yeon's gaze followed him, her worry deepening as she noted the urgency in his movements. The young man, along with others, continued their desperate flight, leaping over obstacles in their path. So-yeon's brow furrowed, a silent question forming in her mind as she witnessed the chaotic scene unfold. From a distance, So-yeon observed another figure, Lee Yunwoo, seemingly absent from the frantic escape, prompting a further question from So-yeon, what's with her? Park So-yeon, witnessing the young man's escape, reacted with disbelief and frustration, muttering to herself, is she stupid? The young man, having escaped through a broken window, made his way out of the building, leaving behind a shattered pane of glass as a testament to his hasty retreat. Park So-yeon, observing the aftermath, reflected on the situation, her thoughts revealing a sense of déjà vu. It's the same as before. She lowered her head, lost in thought, her expression shifting from confusion to a dawning realization. The young man escaped through a broken window, disappearing from view. Park So-yeon, observing from a distance, reflected on the escape, noting its uncanny resemblance to a past event. That time, she thought. A wave of memories washed over her, bringing back the feeling of helplessness and the lack of agency she felt then. I truly didn't have a choice, she recalled. Meanwhile, unseen, a conversation unfolded, filled with malice and a clear intent to harm Park So-yeon. Park So-yeon is phony. Bitch. I want to get rid of her, damn it, one voice hissed. Park So-yeon, still unaware of the threat, remained oblivious to the danger lurking nearby. Suddenly, a sound startled her. What was that sound, she wondered, her attention drawn away from her thoughts. Park So-yeon, startled by a sudden sound, questioned if it was the shattering of glass. She then anxiously asked about the whereabouts of the others. Meanwhile, So-yeon urgently urged Yeonwoo to escape with her. Her expression reflected a mix of fear and determination as she voiced her desperate plea. The young man, his face etched with terror, was pursued by armed soldiers in hazmat suits. He desperately tried to evade capture, his eyes wide with panic. The scene shifted to an exterior view, showing a chain-link fence and a temporary tent in the distance, suggesting a cordoned-off area. A soldier, clad in camouflage and a gas mask, stood guard outside a tent at Namsan. Meanwhile, inside, the young man checked his phone, engaging in a text conversation with others about their safety and the soldiers' presence. Yeonsu expressed relief at the protection offered by the armed soldiers. The young man's expression shifted as he realized he was being watched. A sudden surge of fear and anxiety coursing through him. Inside a dimly lit tent, soldiers in camouflage uniforms stood guard over a young man lying on a cot. One soldier let out a quiet chuckle. The young man, his face partially obscured by a mask, awoke with a start. He muttered, "What the hell is going on?" His hand trembled slightly as he struggled to sit up, a look of dawning horror spreading across his features. He gasped, a thought striking him with full force: what he said before was true. The young man attempted to reassure the soldiers, weakly stating, "I'm okay." A nervous laugh escaped his lips. Two soldiers in gas masks emerged from a tent, one of them chuckling nervously and explaining that he had fallen asleep for a bit. A young man, also wearing a mask, nervously laughed and insisted there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a loud clack echoed as the young man's hand instinctively shot up, startled by a rifle being placed nearby. His eyes widened in terror as he stammered that nothing had happened, desperately trying to convince himself and others. A single word escaped his lips: fuck. He was clearly terrified, his body language betraying his forced calm. He then muttered, "I'm done for," as the reality of his situation crashed down upon him. A young man, injured and masked, sat on the ground. A man in civilian clothes approached, stating, "I want to take a look at his condition." The civilian man examined the young man's injuries. Meanwhile, another man with reddish hair appeared, smiling slyly and saying, "By the way, I want to talk to him for a bit." A soldier in a gas mask questioned the young man, "Why did you come here? If you don't get out now." The reddish-haired man interrupted, saying, "Wait a minute. Let's go back." The reddish-haired man scratched his head, looking confused. Another soldier urged him, "Let's just go back, idiot." The reddish-haired man smiled, and a soldier nodded in agreement. The scene shifts to the injured young man, looking uncertain. A masked young man, his face etched with apprehension, was confronted. "You're the one from before, aren't you?" The question hung in the air. The reddish-haired man, seemingly in charge, observed the scene, his expression inscrutable. He gestured towards a nearby cart. The young man, increasingly uneasy, questioned his interrogator. "What's with this guy? Who are you? Do you know me?" He noticed the lack of a mask on the other man. The reddish-haired man smirked, a knowing glint in his eyes. His lips curled into a subtle smile. He spoke reassuringly to the young man, "I'm someone who can help you." The scene concluded with the reddish-haired man casually sitting, his legs crossed, seemingly in control of the situation. A group of civilians, their heads bowed, were held captive by soldiers in hazmat suits near a military vehicle. Two soldiers discussed the situation, one pointing towards a direction implying the escape of others. Lee Yun-woo, among the captives, whispered to the young man, "Did everyone run away?" The young man, visibly shaken, responded, "Why, what do we do now?" Lee Yun-woo, trying to remain calm, reassured him, "This is fine. Calm down, Lee Yun-woo. Nothing's gonna happen." A young man, his face etched with worry, muttered to himself, "As long as they don't know that I'm infected." He looked around, his apprehension growing, and added, "God damn it." Two soldiers in gas masks approached him, their weapons at the ready. One soldier asked, Hey, what's wrong?" The young man, startled, responded, "Let go." Another civilian intervened, shouting, "Hey, y'all! Why you soldiers are threatening us citizens, huh?" The soldier's demeanor hardened. One soldier demanded, "Which base did you come from?" "Which base, huh, punk?" A young woman tried to intervene, pleading, "Please step back, mister." But the soldiers remained unmoved. One of them sneered, "Y'all are just lil punks." The older civilian, seemingly undeterred, retorted, "You think I never did my military enlistment?" A gunshot rang out, bang. One soldier explained to his colleague, "Hey, idiot. I've told you over and over, if someone suspected to be an infected approaches, don't hesitate and shoot them immediately." The young man and woman watched in fear as the soldiers reiterated their orders. "Are you saying people suspected to be infected should get infected and then you'll shoot them?" The young man, cornered and terrified, stammered an apology. As soldiers surrounded him, weapons raised. One soldier barked, "Where are your friends?" The young man, panicked, denied any knowledge, pleading his innocence. A soldier scoffed, "Dummy?" The young man's fear intensified as a rifle butt struck him. He fell to the ground, wounded and helpless, whispering for help. His life flashed before his eyes as he realized he was going to die. Another soldier approached, gun raised, and asked, "You want to answer properly?" Overcome with terror, the young man whispered to himself, I am really gonna die here." His eyes widened in stark fear as he braced for the inevitable. The soldiers, having already beaten him, now stood over him, one questioning, "What's with this brat?" The young man, wounded and barely conscious, could only groan in pain. The soldiers exchanged glances, one commenting, "He's super suspicious, isn't he?" The other agreed, "Seems like it." As the soldiers prepared to finish him off, the young man's head throbbed, and he thought, "My head feels like exploding." Park So-yeon anxiously tended to the young man, her concern evident as she asked, "Yeo Yun-woo, are you alright?" Meanwhile, two soldiers discussed the situation, one suggesting, "I think we need to do sterilization." In the distance, a blurry image showed a vehicle and what appeared to be a chaotic scene. One soldier, noticing something, called out to his colleague, "Excuse me, sir." Prompting a response, "Yeah?" The first soldier continued, hesitantly, "I think you need to see that." The second soldier, startled, questioned, "What?" The first soldier's exclamation followed. A soldier in a hazmat suit noticed something unusual, a strange bloop sound accompanied by a blurry movement in the distance, prompting him to approach a fellow soldier and ask for assistance. Who, upon hearing the soldier's urgent request, expressed confusion and asked what the matter was. The first soldier, visibly disturbed, indicated that something needed to be seen immediately. A man, his face partially obscured by a mask, sat with a look of deep concern etched onto his visible features. He was engaged in a tense conversation with another man, whose confident demeanor and reddish hair stood in stark contrast to the masked man's anxiety. The red-haired man questioned the other's trust in him, implying that the masked man had sought his help, a fact the red-haired man seemed to find amusing. The masked man, anxious and uncertain, uttered a single, barely audible exclamation. As the red-haired man, observing him with amusement, calmly stated, "Ah, I get it now." The red-haired man, rising from his seat, continued, "You wanted to say something else." The masked man, his face partially obscured by his mask, responded with a tense, "Hmm?" And the red-haired man, with a knowing smirk, added, "Aren't you?" The masked man, his anxiety escalating, retorted, "You think I wouldn't know that you're testing me right now?" The red-haired man chuckled, Sorry I got carried away." "Ha ha. Since you're too hilarious, continue on." He leaned back, a smirk playing on his lips as he mused, This kid is a funny one." He continued, a hint of mischief in his eyes, Hi. "Me, testing you?" A sharp pain shot through the masked man's head, causing him to wince. Throb. He doubled over, clutching his head in agony. The red-haired man let out a cruel laugh, Heg. The masked man, struggling to regain his composure, gasped, "What did you do that for?" "Ugh, cough." The red-haired man taunted the masked man, commenting on how quickly the masked man reacted to his touch, even though it was only a slight touch. A scene unfolded outside the tent, showing soldiers and a chaotic situation. The red-haired man observed the chaos, his expression shifting to one of dark amusement as he reflected on the masked man's suffering and his own enjoyment of it. The masked man, in pain, was left alone, while the red-haired man seemed to find the situation amusing. The red-haired man pondered what to do next to the masked man. His thoughts focused on how to further torment the masked man. A monstrous creature, engulfed in flames, screeched, "Keek," as it charged forward with a whoosh of fire. The creature crashed into a city street, where soldiers fired upon it. Soldiers, panting heavily, continued their desperate defense, one of them exclaiming, "Where are they coming from?" Another soldier responded, "The area around here has been sterilized already," as more creatures emerged from the surrounding buildings, screeching Keeg. A soldier shouted, "They're coming from everywhere," as civilians scrambled for cover amidst the chaos. A terrified civilian, face contorted in fear, gasped in horror. A young woman urged a group of soldiers, "Stand up, quick." She was clearly distressed, her face etched with fear. As they scrambled to their feet, she continued, "Let's run away, hurry up." A monstrous creature emerged from the smoke and debris, its appearance horrifying. A soldier fired a weapon, the blast creating a whoosh sound. But the creature was unfazed, its screech echoing with a kiek as it lunged forward. The soldier's face contorted in terror as the creature attacked, a silent scream implied by the wide eyes and open mouth. Civilians fled in panic, their desperate escape a blur of motion as they were caught in the creature's wake. A man was dragged down, a drap sound accompanying his fall. A soldier, breathless and desperate, gasped, "Pant." Uttering a curse as he witnessed the chaos around him, "Shit." In the midst of a fierce battle, monstrous creatures attacked the soldiers. One soldier was grabbed by a creature, its grotesque form contorting as it squeezed the life out of its victim. Calf. Kr. Ack. Another soldier, his face obscured by a gas mask, fired his weapon, desperately trying to fend off the creatures. Swoov. The soldier's desperate struggle continued, but the creature's grip was relentless. Hi. A soldier fired his weapon, the loud bang echoing through the ravaged cityscape. As he and his comrades realized the grim reality of their situation, they were being overwhelmed. One soldier shouted, "We're gonna die at this rate. Come on everyone, retreat." The soldiers, battered and bruised, began their hasty retreat, their breaths ragged and heavy as they fled the scene. Several soldiers and civilians ran desperately through the city streets, seeking shelter from the unseen horrors that pursued them. A man in a military-style jacket urged a young man in a baseball cap to compose himself, shouting, "Hey, get yourself together. You're a man. What are you doing?" The young man, visibly shaken and sweating, opened his mouth to speak. As he struggled to catch his breath amidst the chaos of fleeing civilians, a young woman with short hair, part of the group of fleeing civilians, told the others, "You guys go on ahead." The young man in the baseball cap, still visibly distressed, insisted, "Huff, you, just go, I'm all right." Another man from the group questioned him, "What do you mean?" The young man, his face etched with worry, questioned himself, has the virus on my hand already spread to the brain? His internal monologue continued, somehow it seemed like my body cells were calling for them. He pondered further, is it an instinct to survive? Reflecting on a past event, he thought, come to think of it, it was just like back then on the cable car. The narration shifts to describe the scene. A monstrous figure, its form vaguely humanoid yet grotesquely distorted, was visible in the background. The young man's eyes widened in fear as he witnessed the horrifying creature. The text box above explained, when the monster on the third floor died, the monster from the second floor climbed up to the third floor. The young man, Yun-woo, watched in horror as the monster burned and died, its demise leaving behind only ash and smoke. Suddenly, more monsters emerged from below, their bodies contorting as they forced their way through a shattered window. Yun-woo's mind raced, a chilling thought forming, could these creatures be communicating, signaling each other to gather when one is in danger? He realized the perilous situation he was in. Staying put would only attract more monsters. His friends, noticing his isolation, called out to him, urging him to join them. A young man, his face etched with worry, urged a young woman to leave, instructing her, just go, don't talk much, and just go. His own expression reflected his internal struggle. The young woman, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination, firmly stated, you don't have to pretend to be protecting me from now on. The scene shifted to show the young man with a group of people, one of whom questioned, being serious, will you be alright? It's better to go with us. Despite their concern, the young man, his face now bearing a small cut, insisted, I'll go alone, you should go on ahead. The urgency of the situation was underscored by another member of the group, who shouted, we don't have much time. The young woman walked away, her shoulders slumped, leaving the young man behind. He stood alone, his posture resolute despite his injuries. He was determined to face whatever danger lay ahead. The young man passed by a damaged storefront, the remnants of a recent incident visible in the broken glass. He dropped to the ground, his breath ragged. The exertion of his earlier actions had taken its toll. He checked his phone, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips. I should have charged my phone to 100% that time, he thought. A wave of concern washed over him. They must be worried about me, he mused, a hint of guilt coloring his thoughts. The young man, exhausted and injured, slumped against a wall, his face etched with worry. His thoughts consumed by his desperate situation. What should I do now, he wondered, the weight of his predicament heavy on his mind. Soldiers were pursuing him. And he was surrounded by monsters, a terrifying reality that extended even to the cells within his own body. As virus cells rapidly multiplied within him. Virus cells are growing, he realized, a surge of despair washing over him as he uttered a single, defeated word, fuck. He sat alone, defeated, his body racked with pain and fear. The chilling thought of his impending death settling upon him. I'm about to die, aren't I? He contemplated, resigned to his fate. A young man, infected and terrified, sat alone in the desolate city streets, resigned to his fate. Meanwhile, a soldier in full hazmat gear stood watch, his face obscured by the mask, surveying the grim urban landscape. Other soldiers, similarly equipped, stood guard near a makeshift medical tent, their rifles at the ready. Two soldiers exchanged words. One asked Mr. Kim if he had witnessed anyone become infected. Mr. Kim responded curtly, I don't know, bitch. Inside the tent, a man wearing a surgical mask looked downcast, his expression filled with worry. His face, partially visible, revealed a deep concern. A hand, presumably the young man's, holds a small, square object resembling a medication packet. The man in the surgical mask asks about the drug's effectiveness, receiving a noncommittal huff. In response, Mr. Kim explains that the anti-cancer drug has a strong side effect. Mr. Kim, seemingly amused, calls the young man silly boy and suggests that the young man take a look outside. The young man sees soldiers outside, prompting Mr. Kim to sarcastically comment on their trustworthiness. Mr. Kim, his face partially obscured, spoke, but, do you know what's sad? They are now our enemies. The man in the surgical mask's phone rang. The number displayed was XXX0000. He answered, "Who?" "Ah, yes. Good afternoon, Yunwoo's mother." A young man, alone in a dimly lit room, muttered "fuck" to himself, his voice laced with despair. He sat on the floor, defeated, a backpack beside him. His thoughts were bleak, he felt his life slipping away. "I'm about to die, aren't I?" he wondered. Suddenly, a soldier in hazmat gear appeared outside the door, his presence a stark contrast to the young man's despair. The soldier's silhouette was visible through the glass door, a heavy sense of foreboding filled the air. The young man knelt, his head bowed, a picture of despair. A stark command echoed through the silent space, "Hands in the air." A soldier in hazmat gear emerged from a doorway, weapon raised, his presence filling the frame. The soldier's question hung in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's silent fear. "What's going on?" The soldier, still aiming his weapon, pressed further. "Why are you alone?" A soldier in hazmat gear, weapon drawn, accosted the young man, demanding, "Where are the others?" The young man, visibly shaken, remained silent. He finally whispered, "My other friends." A gunshot rang out. The young man and a young woman fled, panting. The young woman looked back in alarm. The soldier aimed his rifle, the silence broken only by the weapon's metallic hiss. The young man's body trembled violently, sweat beading on his brow. His hand shaking uncontrollably as the soldier's words echoed in his ears, "You better answer seriously, don't joke around." The soldier, clad in hazmat gear, stood over him, weapon at the ready. The young man, desperate, could only whimper, "Please." Tears streamed down the young man's face as he choked out, "No idea," his voice barely a whisper. He collapsed to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably as the soldier loomed over him. The young man, terrified and defeated, sobbed, "Shoot me." He continued to beg, "Please, sir." The soldier in hazmat gear remained impassive, his weapon trained on the young man. The soldier seemed to consider his options, a brief moment of contemplation before making a decision. The soldier's gaze was intense, unwavering. With a sigh, the soldier addressed the young man, "From now on, don't ever appear in front of my face." The young man, his body trembling, lay on the floor, tears streaming down his face. A throbbing pain pulsed in his head. The intensity of the pain momentarily eclipsing his fear. He could barely register anything beyond the agonizing throb. He crawled, desperate and weak, his eyes darting around wildly as he tried to assess his surroundings. Then he saw the soldier, and his pleas for mercy were immediate and desperate. "Sir, don't go out. It's too dangerous if you go out now." The soldier, though stern, seemed to hesitate for a moment before responding. The young man's terror was palpable. He flinched as the soldier moved closer. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with fear as he spotted a stove and made a desperate dash for the exit. A stove? The hell? A soldier in hazmat gear coughed, a low K, escaping his respirator as he surveyed the scene. A monstrous creature, its flesh bubbling and distorted, lurked nearby, its presence marked by a double exclamation point. Elsewhere, a young woman, Yunwoo, ran through the city streets, her face etched with terror. A man in a cap pursued her, shouting, "Where are you going?" She cried out, Yunwoo, in a desperate plea, her face bruised and bandaged. A fiery explosion rocked the street, adding to the chaos. The young woman stumbled, encountering another man who exclaimed, Fu *K. She gasped, "There's a monster here too," as the creature from earlier was engulfed in flames, its body dissolving with a whoosh, whoosh. The soldier in hazmat gear fired his weapon, the loud bangs echoing through the alleyway. The bullet striking the monster with explosive force, causing it to stagger and roar in pain. Yunwoo, still shaken from the attack, clutched her side, her breath coming in ragged gasps. As the man in the cap shouted, "Why did you come back here?" The man in the cap hurled a burning object, a makeshift incendiary device. It hurtled towards the soldier and the monster, creating a fiery distraction. The monster lunged, its attack a blur of motion. A deafening crash echoing as it slammed into something solid. The impact sending shockwaves through the air. The man in the cap, having pursued Yunwoo, arrived at the scene, breathing heavily. Huff! He found Yunwoo injured, and angrily exclaimed, "I already told you to leave me. Why did you come back and be a burden?" Yunwoo, tears streaming down her face, replied, "All of our classmates have already separated. It's just the two of us left." The man in the cap explained that finding Hongmi at Namsan would be difficult, as there was no guarantee of meeting him. He admitted to being a hypocrite, but insisted that helping each other was only natural, given the circumstances. The young woman, still bearing the wounds from her recent ordeal, quietly agreed. As they walked, the young woman asked about the Namsan Tower, her voice laced with apprehension. A soldier in hazmat gear, his face partially obscured by the mask, questioned the young woman. "You said your friends are heading in the direction of the Namsan Tower?" The soldier continued, explaining the deployment of troops. Since quarantine measures were established around Seoul Station, some soldiers were also assigned to the Namsan area. A detail the man in the cap and the young woman listened to intently. The soldier's words triggered a memory. "What you guys said reminds me." He recalled his assignment to help the soldiers in that area. And the reason for their presence, they were looking for two people. Realization dawned on the soldier's face. "Ah! That's them." The soldier, in his camouflage uniform, confidently stated that any nearby civilians must have already been assisted. The young woman, however, pressed further, inquiring about the well-being of some girls. The soldier responded that he was unaware of their situation. The young woman, undeterred, then asked for the location of the soldier's operation. The soldier, after a moment of hesitation, agreed to disclose the location, believing it to be harmless information. The young woman expressed her gratitude. The soldier, however, added that there was no need for thanks, and then addressed the man in the cap, confirming that he too had heard the information. The scene concluded with the soldier and the man in the cap sharing a knowing glance. The young woman expressed her hope that they might even find the others if they were lucky. A soldier in hazmat gear cleared his throat and announced his intention to join their team, offering his assistance. But cautioned the young woman to keep their escape from the shelter a secret, suggesting it could be interpreted as destiny. The man in the cap observed the unfolding events with a thoughtful expression. The scene shifted, showing a city street. The young woman, guided by the soldier, moved swiftly through the city streets. The soldier in hazmat gear urged the young woman to follow him, warning her of the danger ahead. "It's dangerous here. Stay behind and follow me. It's not that far." He quickly guided her away. The man in the cap watched them go, a thoughtful expression on his face. The young woman, though grateful for the soldier's help, expressed her reservations. She stated that she didn't care if he wanted to meet up with others or not, but that she didn't expect too much help from him if they encountered danger. The soldier seemed to understand her apprehension. And the man in the cap continued to observe from a distance. The man in the cap reflected on the young woman's predicament, noting that her danger was heightened by her solitude. He mused that this isolation might explain why she had sought help from the soldier. However, he questioned whether her decision to leave the other girls behind was truly the best course of action. Inside a building, the soldier inquired about the whereabouts of the other girls. An elderly woman, having heard the sound of running footsteps, informed the soldier that the girls had already evacuated hours prior, leaving her alone in the building. The elderly woman, now alone, began to hear approaching footsteps. Two young women ran, their conversation a hushed urgency against the backdrop of their pounding hearts. Their words revealing a pressing danger. Minju was in pursuit. The soldier, having received directions from the elderly woman, relayed the information to his comrade, confirming the ongoing evacuation efforts and offering assistance. He expressed gratitude for the help offered, his relief palpable. While the young woman, though accepting the escort, remained wary. The soldier, his face partially obscured by a mask, reassured the young woman, stating that things would improve once reinforcements arrived. He added a further word of comfort, telling her not to worry too much. Meanwhile, a frantic radio call went out. HQ, please answer. News of a critical emergency situation broke. The virus had spread inside. An infection was presumed to have reached the shelter. The grim determination of the soldiers was evident as they prepared to burn the place down. A soldier, seemingly overcome, gasped in pain as his hazmat suit malfunctioned. The soldier, his hazmat suit malfunctioning, gripped the wheel, his face contorted in a grimace. His vision blurring as his equipment failed him further. The vehicle lurched violently. A city street, seemingly deserted, stretched out before the viewer. The sun glinted off the numerous signs hanging from the buildings lining the narrow passageway. The scene was quiet, almost eerily so. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers in hazmat gear cautiously advanced down a side street. Their leader muttered, "Where are they hiding?" The urgency in his voice was palpable. From a nearby window, a young woman and a man in a cap watched the soldiers. Fear was etched on their faces. The man said, "What do we do now?" The man continued, "It seems like Soyeon and Yeonwoo have been caught. First off, let's get out of this damn place. Those two are not our problem, right?" He urged the young woman to leave with him. Han Seong-gyu, his brow furrowed in worry, questioned whether there was any way to save the others. While Seo Isol responded that even though Yeonwoo was dangerous, they would have an advantage if they worked with him. Seong-gyu exclaimed in frustration, God damn it!" And then asked Seo Isol why she was blabbing around like that, emphasizing that they didn't have much time. Seong-gyu, looking concerned, asked, "Who?" To which Seo Isol replied, "You and me?" A group of people, led by a figure in military attire, hurried down a city street. The leader urged them onward, their breaths ragged, assuring them that their destination was near. The soldiers' words offered a glimmer of hope amidst their desperate flight, promising a reunion with friends soon. The group pressed on, their pace relentless. One of the fleeing individuals stumbled, exhaustion etched on his face. A young woman, her face partially obscured by a bandage, forcefully shoved a man, shouting, "Sway!" The man stumbled, falling to his knees in the street. The woman approached cautiously, asking, "Are you all right?" Concerned, she inquired about his well-being. "How are you feeling?" "It must have been due to the stab at the homeless shelter, isn't it?" He groaned, "Heg." She pressed further, asking, "Which part of your body, sir?" "We're almost there though." With a pained expression, he whispered, "Heg. My ribs are broken, to hold it." Seo Isol firmly refused an order, stating, "No, sir." She then proposed a plan. "We'll go together to a safer place, alright?" She urged the injured man to try to stand and walk slowly. A loud bang echoed as Seo Isol opened a door, causing another man to exclaim in surprise. Seo Isol explained that she was going to look for medicine, prompting a concerned question from the other man about her actions. Another man shouted, "What? Crazy brat, where are you going?" in response to her actions. Seo Isol, ignoring the shouts, ran away. Seo Isol called out to Yeonwoo, who turned to see her running towards him. She urgently informed him, "We passed by a drugstore earlier." Inside the drugstore, they contemplated their options. "What drug should we look for?" Seo Isol suggested, "A pain reliever, right?" She noted the extensive selection on the shelf. Seo Isol, focused on finding medical supplies, searched the bottom shelves of a pharmacy, wondering aloud if Tylenol, a common pain reliever, would be available. Her companion, seemingly unconcerned, observed her search. Suddenly, a tap on the window startled them both, forcing them to quickly hide behind a counter, as a horrifying, grotesque figure lurked outside. Han Seong-gyu and Seo Isol narrowly avoided detection, their hearts pounding in their chests. As a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its horrifying visage causing a wave of terror. Seong-gyu, ever vigilant, immediately reacted, pulling Isol into a nearby convenience store for cover. They huddled together, fear etched on their faces. seeking refuge behind a counter as the monstrous creature's guttural roar echoed through the store. Seongyu, trying to maintain his composure, whispered to Isol, suggesting they remain hidden until the creature left. Han Seongyu and Seol Isol huddled together in a convenience store, their breaths catching in their throats. "No, I mean, we're hiding like this," Seongyu whispered, his voice barely audible above the pounding of his heart. Isol nodded, her eyes wide with terror. "It kinda reminds me of when we hid back on the cable car." Isol's face was pale, a small bandage barely concealing a fresh wound on her cheek. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she fought back tears. Seongyu stared blankly ahead, his mind reeling from the chaos they had just escaped. How could something like this happen? Why does it have to be us? Seol Isol's legs were drawn up to her chest, her body shaking with a mixture of fear and exhaustion. She murmured, "I don't think I can forget it for the rest of my life." Seongyu rested a comforting hand on Isol's shoulder. He, too, was shaken, but he tried to project an air of calm. "I was really looking forward to the tour this time." Seongyu's gaze hardened, a grim determination settling in his eyes. The events of the day had left him deeply disturbed, but he was resolved to protect Isol. Seol Isol, her face etched with worry and a bandage covering a wound, huddled in a cramped space, her knees drawn to her chest. Han Seongyu, his back to the viewer, walked ahead, carrying a bag, seemingly leading her to safety. Seol Isol, her expression somber, admitted, "I was looking forward to it too." She reflected on their ruined plans, muttering, "For this tour, but they just had to ruin it all." Frustration and anger boiled within her, as she let out a growl of annoyance. Han Seongyu, turning to face her, posed a question, "By the way, I want to ask something, can you answer it honestly?" Seol Isol, her face etched with a mixture of confusion and hurt, whispered a single question, "What is it?" Han Seongyu, leaning over a counter, appeared to be searching for something. Seol Isol's question hung in the air as she pressed him for an answer. She wanted to know who had said it, and if it was true that Juyong had abandoned her near the cable car. Seol Isol anxiously questioned Han Seongyu about Yunwoo's actions. Han Seongyu, his expression troubled, simply replied, "Well." The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a street, providing no further narrative information. Seol Isol, nursing her injuries, sat on the floor. A young man approached, urging her to stand. He offered a hand, and she slowly rose, muttering that she was fine. The young man, observing her, empathized, stating that he understood her situation, having experienced something similar himself. Seol Isol, still shaken, reflected on her initial assumptions about fear and weakness. She admitted that her previous beliefs were incorrect. She then revealed a shocking truth: Ju Baian was far more fearless than she or the young man had ever imagined. The young man, upon hearing this, appeared thoughtful, acknowledging Ju Baian's unexpected courage. Seol Isol's eyes, wide and reflective, held a lingering uncertainty. The recent conversation with the young man had eased some of her suspicions, but not all. Elsewhere, a hand reached for a box of pills, a small detail against the backdrop of a convenience store. The action was swift, almost furtive. A soldier, his face partially obscured by a gas mask, urged his companions forward, his words echoing the urgency of the situation. "It's only ahead. We're almost there." Suddenly, a vehicle erupted in flames, a fiery explosion that sent shockwaves through the scene. The intense heat and billowing smoke obscuring the details of the catastrophe. A man, his face etched with alarm, cried out, "What's going on? Could the base be?" A horrifying question hanging heavy in the air as another soldier, engulfed in flames, collapsed to the ground, his labored breaths a testament to the unfolding disaster. The unspoken fear: did all of them get infected? Amidst a chaotic scene of fire and destruction, a young man in a baseball cap registered the intensity of the situation. A discarded flamethrower lay on the ground, its nozzle still smoldering. A closer look revealed the weapon's intricate details, hinting at its advanced technology. A soldier in full hazmat gear hurried past, his boots tapping against the metallic floor. His cautious gaze suggested a heightened sense of awareness as he muttered, "This place should be Another young man, struggling under the weight of heavy oxygen tanks, exclaimed, "It's so heavy. How could they carry so much?" A soldier, clad in protective gear, muttered to himself, "Shit. What now?" Observing the scene, a young woman commented, "It seems like they are all stuck inside there. Maybe we should inspect the area around." Another individual cautioned, "It's too dangerous to go in without the assist of the others." A third person, concerned, questioned, "My friends? Let's just hope they are fine. We don't have much choice, right? We don't even know what's happening inside." Suddenly, two soldiers in hazmat suits rushed past, one carrying a large weapon. The young woman watched them go, then said, "I just want to see for a bit in what kind of state the inside is. Although, I can't be 100% sure, but I don't feel any presence here." The soldier from the first panel, witnessing this, exclaimed, Is he crazy? Whatever, he can do what he pleases." Seal Isol's face was etched with worry, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Small cuts and bruises marred her skin, a testament to recent conflict. She peered down a smoke-filled corridor, the air thick with the smell of burnt debris and something else, something acrid and unsettling. "The air is suffocating," she thought, her eyes scanning the hallway. A young man, Yunwoo, emerged from the far end of the corridor, seemingly unharmed. "It looks almost clear," he observed, his gaze sweeping the area. But his expression shifted as he noticed something. "But they call for help," he muttered, a grim realization dawning on him. Seal Isol's eyes widened. "So that means, there are still some monsters left?" she questioned, her concern deepening. The building's complex structure made a swift search difficult. "Can I locate them fast enough?" she wondered, a sense of urgency gripping her. Suddenly, a loud drap echoed through the building as Han Seong-yu, carrying a weapon, sprinted past Seal Isol, a triumphant "ha" escaping his lips. He was clearly focused on something else entirely. Han Seong-yu's eyes, wide with a grim determination, focused intently on something beyond the immediate scene of destruction. Seal Isol, her face etched with worry and fear, gasped audibly as she surveyed the aftermath of the battle, the lingering threat of unseen monsters heavy in the air. Meanwhile, Yunwoo, ever vigilant, observed the scene, his gaze sharp as he noticed the distant calls for help, a sign that the danger was far from over. A group of soldiers, including one who appeared to be a leader, arrived at the scene of a battle. The leader instructed one of his men to look after an elderly woman while he completed his investigation. "You should wait here, the reinforcements will arrive soon," he said. The soldier responded with a respectful "Yes, sir." The panel then shifted to show a hand holding a bottle of soju. Another soldier, accompanied by a hooded companion, discussed the possibility of finding their friends, given the granny's statement that there were multiple exits from the building. "The granny said there are a few exits to this building," one of them stated. "That means there's a chance we might come across your friends." The hooded soldier simply replied, "No." Han Seong-yu, his face partially obscured by shadow, affirmed his resolve, "We'll definitely meet them." A monstrous creature lay burning in a corridor, its charred remains emitting sparks. A fiery blast from a weapon extinguished the last vestiges of its life. Another monstrous figure loomed, its face a grotesque mask of decay and rage. A figure on a motorcycle roared past, engulfed in a blinding flash of light and energy, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The creature let out a pained roar, "Kaagh." Han Seong-yu and Seal Isol fled a burning building, the sound of Seal Isol's pained cry echoing behind them. Observing the inferno from a safe distance, Seong-yu noted that most of the threats seemed to have already been consumed by the flames. Seal Isol, though shaken, insisted she was fine. Seong-yu, sensing her discomfort, offered to let her return if she wished, but she declined, stating that it made little difference to her whether he stayed or left. Seong-yu, looking determined, stated that he would inform her if he found their friends. Seal Isol, still visibly shaken but trying to appear calm, reassured him that she was all right. As they continued their journey, Seong-yu wondered aloud about the whereabouts of Hyundai. Han Seong-yu and Seal Isol followed a trail of fire, speculating about the whereabouts of their missing companions. Seongyu wondered aloud if their friend might be hiding in an empty room. Seo Isol, though shaken, expressed her hope that their friends were safe, mentioning that man and Hande by name. Seongyu shared her concern, acknowledging the grim possibility that they might have to resort to drastic measures if their friends were in danger. Seo Isol's face reflected the weight of this possibility. The thought of having to take such drastic actions visibly distressed her. Two figures lay amidst the flames, their forms barely visible through the intense heat and smoke. Meanwhile, Han Seongyu and Seo Isol followed a trail of fire, their anxiety growing with each step. Seo Isol exclaimed, hoping their friends were safe. They spotted a soldier, seemingly uninfected, amidst the devastation. Seo Isol questioned if he was the one who had requested help. Seongyu and Isol cautiously approached, observing the soldier's condition. They confirmed he appeared uninfected and was indeed the soldier who had requested assistance. As they checked on him, the soldier reacted with a start, his expression conveying alarm. Seongyu and Isol, faces etched with concern, continued to approach cautiously. An injured soldier, his face partially obscured by a gas mask, gasped, "This is a trap. He's trying to lure the people on our base. And made me his bait. Ugh. Quick, go." Seo Isol and Han Seongyu, alerted by the soldier's warning, hurried down a corridor. A monstrous creature emerged from a side room, its grotesque form causing a loud FWAP sound as it burst into view. The creature let out a guttural GKK, KRK. The creature lunged, its massive form filling the panel as it attacked. Han Seongyu, reacting instantly, braced himself to defend against the attack. Han Seongyu braced himself, the monster's attack coming in a blur of motion. A series of pops echoing as the creature's blows landed. The monster's attack cracked the ground, its immense power evident. Seo Isol's eyes widened in terror as she witnessed the attack's impact. The monster's gaping maw revealed its terrifying form. A soldier, clad in camouflage and a gas mask, ascended a staircase, his rifle held at the ready. The rhythmic tap-tap-tap of his boots echoed softly. He paused, looking up at the building before him, wondering about its structure. Meanwhile, Han Seongyu, his breath clouding in the cold air, trudged through the snow, his exhaustion evident. His expression grim and determined. A figure in a hazmat suit dashed up a flight of stairs, disappearing around a corner with a whooshing sound, leaving behind a lone soldier who muttered, "Damn it." He stood at the bottom of the stairs, rifle at the ready. The soldier hesitated, questioning whether he should follow. Then admitted to himself that the situation was making him uncomfortable. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as a monstrous creature burst from a nearby building, its body contorting and cracking as it unleashed a wave of destruction. Seo Isol's eyes widened in terror as a monstrous creature emerged from the earth, its guttural roars echoing through the air. The ground trembled violently beneath her feet as the creature's massive form filled her vision. She screamed, her voice lost in the cacophony of the monster's terrifying presence. A young man, seemingly caught off guard, found himself staring into the creature's gaping maw. The monster lunged, its massive claws reaching for the young man. The young man braced himself for the inevitable impact, his face a mask of grim determination. Han Seongyu felt a throbbing sensation within him, muttering, "Heg. What's this?" He realized with dawning horror that the strange energy was reacting with the virus in his body. A violent throbbing intensifying within him. Seongyu recognized the urgency of the situation, thinking, I need to do something. Now, at moments like these." With a sudden burst of energy, he activated a device, a fiery jet erupting from it. The resulting flare engulfing his enemies in a destructive wave of heat. A monstrous roar, kaak, echoed through the ravaged cityscape. As a fiery explosion engulfed two figures, Seo Isol and Yunwoo, forcing them to the ground, leaving Yunwoo injured and struggling to rise amidst the debris. Seo Isol, her face etched with worry, cried out, "Yunwoo, are you okay?" Urging him to escape quickly, "Hurry. You don't have much time." That monster is not an easy feat. Meanwhile, a soldier in a gas mask, his face grim, declared, "Soldiers of my base are there." Seo Isil urged Yunwoo to hurry, shouting, "Let's go, Yunwoo." Yunwoo, clearly injured, responded with a weak, "Why yes, sir." They fled down a dimly lit corridor, Isil supporting Yunwoo's weight as they moved, leaving behind a monstrous, shadowy figure that seemed to writhe and shift in the darkness. A soldier, armed with a makeshift weapon, watched them go, laughing cruelly and taunting them with the words, look at yourself." Enraged, Yunwoo, despite his injuries, cursed the soldier, calling him a "you fucking monster." The soldier fired his weapon, the blast engulfing Yunwoo and Isil in a blinding flash labeled flare. Yunwoo, injured and enraged, was helped by Seo Isil as they escaped down a flight of stairs. Seo Isil, worried, checked on Yunwoo's condition, asking, "Yunwoo, are you okay?" Yunwoo, though injured, prioritized escape, replying, "Yeah. Let's get out first." Seo Isil, showing determination, carried the injured Yunwoo, continuing their escape through a damaged urban environment. Seo Isil carried Yunwoo, determined to get him to safety. Seo Isil, worried, helped Yunwoo escape, leaving behind a fallen figure. As she ran, clutching a small object, she exclaimed, "You're here? Thank God." She continued, breathlessly, "It's just us two, Yunwoo is with me." Yunwoo, injured and exhausted, appeared, clutching his arm, his face strained with exertion as he looked around cautiously. Suddenly, Yunwoo's expression shifted to suspicion. He shouted, "She's suspicious." Yunwoo, injured and relying on Seo Isil for support, continued their escape. As a horrifying, grotesque figure emerged from the shadows, its decaying face barely recognizable, uttering guttural growls that sent shivers down Yunwoo's spine. The creature hissed, "Turn around, dash." The creature loomed over Yunwoo, its decaying form a terrifying sight. Yunwoo's eyes widened in fear. Her fear was palpable, her eyes reflecting the horror of the situation. Park So-yeon and a friend took a selfie together. So-yeon happily introduced herself to the camera. And then another girl approached, asking to join their photo. Kim Minju happily joined the two girls, smiling brightly as they posed for the picture. Minju's joyful expression filled the frame as the photo was taken. A grotesque figure, seemingly decaying, appeared before Soyeon's friend. The creature's face was a mask of warped features, its eyes hollow and unsettling, its skeletal fingers twitching as it hissed, "Turn, dash." Soyeon's friend stared, wide-eyed with terror, her face etched with fear as she registered the horrifying sight before her. The creature's body convulsed, its form shifting and contorting in a gruesome display of unnatural movement, as it unleashed a wave of dark energy, shouting, "Get out of the way." Soyeon's friend, reacting instinctively, pushed another person out of the path of the oncoming blast, the resulting explosion engulfing them both in a blinding flash of light and heat. A sudden, intense flare erupted from the ground, engulfing a young man in flames. Park So-yeon watched in horror, her friend's terrified face etched with fear as he was consumed by the fire. Another flare erupted nearby, this time targeting a second individual. The man's body convulsed as he was consumed by the flames. Soyeon's friend, trembling and barely conscious, looked on in shock, his body still marked by the initial attack. A single, pained gasp escaped his lips. Park So-yeon cowered behind a friend, the air thick with the smell of burning flesh and ozone. Her friend, his face contorted in agony, turned to look at her, his eyes wide with terror. A monstrous energy crackled around them, engulfing Soyeon's friend in flames, his body spasmed violently as he screamed in pain before falling silent. Soyeon watched, paralyzed by horror, as the flames consumed her friend, tears streaming down her face. Another friend, seemingly unharmed, urged her to avert her gaze, his voice strained with a mixture of fear and grim determination. But Soyeon's eyes remained fixed on the horrifying scene, her mind struggling to process the unimaginable violence she had just witnessed. A wave of intense heat washed over Park So-yeon as a fiery blast erupted nearby, the searing flames engulfing one of her friends, consuming them completely. The narration states that Soyeon's friends used to hang out together. Overcome with grief and horror, Soyeon wept, her face buried in her hands. Uttering Minju's name, another friend who was present during the traumatic event. Minju, seemingly unharmed but visibly shaken, watched the scene unfold from a distance. A shadowy figure swooped down, its presence barely perceptible. Leaving Park Soyeon and Minju trembling in its wake, the aftermath of a fiery explosion still visible around them. Soyeon's friend, Yeonwoo, was gone, consumed by the flames. Yeonwoo's friend, visibly shaken, stared in disbelief. A monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its grotesque form causing Yeonwoo's friend to cry out in terror, "What do we do?" The creature advanced, its movements unsettling and swift. Yeonwoo's friend watched in horror as the creature moved, a chilling realization dawning on him. A monstrous creature, vaguely tree-like in form, loomed before them, its grotesque features illuminated by internal embers. Yeonwoo's friend, his face contorted in terror, propelled Soyeon away from the creature, shouting that they were trapped in a dead end. Soyeon, overcome with guilt and fear, apologized, stating that it was her fault. The creature continued its advance, seemingly unaffected by their fear. Yeonwoo's friend, determined to protect Soyeon, resolved to use his flamethrower with all his might against the approaching monstrosity. He aimed the flamethrower, its nozzle blowing with intense heat. Yeonwoo's friend, eyes wide with shock and fear, stared at the creature before him. Uttering a silent exclamation of disbelief as the creature's terrifying form filled his vision. "What's going on?" he wondered, his voice barely a whisper. The creature, seemingly reacting to the flamethrower's presence, recoiled slightly. "It seems like it's scared." Yeonwoo's friend realized, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Despite its fear, the creature continued to advance, its movements erratic and threatening. Even though it was targeting him, Yeonwoo's friend remained resolute, his grip tightening on his weapon. A thought struck him: could it be aware of the flamethrower? A sudden throbbing sensation pulsed in his head. Focusing intently, he peered into the creature's gaping maw. Inside its mouth. "I can feel a virus inside its mouth," he whispered, a chilling realization dawning on him. Park Soyeon, terrified and feeling guilty, was shoved aside by Yeonwoo's friend as the friend fired the flamethrower. The intense heat and the loud bang of the weapon echoing through the ruined building as they ran for their lives. The creature, momentarily stunned by the blast, recoiled from the intense heat. Yeonwoo's friend continued to fire, the flamethrowers swish and whoosh a constant sound as they moved, shouting Lee Yeonwoo's name. A final, powerful blast from the flamethrower engulfed the creature in a massive boom, effectively ending the immediate threat. The two survivors paused, catching their breath, as one of them muttered, "Huh?" Yeonwoo's friend unleashed a powerful blast of flame from his flamethrower, the intense heat engulfing the creature. The creature roared in agony as the flames seared its flesh, its form momentarily obscured by the intense heat and smoke. "It's useless to burn the other parts. You need to burn the virus directly." The friend realized that only by targeting the creature's core could he truly defeat it. "To do that, I'd need to get close to its face, just like before." Yeonwoo's friend knew the risk, but he was determined to finish the fight. He pressed forward, dodging burning debris as he advanced towards the creature's core, the heat intensifying with each step closer. Finally, with a final, concentrated burst of flame, he incinerated the creature's core, effectively destroying it. The remains crumbled into ash. Yeonwoo's friend, still reeling from the recent battle, gasped, his eyes wide with terror as he recounted his near-death experience. A soldier grabbed Yeonwoo's friend, demanding the item he carried. Yeonwoo's friend, struggling against the soldier's grip, explained that he had acquired the item from a location where many soldiers had perished. He revealed that he had almost been killed by a monster earlier and that this item was crucial for his survival. Another soldier urged him to quickly hand over the item. In the midst of the chaos, a soldier inquired about the firearm's capacity, learning that it held 6 bullets per cartridge and that 4 shots had already been fired. Yeonwoo's friend, clutching a crucial item, explained to the soldiers, "I need to finish it in 2 shots." He ascended the stairs, the soldiers following closely behind. The friend, visibly strained, muttered, "Risky. I consider this a heavy defense of civilian. He continued, if we let that monster live any longer, the granny upstairs will be in risk of danger too. The awaited reinforcements aren't arriving as well. One soldier responded, yes, but you need to remember. I will definitely help you in case of a danger, but you still need to be careful. Suddenly, a loud drap echoed as the friend was forcefully pulled back. Yunwoo's friend, burdened by a heavy backpack, scrambled through a debris-filled passage, escaping a dangerous situation. He muttered to himself, strategizing, I'll pull a trap on that thing. What if it runs away again when it sees the flamethrower? Another friend, witnessing the danger from below, shouted urgently, it's dangerous. Come down here. Yunwoo's friend, despite the warning, continued his ascent, nearing the soldiers. Finally reaching them, he delivered crucial information, I know where that monster is. A monstrous form loomed, its grotesque flesh glistening with a sickening sheen. A popping sound echoed as a section of its body violently ruptured, revealing a pulsating, inner mass. Hey, son of a bitch, a voice shouted, filled with rage. Yunwoo's friend, fueled by adrenaline, sprinted through a narrow alleyway, the monstrous creature's massive hand reaching for him. A desperate attempt to escape ending in a fiery explosion as the creature's attack connected. Coughing and bruised, Yunwoo's friend glared at the monster. Disgusting piece of shit. Are you mad? He muttered, defiance etched on his face. The creature roared in response, a guttural sound that shook the very ground, its rage palpable as it lunged forward. Yunwoo's friend, despite his injuries, continued his desperate struggle against the monstrous creature, unleashing a powerful attack. The force of which sent a shockwave through the air, accompanied by a guttural cry from the monster as it recoiled, leaving Yunwoo's friend momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the exchange. As the monster roared in pain and fury, its form contorting in a display of raw power. Another of Yunwoo's friends, witnessing the brutal fight, shouted a warning. As he launched a fiery blast from a handheld weapon, aiming to distract the monster and create an opening for his injured comrade. Yunwoo's friend, despite their critical injuries, unleashed a final, desperate attack, a fiery blast that engulfed the monster in a blinding explosion. The masked figure watched the spectacle with wide, fearful eyes, a silent scream escaping them as the blast intensified. The soldier, witnessing the sheer power of the attack, muttered to himself, it's different than before. The intensity of the blast suggested a change in the monster's power. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area as the blast subsided, revealing the aftermath of the attack. The masked figure observed the scene, concluding, now she's definitely fully controlled by the monster. The attack had failed to break the monster's control. The soldier, understanding the situation's gravity, stated, it's useless to attack the surface. The monster's power was clearly beyond their current capabilities. Yunwoo's friend, critically injured but resolute, shouted, it hides the virus inside its mouth. The masked figure, witnessing the desperate attempt, reacted with disbelief, exclaiming, you're saying it's fire inside its mouth? Yes, his companion confirmed. He prepared to launch a final, desperate attack, aiming directly at the monster's mouth. A powerful blast of fire erupted from the device, propelling it towards the target. The masked figure unleashed a furious attack, shouting, I'll fucking finish you, you damn monster. A soldier observed the scene, his weapon raised, as the masked figure's attack concluded. The masked figure, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration, braced himself for a final, devastating blow. Releasing a surge of energy that erupted in a blinding flash of light and searing heat. The force of the attack sending shockwaves that rippled outwards. A nearby soldier, caught in the blast's periphery, was thrown violently backward, sustaining grievous injuries. Yunwoo's friend, despite his critical state, strained to maintain his focus. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and determination as he witnessed the aftermath of the masked figure's attack. The masked figure's final attack left a soldier critically injured, his wide eyes reflecting the intensity of the moment. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit apartment, Yunwoo's friend, shaken and alone, sat huddled on the floor. A faint tapping sound echoing from beyond a closed door, startling her from her distressed state. she cautiously listened, wondering why only the door to this specific room had opened. The tapping continued. A sudden, sharp clack followed by a creaking sound made her jump. "Ha! Someone's alive," she whispered, fear and surprise mixing in her voice. Yunwoo's friend, wrapped in a blanket, looked down, her expression one of worry. She quietly questioned, "Okay?" A man peered around a doorframe, concern etched on his face. He asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" He gasped, his eyes widening in horror as he took in the scene beyond the doorway. A figure, engulfed in flames, propelled himself forward with surprising force, the intense heat causing a visible pushback of the air around him. His masked face contorted in a grimace of exertion and pain. The masked man, his body scorched and bleeding, collapsed to the ground. His chest bore a gruesome wound. The masked figure's eyes widened in terror, reflecting the fiery chaos around him. A soldier, his back to the viewer, dragged the lifeless body of the masked figure. As other soldiers rushed past, shouting "Mister," in alarm. One soldier fired his weapon, the sound of gunfire echoing through the burning building. More shots rang out as the soldiers continued their advance. The soldiers unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the masked figure, the sounds of bang, bang, clack echoing through the air as the figure was struck repeatedly. The impact sending tremors through the ground. A soldier called out, "Hey!" as the masked figure, severely wounded, collapsed amidst the rubble. Another soldier approached cautiously, questioning, "Where do you think you're going?" The masked figure, barely conscious, muttered, "They're still." As a final, desperate act, he reached for his weapon. He had only one bullet left. With a final flare, he fired. The resulting explosion consumed him, leaving only a fiery crater in its wake. The masked figure, engulfed in flames, coughed violently, a guttural cough escaping his lips. A pained "ha!" escaping as a soldier's attack connected, tearing into his flesh. The impact sending a shockwave that shattered the surrounding area with a resounding bam. The masked figure's eyes widened in shock as he felt a searing pain, a pained egg throb, escaping his lips. Despite the grievous injuries, a grim determination hardened his gaze. He thought, I have to get a little bit closer." With a final, desperate effort, he shifted his position with a muffled swap dash. The masked figure, mortally wounded but defiant, coughed up blood, a guttural K escaping his lips. A desperate roar, "Arg," filling the air as he made a final, desperate lunge. But the soldier's attack was swift and merciless. A fiery blast engulfed him. A blinding flash of light and heat consuming the masked figure completely. A final, pained croak echoing through the ravaged space as the masked figure was obliterated. In the aftermath, a hand, charred and broken, lay amidst the debris, a soft pop. Pop. Ha! Marking the end of the masked figure's final struggle. The masked figure, its body ablaze, let out a final, pained groan as it collapsed into a smoldering heap. Soldiers rushed to the unnamed man's side, their concern evident as they asked if he was all right. The unnamed man, wounded but alive, sat amidst the wreckage, his face partially obscured by a mask. Despite the apparent victory, he warned that the threat wasn't over, his gaze fixed on the still smoldering remains of the monster. The embers continued to glow, hinting at a lingering danger. Bystanders watched in horror as the unnamed man clutched at a deep wound in his chest, a grim expression on his face. Surrounded by soldiers, the unnamed man, though wounded, made a final request. His words were barely audible, lost amidst the chaos of the recent battle. But his determination was clear. He intended to use a weapon, despite knowing the risks. He planned to stay and face the monster, even if it meant sacrificing his life. His resolve shocked Yunwoo's friend, who reacted with disbelief and alarm. The unnamed man's desperate plea for help was met with the friend's desperate plea for him to reconsider. Yunwoo's friend pleaded with the unnamed man, but the unnamed man insisted, "I told you, just call me Hyung." He continued, his voice heavy with resignation, "Even now you still call me Mister." The unnamed man declared his resolve, "I'll straight up die if this thing is taken out." Yunwoo's friend and Park Soyeon reacted with horror and apologies. Yunwoo's friend cried out, "So sorry, mister. It's all because of me." The unnamed man, wounded and battered, knelt on the ground. He looked up, his gaze distant, and stated, "Actually, I've died already at that time." Reflecting on his experience, he added, "If I didn't meet you guys, I would have given up far earlier." A low growl emanated from the heart of the destroyed structure. As the ground trembled slightly, Park Soyeon and Yunwoo's friend watched with growing apprehension. As a section of the debris began to shift and twitch, revealing a slow, ominous movement within. One of the soldiers, his face partially obscured by a gas mask, asked permission to take action. He seemed tense, but resolute. The unnamed man, his face bruised and bearing the marks of a hard-fought battle, watched the scene unfold with a grim acceptance. His eyes, however, held a flicker of something akin to peace, a quiet resignation to his fate. Amidst the chaos of falling debris and raging fire, a soldier checked his weapon, his expression grim. He was surrounded by the chaos of battle. A nearby comrade, mortally wounded, uttered his final words, "I'm glad I've known you. Please finish this." The soldier nodded, his gaze hardening with resolve. He then addressed his fellow soldiers, shouting, "Let's go, kids! Hurry!" Another soldier, his face partially obscured by a hood, informed them, "We're going in the direction where your friends are leaving." The wounded man watched them go, his eyes following their retreat. A silent acceptance etched onto his face. He simply nodded, resigned to his fate. The unnamed man sobbed, his face streaked with tears and grime, the firelight reflecting in his eyes. As a soldier's boot came down hard, crushing him against the ground, leaving a gaping hole in the wall behind him, the scene consumed by flames and dust. As the soldier looked down at the body, a grim satisfaction on his face. Another soldier, wounded, clutched his side, his breath ragged as he looked around. Before collapsing against a nearby tree, muttering, "Well, I've got a prize for you." A soldier, his face partially obscured by bandages, smirked as he held his weapon. "Aren't I pretty nice, to accompany you like this?" he said, his tone laced with chilling amusement. The scene shifted, revealing a caption, at the end. "It turned out to be this way." A man, overcome with grief, cried out, "I'm sorry, Jisuan." Panic ensued as people scattered, their cries of "Kaya" echoing through the scene. A terrified man, his face contorted in fear, watched as others fled, his own escape seemingly blocked. Park Soyeon, eyes wide with terror and tears streaming down her face, gasped for air, her mouth open in a silent scream. A silent plea for forgiveness escaping her lips as she thought, "Could you forgive me for hesitating back then?" The unnamed man's face, contorted in grief and regret, was etched with the weight of his past actions. His eyes, filled with unshed tears, reflected the pain of his inaction. "Even though I clearly saw you there," he silently lamented, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. His voice, however, was lost to the explosion that followed. Yunwoo's friend, his face a mask of fear, urged her to flee, shouting, "Quick, run away, honey." The unnamed man's final thoughts, "Now I'm coming to you," were cut short by a deafening explosion that consumed him entirely. An apartment building is engulfed in flames, the explosion having caused significant damage to one side of the structure. Meanwhile, Park Soyeon and Yunwoo's friend flee down a dimly lit corridor, their breaths ragged and their faces etched with terror. They sprint through the hallway, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the silence. Yunwoo's friend shouts for help, his voice strained with panic as he urges Park Soyeon onward. Park Soyeon, overwhelmed by fear and remorse, continues to run, her eyes wide with terror. The two continue their desperate flight, the sounds of their pursuers echoing behind them. Yunwoo's friend, her face etched with worry, anxiously questioned Park Soyeon's whereabouts, expressing concern over her prolonged absence. She had been waiting, but Soyeon was late. Soldiers pursued Park Soyeon, one of them confirming her identity as Kong Hana to his comrade. They continued their pursuit, their urgency heightened by the unknown location of others. Yunwoo's friend desperately called out to Park Soyeon as she fled down a set of stairs. Park So-yeon, however, continued her escape, seemingly ignoring her friend's pleas as Yeonwoo's friend tried to catch up. Yeonwoo's friend shouted, "Hold on. Wait," as he desperately tried to catch up to Park So-yeon. He pushed past an obstacle, his urgency evident. Finally reaching Park So-yeon, who was hiding, breathless and terrified. "Ah, shit, why were you running away suddenly?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration and concern. Park So-yeon, still shaken, responded, "Where are the other classmates now?" Yeonwoo's friend's face hardened. It's not my fault," she cried, her voice breaking. She sobbed, overwhelmed by the events that had transpired. Yeonwoo's friend, his face partially obscured by a hood, walked alongside Park So-yeon, who appeared distraught. He muttered something about it not being his fault, prompting Yeonwoo's friend to question what she was talking about. As they walked, several soldiers appeared, their presence adding to the tense atmosphere. Yeonwoo's friend, concerned, asked what she meant, explaining that it seemed Park So-yeon was the sole survivor. Yeonwoo's friend, his expression grim, confirmed that when he checked, no one else had survived. Park So-yeon, visibly shaken, whispered that she disagreed from the beginning, revealing that getting off the bus had been dangerous, and that they hadn't even had any weapons with them. Yeonwoo's friend, his face etched with worry and confusion, stared at Park So-yeon. He began to speak, his voice trembling, uttering a fragmented protest, blaming her for the perilous situation they found themselves in. His words hung heavy in the air. He accused her, his voice rising in anger, highlighting the fact that everyone else had perished because of her actions. The weight of his accusation was palpable. Finally, he punctuated his outburst with a sharp, accusatory statement, leaving no room for doubt about his feelings. The scene was tense. The lifeless body of a young woman lay sprawled on the floor, a dark stain spreading around her. Choi Han-dae entered the room, his gaze falling upon the grim scene. He appeared shaken, his hands slightly bloodied. His expression was one of shock and distress, his eyes reflecting the horror of the situation. Hannah confronted Choi Han-dae, accusing him, "It's all because of you, Choi Han-dae." He responded with confusion, asking, "What do you mean, Hannah?" Hannah approached Choi Han-dae, her expression a mixture of anger and accusation. She questioned him, highlighting the considerable effort he had expended in searching for her and Lee Hongmi. And then, with a sharp intake of breath, she revealed the shocking truth: Lee Hongmi was dead. The weight of the revelation hung heavy in the air as Hannah struggled to process the tragedy that had befallen her friend. A gruesome image flashed before Hannah's eyes, a violent struggle, Lee Hongmi's desperate fight against a monstrous attacker. The scene ended with Lee Hongmi lying lifeless on the floor, a victim of a brutal attack. Choi Han-dae knelt beside the body, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Choi Han-dae knelt beside Lee Hongmi, his face etched with shock and distress as he uttered a single, pain word, "Ugh." His body trembled, the weight of the horrific scene pressing down on him. Lee Hongmi lay still, her lifeless eyes staring blankly upwards. Blood stained her clothes, a grim testament to the violence she had suffered. Overcome with grief and despair, Han-dae could only let out a choked sob, "Hiks. Shit." His face was a mask of anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks as he stared at the lifeless form of his friend. The scene opens on a nondescript building, seemingly a security booth or gatehouse, situated on a quiet street. It appears to be late evening or early morning. Inside a small, sparsely furnished room, three young people sit dejectedly on and around a bed. An older man, Choi Han-dae, sits nearby, his posture slumped with weariness. The older man is asked about his friends, and he replies with a weary, "Well." He is then asked if a particular friend is included among those he is looking for. His expression darkens. The young man in the white cap remains silent, his gaze lowered, his expression unreadable. A young woman sat alone, her hand to her head, overcome with grief. A man approached her, his face etched with weariness and sorrow. He spoke to her quietly, commenting on the recent loss of her fiancé, offering condolences, and urging her to find strength in the face of adversity. "Looks like he went after his fiancée. Rest in peace, but don't be too sad." Those who are left behind has to survive with all their might, he said. The woman wept openly, her sadness palpable. Another individual, a man with glasses, approached, sharing news of the separation that occurred at the evacuation site. The weight of loss and uncertainty hung heavy in the air. Choi Hyundai, weary and empathetic, observed a scene unfolding before him. He wore a concerned expression, his gaze fixed on the chaos around him. A question forming on his lips as he witnessed the frantic movements of those nearby. "What's happened?" he wondered, his voice barely a whisper. His attention was drawn to a woman, her face etched with worry and exhaustion. "Why were you running earlier?" he inquired, seeking to understand the situation. The woman, breathless and distressed, could only manage a strained, "Come on," as she urged others to move quickly. She shouted, "Get down, quick!" The urgency in her voice was palpable as she pushed others to safety. "Hurry up," she yelled, her fear evident in her wide eyes. The woman's actions revealed a desperate attempt to protect those around her. Hannah, sporting a bandage on her forehead, looked exhausted and troubled. She sat hunched over, her expression conveying a deep weariness. A friend approached, offering comfort. Hannah, however, pushed away the offered hand, muttering that she was fine. After recounting her ordeal, Hannah revealed her growing distrust, stating, after experiencing that, "I can't trust you either." A gasp escaped her lips as she witnessed a horrifying scene unfolding before her. Twisted, monstrous forms emerged from the ground. Shrieking in terror, she urged others to flee, shouting, "Goo guys! Run, quickly!" Hannah and her friends scrambled to escape the monstrous creatures that were rapidly advancing on them. Hannah and her friends, having narrowly escaped a terrifying encounter with monstrous creatures, huddled together, catching their breath. Gasps escaped their lips. One of them, visibly shaken, asked if everyone was all right, expressing concern for their well-being. They confirmed that no one was physically hurt, but the lingering fear was palpable. A decision was made: they needed to find something flammable. One girl volunteered to go first, displaying a surprising bravery in the face of their terrifying ordeal. As she ventured forward, a monstrous creature suddenly appeared, its grotesque form causing a scream of terror. The creature's attack was swift and brutal. Panic ensued as the girls reacted to the immediate threat. Hannah, having just escaped a monstrous creature attack by setting a fire, is shown sitting amidst the flames, her face etched with terror. Choi Hyundai watches from a distance, his own fear palpable. The scene is chaotic, the fire raging behind her. The word "Minju" is visible, suggesting a connection to someone else involved in the incident. The scene shifts to Hannah and her friends, still shaken by the recent events. One friend exclaims, "You," expressing concern and confusion. Another friend asks, "Just now, you, why?" highlighting their bewilderment at Hannah's sudden escape and the ensuing chaos. Hannah, visibly distressed, tries to reassure them, saying, "It's nothing, guys," attempting to downplay the gravity of the situation. But her trembling hands and worried expression betray her attempt at calm. She insists, "I didn't touch it. I'm fine, guys," but her words lack conviction. At that time, it seemed Hannah was not infected. But they were all wrong. Because of Minju, she pretended to be normal, she lied to everyone. Choi Hyundai questioned Hannah's trustworthiness, highlighting the difficulty of discerning infection during the incubation period. The cells of the fusion monsters divide in large numbers, so infection isn't immediately apparent upon touch. In such a situation, anyone would definitely deny being infected. Choi Hyundai, his suspicions growing, informed Hannah and another individual that the symptoms they were experiencing were consistent with the incubation period of a virus. He explained that many others who had stayed in the same location had presented similar symptoms, despite feeling uninfected. However, he emphasized that they were still searching for them and believed Hannah to be among those affected. The other individual, seemingly unconvinced, questioned Hannah's survival of the recent encounter with mutant monsters. The individual then revealed that Hannah's survival was only possible due to Choi Hyundai's timely intervention, which disrupted the monster's attack. The individual concluded that no monster would have allowed Hannah to live had Choi Hyundai not intervened. Hannah, tears streaming down her face, whispered a prayer, Hyundai will come to save us. Meanwhile, Choi Hyundai, seen from behind, walked away, his expression unreadable. A monstrous creature, resembling a grotesque tree, loomed before him. And he pondered aloud, is there more monsters like that? The scene shifted to show the aftermath of a battle. A similar monster lay in ruins, its remains smoldering. Choi Hyundai, panting, glared at the scene, muttering, ran away from me when I was sure I could kill him. Choi Hyundai, his brow furrowed in concentration, wondered, can he read my mind? He felt a surge of fear, a chilling premonition that his thoughts might be exposed. Perhaps this meant he could fight other monsters in a new way? His gaze shifted, a sudden memory surfacing. We promised to gather here. Our classmates, we promised to gather here again. A question formed on his lips, a mixture of apprehension and hope. What do you mean? One individual, seemingly a young woman with glasses, informed another that they did not know anything, emphasizing the point. She continued, explaining that since the signal had returned to normal, they were now sharing information. The woman revealed that the best place to be right now was Namsan Tower. Her companion expressed surprise at this news. The woman elaborated, stating that Namsan Tower had many restaurants, ensuring sufficient food and a secluded, safe environment. She added that if she hadn't found them, she would have gone there herself. Choi Hyundai's face registered a look of shock and concern as he processed the information. The words without including you hung heavy in the air. Meanwhile, an elderly woman was ushered into a vehicle by a group of soldiers. She mumbled a quiet thank you as she entered. Choi Hyundai, still visibly shaken, pondered the implications of the situation. He muttered to himself, huh? Wait a minute. As a sudden realization dawned on him. The soldiers, noticing his hesitation, grew impatient. One of them urgently asked, where's the kid with the duck bag? Bring him here, quickly. Another soldier, seemingly in charge, sighed and stated, I know the current conditions are not good. Soon we will leave for the evacuation site. He looked at Choi Hyundai with a mixture of concern and urgency. A soldier addressed his colleagues, instructing them to wait while they checked things out. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Choi Hyundai, reluctant to leave, insisted, I don't want to go to the evacuation site. He reiterated his refusal, I don't want to confiscate. The soldier pressed, you mean you're going to stay in this dangerous place? Choi Hyundai firmly declared, yes, I want to stay here. The soldier explained, sorry, it's my job to look after you. I can't leave you here. You all have to come with me. The soldiers overheard Mi Minju's suggestion, our classmates are waiting around here. Near Namsan Tower. Okay? Choi Hyundai's classmates were waiting at Namsan Tower. He was informed of this and reassured that they would return soon. Despite his reservations, Choi Hyundai reluctantly agreed to go, but he insisted on a quick return. His companion urged him to leave immediately if any danger arose, and expressed concern for his well-being. Upon his return, his companion noticed his injured arm and inquired about his condition. A group of students huddled together, a sense of urgency hanging in the air. One of them, a young man, barked out instructions, don't chat instead. Get ready. A young woman, her face partially obscured by shadows, responded quietly, let's go. She looked determined, her gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. Her thoughts, to where those guys are. The young man, his expression resolute, added silently, I'm more confident now. The young woman's thoughts continued, a plan forming in her mind, I can avoid the virus and get to Namsan Tower. They arrived at their destination, where another young man greeted them with a worried expression. What took you so long? Mi Minju and Choi Hyundai walked together, their faces etched with worry. They exchanged a silent look. As Choi Hyundai, his face partially obscured by a mask, spoke of their urgent need to reach their destination quickly. And his grim determination to eliminate the virus became clear as he declared his intent to kill all those ing viruses. A man and a woman walked towards Namsan Tower. The man asked, "What? Up to Namsan Tower?" They encountered a group of armed people. One of them exclaimed, "Ah, really? Are you all crazy?" The man responded angrily, "You told me it was right next door. Foo! Do you want me to die?" The woman apologized, saying, "Sorry, sir." Worried about their classmates, Niminju pleaded with Choi Hande, "We are worried about our classmates. Could we please go have a look once?" Following Niminju's plea, Choi Hande and a group of others cautiously approached an area where several armed individuals were present. One of whom addressed Choi Hande, commenting, "You wouldn't have been able to before." Before adding, "You should know how lucky you are." Niminju, noticing Choi Hande's injury, expressed concern, "I mean, your arm was attacked by a monster. It hurts, right?" Choi Hande, clearly in pain, simply nodded in response. Choi Hande's eyes narrowed in thought. There was no doubt in his mind. His recent wound had healed with unusual speed. He wondered what other effects the virus was having on his body. Suddenly, Choi Hande noticed something in the distance. He and Niminju hurried towards the commotion, witnessing a chaotic scene unfolding before them. The scene was one of utter devastation. Cars were ablaze, and the air was thick with smoke and the smell of burning rubber. "It's all gone to shit," Choi Hande muttered to himself. Observing the scene, Choi Hande deduced that the armed individuals had attempted to eliminate the monsters at any cost, resorting to extreme measures to achieve their goal. Niminju and Choi Hande stood amidst the aftermath of a recent conflict, the air thick with tension. A sudden, sharp exclamation escaping Niminju's lips as she registered something unsettling. "I can feel the monsters clearly now," she stated, the realization dawning on her face. The sensation was far more acute than before. "We have to get out of here," Choi Hande urged, his voice laced with a sense of urgency. In the distance, a group of people appeared, their panicked shouts echoing through the desolate scene. "Quickly! There are monsters," one of them yelled, their fear palpable as they fled from an unseen horror. Choi Hande, pursued by a monstrous creature, desperately fled, a burning torch in hand. His desperate flight drawing the attention of a group of survivors who shouted warnings and questions. As he continued his frantic escape, the flames from his torch illuminating his fear. One of the onlookers, enraged by the chaos, unleashed a furious curse. The scene of destruction unfolding around them, with burning vehicles and a city in chaos. Hande, fueled by adrenaline and terror, screamed a defiant challenge to his pursuers. Amidst a chaotic scene of burning cars and a fiery, monstrous creature, a city lies in ruins. Choi Hande, desperate and panicked, stumbled through the debris-strewn streets, his escape leaving a trail of alarm among other survivors. One survivor questioned his erratic behavior, wondering aloud if Hande suffered from anger management issues. Another survivor echoed the sentiment, observing Hande's actions with a mixture of concern and annoyance. A fellow survivor shouted after Hande, urging him not to go alone, but Hande continued his frantic flight. Leaving the group to speculate on his impulsive actions and ultimately decide to move on without him. Niminju, observing the chaos from a distance, scrolled through her phone, a detached expression on her face. She muttered to herself, unconcerned, "I don't care if one of you die acting like that." A group chat on her phone displayed a series of messages. One message read, "Guys, I'm about to arrive." Another stated, "A little more and we're here, right under you." The names Soyeon, Choi Daehan, and Lee Yeonwoo were visible on the chat list. Niminju's eyes narrowed slightly as she continued to read the messages, her expression unchanging. The scene shifted to a wide shot of a cityscape, the Seoul Tower visible in the distance, partially obscured by a high wall. A lone figure, Choi Hande, walked along a street near the wall, his face grim and determined. He wore a dark hoodie, partially concealing his face, and carried a backpack. His expression suggested exhaustion and a deep sense of unease. In a dimly lit alleyway, a figure lay on the ground, their face obscured by shadows. The figure appeared to be unconscious or severely injured. Choi Hande, his face etched with exhaustion and pain, muttered *tch. As he continued his escape. He was confronted by another individual, who questioned his earlier statement about wanting to kill all the viruses, pressing him on the meaning of his words. The other individual seemed concerned and sought clarification. Choi Hyundai, his expression hardening, simply retorted, "So what?" In the background, a group of people, including Soyeon, Choi Daehan, and Lee Yeonwo, were seen approaching the same location. The other individual attempted to reason with Choi Hyundai, expressing understanding for his feelings but suggesting the importance of avoiding further danger. Choi Hyundai, however, dismissed this as nonsense. He vehemently argued against the idea of simply avoiding the threat, expressing frustration at the suggestion. Choi Hyundai, his face partially obscured by a mask, glared intensely. "Do you still not get it?" he demanded, his frustration palpable. He continued, his voice laced with defiance, "When are you going to stop running away? This isn't about how we avoid danger." The other person, seemingly unmoved, responded simply, "All right, keep doing it then." As they walked away, the other person added a parting shot, "If you go out and get infected alone, make sure not to harm any of us." Choi Hyundai, his back turned, continued walking, his resolve unwavering. His face, partially visible beneath his hood, revealed a steely gaze, hinting at the internal conflict raging within. Choi Hyundai muttered to himself, his frustration evident, "This idiot's really busting my balls." He continued walking, passing a sign that read, "Only you can prevent forest fires." The sign stood at the edge of a wooded area, the path leading towards a distant cityscape. Further along, he encountered two individuals. One asked, "Ah, really? You're from Cheonan?" Choi Hyundai simply replied, "Yes." The other person, recognizing the location, commented, "Oh, there? I know that place, it's near the terminal, right?" Choi Hyundai, while traveling towards Cheonan, engaged in conversation with two young people. He mentioned having friends in the area and frequently visiting the local saunas, and expressed his gratitude for their kindness. One of the young people, seemingly surprised, questioned his statement, prompting Choi Hyundai to reiterate his appreciation, calling them good kids. The young person shyly thanked him. Choi Hyundai then shifted the conversation, mentioning something about their friends, his expression turning serious. The scene shifts to a rural landscape, showing a wooden fence and trees. The narrative continues elsewhere. Choi Hyundai, his brow furrowed in concentration, aimed his rifle with unwavering focus. A rustling sound in the undergrowth caught his attention, causing him to tense, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. A small, brown squirrel emerged from the bushes, its eyes wide with curiosity. Hyundai lowered his rifle, a look of surprise and slight amusement crossing his features. "Ah, what the?" he chuckled, realizing it was just a squirrel. His journey continued. Choi Hyundai, reassuringly, tells the children, "Don't worry, kids." A slight grimace betraying his own unease as he continues his journey. One of the children, Mi Minju, smiles and declares, "I wasn't scared." Choi Hyundai, urging them along, says, "Hurry up." As the other child, impatiently, adds, "Come on." Mi Minju laughs, exclaiming, "I can't believe we got scared by a squirrel. Ah, we really are wusses." Choi Hyundai, muttering to himself, sighs, **T. That, kid." Overcome with fear, Mi Minju cried, his face contorted in terror. As he crouched on the ground, a soldier in full gear watched from the doorway. Choi Hyundai, witnessing the scene, thought to himself, "That kid that cried like a girl." He urged them to move faster, as they continued their journey through the city. Soyeon, walking alongside them, showed a concerned expression. Mi Minju, still shaken, trailed behind. Choi Hyundai, impatient, urged the group to move faster, questioning Mi Minju's delay. Mi Minju, shaken and frightened, explained that she simply wanted to take a moment to remember the place. She reflected on how they should have taken pictures with their friends if things had gone differently. A flashback showed Class 3 happily taking a group photo, a stark contrast to their current situation. Returning to the present, Mi Minju noted the irony of their return to this place. She somberly stated that they had risked everything to escape, only to find themselves back where they started. Mi Minju looked towards the Yen Seoul Tower, a flicker of hope in her eyes. I hope what Hannah says is true, and that it's actually safe up there. She reflected on the situation, a melancholic expression settling on her face. So that, I don't have to worry about someone else. Choi Hyundai, ever practical, offered a reassuring statement. Everything will be fine. If the others are staying there, it means it's safe. Mi Minju's gaze remained downcast, her worry palpable despite Hyundai's words. Hyundai, turning away, focused on their onward journey. His mind was set on reaching a safe haven. Mi Minju's thoughts lingered on the potential safety of the tower, a glimmer of hope battling against her lingering anxieties. If we can rest safely. Mi Minju, her face etched with worry, pondered aloud, will we be able to bear it? Once we feel safe again, and we can rest. It'll all bubble back up. Thinking about how our friends. Mi Minju trailed off, a troubled expression clouding her features. Choi Hyundai interjected, we will think about it when we get there. Choi Hyundai, his back to Mi Minju, offered a curt reassurance, just wait, for when it happens. The pair continued their journey, Mi Minju's apprehension evident in her posture as they walked along a path overlooking a cityscape. A group, including Mi Minju and Choi Hyundai, hurried up a flight of stairs, their pace quickening. Choi Hyundai's anxious question hung in the air, why? What's ahead? A sudden impact sent him sprawling, his eyes widening in alarm. The group rounded a bend to find the stairs ahead littered with grotesque, bioorganic forms. The horrifying sight of numerous, monstrous creatures blocking their path was fully revealed. Mi Minju's voice, filled with disbelief, echoed the unspoken question of everyone present, why are there so many monsters? Choi Hyundai, his face partially obscured by a hood, questioned his companions, what, did you think, there wouldn't be a single monster? His expression was one of grim determination, hinting at the challenges they were about to face. A sudden explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying as a monster was seemingly destroyed in a fiery blast. Keek! The group, startled but undeterred, continued their ascent up a flight of stairs. Reaching the top, they exclaimed, we really arrived at Namsan Tower. Choi Hyundai cautioned them, take a good look around. There might be some cells up here too. A chilling sound echoed through the air. As the group continued their journey, passing by a sign indicating the location. A shadowy figure lurked in the darkness, its presence barely perceptible. Its form partially obscured by a wall, hinting at a sinister presence nearby. A fiery explosion rocked the wooden bridge as Mi Minju, Choi Hyundai, Soyeon, Choi Daehan, and Lee Yeonwoo continued their trek. Climbing the steps towards Namsan Tower. The group pressed onward, their apprehension palpable. Finally reaching their destination. Choi Daehan exclaimed, we really arrived at Namsan Tower. Choi Hyundai, ever vigilant, cautioned them, take a good look around. There might be some cells up here too. A series of indistinct sounds, like muffled cries, echoed through the air. The sound seemed to originate from a shadowed area, barely visible through a gap in a wooden fence. A weathered sign, partially obscured by shadows, indicated the location as Namsan. Lee Yeonwoo, visibly distressed, stumbled upon Choi Daehan. She gasped, her face pale, and Daehan, noticing her state, immediately asked, what's wrong, Yeonwoo? Yeonwoo, trying to compose herself, simply replied, nothing. Come on. Choi Hyundai, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination, muttered to himself, yeah, let's go. His gaze lingered on something unseen, a fleeting moment of unease crossing his features. Then dismissed it with a shake of his head, concluding, it must be my imagination. A close-up on Choi Hyundai's face revealed a lingering tension, his brow slightly furrowed, suggesting that the previous incident had left him unsettled. Choi Hyundai, scrutinizing something unseen, asked his companion, what are you looking at? The other man replied, I'm observing the cell's condition. Hyundai, intrigued, questioned, their condition? The man explained, yes. If we look carefully, we can estimate when and how much they spread. He continued, illustrating his point. For example, if it spends a long time without finding a host, its color and movements become muddy. This observation led him to conclude, this one looks like it has been without a host for 2 days. Choi Hyundai's grim assessment of the viral outbreak continued. He explained that the infected were constantly searching for an energy source to fuel their cellular mutations. But if they spent too long without finding sustenance, a brutal reality set in. The stronger infected began feeding on the weaker ones. A stark demonstration of the law of the jungle, a survival instinct honed by the virus itself. Elsewhere, Choi Hyundai, seemingly unconcerned by the grim reality he had just described, casually shifted his focus. His thoughts turning to Mi Minju and Seo Yeon. He wondered about their whereabouts and why they hadn't contacted him yet, their absence causing him a degree of concern. The camera panned to Namsan Tower, where Mi Minju and Seo Yeon had arrived, highlighting the distance between them and Choi Hyundai, and underscoring his growing apprehension. A chilling sound echoed through the deserted building. As monstrous figures, their forms vaguely discernible through the shattered glass, lurked within. Their guttural laughter filled the air. Inside, a young woman, her expression one of disbelief, noted the unsettling absence of people. "There doesn't seem to be anyone here at all," she exclaimed. She then recalled their intended meeting place. They should be at Namsan Tower. A man, his face etched with shock and confusion, arrived at the scene. "Ah, F***CK. Isn't this Namsan Tower?" His disbelief quickly turned to alarm as he spotted the monstrous creatures. "Those mother curs are here too. This way." Choi Hyundai, frustrated, yelled at a young man, "You." He was unable to contact his friends since arriving at Namsan Tower. The young man, along with 2 other companions, confirmed that they had also been unable to contact anyone. Choi Hyundai, growing increasingly concerned, concluded that the situation was more serious than initially thought. He sternly instructed the group, "Listen up. If we can't contact them, we'll just start going back down the mountain." One of the young people protested, "What? Wait a minute. We haven't even checked the other floors." Choi Hyundai, however, remained firm. He pointed out that another member of their group had already tried to contact them and failed, adding, "She said you couldn't reach them, kid. You should be glad we came up here in the first place." Choi Hyundai, acutely aware of the danger, insisted that the young man, whom he addressed as the Hat Kid, remain upstairs while he investigated the situation downstairs. He reassured the boy, stating that he wouldn't put him in harm's way. And then proceeded down the stairs, leaving the Hat Kid waiting anxiously. Upon reaching the lower level, Choi Hyundai found himself outside a building called Game Plaza. He breathed a sigh of relief, noting the absence of any of the dangerous cells in the immediate vicinity, and instructed the Hat Kid to wait there while he completed his reconnaissance. However, his relief was short-lived. He turned back to the boy, his expression hardening as he questioned the boy's willingness to survive. Mi Minju, Seo Yeon, and the Hat Kid ascended a stairwell, their conversation focused on an unsuccessful attempt to contact someone. Seo Yeon questioned the Hat Kid about a previous conversation, prompting a defensive response. The Hat Kid's evasiveness fueled Mi Minju's growing concern about the missing individuals. Mi Minju, sensing urgency, instructed Seo Yeon and the Hat Kid to remain where they were. She then abruptly departed, leaving Seo Yeon to question her actions. Mi Minju's determination to revisit the upper floor was met with Seo Yeon's protest, reminding her of the soldier's instructions to wait. Mi Minju, alone and apprehensive, muttered to himself, "F***CK, do I look like a soldier?" Seo Yeon watched him with a concerned expression. Seo Yeon's worried gaze intensified as she observed Mi Minju. Mi Minju cautiously approached the staircase, his determination hardening, peering around the corner before proceeding further up the stairs. He continued his ascent, his steps measured and deliberate as he moved through the dimly lit hallway. A young man, his face partially obscured by a hood and mask, navigated a dimly lit hallway, his internal monologue questioning the location of restaurants. He muttered to himself, "Where are the restaurants?" His thoughts then shifted to a more pressing concern: only a couple Molotovs won't stop all these monsters. "I'm going to need Something bigger. His expression hardened, a grim determination settling on his features. He passed by a row of vending machines, his backpack visible, before stopping at a charging station. His gaze fixed on the screen. He appeared to be assessing his options, his face still partially hidden. The camera focuses on a stairwell, a sign indicating the direction to Seoul Tower Plaza is visible. Soyeon and Mi Minju sit on the stairs. Their conversation begins with Soyeon expressing concern about the prolonged absence of their classmates. Soyeon voices her apprehension about being separated, hoping their missing classmates will return with Choi Hyundai. Mi Minju's companion grimly states that this will never happen. Mi Minju, surprised, questions this statement. Her companion explains that their classmates will never be found because they are not there. Mi Minju, her face bearing a fresh wound, anxiously questioned Hana about the whereabouts of their missing classmates. Her voice laced with urgency as she pressed for answers. She exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so? I'll go get Yeonwoo." Mi Minju's worry deepened, her expression reflecting her growing apprehension. A beat of silence followed, before Hana revealed the unsettling news. She explained that those in charge had instructed them not to bring the others. Because they wouldn't accept Lee Yeonwoo, Choi Daehan, or even the soldier. Hana stated grimly, "We're the only ones who can go." Mi Minju's eyes widened in distress, her voice a strained whisper as she urged, "Let's leave. Now." A young man, his face etched with worry, questioned, Why are you asking all of a sudden?" He pressed further, "Why all of a sudden?" The other man sighed, his tone laced with exasperation, "You're still not getting it, are you?" He continued, "Hey. After being nice to you, you must think I'm easy. Trying to walk all over me like this." His voice hardened, "You think I just believe everything I'm told?" The young man's eyes widened in terror, his face etched with a mixture of fear and desperation. As the older man, gun raised, coldly questioned him, "Do you want to die?" The young man, caught in the act of deception, cried out in pain as he was tackled to the ground. He pleaded for forgiveness, his earlier bravado replaced by genuine fear. Wait. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I made a mistake, please." The older man smirked, his grip tightening on his weapon. He mocked the young man's pleas, revealing his deception was easily seen through. "You're really a wuss, huh?" "I'm kidding, idiot. Don't act like a coward." The older man loomed over the young man, who was crouched on the ground, his face a mask of terror. "If I was gonna shoot you, I would have done it a while ago," the older man stated, his tone devoid of any emotion. He continued, "So, you should be good to me, got it?" The young man, visibly shaken, nodded slowly as the older man watched him with a contemptuous smirk. The young man's eyes darted around, his fear palpable. He muttered, "He thinks this is funny?" The older man scoffed, "I don't remember trying to save me back then." As the older man turned to leave, he warned, "Hey, watch out." A monstrous, vaguely humanoid creature, its limbs contorted and unnatural, was visible through a doorway. Its body seemed to be composed of a fleshy, gray substance, with dark, vein-like structures snaking across its surface. The young man stared, his face etched with terror. His eyes widened, reflecting the horror of the sight before him. He gasped, a silent scream trapped in his throat. An older woman, Hannah, urged him to leave immediately. "We have to go now," she insisted, her voice laced with urgency. Another woman, seemingly a friend, tried to stop them, calling out, "Hold on, Hannah." She seemed concerned, her expression a mixture of fear and apprehension. The first woman, Hannah, argued back, her voice strained with desperation. "We should go with them," she pleaded, her eyes darting nervously towards the creature. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream pierced the air. "Ach!" The creature lunged, and the scene ended abruptly. Hannah and the young man, still shaken from their encounter with the monstrous creature, exchanged a look of disbelief. What was that?" Hannah whispered, her voice trembling. The older woman, her face etched with worry, stared at them, a single word escaping her lips, "You too." Her eyes widened in horror as the realization dawned on her, she had been betrayed. "Betrayed me." Suddenly, the older woman lunged at Hannah, shouting, "Move!" Hannah reacted instantly, pushing the young man away as the older woman's attack sent him sprawling down the stairs. The young man landed hard, gasping for breath. Another man, nearby, also witnessed the event, exclaiming, "AH! What was that thing? F***CK." So-yeon, having been pushed down a flight of stairs, found herself scrambling to her feet. As two others urged her to hurry and flee the scene. They were escaping something dangerous. The group reached a doorway, where they glimpsed a horrifying creature, its form grotesque and unsettling. So-yeon, from behind, could only see the creature's back, its presence filling her with dread. Her eyes widened in terror as she took in the full horror of the situation. A monstrous roar echoed through the space, underscoring the imminent danger. A monstrous creature, vaguely humanoid but with elongated, distorted limbs and pulsating orbs embedded in its torso, emerged from the shadows. Its presence filled the hallway with an oppressive aura. So-yeon and a young man reacted with immediate terror, their screams echoing in the confined space. As the creature lunged, forcing them to flee. Hannah, witnessing the chaos from a distance, reacted swiftly, guiding So-yeon and the young man as they scrambled down a flight of stairs. Their escape punctuated by panicked shouts and the sounds of their pounding feet. Finally reaching the relative safety of a building entrance, where Hannah called out to others, her voice strained but resolute. The unnamed young man frantically pounded on a door, pleading, "Please open up. Please, please guys." So-yeon, eyes wide with terror, watched from inside. As Hannah peered out cautiously from behind her. The two women exchanged a look of shared fear and desperation. So-yeon and an unnamed young man found temporary refuge inside a building, the dim lighting casting long shadows. The young man's face was etched with fear. As he gasped, "Kong Hannah." So-yeon, equally shaken, echoed his fear, muttering, "I thought I was going to die." Her terror was palpable as she clutched her chest. The young man's eyes darted around nervously. Both So-yeon and the young man stared wide-eyed at Hannah, who looked on with a mixture of concern and apprehension. So-yeon, eyes wide with fear, questioned Hannah, "But why are you alone?" Hannah, startled, responded with a single word, "What?" She then anxiously inquired, "Where is she now?" So-yeon, visibly distressed, stammered, She." The young man, finally able to speak, uttered two words, "Kong Hannah." Hannah, recognizing So-yeon, whispered, "Oh Seon-young." A chilling warning echoed through the air, "Quick, run away." So-yeon and a young man watched in horror as a monstrous creature emerged from a doorway. Its grotesque form filling the frame, its presence radiating palpable dread. The creature's horrifying visage partially obscured, its lower body visible, suggesting immense size and power. The creature lunged, its attack causing a violent impact. Hannah cried out in alarm. So-yeon and a young man cried out in terror as a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows. Its grotesque form a horrifying sight against the backdrop of the Seoul Tower. The young man reacted instantly, opening fire on the creature with a firearm. The creature recoiled. But its attack continued, forcing the young man to shield So-yeon from the creature's onslaught. The young man strained, gritting his teeth in exertion as he fought to protect her. The creature lunged again, its tendrils lashing out, but the young man managed to push it back, leaving the creature momentarily stunned. So-yeon and the young man continued their desperate flight from the monstrous creature, its grotesque form looming large in their minds. The young man, despite his exhaustion, fought to protect So-yeon, using what appeared to be gas canisters as makeshift weapons against the pursuing horror. He shouted at So-yeon, urging her to run while he created a diversion, his voice filled with a desperate plea, "What are you doing? I told you to run." He guided So-yeon towards a narrow staircase, shouting this way, as they scrambled upwards, seeking refuge from the relentless pursuit. So-yeon, terrified, stumbled, her breath ragged, as the creature's shadow fell upon them once more. A final desperate gasp escaped her lips as the creature lunged, the scene ending on a note of intense suspense. So-yeon, terrified, was thrown backwards by a powerful force. As a grotesque creature lunged forward, its maw open in a silent scream. Cock! The young man, shielding So-yeon, was struck, a metallic ting echoing the impact. His eyes wide with fear as he realized the gravity of their situation. We'll die, he thought. If they continued like this, death was inevitable. If we continue like this, he muttered. So-yeon and the young man were thrown again, the creature's attack relentless. We will definitely die. So-yeon screamed internally. So-yeon, moments before, had narrowly escaped a terrifying encounter with a monstrous creature. The young man, her protector, shielded her from the immediate danger. His face a mask of desperate determination as he held her close. He was clearly shaken by the near-death experience, his eyes wide with fear and adrenaline. The monstrous creature's skull-like face loomed in the background, a chilling reminder of the danger they had just faced. The young man then advised So-yeon, next time you run into a monster, don't run, just stay still. His words were a stark contrast to their previous frantic escape, suggesting a new strategy for survival. He continued, you will learn so much. This implied a deeper, more complex understanding of the monsters and their behavior was necessary for survival. The young man's resolve hardened. Despite the terror he had just witnessed, a fierce determination burned in his eyes as he declared, I have to try. A horrifying, amorphous creature, its form vaguely humanoid yet utterly grotesque, loomed over So-yeon and the young man. Its many eyes glowed with malevolent light. The young man, shielding So-yeon, braced himself for the attack. He pushed her behind him, his expression grim. I can't be sure, but, he thought, recalling a previous encounter. When he had previously encountered a similar mutant, it hadn't harmed him. He called out to So-yeon, Woo? If anything happens, run away. The creature lunged, its movements swift and unpredictable. So-yeon cried out in terror, help! The creature's attack was brutal, a terrifying display of raw power. A guttural roar, KKH, echoed through the air as the creature closed in. A monstrous, pale hand reached out from the shadows. Its clawed fingers inches from So-yeon and the young man. The young man, eyes wide with fear, shielded So-yeon. As the creature hissed, what are you doing, Yun-woo? Take a good look, me too. The young man, his face contorted in horror, revealed his own infection. I'm infected just like you. Can you feel it? His body began to convulse as the infection took hold. So-yeon, overcome with terror, pleaded, please just go away. The monster lunged, its maw filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth. So-yeon and another young man fled down a stairwell, pursued by the monstrous figure. The young man stumbled, his pursuer gaining ground. Terror etched itself onto So-yeon's face as she glanced back. The monstrous figure lunged, its attack sending a shockwave of fire and destruction. So-yeon was thrown back, the intense heat scorching her. She barely managed to shield herself from the full force of the blast. The young man, having recovered slightly, shouted, is there anyone else? Why is there only you two? So-yeon and the young man continued their desperate flight, the monstrous figure still in pursuit. The young man laughed maniacally. So-yeon, injured and terrified, demanded to know the whereabouts of the others, while the young man beside her urged them to escape immediately. A monstrous figure emerged from the flames, its skeletal face contorted in a horrific grimace. Later, having escaped the immediate danger, So-yeon reflected on how close they had come to death. The young man explained that a loud noise had signaled the monster's sudden appearance on the fourth floor, causing a soldier to flee down the stairs in panic. The young man questioned So-yeon about Hannah's whereabouts, noting her absence. So-yeon and the young man continued their discussion following the monster attack. The young man questioned whether Hannah had simply run away, his expression conveying a mixture of concern and disbelief. The young man suggested they leave, prompting So-yeon's immediate question. But he explained that they didn't even know where their friends were. He then suggested they search for Hannah first. The young man revealed that he knew Hannah's location, stating that he had figured out where their classmates had been hiding. A shocking revelation followed. Hannah had been lying to them. The scene opens with a view of a building, the sound of gunshots echoing in the distance. A question mark floats above the building, reflecting the uncertainty of the situation. Inside, a group of young women huddle together, fear etched on their faces. One of them expresses her fear and uncertainty about what to do next. Another expresses hope that their friends will be able to help, while checking their group chat for updates. A third woman, wearing glasses, anxiously asks about Kang Jae-hyun, concerned about his absence. A fourth woman tries to calm the others, emphasizing the importance of staying together. The woman with glasses notices the presence of Wi-Fi and shares the password with the group, providing a small measure of relief. A young man, checking his phone, looked up as a young woman approached him, asking, "What?" He responded with a casual, "Oh, yeah." The young woman, clearly anxious, continued, inquiring about the situation outside their current location. She explained that it was dangerous outside, with many cells still present. The young man, upon hearing this, simply replied, "Ah. I see." He reassured her that their current location was safe, even commenting on the pleasant view from the window, before adding, "Call me if you need anything." The young woman nodded, seemingly relieved, and returned to her phone. So-yeon, observing an unnamed young man, questioned his overly friendly demeanor, internally musing, "What's with this loser? Why is he acting so friendly?" So-yeon, slightly apprehensive, turned to her friend Hannah and asked if her phone still had battery power. Hannah, surprised by the question, asked So-yeon why she needed to know. So-yeon explained that she wanted to use Hannah's phone to call for help. Hannah, however, replied that she didn't think her phone had enough battery power. Hannah explained that her phone battery was low, making it impossible to lend it to So-yeon. So-yeon, understanding the situation, simply replied, "Ah, I see." The three girls, So-yeon, Hannah, and another unnamed girl, stood together in a dimly lit room, their expressions reflecting a shared sense of unease. So-yeon's gaze drifted, her worry palpable. Hannah, still holding her nearly depleted phone, looked downcast. The unnamed girl gestured, seemingly offering some form of assistance or suggestion. So-yeon's eyes widened, a mixture of worry and disbelief evident on her face. As Hannah, looking distressed, explained that her phone's battery had died, questioning how else they could trust her. So-yeon's gaze intensified, her worry deepening as she processed Hannah's explanation. Hannah, sensing So-yeon's doubt, offered a conciliatory suggestion: So-yeon could leave if she wished. The panel shows So-yeon's phone screen displaying various chat messages, including one titled "Talking with Schizophrenics." So-yeon reacted with surprise and laughter. So-yeon, pointing at the phone screen, exclaimed about the crazy chat messages, while Hannah, seemingly unfazed, calmly asked for her phone back. Hannah, slightly annoyed, exclaimed, "No, don't." She then questioned, "By the way, didn't you say you were with So-yeon?" Hannah continued, finding the situation odd. "Isn't that strange? If she knew we were here, why hasn't So-yeon showed up yet?" Spotting someone, Hannah called out, "Gi-ju." Hannah, still on her phone, asked Gi-ju, "Can you get me a drink? I'm thirsty from laughing so much." Gi-ju, slightly flustered, agreed, "Okay, just a moment." Later, Gi-ju explained to Hannah, "It was a joke, Hannah. I didn't mess with your chats." Hannah, calm and slightly amused, proposed a proposition to Gi-ju, and as a way of thanks, "Why don't you let me have a look at your pictures?" Gi-ju, slightly flustered, responded with a chuckle, I think we'll find plenty of funny stuff in there." Hannah, playfully insistent, reached for Gi-ju's phone, saying, "Give it to me." Gi-ju, trying to deflect, responded, "Shush. It's not like I'm stealing your phone." Hannah, however, persisted, grabbing the phone and examining its contents. Hannah saw a picture on Gi-ju's phone. A photo depicting a young woman lying on the floor, seemingly unconscious or distressed. Hannah reacted with shock and disbelief, her mouth agape in horror as she processed the image. She exclaimed incoherently. Kang Hannah, witnessing this, reacted with outrage, shouting at Gi-ju, "Kang Hannah, you're insane. What have you done to Lee Hongmi?" Overwhelmed by the implications of the photo, Hannah covered her mouth, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Hannah's eyes widened in horror as she stared at the image on Giju's phone. A silent gasp escaping her lips as the full impact of what she saw registered. A scene unfolding outside a building, where two young men are confronting someone inside. One of them shouting angrily, demanding entry. Giju, seemingly certain, informed Hannah that he knew Hannah's location, prompting a surprised question from Hannah. Giju explained that he had accessed Lee Hongmi's phone, revealing a group chat among their classmates, excluding Hannah and Giju. The chat showed that So-yeon was with other classmates, and another classmate expressed a strong aversion to seeing Daehwan and Yeonwoo. Choi Daehwan, appearing agitated, angrily addressed Giju. Giju, his face obscured by shadow, stood outside a door. He spoke to the person inside, his voice cold and unyielding. "You can scream and beg however long you want, it won't happen." The door opened slightly, revealing Hannah's anxious face. Giju continued, his tone laced with annoyance. "Why the hell would I open the door for you? You're so annoying." Hannah pleaded, "I'm asking you nicely, open up." Giju smirked, revealing his knowledge of her secret. "You thought we wouldn't find out about your little f******ing group chat? Ah, we're bound to make one dumbass." Inside, So-yeon and another girl whispered amongst themselves, their faces etched with worry. "How did he find out about our chat room?" "Who?" Soyeon's friend, her eyes wide with fear, looked at So-yeon, who was equally shocked. The tension was palpable. So-yeon, her eyes narrowed, turned to face Giju, recognition dawning on her face. "It's you, right?" Hannah's eyes widened in terror, her voice barely a whisper as she denied any involvement. "No, it's not me." So-yeon, though shocked, suggested a measured response. "Let's start by hearing him out." So-yeon continued, expressing her concern for the group's isolation. "They can't just stand outside forever. We should let them in." However, as they approached the building, a different perspective emerged. A voice cautioned, Hold on, just listen to me." The group observed the building's occupants, their apprehension growing. One of them stated, "It doesn't look like they're gonna let us in." Another member, seemingly resigned, explained, "That's why they didn't want to tell us they were here in the first place. Let's go. I hate them anyway." Hannah, her face etched with terror, questioned the group's hasty retreat. "They get mad at us and we just up and leave." Soyeon's companion, his expression hardening, declared his intention to force entry if necessary. "If they won't open it, I'll just break the door open." He continued, "Then we'll be ked together." So-yeon immediately interjected, "Hey, don't even think about doing something like that." The scene shifted to reveal a heavily armed man confronting the group. He sneered, "After making me go through all this **T to get here. Are these people your friends?" Hannah and So-yeon, trapped and cornered, looked on in abject fear as the armed man issued an ultimatum. "Hey, you have until the count of 3. Hannah's eyes widened in stark terror as the situation escalated. An armed man, his face grim, aimed his rifle, the word signifying the sound of him readying his weapon. The blurry background suggesting a tense atmosphere. He addressed the group, demanding, "You must be here just eating the food you stole?" So-yeon, Hannah, and two other companions responded, one confidently stating, "Yes, of course." The armed man pressed further, issuing an ultimatum, "Gather all of your friends and everything you need. We're leaving soon." Hannah, her eyes wide with apprehension, questioned, "What do you mean we? What if we don't want to?" Hannah's apprehension was evident as she voiced her concern to So-yeon. "What should we do about the food we stocked up?" So-yeon, already apprehensive, responded to Hannah's question, her voice laced with uncertainty, "We took a lot from here." Hannah continued, her worry growing, "If we leave like this, wouldn't that be considered theft?" The armed man, impatient with their concerns, interrupted, shouting, Idiot, how does this matter at a time like this? You're so damn annoying." He then issued a curt order, "If you're done, you should prepare to come back home." A report came in, interrupting the tense moment. The armed man's face hardened as he processed the information. Addressing them again, he offered a deal. If you come back with me quickly, we might be able to go to the terminal. News spread that the government was temporarily lifting its blockades, causing a surge of people to swarm the terminal. An unnamed man, his face partially obscured, offered a deal to a young man, cooperation in exchange for an end to his suffering and a return home. The young man, apprehensive, listened to the offer of escape. So-yeon, relieved, embraced another young woman, expressing her happiness at their reunion and concern for a missing friend. The two exchanged words of relief and concern, but the shadow of uncertainty remained, particularly regarding the fate of a missing friend named Minju. So-yeon, overcome with emotion, broke down, revealing the extent of her distress over the events and the uncertainty surrounding Minju's whereabouts. The young man, overcome with emotion, whispered, "So many. So many of them." He wept openly, his face buried in his hands. His thoughts drifted to Kim Jubyong. Meanwhile, another young man, seemingly oblivious to the previous scene's gravity, cheerfully commented, "Oh, nice." He looked at a phone screen, a stark contrast to the previous panel's sorrow. The first young man's gaze hardened, a silent wish forming in his mind, if only you could have made it to here. Lee Yanu's name echoed in his thoughts, a poignant reminder of their shared loss. Concerned, the young man with glasses asked his companion, "Are you okay?" The other young man, wearing a baseball cap, responded with a confused, "Ah." He then questioned, "For what?" The young man with glasses explained, "For not opening the door. It must have made you angry." A pensive look crossed the young man's face as he reflected on their prolonged isolation, stating, "We've been isolated here for so long, the fatigue has us on edge." His friend, attempting to reassure him, said, and I. Don't worry about it. I've seen way worse things out there." One young man reflected on his isolation, stating that if it were him, he would have had a mental breakdown. His friend, however, pointed out that this was the first time they had spoken to each other since their school trip. And the other young man agreed, noting that he only hung out with Ju Byung. The scene shifts to show the two young men and a young woman. The young woman urged one of the young men to come with her for a second, but he hesitated, questioning the timing. She insisted, telling him to stop nagging and come along. The other young man told Yeonwoo he would talk to her later. Yeonwoo responded with a simple sure. As the scene shifted to show Yeonwoo and another young woman. The second young woman revealed that Kang Hana had done something disgusting. The first young woman reacted with shock, asking for clarification. The second young woman explained that Hana had a photo of Hongmi unconscious, which she found disturbing. The young man anxiously questioned his friend, "She was just here. Do you know where she went?" The camera pans to a hallway, showing a sign indicating the building's entrance. The scene shifts to a dimly lit staircase. A sense of unease permeates the atmosphere. Kang Hana was found sitting alone on the stairs, a look of distress on her face. She muttered, "Herc." She continued to sit there, curled up and dejected, whispering, "Didn't let me explain." Kang Hana, seemingly cheerful, took a selfie, muttering Hongmi. A young man appeared, groaning, "Herc. I messed up, Hongmi." The scene shifted to a restaurant kitchen. The young man, now visibly distressed, muttered, damn it." He searched frantically, whispering, "There should be some around here." Suddenly, another person appeared, demanding, "What are you stealing?" A young woman, Park Choa, almost mistook a young man for a thief in a restaurant kitchen. The young man, defensive, retorted that she should watch her mouth. Park Choa, seemingly unfazed, took a drink of water. She then asked him if he had seen any empty liquor bottles around. He confirmed that there were indeed empty bottles. Park Choa produced a bottle, seemingly unbothered by the earlier confrontation, while the young man watched her with a look of apprehension. Park Choa confronted a young man, her expression calm yet sharp. How many soju bottles do you have?" she asked, her voice laced with a hint of disbelief. She continued, her gaze fixed on the numerous empty bottles he carried. "Why were you carrying around all of these, weirdo?" The young man, clearly uncomfortable under her scrutiny, stammered a response. He claimed the bottles were all Kong Jihen's drac that he had taken at one time, adding that they would have been in trouble if they had been found in their room. Park Choa's expression didn't change, but a subtle smirk played on her lips. "Proud of you," she murmured, her tone ambiguous. The scene shifted to a new conversation. Park Choa questioned the young man further. "Oh, shut it, hold on, are you making Molotovs? Who taught you? I want to learn too." He responded defensively, "Stop disturbing me, **Theod. You're making them with my bottles." A young man, his face etched with apprehension, hurried past. He muttered something unintelligible, causing a nearby young woman to exclaim in surprise, "Ah! What is it?" The young woman, concerned, questioned the young man, asking, "Where are you running off to? Is there something I can help with?" The young man, evasive, responded, "Well, it's my friend." Meanwhile, elsewhere, another young man inquired, "Hey, has anyone seen Kong Hana?" The young woman, her expression troubled, focused intently on finding her friend quickly. The young man, pressed by Park Choa's questions, revealed a startling fact: she didn't die even after she was set on fire. Park Choa, already deeply concerned about Kong Hana's disappearance, looked on with a mixture of shock and disbelief. The young man, his face shadowed, uttered a single name, Min Gul. A sign reading Seoul Tower Plaza was visible as the scene shifted to a dimly lit stairwell, suggesting a change of location. Park Choa, her expression strained, muttered something unintelligible. The young man's eyes widened, his voice barely a whisper, "Gul." The word "survived" appeared starkly against a dark background, hinting at a grim reality. A shadowy figure, cloaked and hooded, stood before a grotesque, monstrous form, its features obscured by a dark, viscous substance. The scene suggested a recent, brutal struggle. The young man's eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief, focused intently on a horrifying sight, the lower half of a body, grotesquely contorted. As Park Choa's voice echoed in his mind, her words heavy with shock and concern, "Kong Hana survived." The word "survived" hung in the air, a stark contrast to the horrific image before him. A young man stood before a horrifying sight, Kong Hana, transformed into a grotesque, monstrous being. Her body was contorted, her features warped into something alien. Park Choa's face, visible only from the neck up, was a mask of terror and disbelief. Her eyes were wide, reflecting the sheer horror of the scene before her. She stumbled back, her body trembling as she processed the reality of Kong Hana's survival in such a horrific state. The monstrous form loomed over her, a terrifying testament to the night's events. Park Choa let out a scream of pure terror, "Kaya!" Two young men, visibly anxious, peered out from a bus, searching for someone. One of them muttered, "Where did she go?" Inside the bus, two young women discussed Kong Hana's absence, one expressing concern that she might have left. The other responded with frustration, God damn it." One of the young men, determined, declared, "I don't have any other choice but to go find her." He checked the area behind the bus, confirming, "I've checked the back, there's no sign of Kong Hana." Addressing the others, he instructed, "You guys wait here. I will go save your Soyeon." He muttered the name, his face set with grim determination. Park Choa dismissed concerns about Kong Hana's disappearance, suggesting that Hana had run away due to feeling overwhelmed by their actions. She stated, "She's crazy. She must have run away because we caught her being weird." Continuing, she questioned the validity of their search, asking, "So annoying. Why are we even looking for her?" The conversation shifted as someone mentioned finding a picture of Lee Hongmi on Hana's phone. Park Choa reacted angrily, accusing someone of fooling around and not knowing about the picture. She angrily demanded an answer, stating, "I asked you a F***king question." Meanwhile, a man called out to the young man with the hat. The young man peered down a dimly lit corridor, his expression questioning. He asked, "Does it seem safe?" His companion, another young man wearing a baseball cap, responded, "Yes, there doesn't seem to be any of those cells." The young man in the cap sighed, muttering, "Ugh, those kids. They wouldn't listen to anything. The first young man turned, addressing his companion with a curt, "Hey, any complaints?" He continued walking, his companion following closely behind. The young man clarified, "Any complaints about ordering you to follow me?" One young man, slightly annoyed but maintaining composure, expressed gratitude to another young man for his assistance, stating, "No, not really. You've been helping us a lot. I'm thankful." The other young man chuckled, responding, This kid. You're the king of speaking your mind." The first young man attempted to clarify his motivations, explaining, That's not it. It's just. If there's a chance to save people, I think running is." The other young man interrupted with amusement, What is this kid going on about? You think you'll get rewarded for this?" He pressed further, demanding honesty, "Be honest with me. You're doing this to look good, right?" The first young man, taken aback, simply asked, "What?" The unnamed young man's question hung in the air, "Do you like her?" The young man's face flushed crimson as he stammered a denial, "It's not like that." His companion chuckled, pointing out the obvious, "Come on, look at you. Your face is turning red from just me asking." A young woman's face appeared, a gentle smile playing on her lips as she posed a question, "Do you want to go to the observation deck with me?" The young man, still flustered, admitted, "I can't deny that I once liked her." His companion urged him on, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's just go, sir." One young man, visibly flustered, was pressed by another. "Why aren't you answering?" the second young man demanded. The question hanging heavy in the air. "I said, do you like her?" pressed the second young man. The first young man remaining silent, his discomfort palpable. A third young man, Choi Daehan, appeared, clearly confused. "What the hell's going on here?" Choi Daehan's arrival interrupted the tense exchange. "Choi Daehan, why are you here?" one of the other young men asked. The hooded young man responded curtly, "Follow me." Explaining, "I found another staircase on the other side." The scene opens on an outdoor patio area of a modern building, overlooking a cityscape. Inside, 3 young women stand near a window, their backs to the viewer. They appear to be discussing something. One of the women remarks, "Those cells are so disgusting." A wide shot shows a sprawling cityscape dominated by large, dome-like structures. One woman observes, "The Han River is taking it the worst." Another adds, "How did they become that big?" The third woman, looking troubled, mutters, "I don't understand." A distant view of the city reveals the extent of the dome-like structures. A voiceover explains, "They are concerned with preventing the spread, so much so that they're burning people alive." One young woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, questioned the ongoing city blockade removal, expressing confusion about the timing. Another young woman, Seon-yeon, initiated a conversation, inquiring about Kang Hana's current situation. A third young woman, seemingly hesitant, began to recount an incident from high school, revealing that she had once stolen Kang Hana's diary. The diary entry revealed a disturbing thought, a desire to poison the school's milk supply. Kang Hana's furious reaction upon discovering this theft was also recounted. The young woman concluded her story, expressing bewilderment at the unfair treatment she felt she had received. 3 young women huddled together, their faces etched with worry. One of them exclaimed, "For real?" One explained, "Now do you understand why I said Kang Hana gives me the shivers? She's a lunatic with a victim complex." Suddenly, one of them shouted, "Hey, guys! Over there!" A young man, startled, looked on in horror as a grotesque, monstrous figure emerged from a hidden corner, groaning ominously. The young man and the 3 women reacted with shock and fear, scrambling to find safety. One of the women, pulling a bottle from her bag, exclaimed, "Whoa!" A group, including a young man and several young women, huddled together, urgently discussing their need for fire. One of the young women, Park Choa, produced a lighter from her bag. Her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination as she considered the implications. Suddenly, a monstrous creature burst forth from a nearby building, engulfed in flames. Its appearance caused immediate terror and panic. The young people scattered in a desperate attempt to escape its foul odor and terrifying presence. The creature's shriek echoed through the air. The creature, seemingly injured, writhed and pulsed, its grotesque form spreading across the ground, leaving a trail of destruction and a lingering stench in its wake. The young people continued their frantic flight, their fear palpable. Panic erupted as monstrous creatures emerged, their grotesque forms sending a wave of terror through a group of young people. A young man, along with 3 young women, fled in sheer fright. Another young man joined the chaotic retreat, his face etched with fear. Meanwhile, Park Choa, amidst the pandemonium, reacted swiftly, pulling out a lighter. The fleeing figures dashed through a building's interior, seeking refuge from the horrifying creatures that were hot on their heels. A simple directional sign indicated their location, the 2nd floor. The group, still shaken, hurried through a set of automatic doors, finding momentary respite in an empty hallway. For now, at least, there was nothing in sight. One young man, eyes wide with fear, urged his companion to be careful. He asked, "Do you see something?" The other young man, seemingly more alert, peered cautiously around a corner of the stairwell. As they moved, a jolt of electricity briefly arced between them, a sign of their shared tension. The camera angle shifted, revealing the architectural layout of the building, a modern structure with multiple levels and open staircases. The first young man, still apprehensive, looked upward, his gaze searching the upper levels. A sudden exclamation punctuated the silence. The young man, apprehensive and watchful, scanned his surroundings for any sign of danger. A low growl echoed nearby, and a sense of unease washed over him. Another young man, equally alert, checked the stairwell cautiously, his eyes widening in alarm as he spotted something lurking in the shadows. 3 figures hurried through the automatic doors of a building, seemingly unaware of the creature that emerged from the darkness. A monstrous form blocking their path, causing them to cry out in fear. A young man with brown hair let out a sharp cry, "Kaya!" He was running, his face a mask of fear, as he fled down a dimly lit corridor. 3 figures in dark clothing pursued him, their footsteps echoing ominously behind him. He spotted something in the distance and shouted, "Oh, over there!" Desperately trying to reach a metal door, his hands gripping the bars. A young woman, seemingly trapped within a digital display, pleaded desperately, "Go away! Go away!" Another young woman, Gal, appeared, her voice filled with alarm as she exclaimed, Gal. It's you, right?" A monstrous, shadowy figure emerged, its guttural growl echoing as it addressed Hannah, "Don't be like this. It's me, Hannah." Hannah, trapped and terrified, could only whisper, "Please." The creature lunged, its tendrils reaching out to ensnare her. She struggled against its grasp. Hannah, eyes wide with terror, screamed incoherently, her hands clenched to her head, her voice rising to a desperate cry, "Just go away." A monstrous, amorphous creature, its form vaguely humanoid but disturbingly distorted, pressed against the wall, its long, thin limbs reaching out. Its face, if it could be called that, a grotesque mass of tendrils and what looked like a skull, partially obscured by the viscous substance dripping from its body. Gal and another man, their faces etched with alarm, burst through a doorway, shouting, "Hey, Kong Hannah! Are you okay?" The second man, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief, stared at the creature, muttering, "That thing? How can she be here? I'm certain that I already." The monstrous creature loomed over Hannah, its grotesque form a terrifying sight. As it prepared to attack, an unidentified man, witnessing the scene, shouted an order, "Set her on fire." The flames erupted, engulfing Hannah and the creature in a fiery inferno. 3 armed men rushed to the scene, their expressions a mixture of shock and determination as they confronted the burning monstrosity. The creature roared in pain, its form contorting under the intense heat. As the flames continued to consume it, one of the men shouted a command, "Chase it." Hannah, engulfed in flames, writhed on the ground as the creature's burning form collapsed beside her. 2 armed men watched in shock, their faces etched with disbelief as they exclaimed, "What? Did she just? The unidentified man, overseeing the scene, barked in order, detached the part of her that caught fire. The creature, having lost its burning appendage, screeched in pain as it attempted to escape. The armed men reacted swiftly, shouting, F***CK. She's getting away, and hey! Throw another Molotov. The creature's detached appendage, now a grotesque, skull-like mass, lay still on the ground. The unidentified man, seemingly unconcerned with Hannah's fate, let out a short, humorless laugh. A faint tingling sensation coursed through his hand. The cells in my hand are reacting, he thought, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He recalled a similar feeling from earlier, a memory that brought a wave of unease. Could she have been calling out for help, he wondered, the image of Hannah's burning form flashing before his eyes? A chilling realization dawned on him as he saw the creature's tendrils snaking through the building. An unidentified man, his face etched with concern, questioned Hannah, "What's wrong with you, Kong Hannah?" He continued, his tone hardening, "After all you've done, you're begging for our help? Don't you feel guilty about leaving us earlier?" Hannah, visibly distressed, stammered, it's because Oh Seon-young, she was so friendly with Kong Ji-hyun, and they said you weren't welcome. I didn't want it to be like that." The man pressed further, "What about that picture of Lee Homie? Why did you take a picture of her?" Hannah's distress intensified. The man's suspicion grew. "Did Oh Seon-young tell you to do that too? Tell me the truth." Overwhelmed, Hannah could only manage a whispered, it's. Hannah, concealed and armed, stood tensely, her weapon trained on an unseen target. As the unidentified man, his face etched with suspicion and alarm, demanded, "What are you doing?" The unidentified man, his concern escalating, called out, "Hey, you!" Meanwhile, a terrified woman, visible only from the waist up, pleaded from behind a glass door, her voice laced with fear, "If you come out, I'll shoot." The unidentified man, now joined by another man, confronted Hannah, his anger erupting as he shouted, "What the F***CK do you think you're doing? Don't tell me you." He continued, his voice filled with disbelief and outrage, "Why the F***CK are you pointing your gun at her? Didn't you say we were coming here to save her?" One of the armed men, peering from behind cover, questioned his companion, "What should we do then?" His comrade responded with concern, "Who knows if she's infected now? Use your brain for once." Meanwhile, Hannah, visibly distressed, pleaded, "No, wait, please. It didn't touch me, I swear." She explained, "I felt so guilty, so I posted that picture to a group chat. I wanted to find someone who could help me." The name Kong Hannah appeared on screen, followed by a close-up of a man's worried face. The man, seemingly an acquaintance of Hannah's, was confronted by two armed men. One of them stated, "Touched by a monster." Hannah's companion stared, disbelief etched on his face, as she exclaimed, "You don't want to believe it." Her eyes wide with terror, Hannah's voice rose in a desperate plea, punctuated by a sharp intake of breath. The man, his face grim, recounted the events to his armed companions. He explained that Hannah had been desperately trying to keep the door shut. But something had touched her, something he couldn't ignore or hide. Overwhelmed with fear and desperation, Hannah begged them to believe her, pleading for help as her companions' questioned him about what he had seen. One of them pressed, "Hey, are you sure?" The man confirmed his certainty, his resolve hardening. His companion, equally convinced, stated, "Let's go. Leave her here." The unidentified man confirms their shared danger, stating, "We're also in danger." A sudden, loud bang erupts. One of the armed men is kicked away by another, sending him sprawling. Hannah lies injured on the ground, amidst shattered glass. The internal monologue of one of the armed men reads, "KTSK, my BOI thinking what the hell." Another armed man points his weapon at his companion, a tense standoff ensues. The armed man with the weapon snarls, "I don't want to die too." The unidentified man, his face contorted in a grimace of anguish, looked down at Hannah's lifeless form. He uttered a question, heavy with grief and self-reproach, "Do you have any idea how many of my comrades passed away because they hesitated in circumstances like these?" His unspoken words hung in the air, a testament to the countless lives lost due to indecision in the face of danger. The unidentified man's gaze shifted to the ground, his shoulders slumping under the weight of his guilt and loss. He could only offer a silent, mournful R.I.P. A sudden commotion erupted nearby. Two of the three armed men engaged in a brutal struggle, their fight fueled by betrayal and desperation. One of the men, clearly injured, grunted in pain as his comrade overpowered him. The unidentified man, startled by the renewed violence, turned his head sharply. His eyes widened in alarm as he saw two monstrous figures emerging from a nearby doorway. Hana lay dead, her body sprawled across a shattered mirror, blood staining her purple shirt. Her eyes were wide open, a look of horror frozen on her face. She muttered a final, desperate plea, "Just die." Lee Yeonwoo. The unidentified man, having witnessed this gruesome scene, fled in terror. Three armed men, previously engaged in a fierce struggle, now ran from the scene, shouting "Get down," as they scrambled down the stairs. One of them injured and limping. Their hasty retreat suggested a new, more immediate threat had appeared. In the distance, flames erupted, signaling further chaos and destruction. An unidentified man, fleeing in terror, desperately called out, "Can you hear me?" He was followed by another young man, his face etched with worry and concern, who angrily confronted him, shouting, "UF*Cur." The first man, his face showing a mix of fear and guilt, was accused of callousness. "It doesn't matter how much of a pain Kong Hana was, are you even human? You did the same thing to Kong Ji-hyun. Do you think it's fun to call people infected when you don't like them?" The second man demanded, "Let go." The first man, struggling to break free, insisted, "I never lied about people being infected." His accuser, enraged, screamed, "You little shit. You said you saw it. You saw Kong Hana get infected?" Amidst a backdrop of urban chaos and fire, a young man, armed and ready, questioned his companions, "Hey, you guys, does this look like the time to fight?" He surveyed the scene. Other civilians fled in panic from an unseen threat, while armed figures moved strategically through the area. A young woman, her face etched with distress, cried out, "What would you have done?" The young man, now alone with another individual, muttered, "Shit. If you were in my shoes, what would you have done?" He continued, his voice laced with a hint of desperation, "If you knew it all, would you have pretended not to?" The scene opens on a dimly lit interior, the only illumination coming from recessed ceiling lights. A simple, unadorned logo is visible on the wall. Hana lies on the floor, her face marred by blood, her eyes wide open in death. The image focuses on the gruesome detail of her injuries. A close-up reveals the young man's face, his own mouth slightly open in a silent gasp, blood trickling from a wound near his lip. A thought bubble above him reads, "At me." A horrifying, grotesque figure looms over Hana's body, its features distorted and monstrous, its mouth open in a silent scream. The creature's presence fills the panel. Returning to the young man, the close-up emphasizes his shock and distress, his eyes wide with fear and grief. His expression is one of profound horror. The final panel shows Hana's lifeless hand, limp and still, lying on the floor. The scene ends with a sense of finality and despair. The scene opens on a dimly lit interior, the only illumination coming from overhead lights. A simple, unadorned logo is visible on the wall. A monstrous, fleshy form writhes, its many tendrils grasping at something unseen. A desperate plea escapes its victim, "Please." The creature's grip tightens, its victim's body partially obscured by the grotesque mass. A pained whisper follows, "The others." A young man, wearing a baseball cap and a light-colored shirt, stood on a city street, his expression unreadable. He was approached by another individual, whose features were partially obscured. The second individual questioned the young man, asking what he would have done if he had known about an impending danger. The young man's response was a grim affirmation that he would have pretended ignorance, even if it meant putting others at risk. Two young women reacted with shock and disbelief to this revelation. The second individual pressed further, questioning the young man's willingness to prioritize self-preservation over the safety of others. The young man was accosted by 3 other young men. One of them angrily demanded to know if he had seen Hana, implying she was infected. While another tried to calm the situation, shouting for everyone to remain calm. Hana, visibly distressed and injured, appeared, asking if they had found her friend. The young man, his face turned away, remained silent, his guilt evident. His silence spoke volumes, confirming her worst fears: he had not been able to save her friend. The young man explained that they had no choice, her friend was already infected. The young man, still guilt-ridden and evasive, urged the group to move on, stating, enough. Let's just keep getting a move on. He callously added that none of them even liked her anyway, further highlighting his lack of remorse. Hana, distressed and worried, retorted angrily, "This place is making my blood curdle, what are we waiting here for?" The unidentified man, seemingly unmoved by Hana's distress, challenged the young man, implying that his inaction had led to the current situation. He stated, still, by saying that, if you had been in Hana's place? The young man, now visibly anxious, was confronted by Hana's friend, who accused him of being foolish and potentially infected. Hana, terrified, insisted, "That's never gonna happen to me." The young man, his face etched with terror, shouted a warning, "Guys, run." His voice cracking with panic as he urged them to flee, "Run away." A moment of stunned confusion followed, punctuated by a single, questioning word, question mark. Then, the horrifying truth was revealed: a grotesque, multi-limbed creature emerged from the shadows, its appearance causing widespread terror. A young woman's cry of fear and revulsion echoed the thoughts of everyone present, F***. Panic erupted as the creature advanced, its horrifying form sending people scattering in a desperate flight for safety. Hana cried out, "Kia! What is that?" Panic erupted as the young man shouted, "Fire! We need fire!" Hana, equally terrified, urged others to flee, shouting "Run away," as she scrambled to escape the creature's grasp. The young man, paralyzed by fear, could only watch as the creature's horrifying form loomed closer. The creature lunged, its grotesque features a horrifying spectacle of decay and malice. A silent scream escaped the young man's lips as the creature's shadow consumed him. Hana, eyes wide with terror, screamed, "Kaya," as she pushed past an unidentified man, urging him to flee. The young man, moments before warning others of the creature's approach, was now consumed by it, his pained expression in the sound KL. Kick. Echoing his final moments. The creature's grotesque form, a mass of pulsating flesh and tendrils, was partially visible, its horrifying features only adding to the growing sense of dread. Its gaping maw, filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth, opened further, a guttural D escaping its lips before it fully consumed its prey. Another scream, Kaya, pierced the air as the creature's horrifying presence continued to spread terror. Hana, along with 2 other young men, fled down a city street, one of them clutching a lit Molotov cocktail. The creature lunged, engulfing one of the fleeing youths in a fiery embrace. A guttural roar echoed through the air. The creature's burning form writhed, its grotesque features contorted in agony. Hana and the remaining man continued their desperate flight, the creature's fiery breath scorching their heels. "Molotov cocktails are useless," Hana shouted, her voice filled with terror. The creature's head, a horrifying mass of bone and flesh, loomed over them, its empty sockets burning with malevolent intent. The remaining survivors scattered, their screams swallowed by the creature's deafening roar as it continued its relentless pursuit. The young man, eyes wide with terror, screamed in anguish as the creature lunged. Hana and the unidentified man ran, their faces etched with fear. "Damn it, here we go again," the unidentified man exclaimed, glancing back as they fled. The unidentified man urged Hana forward, "You shouldn't be focused on what's behind you right now." A horde of creatures emerged from behind them, their grotesque forms writhing. The unidentified man fired his weapon, but the bullets had little effect. The creatures continued their relentless advance. He realized the futility of his gunfire. "The gun won't do. We need fire," he shouted, desperation coloring his voice. One of the creatures lunged, engulfing the unidentified man in its mass. A horrifying shriek echoed as it consumed him. The unidentified man, attempting to fight back, landed a blow against the creature, but the impact only seemed to enrage it further. A searing pain shot through his arm as the creature retaliated with a fiery blast. He cried out in agony. Hana, witnessing the brutal exchange, was overcome with terror. She let out a scream of pure fear as the creature lunged towards her. The young man, seeing the danger, desperately shouted a warning to Xian Yang, urging her to flee. The creature's attack was swift and merciless. The unidentified man, despite his injury, tried to shield Hana, but the creature's power was overwhelming. He was consumed by the creature's fiery assault. The young man, witnessing the horrific scene, could only manage a weak, concerned question to Hana as he helped her escape. The young man, assisting Hana, observed the unidentified man shielding her, muttering, taking the opportunity to show off, huh? He urged Hana to escape quickly, noting the increasing danger of their situation. As a creature attacked, its appendages lashing out. Hana screamed in terror as she fled. The unidentified man, enraged, confronted the creature, shouting, "I am pissed, you don't look tasty," but was ultimately consumed by it, letting out a final, agonizing scream. The creature, a grotesque mass of pulsating flesh and bone, consumed the unidentified man. Its tendrils writhed, absorbing him completely. Meanwhile, Hana and the young man, Park Choa, found themselves surrounded by other survivors. Park Choa urgently asked Hana how many Molotov cocktails she had left, explaining that they needed to use them all at once for a coordinated attack. The young man, seemingly having a plan, announced that he had an idea. He proposed a daring strategy, using himself as bait to lure the creature closer, giving the others a chance to attack. His expression was grim, determined to sacrifice himself to stop the monster. A horde of grotesque creatures swarmed the area, their guttural cries echoing through the streets. As one of the armed men fired his weapon, desperately trying to protect Hana. But the sheer number of creatures overwhelmed them, resulting in a chaotic scene of gunfire and screams. The unidentified man was consumed by the creature. Hana, terrified, watched in horror as the creature devoured the man shielding her. She clutched her backpack tightly. So-yeon hurried down a hallway, a large black garbage bag clutched in her arms. Another individual, seemingly startled by her actions, called out, "What are you doing, So-yeon?" So-yeon, desperate, urgently asked Seon-young, "You have a lighter, right? Quickly!" Seon-young and another individual watched in horror as So-yeon set the garbage bag ablaze, commenting, "Burning a bunch of garbage, that was your plan? Crazy." Surrounded by grotesque, burning creatures, a young woman cried out, "Don't you see? We're trapped." A man, seemingly unfazed, simply replied, "No." He explained, "They can't approach the door because of the flames. Doesn't seem bad." The creatures, however, continued their relentless advance, their guttural growls echoing through the burning corridor. As the group watched in horror from behind the burning barricade, a horrifying creature, its form a grotesque mockery of flesh and bone, burst through the glass doors with a guttural shriek of "Keek!" Two individuals, a young woman and a man, watched in terror from their hiding place, the woman whispering, "Hiding, here." The creature's assault continued, its tendrils reaching out to ensnare its victims. The woman cried out, "Hey guys!" More screams echoed as the creature's victims were consumed, one of them shouting, "Aki! F***CK!" The young woman and the man watched in horror as the creature's attack continued, the man exclaiming, "Ha!" The creature's relentless assault left the man stunned, muttering, "Damn it! How is that possible?" Hana, her face marred by a small wound, let out a horrified cry, "Ha!" The scene shifts to reveal the interior of a restaurant kitchen, its layout and equipment visible. A monstrous creature, its form a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and bone, roared, its horrifying visage filled with rage and hunger. Hana, along with a young man, fled the creature's attack, flames erupting behind them as they desperately sought escape. Hana, clutching a makeshift flamethrower, warned the young man, "I'm warning you. If you can understand me. There's a kitchen in the back." Hana and So-yeon had already fashioned makeshift torches from readily available materials. and they used them to attack the creature, declaring their intent to burn it down. The creature, irritated by their efforts, responded that Park So-eon was starting to annoy it. The creature, weakened by the flames, recoiled from Hana's attack. Its form contorted and partially consumed by the fire. Hana's face was partially obscured, but her determination was clear. Meanwhile, the young man, terrified, fled the scene, scrambling down a staircase to escape the creature's wrath. His expression reflected pure terror as he desperately sought safety. The creature, its form a grotesque parody of flesh and metal, roared, a sound that tore through the air. Its guttural cry echoing as the young man, eyes wide with terror, fled blindly. The creature's shadow engulfing him as he scrambled away. Hana watched in horror as the creature lunged, its many limbs a blur of motion. A desperate cry escaping her lips as she saw the creature pursue Lee Yeonwoo. Her face etched with fear and worry for the young man's safety. Lee Yeonwoo, pursued relentlessly, let out a desperate cry of ahhhh as he fled the creature's grasp. His desperate flight carrying him through a hallway, the creature's shadow looming large behind him. The creature's pursuit relentless, its form partially obscured by motion blur. Hana, witnessing the horrifying scene, her face etched with terror and worry, her eyes wide with fear. The young man, desperately trying to escape, stumbled, his body hitting the ground with a thud. He scrambled to his feet, continuing his frantic escape, the creature still hot on his heels. Lee Yeonwoo, pursued relentlessly, stumbled and fell to the ground. The creature's grotesque form looming over him, its many eyes fixated on its prey. A chilling laugh echoing through the hallway as it lunged forward. Lee Yeonwoo, narrowly avoiding the creature's grasp, scrambled to his feet and fled. The creature's enraged roar filling the empty space behind him. Its voice a guttural shriek, Lee Yeonwoo, come here. Lee Yeonwoo continued his desperate flight, pursued relentlessly by the creature. Above him, a chilling message appeared, Gal wants to see you. He glanced back, terror etched on his face. A chilling laugh echoing in his ears as he was pursued relentlessly. Two figures watched from a distance, their conversation revealing a sinister plan. What are you on about? Why would we do that? One asked, skeptical. The other responded, we make use of this building's structure. Their plan involved luring Gal to a specific location within the building, where she would be trapped and unable to escape. When she follows her to the other side of the building, she won't be able to see the exits. A sinister laugh followed. A fiery explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying. As the young man, caught in the blast, yelled, hey! Lee Yeonwoo, pursued by one of the three armed men, desperately ran, urging, hurry! Behind you! A monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, roaring, calf! The young man, witnessing the horrifying sight, screamed Yeonwoo's name in terror. While Yeonwoo, seeing the danger, shouted, just run! A young man, horrified, watched as a creature attacked, flames erupting around them. The creature roared, its multiple limbs flailing wildly. Its grotesque form contorted in a display of terrifying power. Lee Yeonwoo, arriving on the scene, launched a swift attack, shouting Warwick. Yeonwoo, her expression grim, delivered a blow that sent the creature reeling. She then calmly stated, Yansa sends her regards. The creature, wounded and enraged, let out a final, agonizing shriek. Lee Yeonwoo unleashed a devastating attack, engulfing the creature in flames. The intense heat incinerating its flesh and causing it to shriek in agony. Finally, the creature collapsed, its body reduced to smoldering embers. Nearby, a young man and another watched in horror as the creature was destroyed, the young man exclaiming, Kiki. The young man urged his companion, let's go. As the two fled the scene, Yeonwoo calmly stated, we're done here. So-yeon, appearing calm despite the recent chaos, walked between two young men, her expression unreadable. One of the young men commented on her clever plan, attributing its success to Choi Daehan. So-yeon simply acknowledged this. The other young man, visibly shaken, reflected on his survival, attributing it to a firelighting technique. He continued to explain his survival, emphasizing the importance of a specific detail, the sprinklers. So-yeon questioned him further about his escape from the intense blaze, prompting him to elaborate on the role of the sprinklers in his survival. The young man, still visibly shaken, trailed off, unable to fully articulate his experience. The scene opens with a view of a ceiling, sprinklers activating, water cascading down. The Korean word for sprinklers is visible. So-yeon and the young man emerge from a doorway, drenched, the young man visibly shaken. As the water continues to spray around them, the word water is visible. So-yeon, Hannah, and the young man stand together, faces grim, looking out into the hallway. The young man is visibly distressed. A monstrous, shadowy figure is partially visible through the water spray, its form indistinct but clearly menacing. The creature roars, its full form revealed as a terrifying, amorphous being. The sound of its roar is depicted onomatopoeically. Hannah, the young man, and So-yeon stared in disbelief, their mouths agape in a silent scream. As the monstrous creature emerged from the building, its fiery breath scorching the air. A monstrous, gaping maw appeared in the sky, its form vaguely organic yet impossibly vast, causing a wave of terror to wash over the onlookers. Hannah, So-yeon, and the young man stared in horrified silence, their mouths agape as the creature's presence filled the air with an oppressive dread. A guttural roar echoed through the city, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. "Run!" screamed Hannah, the sound swallowed by the creature's terrifying presence. So-yeon, fueled by adrenaline, grabbed the young man and pulled him along, narrowly escaping the creature's immediate reach as fiery debris rained down around them. So-yeon, wielding a burning stick, bravely fought a monstrous creature on a raised walkway, while two other young people fled behind her, escaping the immediate danger. The creature's fiery breath scorched the metal railing. A monstrous creature, its body a grotesque tangle of limbs and burning flesh, lay defeated on the ground. The word thump echoed the finality of its fall. A group of young people watched from a safe distance, one of them holding a burning torch. A girl, her face etched with determination, spoke, her words barely audible above the crackling flames. The creature let out a final, guttural sound as its body convulsed one last time before falling still. Two of the onlookers exchanged worried glances, their faces reflecting a mixture of relief and lingering fear. One of the group, a young woman with brown hair, expressed her frustration and concern, while another urged for the creature's complete demise. A third person, seemingly in shock, could only utter a weak protest. The scene was filled with the lingering smell of burning flesh and the palpable tension of a battle barely won. One of the observers voiced their unease, highlighting the lingering threat and the lingering fear of the creature's potential return. A monstrous figure, its body contorted and scarred, groaned in pain. "All your fault," it rasped, its voice barely a whisper. Nearby, a young man and a young woman watched, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and revulsion. The monster continued, "Can't move anymore. Stop torturing me." The young man, his face grim, retorted, "Stop your bullshit. Don't pretend like you're Kon Ho Yunia, you monster." He then muttered, "Ho hong me." The monster's form convulsed, its grotesque features twisting into a nightmarish expression. A guttural sound, "G. Croc," escaped its broken mouth. The young man's eyes widened in horror as he watched the creature's final throes. A young woman, her face etched with worry, urgently pushed past another individual, her voice sharp with concern as she called out, "Choi Daehan, where are you?" She continued her frantic search, her eyes darting around, desperation evident in her every movement. Another woman, her face pale and strained, whispered, "Tough." The first woman's gaze fell, her expression one of dawning horror. A young man, his face a mask of disbelief, muttered, "Sh*T. Did it just say Lee Homie's name?" His eyes widened as a chilling thought struck him, is Kong Hannah really in there? A young woman, exasperated, tossed a burning object into the monstrous creature. "Damn it," she muttered, "why does that matter?" The monstrous form writhed, its grotesque features contorted in agony. A dark, pulsating mass of flesh and shadow. "That thing killed Yeonsu and Han Ji-jun. Finish it already." A young man, witnessing the scene, looked on in horror. His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized something within the monster's form. A horrifying realization dawning on him. Trusted, you. The monster's form shifted again, revealing a glimpse of something familiar within its depths. Hong me. The monstrous form writhed, a guttural cry escaping its distorted features as a desperate voice cried out, Trusted you. A wave of shock and terror washed over the young man as he witnessed the horrifying scene. His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized a familiar figure trapped within the creature's grasp. The young man's face contorted in a mask of horror and anguish as he desperately tried to comprehend the situation. His silent scream of no echoed the despair he felt, a desperate plea against the unfolding nightmare. The final panel showed a close-up of the young man's face, his eyes filled with a mixture of terror and disbelief, as he uttered a final, desperate no. The young man, backpack slung over his shoulder, hurried across the rooftop, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A sudden sound causing him to pause, a look of confusion etched on his face. Eh? He looked down, his expression shifting to one of distress as he witnessed a horrifying sight. A monstrous form, writhing and pulsating, with Hannah seemingly trapped within its grotesque body. A scream escaped his lips, Kya. His fists clenched in a desperate show of helplessness as he watched the creature writhe, muttering incoherently, Bull. Bull. The monster's horrifying visage filled the panel, its features distorted and grotesque, Hannah's form barely discernible within the fleshy mass. The young man, horrified and desperate, could only utter a pained, Heg, damn it. He berated himself, I didn't stop to think. A strange, warm sensation spread through his body, accompanied by a faint ha. He felt a surge of energy, a tingling in his veins, as he clenched his fist. What is this feeling? The young man realized the source of the energy, its nerves. Could it be what the others were talking about? He urgently called out, So-Soyeon. Hurry! The monstrous entity writhed, its grotesque form pulsating with dark energy, flames flickering around its edges. From within its horrifying mass, Hannah's voice echoed, weak but discernible, I feel you. Lee Yeonwoo. You're. The young man, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and determination, felt a surge of power coursing through him, mirroring the entity's chaotic energy. Soyeon arrived, her face grim, brandishing a burning stick, shouting, sorry, as she lunged forward. Her desperate attack impacting the entity with a fiery burst. The entity roared in pain, keek, as the impact sent tremors through its form. The young man watched in horror as the monstrous entity burned, its form contorting in agony. A searing heat radiating outwards. He felt a burning sensation in his own hand, a strange mirroring of the entity's pain. As Hannah's voice echoed in his mind, confirming his worst fears, Lee Yeonwoo was infected. The young man's face fell, his eyes reflecting the grim reality of the situation. He couldn't avoid the spreading infection. The scene shifted to show the young man's pained expression, his face etched with worry and helplessness. Gal and the young man stood amidst the fiery chaos, their faces grim, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Lee Yeonwoo's body was consumed by a fiery, destructive force. A horrifying spectacle that caused him to cry out in pain, a guttural hong, me. As Gal watched from a distance, her expression filled with worry, whispering his name, Hongmi. The young man, feeling a profound connection to the burning figure, urged his companions, let's go. As one of the three armed men aimed his rifle, his face grim. While the young man, his face etched with concern, turned his back to the scene of destruction. Lee Yeonwoo's eyes, wide with terror, reflected the consuming infection. A blurry title card momentarily obscured the scene. The young man, his face grim, aimed his rifle, smoke curling from the barrel. As three armed men watched Lee Yeonwoo fall to the ground, his body ravaged by the infection. Hannah and the young man exchanged a look of horrified disbelief. The young man shouted Lee Yeonwoo's name in anguish. Lee Yeonwoo's body lay still, consumed by the infection. A young man watched in horror, his anguished cry echoing the devastation. As three armed men observed the scene from a distance, their faces grim. Meanwhile, Gal and Hannah, witnessing the aftermath from afar, felt a wave of shock and grief. Inside a building, two individuals are startled by distant gunshots. "Hey, did you hear that?" one of them asks, his voice laced with apprehension. The other replies, "What? Those gunshots? You should start getting used to that." The scene shifts to an exterior view showcasing Namsan Tower in the distance, engulfed in flames. The narration reveals some idiots set Namsan on fire. And a follow-up thought is voiced, and who do we know that would be dumb enough to do that? Gal and a masked young man stood face to face, the young man's expression one of shock and distress. As he cried out, "Lee Yeonwoo!" Lee Yeonwoo lay on the ground, bleeding profusely from a grievous wound. His pained expression evident as he gasped for air. A young man, his face grim, aimed his rifle, the barrel steady despite the chaos swirling around him. A blur of motion as he fired, the shot echoing through the ravaged cityscape. The young man pursued his target, his movements swift and precise as he navigated the debris-strewn streets. He caught up to his target, delivering a brutal blow that sent the man sprawling to the ground. "Stop, F***Kerr," he shouted, his voice filled with rage. The young man's hand glowed faintly, as a sharp ting echoed through the air, signaling the activation of a hidden power. With newfound strength, he launched a swift attack, quickly incapacitating his opponent with a single, powerful blow. One of the three armed men, enraged, cursed the young man, calling him a goddamn kid. Another of the armed men, equally furious, called him a mother******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** his dislike for the young man from the start. The third armed man, aiming his weapon, questioned if the young man had come into contact with something dangerous, threatening to shoot him as well. One of the armed men lunged at the young man, aiming his weapon to fire. The young man, wounded but defiant, stared ahead, his face showing a mix of pain and determination. From a distance, other individuals watched in shock as the young man stood his ground, one of them exclaiming in disbelief. A monstrous, shadowy hand reached down from above, its fingers grasping towards the ground below. The perspective shifted to reveal three armed men aiming their weapons at a young man and a woman. One of the armed men, his face contorted in a grimace, muttered, "Kill." Another man, equally menacing, shared the same murderous intent, his thoughts echoing, "Kill." The young man, his face partially obscured by shadow and blood, felt a surge of dark determination. His inner voice screamed, "Tear him apart." One of the armed men fired his weapon, the sound of the gunshot echoing through the scene. Lee Yanwo found himself in a desperate struggle for survival, swarmed by grotesque, insectoid creatures. He fought back with fierce determination, drawing his weapon and firing wildly, the blasts momentarily pushing back the relentless horde. But the creatures' numbers were overwhelming. Exhausted and wounded, Yanwo collapsed, his body battered and bruised. Hannah rushed to his side, her voice filled with alarm, asking, "Yanwo, how are you feeling?" Yanwo, barely conscious, could only manage a weak, pained grunt in response to Hannah's concern. His condition was critical, his eyes reflecting the gravity of his injuries. Hannah's worry deepened, her face etched with fear and desperation. In the distance, a familiar landmark came into view, the towering structure of the Namsan Seoul Tower. Hannah's desperate cry echoed through the ravaged landscape, "Yanwo!" Lee Yanwo lay on the ground, critically wounded and barely conscious. Hannah found him in this state, her face a mask of worry and desperation as she cried out, "Yanwo! Stay awake!" Yanwo's eyes fluttered weakly, his breathing shallow and ragged. The question, "How did it come to this?" hung heavy in the air. The scene opens in a Seoul classroom, where students sit at desks. One student, seemingly lost in thought, observes his surroundings. "We hadn't come to Seoul," he thinks to himself. The scene shifts to an exterior shot, showing a woman and a group of soldiers. The woman, visibly distressed, pleads, "Please take my hand, Grandma." The soldiers escort the elderly woman through a doorway. A soldier reports, "All nearby virus cells have been incinerated." Any other survivors? Another soldier responds, there's a group of high school students. They said there was another group of survivors in Namsan Tower. The soldier continues, I don't know where their unit is, but one soldier has already been sent. A young man, seemingly a student, appears, observing the scene from a doorway. A single Korean syllable is visible, suggesting a word of surprise or recognition. A soldier asks the elderly man, will you really be alright if we leave you here all alone? The elderly man hesitates, his face etched with worry. As a young man observes them from behind, a thoughtful expression on his face. The soldiers declare, we're going back. The soldiers depart, leaving the elderly man alone in the building's entrance. He walks away, muttering to himself, as long as there's a place to sleep, everywhere is my home. The elderly man, left alone in the hallway, muttered to himself, his expression one of confusion. The hallway was in disarray, debris and broken pieces of furniture littered the floor, a testament to recent violence. The elderly man walked through the debris-strewn hallway, his gaze fixed on something ahead. A body lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless, a victim of the recent conflict. The young man observed the scene from a distance, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and concern. The elderly man began to dig a shallow grave in the ground with a shovel, his movements slow but deliberate. The elderly man gasped, leaning on his shovel, his face etched with exhaustion and distress. He muttered to himself, even if it's someone like me. A sudden memory jolted him, a pained He thought, that reminds me. A flashback showed a glimpse of a body lying in a hallway. The elderly man's face was grim as he stared at the scene. A group of young people hurried up a set of stairs, their breath catching in their throats. One of them, a young woman, voiced her apprehension, he's not chasing us, right? They reached a landing and looked back, their faces etched with worry. Another young woman exclaimed, what happened up there? A young man, seemingly the leader, barked orders, just shut up and follow me. One of the girls, her face bruised, muttered, that soldier. Another girl, clearly angered, retorted, F***ck it, he's getting what he deserves. She added, I'll bash his head open if he tries to follow us. The group continued their hurried escape, pausing only briefly as one of them questioned, by the way, why did all these monsters only attack the damn soldier? Park Choa, one of the girls, stopped abruptly, a look of dawning horror on her face. She whispered, no, that can't be right. The young man, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, anxiously questioned his companion. What Kong Hannah said. He pressed, his voice laced with urgency. Hannah, equally distressed, responded, you heard it too, right? The weight of unspoken fear hung heavy in the air as the young man slumped to the ground, exhausted and overwhelmed. Hannah, her expression grim, made a decision. Just leave him here. The group, including Hannah, began to ascend a flight of stairs, leaving the young man behind. They continued their escape, their steps echoing in the quiet urban landscape. A man uses a shovel to bury something in the ground, revealing a young woman lying on the ground, injured and unconscious. The man looks down at the woman, muttering to himself, this doesn't look good. He continues to bury the woman, thinking, feels like I'm a crazy person burying a body secretly. He glances around nervously, then says to himself, I have to do this quickly. Finishing the task and leaving the scene. The unidentified man's hands gripped the shovel handle, his knuckles white. A low grunt escaping his lips as he continued to dig. His face etched with guilt and anxiety. He was burying the injured woman he had harmed. A woman, her voice strained, asked if another person, Lee Yeonwoo, had also heard a certain sound. She then stated that he was already infected. A group of people, their faces grim, decided to abandon Lee Yeonwoo, leaving him behind. One of them explained that it was reckless to endanger the group by carrying him. A young woman, her face etched with worry, reflected on the perils of their mission. When we go around trying to save all our friends, she thought, it just takes one mishap and it's game over. Elsewhere, a group navigated a city street, carrying an injured young man between them. The weight of their mission was evident in their strained expressions. as they carefully made their way down a set of steps. One of the women declared, "I'll carry him." The group continued their journey, their determination unwavering despite the challenges. They urged another individual to join them, stating, "You should follow us too, if you want to leave Seoul with us." Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through the air, filled with urgency and fear, "Isol." So-yeon, her face partially obscured by a hooded jacket, stood silently under an umbrella, her expression unreadable. Someone scolded her, their words echoing the sentiment that she shouldn't have been so friendly. A group of people hurried down a street, their clothing haphazard and their expressions a mix of anxiety and annoyance. One of them complained about their inadequate attire, while another urged them to hurry, pointing towards a looming threat in the distance. Monstrous figures emerged from the shadows, their movements menacing. A fire erupted, and someone shouted, "It's clear. Let's clear them out." A fire extinguisher was visible, and the question, "Is that a fire extinguisher?" was asked. Meanwhile, inside a building, someone urged, "Come on," and another voice responded, "Hurry." Gal, carrying the injured young man, was rushed inside, with someone shouting, "Get in quick." One of the rescuers heaved open a door, grunting with effort, "Ha!" The group, including Gal and the injured young man, found temporary refuge inside, breathing a collective sigh of relief. "Ha! Phew!" Gal, exhausted but relieved, looked on with a mixture of relief and worry. The young man lay injured on the ground, blood staining his back. Hannah, Gal, and three armed men were gathered around him in a dimly lit kitchen, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and relief. The young man groaned, his eyes fluttering open. He looked around at the concerned faces surrounding him. Hannah, arms crossed, addressed the young man with a mix of exasperation and concern. "How did you know where to find us, Miss Know-It-All?" The young man replied, "It's easy to find you guys, just look for the places that are set ablaze." She continued, "But I didn't expect you guys would do this to the top of Namsan." Hannah questioned the young man about Honmi, her concern evident in her expression. He responded that they had found her, but it was too late. Further explaining that Minju and Hannah hadn't made it either, along with an unnamed old man. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. The young man's face reflected the gravity of the situation. He muttered, "Damn. That's awful." As he looked down, Hannah, visibly upset, told him to stop saying such things. Hannah, clearly agitated, reprimanded the young man, stating, "You're killing the vibe." Hannah, checking her phone, explained the urgency of their situation. "What we need to do now is go to the terminal before it's too late. They're clearing the barricades in Seoul." The young man, still visibly distraught, questioned, "And how would we go there?" Hannah, turning to face him, asked, "Let me ask you. How do we get to the terminal?" She then instructed him, "Take out your phone and look at the map." A map appeared, showing their current location and the Dong-Seoul terminal across the Han River. The text on the map explained, Dong-Seoul terminal is on the side of the Han River, and if we wanted to go to Nambu or Gangnam Station, we would have to cross the Han River. Hannah, concerned, mused to herself, without Lee Yeonwoo, things would be significantly more difficult. She then looked at her phone, a frustrated expression crossing her face as she muttered to herself, F***ck, you're clueless. Continuing her internal monologue, she wondered what the young man would do next, and sarcastically questioned the purpose of the soldiers present, stating, "What do you think the soldiers are here for? For show?" Hannah, seemingly unconcerned, responded dismissively, "Do as you wish," adding that as long as they didn't raise their flamethrowers, it was fine. She then expressed her apprehension about the young man, stating that he was dangerous and likely infected. Concluding her thoughts, Hannah stated that she never wanted to be near him. Hannah, gazing at the young man, Yeonwoo, lying under a blanket, questioned whether he would wake up. Gal and another young man stood silently beside her, sharing her apprehension. Later, the young man showed Hannah and Gal his computer screen, stating that while the information wasn't abundant, it was still surprising. He explained that he'd been monitoring social media and YouTube, and that as time passed, the virus spread. The young man pointed out that the infected cells transform into monsters, questioning if that wasn't normal. The young man, his glasses perched on his nose, explained his findings to Hannah and Gal. We don't see cells with a nucleus, he stated, his voice laced with scientific precision. Instead of cells, we're observing things that fuse together. He continued, the infection rate is decreasing. What we're seeing is that instead of cells looking for things to fuse with, they're acting more like predators needing to feed on people. This means that compared to when the cells were spreading out, they're changing their survival strategy. Hannah, listening intently, questioned, then isn't that a good thing? The young man responded thoughtfully, taking care of these monsters will be easier. Gal, however, remained skeptical. Are you sure? Who knows? She pressed, you said that you saw a mutant version of those things? The young man nodded grimly. Yeah. That thing was crazy, really. The young man's words hung in the air, leaving Hannah and Gal in stunned silence. Mutants, it means they can evolve into different forms? Hannah wondered aloud, her voice barely a whisper. A chilling thought echoed in her mind. Gal's apprehension grew. There might even be things near the Han River that soldiers wouldn't be able to defeat. What in the world could be there, she mused, a knot of fear tightening in her stomach. Meanwhile, the young man remained unconscious, his body still and lifeless under a thin blanket. The three armed men watched silently from the shadows, their expressions unreadable. Later, Hannah and Gal stood over the young man, their concern evident. Still? Hannah asked, her voice laced with worry. Gal nodded grimly. Yeah. He still hasn't woken up? Hannah pressed, her brow furrowed. Gal simply replied, yeah, her voice heavy with unspoken anxiety. The young man's continued unconsciousness added another layer of uncertainty to the already precarious situation. Hannah expressed her worry, stating that they were unable to treat the young man, and voicing her hope for his recovery. While contemplating their limited options, she noted that if they brought him to soldiers, they would likely dispose of his body. Adding that, at least, they had never heard of an infected person dying from gunfire. Gal, meanwhile, suggested prayer and requested to be informed immediately upon the young man's awakening. Gal's anxious expression reflected her concern for the young man's fate. Gal anxiously checked on the young man, who remained unconscious and covered by a blanket. Her worry deepened as she silently questioned the nature of his infection. Gal's eyes fell upon the young man, his condition mirroring the infected individuals she had encountered before. A chilling similarity that intensified her apprehension. Just like those infected. She wondered why she still held on to hope for his recovery, a hope that he might return to normal. Was it guilt? Or was it simply lingering remorse for past actions? Meanwhile, Hannah and the three armed men discussed their altered travel plans. The inability to cross Banpo Bridge significantly lengthening their journey. Before departing, they needed to find a way to acquire fuel. Hannah's eyes narrowed, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto her face. As she and Gal stood in a dimly lit kitchen, the air thick with unspoken tension. Gal's expression was one of quiet anxiety. Gal questioned whether they should leave with the others, expressing uncertainty about their options. Hannah responded that while it seemed like their only choice, it was a foolish one. Hannah continued, pointing out the presence of soldiers and the potential danger of leaving an infected person behind. She argued that the soldiers' plan was a mere excuse, made up for Lee Yunwoo's sake. Gal remained silent, her gaze cast downward, contemplating the ethical implications of their decision. She considered the potential harm to others if they left Seoul with the infected young man. A heavy silence hung in the air as Gal weighed the risks and consequences of their actions. Hannah turned to Gal, her expression pragmatic and concerned. What do you want to do then? She asked, the question hanging heavy in the air. Gal sat alone, her head bowed, anxiously scrolling through her phone. Her brow furrowed in deep thought. The weight of their decision pressed heavily upon her. The young man stirred, groaning softly. Ugh! Where am I? He mumbled, disoriented, and clearly unwell. Gal looked up, startled by the sound. She rushed to his side, her face a mask of alarm. The young man let out a low, guttural chuckle. Ha! Ha! His eyes filled with a disturbing, unnatural light. The young man stirred, his eyes fluttering open. A barely perceptible whisper escaping his lips, "Let's go." The young man stirred, groaning in pain as he awoke. He clutched his head, his body trembling. A dark stain spreading across his shirt, a clear sign of infection. Gal, her face etched with worry, rushed to his side after checking her phone. Hannah, observing from a distance, watched with a pragmatic concern. Hannah observed the scene with a pragmatic concern, her expression a mixture of worry and weariness. Gal rushed to the young man's side, kneeling beside him as he lay injured and bleeding. Her anxious face etched with alarm as she checked on his condition. She whispered his name, Yeonwoo, her voice laced with worry. The young man, Yeonwoo, stirred, his eyes fluttering open. Tears welled up as he spoke, his voice weak. "I was really going to die. Hiks, thank you, for not leaving me." Gal's face softened as she responded, "You brought me with you. Thank you." A faint smile playing on her lips. From a distance, Hannah watched, her expression unreadable. Yeonwoo, weak but alive, murmured, "It's fine now." News of Yeonwoo's awakening spread among his friends, expressions of disbelief and astonishment filled their faces. "No way," one exclaimed. "That's crazy. Lee Yeonwoo. He really woke up?" Yeonwoo's eyes, though still bearing the marks of his ordeal, held a flicker of determination. Gal, relieved yet cautious, approached Yeonwoo. She commented, "Not too bad. You really are something. I thought you wouldn't ever wake up." Yeonwoo, weak but conscious, murmured a quiet thank you as he was helped to sit up. Another young man, observing from a distance, impatiently called out, "Shut up, what do you know anyway?" His question was answered by a young woman, who stated, "He's conscious now." "Good. We can make a decision after asking him directly." Meanwhile, Gal, her expression unreadable, observed Yeonwoo from across the room. A sudden question pierced the quiet, "You're infected, right?" The other young woman, exasperated, exclaimed, "Look, he was shot and yet he's still alive and kicking. It's obviously weird." Hannah, impatient, pushed past others, silencing their chatter. She addressed Yeonwoo directly, demanding he stop his rambling and answer her question. Hannah, her expression serious, stated that she only wanted to know one thing. Her gaze unwavering as she posed the question. Finally, she asked Yeonwoo if he, too, was immune. Exploring a deserted convenience store, Hannah observed that everything appeared to have been looted, commenting that someone had already taken everything. Yeonwoo agreed, lamenting that they should have arrived earlier, as they found even the back storage room completely empty. Suddenly, a wounded young man stumbled into their view, clearly distressed and injured. He collapsed, his face etched with fear, leaving Hannah and Yeonwoo to stare in shock. They noticed a sign on a nearby door, indicating a staff-only room. Intrigued, they approached cautiously, only to find a horrifying creature lurking within, its multiple eyes staring out from the darkness. Hannah and Yeonwoo reacted with expressions of pure terror. A fire raged in the background, smoke and flames filling the air. Two figures, one carrying a box, hurried through the burning building. "Hey, maybe we should put out the fire first," one suggested. But were interrupted by a shout, "Park So-yeon, here." A young woman, startled, responded, "Oh." Inside a convenience store, the young woman, So-yeon, urged a wounded man, "We've got to go." So-yeon questioned the man's abilities, asking, "What else can you detect? Can you tell the difference between humans and monsters?" The man hesitated, finally whispering, "Immune?" So-yeon pressed further, reminding him, "That's what you said at the refugee camp, right? You met someone who was immune." So-yeon recalled a previous conversation, remembering the wounded young man's claim that he had spoken with someone. A revelation that left her breathless and shaken. He had mentioned meeting an immune person. So-yeon, contemplating the cell's incubation period and having observed inactive cells, formulated a hypothesis. Wondering if those who appeared immune weren't actually immune, but rather infected individuals where the mutation hadn't yet activated. The wounded young man, uncertain himself, recounted a conversation from the past, revealing that the person he had encountered had also claimed to be immune. Hannah and Yeonwoo observed the wounded young man and Park So-yeon conversing. Their discussion focused on the young man's immunity. Yeonwoo pointed out that they had been talking privately for a while. So-yeon listened intently, her expression thoughtful. Elsewhere, a group prepared to leave Seoul, their departure contingent upon finding gasoline. However, their plans were interrupted by a sudden confrontation. 3 armed men accosted an older man on the street, shouting insults and threats. One of them demanded, "Do you want to die, old man?" "Ha ha." The old man, struggling, cried out, "He heck. Don't take my bag." Inside a car, Yeonwoo, Hannah, and the wounded young man watched the scene unfold. Yeonwoo, concerned, suggested, "We should get the others and go back." Later, inside a home, So-yeon, Hannah, Yeonwoo, and the young man sat at a table. So-yeon appeared apprehensive, her gaze fixed on the young man, who sat quietly, his expression thoughtful. He seemed to be considering something deeply. As So-yeon voiced her concerns, "What if we run into those insane guys next?" The young man, alone in a bathroom, slumped against the wall, his head in his hands, clearly distressed. The wounded young man examined his injuries, his gaze lingering on a fresh wound across his chest. A faint question forming in his mind: did the cells heal me again, just like with the burn on my hand? He pondered this, a sense of unease washing over him. But then, why do I feel so worried? A chilling thought crept into his consciousness: it's like if they were eating away at me. The young man's apprehension intensified. If it goes on like this, what will I become? A surge of determination filled him. I have to see that guy again. The wounded young man, his face etched with determination and apprehension, silently wished he could explain the events that led to his injuries. Meanwhile, 2 other individuals examined his wounds. One of them, concerned, asked about the nature of his injuries. The young man, his expression pained, allowed them to assess the extent of his wounds. Another individual, offering a piece of information, stated that the young man had been used as bait by others during an incident at Namsan. He added that a heated argument ensued after the incident. The scene then shifted to a flashback, showing a heated argument between 2 individuals. One of them, enraged, shouted F*King B*TCH. A young woman with short, dark hair walked through a dimly lit hallway, her expression unreadable. She appeared troubled. A single thought echoing in her mind: I don't know anymore. The scene shifted to a young man, his face etched with worry. He seemed lost in thought. He recounted the events of their trip to Namsan. We went all the way to Namsan to see them. But now, faced with the present reality, he felt a growing sense of confusion. But now that we're here, it must be so difficult for them. I'm confused too. The young man and woman stood near a doorway, their conversation seemingly concluded, leaving a lingering sense of uncertainty. The young woman, her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination, stated, "And hell, I need you too." She continued, her voice firm despite her inner turmoil, "Let's just go together, as we promised back then." The young man, however, remained pensive, his gaze cast downward. His silence heavy with unspoken concerns? Finally, he voiced his apprehension: "It's better if we left the others behind." The man ascended a long staircase, the Seoul Tower looming large in the distance, its peak engulfed in flames. He coughed, a pained expression twisting his features. Muttering to himself, "I'll find." His voice trailing off as he looked upward, a mixture of determination and despair etched onto his face. The title card reads, "One day, suddenly, Seoul is." A woman stands in a doorway, her expression serious. She states that he'll have a hard time without her help, and suggests they leave together, as promised. A man, his face partially obscured, responds that it's better to leave others behind. A statement that causes the woman to pause, her expression shifting to one of concern. The woman whispers the name Yeonwoo. The unnamed man and woman stand in a dimly lit room. He states that they've made a promise to each other. But she counters that others feel betrayed by their actions, suggesting it's only natural they feel that way. The woman hesitates, a conflicted expression on her face. She silently expresses her inability to abandon others. The man reveals his internal struggle. He recalls being saved from death by those he now considers abandoning. He is clearly conflicted. The woman suggests they leave Seoul together. However, the panel ends with her turning away, suggesting a change of heart or further internal conflict. The man, guilt weighing heavily on his conscience, silently berated himself, "Don't ever talk about leaving someone behind." His internal struggle was interrupted by the woman's sharp retort, "Ah, piss off." The man's face fell, his expression reflecting his inner turmoil. The woman, observing him from a distance, thought to herself, "How arrogant, he's acting like an idiot." She paused, her gaze lingering on the man's troubled countenance. Meanwhile, outside, a group of figures sped away on motorcycles, leaving the man and woman alone in their conflict. F***ck, where did all the monsters go? I can't see any of them. Going around on a motorcycle must be calm. A group strategizes escape, noting the speed of the fused monsters. They discuss using motorcycles, acknowledging that only one or two might be insufficient. And the whereabouts of Yeonwoo? The woman explains that he went to the bathroom. She suggests a plan to pick everyone up one by one, questioning how much faith Yeonwoo has in them. The final panel shows a burning building, with the question "what happened?" looming large. The masked man questioned whether they had started a fire. His companion replied that they hadn't, and revealed that others like them were hiding and stealing things. Elsewhere, a man sat in a dimly lit room, a woman lying unconscious nearby. An unnamed man, his face partially obscured by a baseball cap, stood in a dimly lit room, his back to the viewer. A single word, F***ck, escaped his lips. A silent question forming in his mind: why hadn't anyone checked on the unconscious woman lying on the floor before? He wondered if she might be infected. And if so, the reluctance to approach her was understandable. His worry deepened as he considered the implications. The possibility that this girl was indeed infected, leading to the extreme measures of burning everyone. His internal monologue continued, F***ck. Is this why they go around burning everyone? Regardless of her condition, he knew she shouldn't be left alone. He looked out the window, noticing the street outside. Concluding that the army had certainly left, leaving the building completely empty. Two men, one wearing glasses and the other with a bandage on his face, cautiously entered a building, their initial impression being that it was empty. However, they soon discovered that wasn't the case. An older man, also present, expressed his disappointment at their fruitless search, as they unexpectedly encountered another individual. One of the younger men questioned the situation, leading to the discovery of an unconscious woman lying on the floor. The sight prompted an immediate, concerned reaction from the men, with one of them urging the others to leave the scene without causing any trouble. But the older man remained skeptical and questioned their hasty departure. Two men, one wearing glasses and the other a face mask, plotted to teach someone a lesson. Is that so? Haha, one of them chuckled. Meanwhile, a third man, injured and alone, muttered to himself, ***t. If only I wasn't so hurt. He wondered if he could defeat the two men who were approaching. One of the men, hearing a noise, asked, "What?" The other man, armed with a rifle, appeared, ready for action. They found the injured man lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless. One of them simply stated, "Good." One man anxiously questioned another, "Those kids aren't back yet?" The second man, taken aback, responded, "What?" The first man continued, his worry growing, "You're the one who left with them. What is going on?" The second man, now equally concerned, exclaimed, "What happened? I have a bad feeling about him." "So, they haven't come back yet? Something must have happened. And looking after the girl. Is there no way to contact them?" One man, dressed in camouflage, informed another that his friends were at a nearby refugee camp, suggesting the second man go and check on them. The second man, upon hearing this, expressed concern and questioned if the first man was referring to a refugee camp. The first man confirmed that he and his friends had also come from the refugee camp, urging the second man to search for them there. The second man, having heard this, resolved to go straight to the refugee camp. He pondered whether it would be safer to bring a girl with him, considering that others were searching for her. Meanwhile, the second man considered the increasing danger of his current location and decided to join the first man. An older man, his face etched with worry, spoke to a younger, more soldierly man. "I think I saw a car nearby." The younger man responded, remembering a detail. "It should be at the entrance of the parking lot. I remember seeing the keys were in it." The older man's apprehension grew. "Are you sure?" The younger man, seemingly unconvinced, grabbed his rifle and headed towards the parking lot. The older man's face showed a mixture of fear and uncertainty. He recalled a recent encounter, his voice laced with unease. "He was staring daggers at me. It's just a gut feeling, but we should stay away from him." The scene opens on a narrow, dimly lit alleyway, the atmosphere heavy with a sense of unease. An unnamed man, his face etched with worry, exclaims in surprise. One of the men questions the other's assumption about the parking lot's location, revealing a discrepancy in their understanding of the situation. The tension escalates as one man angrily confronts the other, calling him a piece of sh*t. A large, organic structure, resembling a grotesque network of veins and sacs, clung to the underside of a bridge. The text "checking" appeared above it. Meanwhile, two men in hazmat suits walked along a waterfront. One, heavier set, nervously questioned his companion, "Bro? Are we really gonna keep going?" His companion, thinner and more resolute, retorted dismissively, "Of course, idiot." They continued their walk, passing by a damaged section of the city. One man commented, "This is great content," while the other added, "We already made sure that there are none of those monsters around here. It's just a sh** load of cells." The thinner man then stopped, holding up a phone on a selfie stick, and asked, "Well, can you all see this?" He pointed towards a shimmering, ethereal energy emanating from the Han River. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "We might get to see fused monster around the Han River. Aren't you all excited?" Two figures, cloaked and mysterious, stood by a tranquil body of water. One, in a yellowish raincoat, posed a question to his companion, "There hasn't been anything up till now, right?" The still water reflected the overcast sky. Then, a monstrous form rose from the depths, its grotesque features visible in the dim light.